Chapter 1. Where is this place? Li Yang gazed at the unfamiliar scene before him, voicing the question that lingered in his mind. It was not that he suffered from paranoia, rather, the sight before him was overwhelmingly jarring. In the desolate cave, verdant grass sprawled across the ground. Aside from a bed and a set of tables and chairs, there was nothing else. Wasn't I just in my dormitory, reading a novel? Could it be that I've been kidnapped? A peculiar thought flashed through Li Yang's mind, but he quickly dismissed it. What nonsense! Kidnappers would typically target wealthy heirs. What use would they have for a poor orphan with no family? Before Li Yang could indulge further in his errant thoughts, his body betrayed him. Suddenly, an intense pain erupted from his brain, gradually radiating throughout his entire being. Li Yang let out a cry, his anguished screams echoing through the cave, adding an eerie ambience to the already sinister surroundings. Ignoring everything else, he pressed his hands tightly against his head, hoping to alleviate the piercing agony. However, it was utterly futile. The pain caused him to break into a cold sweat, and within mere minutes, he succumbed to unconsciousness. When he opened his eyes again, he was uncertain of the year. A strange memory had surfaced in his mind, the very source of his headache. This memory was overwhelmingly vast for Li Yang, nearly causing his consciousness to shatter, leaving him with lingering trepidation. It revealed to Li Yang the truth of his current predicament. He had traversed into another realm. This was no longer his original world, and this body did not belong to him. The rightful owner of this body was the individual whose memories now crowded his mind. After assimilating the memories, Li Yang felt an overwhelming urge to howl at the heavens. Damn you, fate! Why must you make me traverse and into the body of Duo Bao Daoist, no less? Was it not obvious that this was a deliberate mockery of his character? Through the memories, Li Yang learned that he was no longer on Earth, but in the primordial realm. This was the same primordial realm depicted in countless novels of later generations, where the great Luo roamed freely, and quasi-saints were as common as dogs. A land fraught with peril, where the ultimate fate was mere dust. Here, the law was not dictated by modern statutes, but by the law of the jungle. Whoever possessed the mightiest fist could reign supreme. The strong pursued the stars and the sun, shifting mountains and filling seas, capable of anything. Their casual actions could lead to cataclysmic destruction. The weak were at the mercy of others, begging for scraps, living in abject humility. In such a world, danger lurked at every corner, a magnitude of peril far exceeding anything Li Yang had faced in his past life. Yet, he was unafraid. This was the life he had long yearned for. Every time he observed other characters in novels who transcended realms, effortlessly conquering the heavens and securing beautiful partners, he felt a pang of envy. But now that it was his turn, he was beset with a mix of melancholy and apprehension. Indeed, many things that appeared enticing were merely illusions. Taking a few deep breaths, Li Yang endeavored to steady his racing heart, seeking tranquility. Since I am here, I shall make the best of it. He was not some affluent heir with vast wealth to inherit. He was merely an orphan who had fortuitously gained admission to university. What was there to be dissatisfied about in experiencing a celestial existence? Now that I have taken on the form of Duo Bao, I shall henceforth live as Duo Bao Daoist. The tasks he could not accomplish, I shall undertake in his stead. I will not allow the tragedy of the function to repeat itself. Understanding the developments ahead, I am the greatest variable in the function calamity. With careful planning, I shall surely find a way to reverse my fate. Li Yang contemplated his future, resolved to embrace the identity of Duo Bao and alter the fate of the Jie Jiao. With this thought, he bellowed towards the heavens. Celestial path, from this day forth, there shall only be Duo Bao Daoist, not Li Yang. May the celestial path witness this. As his words resonated, radiant lights enveloped Li Yang, and he felt an overwhelming sense of relief. The obsessions that had plagued Duo Bao dissipated completely with this declaration. From now on, there would be no Li Yang. Only Duo Bao. The celestial order acknowledged Li Yang's new identity. Duo Bao Li Yang, from now on referred to as Duo Bao, resolved to first untangle the chaotic memories in his mind, to ascertain the current timeline of the primordial realm. The timeline of the primordial realm could roughly be divided into several epochs. Before the Dragon and Phoenix Calamity, the Dragon and Phoenix Calamity, the Tao Ancestor becoming a saint, the Witch and Demon Calamity, the Fengshen Calamity, and the Journey to the West Calamity. Each of these points in time corresponded to significant events Duo Bao merely needed to pinpoint the timeline. The earlier the time, the more advantageous it would be for him, signifying greater opportunities to alter his destiny. Duo Bao seated himself beside the bed, preparing to delve into the memories within his mind. Just as he was about to act, a voice resonated within his consciousness, filling him with joy. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have successfully activated the word entry system. What? A system? Do I have a system too? Duo Bao could hardly contain his excitement. He had initially believed he was devoid of the golden finger often described in novels. Was this not a stroke of fortune from the heavens? Just as Duo Bao was about to explore the system, another voice interrupted him. Ding! Detected celestial intervention. The system has been damaged and is on the brink of collapse. The voice arrived so abruptly and unexpectedly that Duo Bao had no time to respond. What on earth is happening? Is my system really gone just like that? Damn fate. Was it really necessary for you to treat me this way over a mere insult? Duo Bao was on the verge of tears from despair to hope. It took just a single voice from hope to utter despair. It required only another. The system that had come to him with such difficulty, which he had longed for, had inexplicably collapsed without warning. In this brief span of time, Duo Bao had experienced the dramatic highs and lows of life. He had envisioned using the system to soar to greatness, rewriting his destiny, striking down Yuan Shi at Kunlun Mountain, kicking Laozi at Shouyang Mountain, and sitting atop the Western teachings alongside the two saints. Now all those dreams had evaporated into thin air. With a sigh, Duo Bao resigned himself to reality. The way of heaven states, it is better to seek oneself than to seek others. Though Duo Bao was reluctant to strive, with the golden finger vanished, he had no choice but to rely on his own efforts. As he attempted to calm his mind once more to explore his memories, that voice echoed again, albeit faintly. Host, I can no longer accompany you to the pinnacle. The only thing I can leave you with is a beginner's gift package and a panel. I hope you can diligently cultivate and live well in the days to come without me. Upon hearing this, Duo Bao was left speechless, thinking, I know you're a system, but if I didn't know any better, I'd think you were my girlfriend, terminally ill and about to pass away. However, Duo Bao chose not to dwell on this and began to examine the beginner's gift package, which was a precious parting gift from his system. From the earlier introduction, Duo Bao understood how to use the panel and silently thought, panel. Instantly, a square, transparent board appeared before Duo Bao that only he could see. Host, Duo Bao Taoist. Background. First innate being, the world's first treasure-seeking mouse. Strength, perfect Tai Golden Immortal 965410000. Magic treasures, supreme innate spirit treasure, Duo Bao, Pagoda. Several postnatal spirit treasures. Techniques, upper clear immortal technique level 6839210000. Intermediate refining technique 5698100000. Proficient in Tiangang techniques 136510000. Beginner's gift package waiting for host to claim. The panel was straightforward, and Duo Bao quickly comprehended that the numbers represented proficiency. Without dwelling on proficiency, he directly opened the beginner's gift package, eager to discover its contents. Duo Bao controlled the panel with his consciousness and opened the beginner's gift package. In an instant, mechanical sounds echoed in Duo Bao's mind. Congratulations, host! You have received the postnatal treasure of virtue, the Hongmeng measuring ruler, a non-side effect version of the 9 Revolutions golden pill, instantly elevates to the great Luo golden immortal realm. Without defects, 9 Revolutions profound art a physical cultivation method and an enhancement to your innate background. As the mechanical voice concluded, Duo Bao's mind struggled to process the information. It was no wonder he was so astonished. The rewards in this beginner's gift package were nothing short of extraordinary. The postnatal treasure of virtue, the Hongmeng measuring ruler, was remarkable in itself. But the mere existence of a non-side effect 9 revolutions golden pill was enough to make many primordial cultivators fight tooth and nail for it. After a considerable time, Duo Bao regained his composure and accepted the rewards from the beginner's gift package. He stored the Hongmeng measuring ruler in his consciousness, for he was not yet qualified to wield such a treasure. The 9 revolutions' profound art was imparted directly to Duo Bao's mind, enabling him to learn it immediately. The most impressive aspect was the enhancement to his innate background. Originally, Duo Bao's innate foundation was merely that of an innate deity. As the first treasure-seeking mouse of the innate realm, he could barely be considered a high-level innate deity. Yet with such a background, achieving sainthood would be impossible. One need only look at the current 5 great saints of heaven, each of whom possessed at least top-tier innate divine backgrounds, while the 3 pure ones were even more closely aligned with innate demonic backgrounds. That a commendable innate footstep can significantly enhance the inherent qualities of a being, greatly augmenting their comprehension and talent. Furthermore, the enhancement provided by the novice gift package has successfully transformed Duo Bao from a high-level innate being into a low-level innate deity. This substantial improvement has markedly increased Duo Bao's chances of attaining sanctity in the future and has also shortened the time required for this achievement. After addressing the first 3 rewards from the gift package, Duo Bao's attention shifted to the final item. The Nosadific version of a 9 revolutions golden elixir is indeed a rare treasure, capable of elevating Duo Bao's realm to that of a great Luo golden immortal. Duo Bao extracted the 9 revolutions golden elixir and promptly placed it into his mouth, engaging in a moment of chewing. Crisp and savory, reminiscent of chicken. Just suggest the 9 revolutions golden elixir possesses no flavor. If one were to insist on describing its taste, it would be a blend of bitterness with a hint of sweetness. Upon consumption, Duo Bao observed that the proficiency in his cultivation began to surge rapidly. The original value, already exceeding 9,000, instantaneously breached the 10,000 mark. A mysterious aura emanated from Duo Bao, and the 3 flowers atop his head blossomed simultaneously, indicating that he was on the verge of breaking through to the great Luo golden immortal realm. Having diligently cultivated at the perfected stage of the Tai golden immortal for an extended period, Duo Bao's substantial foundation, combined with the enhancement of his footstep, facilitated a seamless breakthrough to the great Luo golden immortal. It is worth noting that the great Luo golden immortal exists in various ranks. The lowest tier, represented by a flower blooming in 3 petals, exhibits lamentable strength. Conversely, a higher tier great Luo golden immortal may witness a flower blossoming in 9 petals, showcasing formidable power. Gazing at the 12-petal bloom above his head, Duo Bao pondered whether this was ultimately a fortuitous development or a misfortune. He recalled that his master, Tong Tian Jiaozhu, possessed only a 9-petal bloom atop his head, leaving Duo Bao to question the scientific validity of his own situation. Unbeknownst to Duo Bao, as he commenced his breakthrough, a cascade of radiant light emanated from his cave abode, creating a remarkable phenomenon. The beings on Jie Jiao Island were irresistibly drawn to the spectacle of Duo Bao's breakthrough, hastening towards his dwelling. Even Tong Tian, who was in seclusion, noticed the extraordinary occurrence stemming from Duo Bao's advancement, expressing his delight. After so many years, this rascal Duo Bao has finally made a breakthrough. This phenomenon certainly does not betray my expectations. I wonder how many petals he has bloomed. If it surpasses 8, he might well reach the pinnacle of quasi-saint status, perfectly positioned to inherit my teachings. Tong Tian waved his hand to conceal the manifestation of Duo Bao's breakthrough, wishing to keep it from others, and commanded the myriad beings on Jie Jiao Island. You all must withdraw at once. My disciple is undergoing a breakthrough. Should you disturb him, you shall bear the consequences. The overwhelming pressure of the sage swiftly subdued the multitude on Jie Jiao Island, compelling them to retreat. Tong Tian further instructed his 2 direct disciples, the Holy Mother of Golden Spirit and the Holy Mother of Turtle Spirit, to safeguard Duo Bao, ensuring that no unforeseen incidents would arise. The radiant light at Duo Bao's cave entrance lingered for 3 days, and after this period, the light dissipated, releasing an enigmatic aura from the dwelling. Duo Bao had successfully broken through and had ascended to the rank of Great Luo Golden Immortal. Upon inspecting his status panel, he found that it had been updated. Host Duo Bao. Footstep. Low-level innate deity. First innate treasure-seeking rat. Strength. Mid-stage Great Luo Golden Immortal 658410000. Treasures. Postnatal merit treasure. Hongmeng Liantian Ruler Superior Innate Spiritual Treasure. Duo Bao Tower. Several postnatal spiritual treasures. Cultivation techniques. 9 revolutions Profound Art 0100000 Upper Clarity Immortal Technique. 7th layer 47561000 Intermediate Refining Technique 56981000 Tian Gang. Spell Proficiency 136510000. The panel's content has been updated, and the rewards that Duo Bao received from the Novice Gift Pack have now appeared on the panel. To Duo Bao's astonishment, he has directly advanced from the early stage of the Deluo Jin Xian to the mid-stage of the Deluo Jin Xian. This 9 revolutions golden elixir is indeed impressive. Regrettably, it is of no use to me now that if only I could have a few more, my cultivation would surely soar. During these 3 days, Duo Bao not only broke through to the mid-stage of the Deluo Jin Xian, but also absorbed all the memories in his mind. He has come to understand the current temporal juncture of the Honghuang era. The 6 saints of heaven have just achieved sanctification. The witch and demon clans have only recently established themselves. And the first great battle has yet to ignite. Upon grasping the present timeline, Duo Bao actually felt a sense of joy. There remains ample time before the Fengshen calamity, enough for him to grow. As long as he possesses sufficient strength by the time of the Fengshen calamity, he will not have to suffer the same tragic fate as the Jie Jiao. Duo Bao mentally organized the timeline of Honghuang and concluded that now is the opportune moment to accrue merit within the human race. Niwa has created humanity and attained sanctification, yet she neglects the human race, allowing them to become fodder for other races. Having been human in his previous life, Duo Bao feels a strong sense of belonging and is eager to contribute to humanity's emergence as the protagonist of the heavenly realm. Moreover, he is drawn to the vast merit inherent within the human race. If he could seize even a fraction of it, it would suffice for his needs. Merit, after all, is a universal remedy. The more one possesses, the less the saints can do against them. Although saints are immortal and indestructible, merit holds great significance for them as well. Inflicting harm upon someone with substantial merit brings no benefit to them. With his course of action determined, Duo Bao brimmed with enthusiasm, envisioning a bright future. Once he resolves the Fengshen calamity, he must seek out several beautiful celestial maidens and indulge in a life devoid of shame or restraint. Just as Duo Bao became lost in his daydreams, Tong Tian's voice echoed within his cave abode. Duo Bao, hasten to Bao Palace. I have matters to arrange. Being summoned by a saint, he dared not delay. Upon hearing Tong Tian's call, Duo Bao rose from his bed without a moment's hesitation, and he waved his hand to dispel the formations at the entrance of his cave and strode out, only to encounter 2 junior sisters. Curiously, he observed Jinling and Guiling seated before his cave. These 2 sisters must be guarding him. Before Duo Bao could speak, Jinling and Guiling stood up, turned around, and called out, Duo Bao Shixiang, you've emerged from seclusion. How has your cultivation progressed? Have you broken through to the Luo Jin Xian? As Tong Tian's most cherished disciple, Duo Bao possesses the highest cultivation among his peers, with only the outer sect Zhao Gongming able to rival him. However, with his newfound advantages, Zhao Gongming is unlikely to catch up. Nodding, Duo Bao expressed his gratitude to his beloved junior sisters. Thank you both for your vigilant protection once more. I shall concoct some delightful gifts for you next time. My master has summoned me for an urgent matter, so I must head to Bao Palace immediately. You may return to your rest. Jinling and Guiling, being sensible individuals, bid farewell to Duo Bao and turned back toward their own caves. Once they departed, Duo Bao soared into the air, flying toward Bao Palace. The palace is not far from his abode, and he arrived at its entrance within mere minutes. Yes, he descended to the ground 100 meters from the palace. This has become a small habit of Duo Bao over the years, demonstrating his respect for the Saint Tong Tian. He hurried into Bo Palace, wishing not to keep Tong Tian waiting, as that would tarnish his image in the saint's eyes. Following his memories, Duo Bao found Tong Tian's usual meditation chamber. Before he could knock, the door swung open automatically. Duo Bao, come in. Tong Tian's gentle voice beckoned to him, compelling Duo Bao to step inside. The room was unadorned, aside from a bed. There was naught else, and the flickering candlelight illuminated the space as brightly as day. Tong Tian's figure soon came into view, and at first glance he did not resemble a typical saint, with a youthful and handsome countenance. He appeared more like an elegant young hero. Duo Bao gazed at Tong Tian's face, confirming the descriptions he had read in novels from his past life. It was indeed as portrayed. Tong Tian lifted his gaze slightly, observing his most beloved disciple with a sense of surprise. Wait, how has Duo Bao's cultivation advanced so swiftly? He has already reached the mid-stage of the Deluo Jinxian. Furthermore, his foundation seems to have improved significantly. His aura now much more profound. After carefully scrutinizing Duo Bao's transformation, Tong Tian mused inwardly. He attempted to calculate the circumstances, but found the usual revelations obscured. Instead, he sensed a disturbance in the heavenly secrets, leaving him unable to discern anything. That it seems my foolish disciple has encountered a remarkable opportunity. He has even shielded the heavenly secrets. How interesting. Recognizing his inability to foresee further, Tong Tian turned to Duo Bao and remarked, Duo Bao, you have done well, advancing to the mid-stage of the Deluo Jinxian. You have not disappointed my expectations. That I am unworthy. I merely strive to fulfill the goals you have set. Master, wishing to alleviate your burdens. Duo Bao refrained from exhibiting arrogance in front of Tong Tian, for he is his greatest support and assurance for secure development. Seeing Duo Bao maintain his humility without pride, Tong Tian felt an added sense of satisfaction. Very well, since you express a desire to assist me, I happen to have a task for you. That I have recently accepted several new disciples. While they are all outer sect disciples, as the eldest senior brother, you should establish your authority before them. In 3 days, I would like you to share how you broke through to the Deluo Jinxian, providing them with inspiration to prevent them from being overly insular. Duo Bao was taken aback by this assignment, clearly not anticipating that Tong Tian would assign him such a task. He hesitated, contemplating whether to accept. Noticing Duo Bao's uncertainty, Tong Tian continued, Duo Bao, I am aware that you wish to embark on a journey. If you successfully complete this task, I shall permit you to go out. Moreover, I will bestow upon you the Qingping sword for your protection. What do you say? Master, how could you say such things? I relish the opportunity to relieve your burdens. To suggest otherwise would be to act aloof. Rest assured, I shall execute this task splendidly, leaving no room for criticism. Duo Bao instantly transformed into an eager subordinate, not due to lack of resolve, but rather because Tong Tian's offer was too enticing. He had already contemplated accruing merit within the human race, and with the Qingping sword by his side, his safety would be assured. In comparison to his safety, this task seemed trivial. Furthermore, Duo Bao wished to become acquainted with those who would one day betray Jie Jiao, so he could interact with them properly if they do not experience the authority of the eldest senior brother. How could they appreciate the value of Jie Jiao? Tong Tian observed Duo Bao's fawning demeanor, unsure of how to respond. His once diligent disciple had seemingly become rather mercenary. Nonetheless, this could be a positive development for Duo Bao, as it provided him with motivation. In contrast to his former aimlessness, Tong Tian found this new Duo Bao to be rather intriguing. Very well, go and prepare for this task. Once it is accomplished, your master will not be stingy. With a wave of his hand, Tong Tian dismissed Duo Bao, returning to his own cultivation. The path of cultivation is akin to rowing upstream. One must either advance or retreat, even after attaining the status of a saint. Tong Tian diligently honed his principles and enhanced his strength. For reasons unknown, he sensed something amiss, yet could not articulate what it was. Saints possess an awareness of impending crises, although the Fengshan calamity is still distant. Tong Tian has already perceived anomalies that he recognizes that the source of these disturbances lies within Jie Jiao, the foundation of his path to enlightenment. Yet he cannot pinpoint the cause, lacking treasures to suppress luck. He is unable to finally control the fortunes of Jie Jiao. For now, with myriad immortals converging upon Jie Jiao, their fortunes flow like a dragon, presenting no significant issues. However, should a crisis arise, Jie Jiao's fortunes would undoubtedly collapse within a short span. Tong Tian cannot foresee the future of Jie Jiao. All he can do is continuously bolster his own strength, preparing for the crisis that may come. Yet he could never have imagined that the very calamity that would befall Jie Jiao in the future would be caused by his two elder brothers. Watching Duo Bao's departing figure, a glimmer of hope flickered in Tong Tian's eyes, wishing fervently that this beloved disciple would inherit his legacy, carrying on the teachings of Jie Jiao and ensuring its doctrines resound throughout the entirety of Hongguang. Upon exiting the Bao Palace, Duo Bao felt an overwhelming sense of relief wash over him. Moments ago, in the presence of Tong Tian, the saintly aura emanating from him had left Duo Bao feeling quite uncomfortable. Such is the lofty demeanor of a sage. Beneath the saint, all are but mere ants. After orienting himself, Duo Bao ascended into the air, heading towards his cave abode 100 meters away from the Bao Palace. Upon returning, he dispelled the protective barriers and stepped inside. Taking a seat beside his familiar bed, Duo Bao began to contemplate the task that Tong Tian had assigned him. Interpreting it literally, Tong Tian intended for him to establish the authority of the master brother of the Jie sect, ensuring that the other disciples would look to him for guidance. Currently, Duo Bao possessed the greatest strength among all disciples of the Jie sect, and he harbored no concerns about facing any challenges from his peers. Rather, he viewed this as a rare opportunity. If utilized wisely, it could purify the ethos of the Jie sect. While the Jie sect espoused inclusivity, it did not imply a tolerance for malevolence and unruliness within its ranks. Duo Bao understood Tong Tian's disposition. He would accept any being capable of meeting his apprenticeship criteria. However, Tong Tian was not adept at governance or management, having never established uniform rules to regulate the disciples of the Jie sect. Without constraints, all matters tend to spiral into irreversible chaos. Duo Bao disapproved of such methods and was determined to prevent the Jie sect from operating in such a manner, that he believed he should seize this opportunity to create a cohesive management system, allowing the Jie sect to function in a stable manner. After pondering for a while, he increasingly felt the necessity of this endeavor, from both an emotional standpoint and a perspective of ensuring the safety of life. Duo Bao wished for the Jie sect to flourish. Seizing the moment, he hesitated no longer. With a single thought, he began inscribing the regulations of the Jie sect in the air. Without rules, there can be no order. Soon, golden characters materialized before him, detailing the operational principles of the Jie sect that resided in his mind. One that honor the teacher and respect the path. Betrayal must not arise in the heart. 2. Cherish fellow disciples. Infighting among brethren is strictly prohibited. 3. To embrace forgiveness and compassion. Arbitrary killings are forbidden. 4. Conduct oneself civilly and engage in matters with humility and reason. Once he began, Duo Bao found it difficult to stop, continuing to write until he could no longer conceive of additional content. Gazing at the dense array of golden characters suspended in the void, he felt a deep sense of satisfaction. This was the fruit of his labor over the night. He inscribed these words onto a stone tablet using his magical powers and infused it with a protective aura to prevent its destruction. The stone tablet he produced was no ordinary item. It was a postnatal spiritual treasure, exceptionally hard. Had Duo Bao not attained the rank of Deluo Jin Xian, it would have been impossible to inscribe words upon such a tablet. This item must not be damaged. Duo Bao intended to preserve it as a legacy of the Jie sect. Content with the fruits of his labor, Duo Bao stored the tablet away and settled onto his bed to meditate. Now, as he practiced, he could see his proficiency steadily increasing, a feeling that enthralled him, making it difficult to detach. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye for these primordial beings, akin to a mere sip of water for humans, leaving no discernible impression. Upon concluding his training, Duo Bao noted a slight increase in his proficiency. The sensation of constant progress was indeed intoxicating, were it not for Tong Tian's divine message reaching his cave. Duo Bao felt he could have continued his cultivation indefinitely. It is no wonder that immortals often say, in cultivation, there is no passage of time. 1,000 years may pass in the blink of an eye. Resignedly, Duo Bao rose, feeling somewhat irked by the interruption of his training. If the one disrupting his practice was Tong Tian, well, that was another matter entirely. He flew to the designated location where Tong Tian had sent him a message. And upon landing, he encountered several familiar faces. The clearing had already gathered a multitude of beings. The Jie sect, known for its 10,000 immortals coming to court, was certainly not a hollow title. Several of Duo Bao's familiar junior disciples approached him. Respectfully bowing and greeting, "We greet the Master Brother." Being the Master Brother of the Jie sect and the most favored disciple of Tong Tian, Duo Bao naturally held the highest status among the second-generation disciples. He returned their salutations, recalling fondly that he had always maintained a good relationship with these juniors, devoid of any conflicts. "All of you, please rise. There is no need for such formality." Duo Bao felt a surge of joy at their respect. Knowing that the tasks he was about to undertake would require their strong support, the individuals who had just bowed to him held esteemed positions, besides a few direct disciples of the Jie sect. There were also the outer sect's eldest disciple, Zhao Gongming, and the Sanshao. As he gazed upon the enchanting Sanshao, Duo Bao began to mentally critique the descriptions from the Fengshen. Indeed, human imagination is ultimately limited. Incapable of capturing the true essence of a celestial maiden, Duo Bao, having lived in an era of information explosion and prided himself on having seen countless beauties, realized upon encountering Sanshao that celestial beings were not mere commoners to be trifled with. Like a startled swan, graceful as a drifting dragon, such verses were fitting to describe a goddess. Pulling his wandering thoughts back to reality, Duo Bao reminded himself that he had serious matters to attend to and could not afford to become distracted. After a while, it seemed that the assembly had gathered completely, and Tong Tian's figure suddenly appeared in the sky. None of the beings present knew how Tong Tian had manifested. Only Duo Bao sensed the subtle spatial fluctuations. As if he had discerned the means of Tong Tian's arrival, surveying the multitude of disciples, Tong Tian felt great satisfaction with the scale of the Jie sect, compared to the sects of his two elder brothers. Tong Tian believed his Jie sect was the largest and most powerful. The fortune derived from the Jie sect also greatly enhanced Tong Tian's cultivation speed. He mused that if this trend continued, his strength might one day surpass that of his eldest brother. As for the second brother, Tong Tian had never felt inferior. Only regarding the eldest brother did he find himself perplexed. Tong Tian's expression turned serious as he sensed Duo Bao and summoned him forward with a wave of his hand. Duo Bao felt his body move uncontrollably, flying into the air until he stood before Tong Tian. Tong Tian did not regard Duo Bao directly, but addressed the multitude of disciples below. "I have summoned you here today so that your master brother may share the key points for breaking through to the Deluo Jin Xian level, along with his insights on cultivation. You must listen attentively and strive for an early breakthrough." Tong Tian's divine proclamation shifted the attention of all Jie sect members to Duo Bao, who felt several hostile gazes scrutinizing him. Aware that some harbored discontent, with a smile he said, "Fellow disciples, I sense some dissatisfaction among you. It appears that there are those who do not acknowledge my status as master brother. Fear not, questioning is a good thing. It fosters progress. If anyone is unwilling to accept this, feel free to step forward, and I shall engage in a dialogue with them." As he spoke, Duo Bao exuded a formidable aura, his Deluo Jin Xian cultivation on full display. After a moment's pause, he found that those who disapproved of him did not dare to step forward, leaving him somewhat bored. Just as he was about to withdraw his imposing presence, a voice unexpectedly reached his ears. "It is merely due to his seniority and superior cultivation that he dares to speak in such a manner. Were I at his level, he would hardly be my match." This remark instantly brought a smile to Duo Bao's face. What a delightful individual! Just as he was about to rest, this person offered him a pillow. Duo Bao was eager to discover who it was. Scanning the crowd with his divine sense, he pinpointed the source of the discontented voice. The individual blended into the throng, appearing unremarkable at first glance. However, his long ears betrayed his identity. So he's a traitor. No wonder he harbors grievances against me. Today, I shall seize this chance to teach him a lesson, ensuring he feels the warmth of the master brother-esque care that in the future When he contemplates betrayal, he might recall a shred of loyalty. Having identified his target, Duo Bao addressed the assembly of junior disciples. I understand that some of you may be pondering, am I merely boasting of my superior cultivation and longer training? Worry not, for I assure you that in this challenge, I shall suppress my cultivation to match yours, ensuring fairness. Now, who among you is willing to step forward and challenge me? Even if defeated, I will certainly show mercy. Upon uttering these words, Duo Bao instantly ignited a fervor among the crowd below. Many of these beings were intimidated by Duo Bao's formidable prowess. Were it not for this hesitation, they would not perceive themselves as inferior to him. And thus, a multitude began to stir restlessly. Only those familiar with Duo Bao, his fellow disciples, remained passive, fully aware of his strength, and unwilling to seek out a humiliating defeat. The one most affected by the situation was Zhao Gongming, the foremost disciple of the outer sect. Often he stood on par with Duo Bao, yet he remained consistently outmatched. Zhao Gongming prided himself on being a standout among his peers, but in the face of Duo Bao, he faced repeated failures. After numerous defeats, he ceased to challenge Duo Bao, wholeheartedly accepting him as the elder brother. That a sly smile crept on Zhao Gongming's lips as he pondered who would dare to confront Duo Bao. He secretly wished that the hardships he had endured would befall these younger disciples as well. Having once braved the storm, he felt compelled to tear apart others' umbrellas, believing that only then would he find joy. Before long, Chang Erdingwang Xian could no longer contain himself. He sought to win the favor of Tong Tian by challenging Duo Bao. If he could garner Tong Tian's admiration, he would undoubtedly gain access to abundant cultivation resources, propelling his own progress to remarkable heights. After a brief internal struggle, he ultimately convinced himself to confront Duo Bao. He did not believe that the suppressed Duo Bao could surpass him. He too emerged from the trials of battle, confident that he feared no being of his realm. Facing the celestial Duo Bao, he proclaimed, "Elder brother, I have encountered some challenges in my cultivation lately, and wish to validate my learnings through a challenge against you." Chang Erdingwang Xian articulated his intentions eloquently, striving to avoid leaving an impression of disrespect towards his elder brother in front of Tong Tian. Duo Bao let out a cold chuckle, now harboring a deeper disdain for Chang Erdingwang Xian's shamelessness. This was a creature who desired to play both the harlot and the virtuous, believing such duality could exist without consequence. If such a notion were truly feasible, would Duo Bao himself not seize the opportunity? With a forced smile, he addressed Chang in the gentlest tone he could muster, saying, "Junior brother, since you find yourself at an impasse in your cultivation, allow me to guide you and see if we might help you break through." After this, Duo Bao sought Tong Tian's approval, who nodded in agreement and cleared a space for the two of them. The multitude of beings below felt an invisible force nudging them to step back. Creating a distance, with hands clasped behind his back, Duo Bao stood facing Chang his gaze icy as he scrutinized the figure before him. Duo Bao had always held a deep-seated aversion for traitors, and he felt compelled to deliver a punishment before seeking any form of recompense. Chang regarded Duo Bao with a sense of indifference, perceiving him as unremarkable, save for a hint of danger emanating from his aura. Fortunately, Duo Bao lacked the ability to read minds. Had he known Chang current thoughts, he would have undoubtedly dealt with him mercilessly. Under the watchful gaze of Tong Tian, the duel commenced. As the elder brother, Duo Bao could not be the first to strike, instead suppressing his cultivation to the late stage of 12 Golden Immortal. Once he had done so, he beckoned Chang to commence his attack. Chang unable to tolerate Duo Bao's evident disdain, summoned his spiritual treasure, a blue-green celestial sword, exuding an aura indicative of a low-grade, innate spiritual treasure. Duo Bao's contempt only intensified as he observed Chang rushing toward him. If Chang possessed genuine strength, seeking a spar would be reasonable. However, to present such meager power was akin to illuminating a latrine with a lantern, merely seeking to expose one's self. Duo Bao had no intention of showing leniency. And as Chang approached, he struck him across the face with a speed that left Chang utterly unprepared. The resounding slap echoed, sending Chang hurtling backward over 10 meters before he finally came to a halt. Struggling to rise, Chang face was an angry shade of red, with 5 distinct finger marks emblazoned upon it. He gazed at Duo Bao with incredulity, momentarily unable to comprehend the outcome. Why? Why was there such a vast chasm between them? In his mind, he repeatedly questioned himself, yet he could find no answers. The truth was far simpler than he had imagined. He had overestimated his own abilities while underestimating Duo Bao's prowess. His lack of foresight was glaring. Did he not notice that none of his peers dared to step forward? He had foolishly presumed himself clever, yet he had merely become a pawn for others. Zhao Gongming, witnessing Chang Er's predicament, erupted into unrestrained laughter, finding the scene in line with his expectations. Initially, he thought Duo Bao would grant this junior some leniency, allowing him to endure a few exchanges. However, the outcome exceeded his predictions. Tong Tian observed the events unfold, nodding subtly in approval of Duo Bao's performance. In comparison to Duo Bao, Chang Er Dingguang, Xian held negligible standing in Tong Tian's eyes, despite being one of the 7 celestial attendants. Status is most vulnerable to comparison. While Tong Tian might show favoritism toward Chang Er when compared to others, when juxtaposed with Duo Bao, he appeared as a mere jest. Duo Bao, observing Chang Er dumbfounded and clutching his face, inquired with a smile, "Junior brother, how does it feel? After receiving guidance from your elder brother, have you gained any insights? Has your cultivation improved?" Chang Er could hardly muster a response, silently retreating into the crowd, his dignity irrevocably tarnished. This display served as a warning to others, solidifying Duo Bao's standing among the disciples of Jie Jiao. Consequently, when he later laid down the teachings of the sect, none dared to oppose him. Duo Bao's victory over Chang Er served a dual purpose, both as a deterrent and as a means of establishing his authority. Although Chang Er's strength was inconsequential to Duo Bao, he was still regarded as a notable figure among the disciples. After all, how else could he have earned the privilege of being one of Tong Tian's 7 celestial attendants? Tong Tian once more elevated Duo Bao to the skies, having firmly established his authority before the disciples of Jie Jiao. Allowing him to commence his discourse, understanding Tong Tian's intentions, Duo Bao wasted no time and began sharing his insights on breakthroughs. Duo Bao's advancements were solely reliant on the 9 Revolutions golden elixir. There were no profound experiences to share. His discourse was merely a reflection of his recent training. Yet, regardless of the content, the gravitas of a Duo Golden Immortal contrasted starkly with that of a Tai Golden Immortal. As he began to speak, his words flowed effortlessly, a multitude of Taoist principles emanating from him. His teachings benefited the disciples, inspiring their cultivation journeys. Several disciples, having nearly reached the pinnacle of Tai Golden Immortal, found themselves only a step away from Duo Golden Immortal. Duo Bao's teachings significantly accelerated their progress. Among those who benefited the most were a few close disciples, Zhao Gongming and the Sanshao sisters, all on the verge of breaking through to Duo. Duo Bao's lecture endured for 3 days and nights, concluding only when he had exhausted all he could impart. The myriad phenomena accompanying his teachings began to dissipate. The collective gratitude of countless beings resonated like thunderous applause. Duo Bao sensed the goodwill radiating from him. Except for a few outliers, the other disciples of Jie Jiao held him in high esteem. Feeling the moment was ripe, Duo Bao resolved to unveil the teachings of Jie Jiao. He directed his gaze toward Tong Tian, offering a respectful bow, and declared, "Master, the task you entrusted to your disciple has been accomplished. However, I wish to undertake further actions, and I hope for your support." At this, the crowd erupted in astonishment. They could scarcely fathom the audacity to speak to Tong Tian in such a manner. What appeared as a request was, in fact, a demand. Without hesitation, Tong Tian acquiesced to his most cherished disciple. Very well. With the green light given, Duo Bao promptly retrieved a stone tablet he had meticulously prepared and began to announce before the throng of Jie Jiao disciples. "Esteemed junior brothers and sisters, the matter I am about to disclose is of utmost importance, and I implore you to listen attentively. According to the doctrines of our sect and the subtle guidance imparted by our master over time, I have drafted a set of regulations for our sect. The first tenet: honor and respect your teachers. Harbor no thoughts of betrayal. The second: cherish your fellow disciples. Mutual harm among brethren is strictly forbidden. The third: Practice forgiveness and love. Indiscriminate killing is prohibited. The fourth, conduct yourself with civility. Approach matters with humility and reason. Duo Bao read aloud the carefully crafted regulations of our sect at a measured pace, while Tong Tian listened intently, nodding in approval. These regulations resonated deeply with him. As if they were his own creation, devoid of any flaws, Tong Tian's gaze towards Duo Bao grew increasingly benevolent, elevating his assessment of Duo Bao even further. Once Duo Bao concluded the reading of the sect's regulations, he proceeded to announce a significant development. To oversee the enforcement of these regulations, I have decided to establish an enforcement hall within our sect. Those who violate the regulations will face consequences. The enforcers will be members of the enforcement hall, and I have already determined the personnel. My junior brother Gongming will serve as the elder of the enforcement hall. Junior brother Gongming is selfless and will not let personal interests overshadow his duties. He will not show favoritism, making him the ideal candidate. Moreover, his cultivation is among the finest of our disciples, qualifying him for this esteemed position. The other members of the enforcement hall will be chosen by junior brother Gongming. I shall not interfere, and the outcome depends entirely on you. Junior brother Gongming, are you willing to take on this role? Duo Bao's second announcement took Zhao Gongming by surprise. He had not anticipated such a responsibility would fall upon him. This role could be described as thankless, yet holds considerable power, and Zhao Gongming found it quite intriguing. Aside from his cultivation, his greatest passion was showcasing his talents, and this position would perfectly cater to his desires. Duo Bao had astutely recognized Zhao Gongming's character traits, leading to this arrangement. After all, Zhao Gongming is known for his blunt honesty, showing no deference to anyone but the three Yaos. With strength ranking among the top under Duo Bao, he was well suited for such a task. Zhao Gongming discreetly glanced at Tong Tian, unsure if his senior brother had discussed this matter with their master. Tong Tian subtly nodded in agreement, eager to see what Duo Bao would ultimately accomplish. He harbored high expectations for this disciple, curious to witness any further surprises. With his presence, the sect would face no troubles. Should issues arise, he could simply rectify them in a timely manner. Observing Tong Tian's slight gestures, Zhao Gongming understood that his senior brother was in accord and immediately accepted Duo Bao's proposal with a smile. Seeing Zhao Gongming agree to the position, Duo Bao finally breathed a sigh of relief. Had Zhao Gongming declined, he would have found himself a loss for alternatives. They shared a close friendship. He could hardly compel his friend. With the enforcement issue resolved, the most crucial element of the entire framework had been addressed, leaving only the final aspect of the promotion pathway. Duo Bao commenced his persuasion, speaking with a voice imbued with genuine allure. Dear junior brothers and sisters, the establishment of these regulations will greatly benefit you. That I nearly forgot to mention one vital detail. Henceforth, disciples of our sect will be divided into 3 tiers: outer disciples, inner disciples, and direct disciples. The benefits afforded to each tier will differ vastly. Outer disciples will receive only minimal resources and guidance from the master, which holds little value. This group is the largest. Inner disciples, however, will enjoy a significantly different experience, receiving a designated amount of resources sufficient for cultivation. This group will be considerably smaller than the outer disciples, approximately a ratio of 10 to 1, meaning for every 10 outer disciples, only 1 will ascend to inner disciple status. As for direct disciples, they are exceedingly rare. Only the most elite among you can attain this status. For many of you, hope may seem distant. At this juncture, Duo Bao paused. Among the multitude present, most bowed their heads in despondency, evidently disheartened. Yet, with a shift in tone, he proclaimed with fervor, "However, not all hope is lost. Some of you can indeed become direct disciples. Who will it be? That lies in your own efforts. Remember my words. The universe is still undecided. We are all dark horses. As long as you diligently adhere to the regulations and complete the tasks assigned within the sect, enhancing your cultivation, everything is possible." Duo Bao's words instantly ignited the atmosphere, dispelling the previous gloom. Every being felt their blood surging with fervor. Tong Tian, too, experienced a different sensation, not from the disciples below, but from the resurgence of fortune. Just moments ago, he was astonished to discover that the sect's fortune had inexplicably increased by 1/3. Such growth cannot occur without cause. The sect's fortune rose due to Duo Bao's series of reforms. Tong Tian swiftly concealed the heavenly secrets to prevent others from prying. The growth of the sect's fortune was perceptible throughout the vast wilderness. The Wu and Yao clans sensed the fluctuations in fortune from the south, but dismissed them as inconsequential. Such a slight increase posed no threat to them. Within the palace of Nuwa, the goddess slowly opened her eyes, exhaling a soft sigh. Alas, Tong Tian is indeed remarkable. The sect's fortune has risen once more, drawing countless deities to pay homage, a truly magnificent spectacle, since I do not establish a sect. Let him be. With that, Nuwa closed her eyes again, resuming her contemplation of the heavenly path in the west. At Mount Shumi, Jin and Judy also sensed the surge in the sect's fortune. Jealous, Juanti remarked, "The west is barren. Our western sect's fortune pales in comparison to the rich fortunes of the eastern sections. Truly, the ways of heaven are unjust." At Kunlun Mountain, within the Jade Void Palace, the reclusive Yuan Shi sensed the powerful surge of fortune from the south and grew curious. To comprehend the reasons behind the rise in the sect's fortune, Yuan Shi began to calculate. He initially believed he could easily discern the answer, yet the outcome greatly exceeded his expectations, that he found the heavenly secrets utterly chaotic, rendering him unable to deduce anything. The only force capable of obscuring the heavenly secrets to prevent his calculations was Tong Tian. What was he up to? Yuan Shi's heart brimmed with questions, unable to ascertain the results. He could only speculate. After much contemplation, he failed to arrive at a convincing answer. This will not do. If Tong Tian continues to amplify the sect's fortune, will I not be beneath his heel? A sense of unease gripped Yuan Shi. He must uncover what Tong Tian had done to cause the surge in fortune. With this thought, Yuan Shi promptly rose, preparing to consult Laozi. The majesty of the saints spans millions of miles in an instant. In no time, Yuan Shi arrived at the sacred ground of Taishang Laozi at Shoutong Mountain. Engaged in alchemical refinement, Laozi sensed the presence of his younger brother Yuan Shi and instructed his attendant Xuandu. "Xuandu, your second uncle has arrived. Please invite him in." Xuandu, with a neutral expression, offered no reply, rising directly to greet Yuan Shi outside the cave. Yuan Shi felt Xuandu's aura and remained in place, displaying no signs of impatience. He did not extend such courtesy to others, but he held sufficient respect for his elder brother. Xuandu approached Yuan Shi, bowing respectfully. "Xuandu greets second uncle. Good child, rise, it has been too long. Your cultivation has progressed significantly." Yuan Shi gently lifted Xuandu, praising him for having broken through to the great Twelve Golden Immortal. Xuandu, expressionless, remained unfazed by Yuan Shi's compliments, responding coolly, "Uncle, you flatter me. I do not deserve such praise. Let us proceed inside." Yuan Shi, undeterred by Xuandu's demeanor, understood his character and knew he meant no harm. Following Xuandu into Laozi's cave, he beheld his long-absent elder brother and respectfully greeted him. "Elder brother, it has been a while. How have you been? In my opinion, you should not have moved from Kunlun Mountain. When I spoke then, it was only directed at Tong Tian and not aimed at you. However, it is perhaps for the best that we have parted ways to avoid daily quarrels that might harm our brotherly bond." Laozi's expression remained impassive, revealing no signs of joy or anger. Yuan Shi felt a bit awkward but quickly regained his composure and continued. "Elder brother, I have come today to discuss a matter with you." Laozi nodded slightly, indicating for Yuan Shi to speak freely, as there were no secrets between brothers. Yuan Shi informed Laozi of the burgeoning fortunes of the Tong Tian sect, to which Laozi listened in silence, his fingers deftly calculating. After a while, Laozi furrowed his brow. The results of his calculations were no different from Yuan Shi's. Both indicated a disturbance in the heavenly mechanisms. Observing Laozi's troubled expression, Yuan Shi quickly remarked, "Elder brother, that Tong Tian fellow has obscured the heavenly secrets. Nothing can be discerned, that we cannot simply stand by and allow this to continue. If this persists, Tong Tian will only become more arrogant. He already possesses the 4 swords of extermination bestowed by our master, which only the 4 saints can shatter." Yuan Shi's words plunged Laozi into silence, as he found some merit in his younger brother's reasoning. As the eldest, it was only fitting that such a treasured artifact as the 4 swords of extermination should be entrusted to him. Frowning, Lao Zi admonished, "What do you mean by that, fellow? He is your brother. Is this how you speak of him?" Yuan Shi, taken aback by the reprimand, darkened visibly, yet Lao Zi's subsequent words invigorated him. Nonetheless, third brother's fortunes have indeed inexplicably surged. As his elder brother, we bear the responsibility to watch over him and ensure he is not deceived. Lao Zi articulated the most morally binding words in the most unassuming tone, and Yuan Shi gazed at him with admiration. "Isn't that why you're the elder brother? Your methods are indeed profound." Yuan Shi saw Lao Zi align with him. He inquired how they should proceed, knowing that this matter required careful deliberation to avoid revealing any vulnerabilities to Tong Tian. Lao Zi began to ponder how to bring Tong Tian closer to them. Only by having Tong Tian near could they unveil the secret behind the surge in the fortunes of the Jie sect. Suddenly, a bright idea illuminated Lao Zi's mind. He summoned Yuan Shi closer and proposed, "Second brother, what do you think about organizing a grand assembly of the three teachings?" A grand assembly of the three teachings. What is that? Yuan Shi was somewhat perplexed, having never heard of such an event before. "If it has not been done before, then we shall host one ourselves." Lao Zi elaborated on the specifics of the grand assembly. And the more Yuan Shi listened, the more exhilarated he became. "Isn't this a tailor-made event for our three sects? I believe this is an excellent idea. Elder brother, we should certainly give it a try. My disciples will not be outdone by that group of scale-clad ruffians. We can also take the opportunity to humiliate Tong Tian." As Yuan Shi grew increasingly enthusiastic about the grand assembly, almost wishing to hold it immediately, Lao Zi interrupted his daydreaming, stating, "I will discuss this with third brother shortly. I am confident he will not refuse." Among the three, it was Tong Tian who valued relationships the most. Yuan Shi remained in Lao Zi's abode, eager to witness Tong Tian's agreement before returning to rally the disciples. Observing Yuan Shi's eager demeanor, Lao Zi shook his head helplessly. His younger brother was admirable in many respects, but far too impetuous. Were this matter concerning others, Lao Zi would not have felt the need to intervene, but involved the scheming against their brother. With a stoic expression, Lao Zi cautioned Yuan Shi, "Second brother, third brother is not our adversary. The differences in doctrine should not entangle our brotherly bond. My intent in collaborating with you against him is not to harm him, but rather to mend the rift between you. This grand assembly presents an excellent opportunity. Do not further provoke Tong Tian." Yuan Shi had not anticipated that his elder brother harbored such intentions, and his countenance darkened. The grievances between him and Tong Tian dated back to a prior incident, which he had indeed instigated. However, as the elder brother, it would be unbecoming to seek an apology from Tong Tian, who was the younger sibling. Lao Zi paid no heed to the shifting expressions on Yuan Shi's face. He understood his temperament well enough to know that asking him to apologize would be more distressing than death. Utilizing his formidable powers, Lao Zi established a connection with Tong Tian, demonstrating the might of the sage that on Golden Tortoise Island, a plethora of extraordinary phenomena unfolded. Various energies permeated the island, leading many disciples at a bottleneck to achieve breakthroughs. Among them, the most pronounced anomalies were those of the few exceptional individuals advancing to the great Duo Golden Immortal realm. Duo Bao floated in the air, observing his fellow disciples as they broke through. He soon realized the cause of this remarkable occurrence. Moments ago, Duo Bao had also sensed a surge of powerful fortunes, causing an increase in the proficiency of several of his techniques. Tong Tian, witnessing the significant growth in his disciples' cultivation, was overjoyed, his gaze towards Duo Bao growing increasingly approving. Just as Tong Tian was about to commend Duo Bao, he sensed Lao Zi's invitation. Why would elder brother contact me at this moment? Is there something amiss?" Though unsure of Lao Zi's intentions, Tong Tian accepted the invitation out of respect for their brotherly bond. As Tong Tian's spiritual energy intertwined with Lao Zi's voice resonated. "Third brother, it has been a while. How have you been? I appreciate your concern." "Elder brother, I have been quite well lately, living comfortably and no longer needing to gauge others' moods." Tong Tian's words subtly alluded to Yuan Shi, igniting Yuan Shi's ire to the point that he nearly erupted in protest. Lao Zi, recognizing Tong Tian's implications, remained unperturbed. After all, the root of this situation lay with Yuan Shi, and it was only natural for Tong Tian to express his anger. "Third brother, Today your GSX fortunes have surged, indicating a joyous occasion. Allow me to extend my congratulations. Laozi refrained from directly stating his purpose, instead opting to engage in casual conversation to rekindle their relationship, as time apart inevitably breeds distance. Tong Tian, trusting Laozi's sincerity, harbored no suspicions regarding his motives. The image Laozi held in Tong Tian's mind was vastly different from that of Yuan Shi, who commanded far less respect. Elder brother, today is indeed a splendid day. My sect's fortunes have flourished wonderfully. You must have something to discuss. As you would not reach out without reason. Tong Tian knew well that Laozi could easily retreat into seclusion for an eternity without seeking him out. Noting Tong Tian's proactive approach, Laozi decided to be forthright, saying, "Third brother, I did indeed seek you for a matter of significance, one that could greatly benefit our three pure ones. Would you care to hear more? I am eager to hear the details." Tong Tian refrained from outright refusal, as he wished to honor Laozi. "Third brother, the matter is this. I intend to host a grand assembly of the three teachings, bringing together disciples from our three sects for competition. This contest will showcase the abilities of our disciples while strengthening our bonds. What do you think?" Tong Tian hesitated, feeling tempted. He was acutely aware of the importance of relationships. Even as a sage, he could not attain a state of utter detachment. He yearned for an opportunity to ameliorate his relationship with Yuan Shi, striving to restore the camaraderie they once shared within the three pure ones. Yet, he remained cautious, unsure whether this was a ruse. Given Laozi's apparent favoritism towards Yuan Shi, seeing Tong Tian's prolonged silence, Laozi inquired, "Third brother, what troubles you? Are you beginning to suspect me, thinking there might be some ulterior motive?" Laozi's tone conveyed a hint of displeasure. Suggesting he was somewhat irritated, Tong Tian still hesitated, but suddenly he glanced at Duo Bao, which sparked an idea. He beckoned Duo Bao closer and asked, "My dear disciple, I have a question for you. Your master uncle wishes to organize a grand assembly of the three teachings and has extended an invitation to me. What do you think I should do?" Hearing this, Duo Bao fell into contemplation, certain that it would not bode well. However, it also presented a golden opportunity to confound Yuan Shi and lower his guard. Duo Bao eyed Tong Tian warily. And Tong Tian immediately understood, enveloping both himself and Duo Bao in a sphere of sacred power. "All right, we can speak freely now. No one will hear us." Once assured of their privacy, Duo Bao spoke, "Master, I believe it is prudent to participate, as it is an invitation from Master Uncle himself. If you choose not to participate, it would be a sign of disrespect towards Master Bo, and that simply cannot be permitted. Moreover, the red flower, white lotus, and green lotus leaf signify that the three teachings are inherently unified. Indeed, the essence of the three teachings is one and the same." This thrilled Tong Tian, who was pleasantly surprised by the profound awareness displayed by his treasured disciple. However, before Tong Tian could relish this joy for too long, Duo Bao introduced a significant twist. "Yet, second master seems to harbor ill intentions towards us, and we must exercise caution that I believe we ought to present ourselves as weaker, taking only a few moderately skilled disciples along." "What? Are you suggesting we ultimately concede to Yuan Shi?" "Absolutely not." Tong Tian found it hard to accept this notion, yet he did not wish to dismiss Duo Bao's perspective. After some deliberation, he consented to Duo Bao's proposal. Tong Tian addressed Laozi, stating, "Elder brother, since you are hosting the Three Teachings Conference, I cannot disregard your invitation. I shall participate, and let us set the date for 10 days hence. As for the location, I shall not be picky. Let us convene at Second Brother's Taoist Temple, which also allows me to revisit Kunlun Mountain." "Very well." Laozi accepted Tong Tian's agreement without further objections. Yuan Shi, who had been listening intently, was elated to hear Tong Tian's acceptance and felt a burgeoning sense of anticipation. His disciples were all meticulously nurtured and possessed exceptional talents and backgrounds. Yuan Shi was confident that his disciples would surpass Tong Tian's motley crew of scaled and armored beings. Upon confirming Tong Tian's participation in the Three Teachings Conference, Yuan Shi promptly bid farewell to Laozi. Laozi understood Yuan Shi's intentions. He was eager to secure victory. Was such urgency truly necessary? Laozi himself was unconcerned about the outcome. He had only one direct disciple, Xiandu, and therefore felt no need to vie for superiority. Laozi did not impede Yuan Shi's departure. He understood his second brother well. While he might deter Yuan Shi from other pursuits, opposing him in such matters would surely evoke his wrath. Yuan Shi departed, returning to Kunlun Mountain. Observing Yuan Shi's retreating figure, Laozi turned to Xiandu and inquired, "Xiandu, who do you believe will emerge victorious in this three teachings conference?" "I do not know. I am indifferent," Xiandu replied nonchalantly, as the outcome held no significance for him. Laozi regarded his disciple with a mix of satisfaction and concern. Xiandu was exceptionally aligned with the way of supreme forgetfulness, making him Laozi's true heir. However, Laozi harbored worries about Xiandu's inflexible nature, fearing it might lead to trouble in the future. Nevertheless, he reassured himself that as long as he was present, Xiandu would remain safe, and he would protect him unconditionally. Resolved not to dwell further on these matters, Laozi redirected his focus back to alchemy at the 12 Golden Ao Island. Within the Azure Palace, Tong Tian and Duo Bao were presently in the Grand Hall. Tong Tian gazed at Duo Bao and commended him, saying, "Duo Bao, you performed exceptionally well today. Is there any reward you desire? Speak freely, and your master shall grant it." Duo Bao looked at Tong Tian, his face a mask of disbelief, and asked, "Master, truly anything at all?" "Of course." Tong Tian, still unaware of the implications of his words, readily agreed. "Master, I wish to obtain Pangu's essence blood and Pangu's jade marrow. Can you procure them for me?" Upon hearing Duo Bao's request, Tong Tian was momentarily taken aback. "My dear disciple, it is not that I am stingy, but I do not possess such items either. Perhaps you should choose something else." "Ah, in that case, I shall settle for just one innate treasure." Tong Tian finally grasped that Duo Bao was toying with him and chuckled, scolding, "You rascal, wishing for an innate treasure that I do not even have. You truly dare to dream. Take this, whether you want it or not is up to you." Tong Tian withdrew 3 small flags from his robe and tossed them to Duo Bao caught the flags. He was astonished by the profound Taoist essence emanating from them. Could this be the legendary innate 5 elements flags? It is said that each is an exceptional spiritual treasure of innate origin, and when united, they can rival innate treasures. You clever lad. Indeed, you recognize their worth. Correct. These are 3 of the innate 5 elements flags. If you desire an innate treasure, it is contingent upon your ability to gather the rest. If you succeed, their power will not pale in comparison to that of innate treasures. Tong Tian conferred these 3 exceptional innate spiritual treasures upon Duo Bao to bolster the strength of his first disciple. As for gathering the innate 5 elements flags, Tong Tian had not contemplated it. Only those with immense fortune could hope for such a possibility. Duo Bao, holding the 3 innate 5 elements flags, felt a surge of excitement within him. While others might be unaware, he knew the last 2 flags resided with his 2 masters. Laozi possessed the earthly flame light flag, while Yuan Shi held the Wuji apricot yellow flag. Duo Bao began to devise a strategy to acquire the 2 flags from his masters. Surely, matters among immortals cannot be termed as theft. It is merely a matter of acquisition. Relying on sheer strength would be futile. Even 1,000 Duo Baos combined could not match a saint. Thus, he resolved to strategize based on the upcoming 3 teachings conference, preparing to contemplate his approach. Tong Tian, noticing Duo Bao lost in thought, called out to him, advising, "Duo Bao, I have considered your opinion, but you must strive to uphold our honor. I may overlook others, but you must ensure you outshine Guang Chengzi." And Xiandu. Duo Bao nodded, dismissing the notion of these 2 opponents. What a jest! He was currently in the mid-stage of the great Luo Golden Immortal realm, with numerous techniques at his disposal. Battling opponents of a lower realm was a simple affair. How could he possibly lose? If he were to lose, he might as well return home and find a piece of tofu to end his life. Seeing Duo Bao brimming with confidence, Tong Tian felt reassured and waved him off, indicating he could return to prepare. After departing from the Azure Palace, Duo Bao swiftly returned to his cave dwelling and began contemplating how to scheme for the innate 5 elements flags. The Elder Master was rather accommodating. As long as he could gamble against Xiandu, he would undoubtedly secure the earthly flame light flag. The challenge lay with the second master, whose tenuous relationship with his master made him a difficult target to manipulate. However, there remained some leeway. The second master was known for his volatile temperament, and if provoked, he could be swayed. To incite the second master's ire, Duo Bao concluded he must adopt a rather audacious demeanor, as conventional methods would certainly not suffice. After deep contemplation, he devised an excellent plan. He would challenge both Guang Chengzi and Xiandu simultaneously. Moreover, he would establish a wager, the stakes being the innate 5 elements flags. Should he emerge victorious, the other 2 flags would fall into his possession. That if he were to lose? No, it is inconceivable that he would lose. When the time comes, even if he has to reveal some of his cards, Duo Bao must prevail in this contest. This is not merely a matter of pride. It concerns a treasure of innate origin, and it significantly impacts Duo Bao's future. With the innate 5 elements flag in his possession, Duo Bao's path will undoubtedly become much smoother. After affirming his thoughts in his mind, Duo Bao resumed his cultivation, which seemed to have a captivating allure. Once he began, he found it impossible to seize. 7 days swiftly passed, and today marked the moment when Tong Tian would lead his disciples to Kunlun Mountain. They had agreed upon a gathering 10 days hence, yet the distance from Jie Jiao Island to Kunlun Mountain was considerable. Thus, Tong Tian and his group needed 3 days to arrive, prompting their departure on the 7th day. Duo Bao stood at the forefront of the disciples, who now held him in utmost reverence. The emergence of the law enforcement hall had made it quite uncomfortable for these formerly carefree disciples of Jie Jiao, many of whom had been compelled to restrain themselves, as those who did not had already faced the consequences. Zhao Gongming was truly a figure of iron discipline. His actions were merciless, and he now commanded tremendous respect among the Jie Jiao disciples, second only to his elder brother. The overall atmosphere of Jie Jiao was one of vibrant prosperity. Perhaps darkness still lurked in the corners, yet it was of little consequence. Duo Bao firmly believed that as long as the overarching direction was grasped, the minor issues would not disrupt the grand scheme. The way of heaven encompasses 50, while the transformation of heaven yields 49. One must evade the singular. What Duo Bao sought was not that one, but the entirety of 50. As long as he embraced the greater trend, no one could reverse it. In the face of such momentous matters, no one dared to be tardy. Upon seeing all his disciples arrive punctually, Tong Tian effortlessly lifted them all, transforming into a stream of light as they sped toward Kunlun Mountain. The vastness of the primordial world made the journey from Jie Jiao Island to Kunlun Mountain seem daunting. Had these disciples traveled independently, they might have waited an eternity. With Tong Tian leading the way, the travel time was significantly reduced. The prowess of a sage was indeed remarkable. Had he not been accompanied by these disciples, Tong Tian could have reached Kunlun in mere moments. After 3 days of travel, they finally arrived at Kunlun Mountain on the morning of the 3rd day. Yuan Shi and Laozi had long awaited their arrival. In sensing Tong Tian's presence, they emerged to greet him. Yuan Shi had initially hesitated to come out, but could not withstand Laozi's insistence. Reluctantly, Yuan Shi complied and approached to welcome Tong Tian and his entourage. Tong Tian, sensing the presence of his 2 elder brothers, paused to await them. Soon, the figures of Laozi and Yuan Shi appeared before the group, and Tong Tian greeted them warmly, saying, "Elder brother, second brother, it has been a long time. How have you been lately?" "Not too bad." Yuan Shi and Laozi responded with enthusiasm. Although Yuan Shi felt reluctant internally, he maintained a facade of warmth. Under the guidance of Yuan Shi and Laozi, the group entered Kunlun Mountain. Duo Bao gazed at the familiar surroundings, evoking memories from his mind. He had spent some time living on Kunlun Mountain. While the memories were not particularly pleasant, they were bearable. Observing every flower, tree, and blade of grass on Kunlun, Duo Bao marveled at how, despite the passage of years, the environment remained unchanged. Before long, they ventured deeper into Kunlun and arrived at Yuan Shi Tianzuan's Taoist abode. The Yushu Palace stood as grand and magnificent as ever, radiating an aura of opulence. All the intricate patterns of the palace have been personally crafted by Yuan Shi, appearing profoundly mysterious. Duo Bao gazed at the Yushu Palace for a moment, noting that his proficiency in crafting had been steadily increasing, but he suppressed the urge to linger and admire the palace, and followed Tong Tian into the great hall. As Tong Tian's cherished disciple, he could not afford to tarnish his master's reputation by lingering outside. Duo Bao was certain that had he been alone, he would have been loath to leave, captivated by the allure of the palace, waiting for the day his mastery ceased to improve upon entering the great hall. The interior was even more lavish than before, exuding a refinement that transcended mere ostentation. 3 chairs were arranged within, corresponding to the positions of host and guests. Tong Tian and his 2 brothers seamlessly took their respective seats. Duo Bao and the other disciples, displaying keen awareness, stood behind Tong Tian, while the esteemed Guang Chengzi and the other 12 Golden Immortals of the Jie Jiao stood behind Yuan Shi. Lao Zie's side was notably sparse, with only Xuandu present, yet the two seemed unconcerned by this. Once everyone had gathered, Yuan Shi took the lead in addressing the assembly. Elder brother, third brother, the purpose of this 3 teachings conference is twofold. Firstly, to strengthen the bonds of brotherhood among us, and secondly, to assess the strength of our disciples and their progress over the years. Today, we shall forego any competition. I have prepared a banquet for us to enjoy together. Tomorrow, I will set up the arena, and then we shall commence the contests. What say you? Tong Tian and Lao Zi nodded in agreement, having no objections to Yuan Shi's arrangements. They were guests in this gathering, and Yuan Shi, as the host, had orchestrated everything splendidly, ensuring they felt neither neglected nor slighted. Thus, Duo Bao partook in the exquisite spiritual fruits and divine wines prepared by Yuan Shi, all of which were delectable. While they were not the most precious innate spiritual roots, the sheer quantity presented was still a considerable expenditure. Moreover, Yuan Shi had also arranged for a substantial amount of celestial bird meat, roasted to perfection and bursting with flavor. Duo Bao relished such celestial delicacies, while he found the spiritual fruits somewhat lacking, as they were of too low a grade to be of much use. The group spent a joyous day together, reveling in merriment. Even the typically stern Xuandu joined in the festivities. However, such blissful moments are ever fleeting. The day swiftly drew to a close, and early the following morning, all disciples were gathered in preparation for the 3 teachings competition. The 3 sages hovered in the sky, observing their disciples from above. Lao Zi maintained a stoic expression, confident in his sole disciple, Xuandu, even if he did not secure first place. A second would suffice. Yuan Shi, however, bore a grave expression, as he had always valued his reputation. Should his disciple fail to surpass Tong Tian's, he would be most displeased. Tong Tian had made prior arrangements. He was indifferent to the outcome of this competition. His most talented disciples were still in seclusion on Jineo Island, and once they achieved breakthroughs to the great Luo Golden Immortal, Jie Jiao's strength would undoubtedly surpass that of the other 2 teachings. A temporary loss held little significance for Tong Tian. Unlike Yuan Shi, he was not overly concerned with appearances, prioritizing camaraderie instead. Duo Bao, eager and prepared, stood before the already constructed arena, ready for the contest, knowing that his success was tied to the innate 5 elements flag. If he could not secure the other 2 flags during this 3 teachings conference, future opportunities would become increasingly scarce. Yuan Shi addressed the disciples below. Listen closely. The rules of the competition I am about to announce must be firmly etched in your minds, and you must not contravene them. The rules are simple. First, only victory or defeat shall be acknowledged, not matters of life and death. Should an opponent concede, further attacks are strictly forbidden. Otherwise, disqualification will ensue. Second, the use of magical artifacts and weapons is permitted, but no underhanded tactics. The outcome shall depend solely on individual strength. Third, eliminated participants must accept their defeat gracefully and not engage in any disruptive behavior. That is all for the rules. Who shall take the first stand? There are a total of 10 arenas. Let us first select 10 individuals before proceeding to the finals. Yuan Shi's words concluded. Duo Bao soared into the air, ascending the first arena. He had previously promised Tong Tian that he must claim first place. The overall performance of Jie Jiao could falter, but Duo Bao could not afford to lose. With absolute confidence in his strength, Duo Bao felt assured that he would not be bested by anyone. Observing Duo Bao's swift ascent, Guang Chengzi felt a surge of frustration, yet quickly ascended to the second arena. He was no fool. He recognized Duo Bao's formidable prowess and chose not to challenge him outright, instead seeking to gauge Duo Bao's capabilities. Yuan Shi had already instructed Guang Chengzi to strive for first place at all costs and to never accept defeat. In comparison to Duo Bao and Guang Chengzi, Xuandu found the situation considerably easier. With no particular objectives in mind, Xuandu casually approached the third arena, content to merely defend it. He had always been one to go with the flow, and such matters were merely trifles to him. Laozi had no expectations of Xuandu, who was indifferent to appearances. Soon enough, all 10 arenas were occupied. The disciples of the had witnessed Duo Bao's prowess and were reluctant to confront him. Instead, they turned their attention to the disciples of the, eagerly preparing to take the stage. The disciples of the mirrored this enthusiasm, eyeing their counterparts. Tension crackled in the air as the two sides brimmed with fighting spirit. Subsequently, fierce battles erupted across 7 arenas, while the first 3 remained unusually quiet. Duo Bao stood in his arena, utterly bored, having anticipated challenges that never came. It seemed that even the eldest brothers of the 3 teachings faced no challengers. Remaining listlessly on stage, Guang Chengzi's unwavering gaze fixed on Duo Bao made him feel quite unnerved. Could this fellow possibly be unhinged? Why was he staring at me in such a manner? Duo Bao found this gaze repulsive and resolved to confront Guang Chengzi later. Meanwhile, Xuandu remained in tranquil meditation on the platform, eyes closed, preserving his energy. As moments ticked by, the skirmishes in the other arenas grew, increasingly exhilarating. Disciples from both and unleashed their full arsenal of magical treasures and techniques. The 3 saints hovered above, observing the battles unfold with clarity, occasionally offering commentary. Sometimes it was the disciples who triumphed. At other times, the disciples emerged victorious, maintaining a general equilibrium. When Yuan Shi noted that his disciples subtly held the upper hand, a satisfied smile graced his lips as he anticipated Tong Tian's sour expression. Yet, Tong Tian wore a smile as well, revealing no dissatisfaction whatsoever. This demeanor puzzled Yuan Shi, who was accustomed to Tong Tian's usual discontent whenever he fell behind. What could be the cause of this unusual behavior? Had he finally learned to respect me, his second brother? If so, perhaps the past could be forgiven. As Yuan Shi pondered Tong Tian's oddity, Tong Tian continued to observe the ongoing battles below. He had brought only the mid-tier disciples of, and aside from Duo Bao, none were particularly notable. Despite this, they managed to hold their own against Yuan Shi's disciples. How could Tong Tian not be pleased? Laozi, with his usual impassive expression, had only Xuandu among his disciples, and with no matches taking place, there was little to warrant his attention. After approximately 3 hours, the contests in the other 7 arenas concluded, with the victorious disciples emerging as follows. From the Cloud Fairy, the Dragon-Headed Fairy, and the Golden Light Fairy, from the Red Essence Immortal, the True Man of the Ultimate One, the True Man of Jade Cauldron, and the True Man of Universal Virtue. Yuan Shi nodded in satisfaction as he observed that his disciples occupied 5 of the 10 arenas, stroking his beard with a sense of fulfillment. Tong Tian remained silent, offering encouragement to his disciples, finding their results pleasantly surprising. The 10 chosen ones had been determined through battle, and Yuan Shi addressed them. You victors shall rest and replenish your magical energy. After 1 hour, the second round shall commence. With opponents drawn by lot, with the announcement of the next round's rules, Duo Bao leapt down from the arena and moved to the side to indulge in refreshments. Having stood on stage for so long, he had expended no magical energy and found no need for meditation. Xuandu remained seated in a state of deep concentration, prepared to wait until the drawing commenced. Guang Chengzi did not leave the arena either. He began to regulate his breathing, readying himself for the forthcoming battle. The victors from the other 7 arenas also sat in meditation, consuming elixirs to restore their magical energy after such prolonged combat. They had all experienced some depletion of their power, and the impending battles demanded their utmost vigilance. Those who remained in the arena were all formidable fighters, and underestimating their opponents would surely lead to dire consequences. An hour passed swiftly amidst Duo Bao's revelry, and Yuan Shi's voice resonated once more. The time has come. Prepare yourselves. Duo Bao soared back into the arena, ready for the drawing. Yuan Shi casually produced 5 pairs of numbered jade tokens, suspending them in the air with his back to the crowd. Whoever draws matching tokens shall be your opponents in the next round. Upon hearing this, the participants rushed forward to seize the tokens. While Duo Bao and Xuandu remained in their places, Duo Bao feared no adversary, willing to face anyone, while Xuandu was indifferent to victory or defeat, prepared to confront any challenger. Only 2 jade tokens remained in the air. Duo Bao casually waved his hand, causing one to fall into his grasp. Xuandu received the last token. Glancing at the number 3 inscribed upon it, he smiled. What a coincidence! He was the 3rd innate human created by Nuwa. And the number 3 indeed held significance for him. Duo Bao then checked his own token, which bore the number 5, and after a cursory glance, he lost interest. With the drawing complete, the matches were poised to begin. Those who had drawn corresponding numbers were to proceed to their respective arenas. Duo Bao leaped to the 5th arena, where his opponent awaited him. The true man of the Ultimate One, that upon realizing he was facing Duo Bao. The true man of the Ultimate One could only manage a wry smile, understanding that his defeat was inevitable. The strength of these eldest brothers from the 3 teachings far surpassed that of ordinary disciples, and Duo Bao's prowess would undoubtedly be formidable. Acknowledging his inability to win, the true man of the Ultimate One resolved to exert his utmost effort in order to gauge Duo Bao's true strength. The more he could draw out Duo Bao's hidden capabilities, the greater Guangchengzi's chances of victory would become. Unaware of the true man's thoughts, Duo Bao merely considered how many moves it would take to defeat him. If he were to unleash his full power, he could win in a single strike. However, such an approach would hinder his plans for the future, so Duo Bao decided to stage a performance, engaging in a prolonged battle with the true man of the Ultimate One. At Yuan Shi's command, the contest officially commenced. Duo Bao politely bowed to the true man of the Ultimate One, speaking with courtesy. True man of the Ultimate One, I am but an average practitioner. I hope you will show me some mercy. The true man of the Ultimate One, taken aback by Duo Bao's politeness, quickly replied, Duo Bao, you need not worry. My strength cannot possibly match yours. Please, feel free to unleash your abilities. After exchanging pleasantries, the true man of the Ultimate One struck first, launching his prized treasure, the 9 Dragons Fire Shield, A.S. the shield, ablaze with true fire, approached him. Duo Bao smiled slightly and summoned his own treasured artifact. To demonstrate his respect for the true man of the Ultimate One, he revealed his renowned treasure, the Duo Bao Pagoda, in comparison to the mid-grade, innate spiritual treasure of the 9 Dragons Fire Shield. The Duo Bao Pagoda was a superior grade, innate spiritual treasure of extraordinary might. With a mere flick of his hand, Duo Bao easily deflected the true man's attack. He refrained from using full force, fearing that a serious effort would lead to a swift victory. Complicating his future strategy, suspended in the void, Tong Tian observed Duo Bao's lackluster performance with growing concern. What on earth is Duo Bao doing? Must he expend so much effort to defeat a true man of the Ultimate One? When he faced Chang Erdingguang, he didn't hold back like this. If he loses, I shall have words with him. As he scolded Duo Bao in his mind, Tong Tian suddenly realized something was amiss. Duo Bao wouldn't be up to something devious. Would he? With his strength, he could defeat this true man in a single move. There must be a scheme at play. This rascal is certainly plotting something that my2 brothers may be in for a rough time. Upon this realization, Tong Tian's lips curled into a smile, showing no inclination to remind his 2 elder brothers, as he prepared to revel in the unfolding spectacle. Just then, Yuan Shi suddenly addressed Tong Tian, saying, Tong Tian, what on earth is wrong with Duo Bao? Has he made no progress over the years? After exchanging so many moves with Tai, he still hasn't managed to subdue him. This hardly reflects the prowess of a master brother of the one sect. Look at my Guangchengzi. He has long since defeated Jingwengshan. Yuan Shi's tone was one of triumph, clearly boasting about the superiority of his own disciple compared to Duo Bao in front of Tong Tian. Tong Tian replied, Second brother, I cannot fathom what has come over Duo Bao today. He is not usually like this. Rest assured, I will give him a proper lesson when I return. For now, let us continue to enjoy the competition. He chuckled. Yuan Shi, you seem so pleased at this moment. I wonder if you will still be smiling later. Tong Tian harbored mischievous intent, eager to witness Yuan Shi's embarrassment, even going so far as to flatter him. Hearing Tong Tian's compliments, Yuan Shi felt a wave of satisfaction wash over him, pleased with the performances of his disciples. However, I sensed something amiss. Tong Tian would never behave this way under normal circumstances, and there must be an underlying issue. After pondering for a while and failing to pinpoint the problem, I relinquished my thoughts, dismissing it as merely a contest among a few juniors. Could it truly pose a threat to me? Those embroiled in the situation are often blind to the truth, while bystanders see clearly. Both I and Yuan Shi, having entered the fray, remained oblivious to Duo Bao's schemes. We would never believe that a mere junior like Duo Bao could outmaneuver us. After all, we are sages, and to us, the great Luo Golden Immortals are akin to ants. Duo Bao struggled in his battle against Tai Junren, secretly commending his own acting skills. If this is merely a time travel adventure, I would surely deserve an Oscar for my performance. Inwardly, Duo Bao praised himself while feeling that this tedious battle had reached its conclusion, and he feigned immense effort in propelling the Duo Bao Tower, ultimately managing to overcome Tai Junren. Pretending to be fatigued, he addressed Tai Junren, saying, "Junior brother, I concede, I have slightly outshone you in this contest. This round belongs to me." Although Tai Junren was deeply reluctant to accept defeat, he acknowledged, "It is I who lost. Elder brother's skills are superior, and I willingly accept my defeat." Despite his unwillingness, Tai Junren maintained an outward appearance of acquiescence towards Duo Bao. Duo Bao, indifferent to Tai's sentiments, leapt off the arena, having performed his part adequately. Only the wager remained. He was the last to conclude his battle, while the others had long since determined their outcomes. Duo Bao felt no shame. Was his display truly indicative of his strength? Who set such standards? In the primordial realm, stability reigned supreme. This was a lesson imparted to him by his predecessor, and he intended to heed it diligently. With all battles concluded, Yuan Shi spoke again. "You 5 remaining individuals will draw lots again in half an hour. One shall have a bye while 4 shall compete." Duo Bao pretended to meditate, though his magical power was entirely unspent. After feigning a half-hour of recuperation, Yuan Shi finally began the drawing of lots. Perhaps it was the heavens smiling upon him. For Duo Bao drew the bye, while Guangchengzi and Xuandu each faced off against one remaining opponent. Glancing at the jade token in his hand, Duo Bao declared loudly, "It is inevitable. Those blessed with fortune can effortlessly draw by. You may proceed with your battles. I shall rest here and observe." With a demeanor of self-satisfaction, he provoked Guangchengzi, who seethed with anger, retorting, "Wretched scoundrel! You rely on mere luck. Should we face off, I shall ensure you leave with nothing but broken teeth." Duo Bao, unfazed by Guangchengzi's indignation, flashed a radiant smile, relishing the sight of Guangchengzi's frustration. As for who would emerge as the defeated, that was a matter for later. Xuandu remained expressionless. Such simple provocations held no sway over him. Duo Bao furrowed his brow, his gaze shifting toward Xuandu. No wonder he is the eldest brother of the Xianmen. His composure is commendable. It seems I must provoke him further. Duo Bao was resolute in his desire to obtain the primordial 5 elements flag. Willing to scheme against the 2 sages, even at the risk of their ire, he understood well that come the Fengshan War, these 2 sages would be their adversaries. Thus, acquiring resources from his enemies to bolster his own strength was paramount. As for the possibility of turning foes into friends, he deemed that an impossibility. The discord among the 3 purities was dictated not by their own volition, but by the mandates of the heavenly Tao. To defy the heavenly Tao's decrees, one must possess the power to challenge it, a capability that Duo Bao currently lacked. Recalling his thoughts, Duo Bao produced 2 spiritual fruits, munching on one while observing the ongoing battles. Guangchengzi unleashed a barrage of spiritual treasures upon Wangxian, swiftly overpowering him to the point of surrender. Guangchengzi's most illustrious treasure, the turning heaven seal, had yet to be cultivated, awaiting the moment when Gong Gong would shatter Mount Buzhou before its emergence. However, with Duo Bao present, he would undoubtedly intervene, perhaps even seizing Guangchengzi's opportunity. Meanwhile, the battles on this side proceeded smoothly. Xuandu defeated Yuding Jinren with remarkable ease, employing only his innate powers without revealing any treasures. Both Xuandu and Guangchengzi demonstrated abilities characteristic of early great Luo Golden Immortals, though Duo Bao sensed a deeper reservoir of energy within Xiandu. It appeared that Xuandu had reached the pinnacle of early Great Luo Golden Immortal status and might soon advance to the mid-stage. Had I not been present, Xuandu might have claimed the title of champion in this tournament. Duo Bao shook his head at Xuandu, but was resolute in not holding back. Once the two concluded their duel, Yuan Shi reappeared, announcing Xuandu, Guang Chengzi, and Duo Bao, you three shall be the top contenders in this competition. Subsequently, you shall determine the victor among yourselves to ensure fairness. Your match will occur in half an hour, with each of you competing in one bout. The one who wins 2 matches shall be declared the first, the one who wins 1 shall be second, and the one who loses all shall be last. After Yuan Shi's declaration, Duo Bao leapt onto the arena, loudly proclaiming, Second uncle, I believe we need not complicate matters. Let them both challenge me simultaneously. I shall face them alone. This declaration instantly ignited a stir. The disciples of the Jie sect viewed their elder brother as exceedingly bold, cheering for Duo Bao from below. Conversely, the disciples of the Chan sect perceived Duo Bao as excessively arrogant, hurling insults at him. Guang Chengzi glared furiously at Duo Bao, thinking, Damn you, Duo Bao, I had yet to seek retribution, and you come to provoke me first. You wish to take on 2 opponents. With your meager strength, you cannot even handle one. How presumptuous! Xuandu exhibited a fleeting expression of surprise, clearly perplexed by Duo Bao's decision, but soon regained his composure. Yuan Shi, taken aback by Duo Bao's request, confirmed, Duo Bao, this is no trifling matter. Are you truly serious? Duo Bao nodded firmly, stating, 3 sages, I am indeed determined to take on both at once, and I wish to add a wager. What wager? Laozi inquired, curiosity piqued, that I propose a bet with my 2 senior brothers. If I win, each must grant me a spiritual treasure. If I lose, I shall do the same. Duo Bao calmly articulated his terms, and everyone present understood that he was earnest. Tong Tian chuckled inwardly. He had long suspected that Duo Bao had ulterior motives, and now his true intentions were laid bare. Tong Tian feigned reprimand, saying, Impudent disciple, what are you saying? You show such disrespect to your 2 senior brothers. Retract your previous statement at once. Unfazed by Tong Tian's words, Duo Bao was resolute. He was determined to claim the 2 primordial 5-element flags, and even the Tao ancestor could not hinder him. He would have them. Guang Chengzi angrily retorted, Arrogant fool, you seem to have lost sight of your own identity. If I do not teach you a lesson this time, you will remain oblivious to your limitations. Very well. Since you have chosen to face 2, I shall oblige. Do not come crying to me later when you are defeated. Duo Bao attempted to interject, but Guang Chengzi was undeterred, and without sparing him a glance, he addressed the 2 elder brothers in the sky, asking, What say you, esteemed uncles? Excellent, courageous, and commendable, Duo Bao. What shall you wager? I have acquiesced to Duo Bao's request, and Yuan Shi is more than eager for this. He wishes to witness Duo Bao's embarrassment, so he may later mock Tong Tian. Upon seeing the 2 sages' agreement, Duo Bao's heart blossomed with joy, though he maintained a facade of solemnity. From his robe, he retrieved 2 innate 5-elements flags and addressed the 2 sages in the sky. Esteemed uncles, I have fortuitously acquired these 2 innate 5-elements flags, and I propose to use them as my wager. Surely, you would not be so stingy as to deny your nephew a delightful surprise. Yuan Shi and Laozi were taken aback by Duo Bao's audacious offering of such a prestigious spiritual treasure. Could it be that this young lad truly harbors confidence in victory? How could that be? The opponents he faces are the most exceptional disciples of their respective factions, and he is fighting 2 against 1. Victory seems implausible. Is it possible that Duo Bao intends to present them with a tribute in this rather unconventional manner? Laozi and Yuan Shi exchanged glances, both nodding in agreement, and each produced a small flag of their own. Yuan Shi looked at Duo Bao and said, Duo Bao, do not claim that your uncle has taken advantage of you. These 2 flags are also innate 5-elements flags. Let them serve as our wager. Upon seeing the coveted innate 5-elements flags, Duo Bao trembled with excitement. Suppressing his exhilaration, he nodded in response, Esteemed uncles, then let this wager be set. Should fortune favor me, let's not engage in any underhanded tricks. What nonsense, you audacious little brat, daring to question your elders. Tong Tian feigned anger, delivering a swift slap of sacred energy that sent Duo Bao crashing into the ground. Covered in dirt, Duo Bao rose, acutely aware that he had spoken out of turn and deserved the reprimand. His master's intervention, though intimidating in appearance, was not intended to cause him harm. Yuan Shi and Laozi chose not to dwell on Duo Bao's earlier faux pas and promptly announced the time for the competition. Duo Bao, prepare yourself swiftly. The contest shall commence in half an hour. Yuan Shi's voice, devoid of joy or sorrow, resonated in Duo Bao's ears like celestial music, prompting him to close his eyes and begin his meditation. This time, Duo Bao shed his earlier pretense and earnestly began his preparations. This was a culmination of his long-conceived plans, and he could not afford a single misstep, even if it meant revealing his trump card. Duo Bao was determined to win this contest. He was not particularly concerned about Guang Chengzi, as he sensed no danger from him. Instead, it was Xiandu, who remained inscrutable, from whom Duo Bao sensed an aura of peril. If any complication were to arise during this contest, it would undoubtedly stem from Xiandu, prompting Duo Bao to take precautions. With his mid-stage Deluo Jin Xian cultivation and the superior innate spiritual treasure, the Duo Bao Tower, he should normally stand a chance against both opponents. However, considering other factors, Duo Bao had prepared a backup plan. His Shanqing celestial technique had already advanced, and it would surely astonish all present. Time, akin to water in a sponge, rapidly evaporates when neglected as the half-hour elapsed. The moment for the three-way contest drew near. This time, the format deviated from previous contests. Duo Bao would face Guang Chengzi and Xiandu single-handedly. Such a challenge had never before been seen. Should Duo Bao emerge victorious, his standing among the three teachings would be irreplaceable among the second-generation disciples. Conversely, should he falter, his prestige within the three teachings would suffer a significant blow. This approach presented both opportunity and risk. A smile graced Duo Bao's face, and confidence radiated from him as though he had already secured victory. In stark contrast, Guang Chengzi, standing opposite him, glared at Duo Bao with a fierce intensity. As if Duo Bao were his sworn nemesis, Xiandu, also facing Duo Bao, bore an expressionless visage, emanating a languid aura. Xiandu's demeanor suggested he was not there to compete, but merely to observe. Yuan Shi's figure appeared in the heavens, surveying the three prepared contestants on the stage. Now that you are ready, let the contest commence. The rules remain unchanged. Do not harbor any malicious intent. Yuan Shi emphasized the rules, for if any of them were to act recklessly, it could lead to serious consequences. Each of the three was the foremost disciple of their respective sects, and no mishap could be tolerated. Once Yuan Shi declared the start, Guang Chengzi let out a furious roar and launched a full-force attack on Duo Bao. Guang Chengzi summoned his innate spiritual treasure, the soul-calling bell, a gift from Yuan Shi's most favored disciple. Guang Chengzi's spiritual treasure was certainly not of inferior quality. It was a superior innate treasure. The soul-calling bell possessed formidable power, capable of injuring one's spirit. However, such trivialities were utterly ineffective against the Deluo Jin Xian. Duo Bao, upon hearing the chime of the bell, did not budge an inch. He chose to ignore it entirely. Guang Chengzi was taken aback by Duo Bao's remarkable cultivation. Momentarily stunned, in that fleeting moment of distraction, Duo Bao seized the opportunity. He resolved to first eliminate the nuisance posed by Guang Chengzi, unleashing the Duo Bao Tower and sending it crashing towards Guang Chengzi. Should this strike connect, Guang Chengzi would instantly lose his combat effectiveness. The Duo Bao Tower soared like a shooting star, hurtling towards Guang Chengzi, who upon regaining his senses, realized it was too late to evade. Guang Chengzi could only watch helplessly as the Duo Bao Tower descended upon him, unable to escape its impending impact. Just as he believed the contest would conclude, due to his oversight, a figure appeared before him. The one who intervened to deflect the Duo Bao Tower was none other than Xiandu. Xiandu spoke in a calm tone. Junior brother Guang Chengzi, it is wise to take this contest seriously. Do not let carelessness cost you your qualification. With that, Xiandu shifted his gaze to Duo Bao. Addressing him, junior brother Duo Bao, you are the one who has concealed your true potential the most. Although I do not understand your reasoning for challenging two opponents, I implore you to unleash your full strength. Should you fail to do so, You will soon find yourself defeated by my hand. Xiandu's tone revealed no emotional fluctuation, yet Duo Bao perceived a strong sense of confidence within. Duo Bao chuckled lightly and nodded earnestly. Xiandu's aura surged, his entire being resembling a sword drawn from its sheath, sharp and formidable. Xiandu did not summon any treasures. He had no habit of employing artifacts, preferring to rely on his divine abilities in combat. He unleashed a grand divine technique aimed at Duo Bao, one that could scorch the heavens and boil the seas. Though it lacked the cataclysmic force of Saint's power, it still wielded considerable might. Duo Bao had no intention of facing such a potent assault head-on and swiftly dodged. Guang Chengzi, not to be underestimated, had long been poised for an attack, ready to coordinate with Xiandu upon witnessing Duo Bao evade Xiandu's divine technique. Guang Chengzi launched his own assault. Guang Chengzi exhibited commendable timing, and his strike caused Duo Bao considerable discomfort. Fortunately, Duo Bao still possessed his treasure. The Duo Bao tower returned to shield him from Guang Chengzi's attack. Duo Bao's expression shifted from casual to grave. I have underestimated Guang Chengzi. To have become the elder disciple of the Chan sect is no small feat alone. He would be inconsequential, but when he collaborates with Xiandu, their combined strength is formidable. I must find an opportunity to eliminate him. Divine techniques are my forte as well. Duo Bao resolved to cease evasions and adapt his combat strategy. Xiandu, upon seeing his divine technique evade, remained unfazed and unleashed a new divine ability against Duo Bao. Guang Chengzi, providing support, reveled in Duo Bao's predicament with unabashed glee. Taking a deep breath, Duo Bao formed intricate hand seals, summoning a profound mystical seal into his grasp. Xiandu, do you favor fire-based divine techniques? Water conquers fire. And Duo Bao is determined to teach Xuandu a lesson using his ice-based powers. With a swift gesture, Duo Bao forms a spell seal and unleashes it, sending an ice dragon hurtling toward Xuandu. Xuandu, taken aback by the approaching ice dragon, quickly regains his composure. Instead of dodging, he summons his own powers with a wave of his hand, but a fire dragon erupts from his fingertips, colliding directly with the ice dragon. The clash of the two dragons generates a copious amount of steam. Shrouding the entire arena in mist, Duo Bao had anticipated that Xuandu would not be easily defeated and remained undeterred, continuing to unleash his powers against Xuandu. Simultaneously, he multitasked, channeling his mind to control the Duo Bao tower to restrain Guang Chengzi. With this strategic maneuver, Duo Bao shifted from a defensive stance to an equal footing with Xuandu, leaving the spectators of the three teachings in utter shock. Disciples of the Jie sect began to cheer for Duo Bao, hoping he would triumph over the two opponents, while disciples of the Chan sect rallied behind Guang Chengzi, unwilling to lose their momentum. The rising tide of encouragement from the crowd fueled the intensity of the battle among the three combatants on stage. The performances of Xuandu and Duo Bao were nothing short of spectacular, showcasing an array of divine powers that dazzled the onlookers. Guang Chengzi, however, struggled to contribute, continuously held back by the Duo Bao tower, rendering him unable to assist Xuandu. The three saints hovering above remained fixated on the unfolding spectacle, with Yuan Shi's expression growing increasingly grim. What exactly was Guang Chengzi doing? While the other two were locked in a fierce battle, he allowed himself to be restrained by a mere spirit treasure, bringing shame upon me. Yuan Shi silently berated Guang Chengzi in his heart, thoroughly dissatisfied with his performance that in contrast, Tong Tian occasionally nodded in approval of Duo Bao. Recognizing that his ability to hold his own against two opponents for such an extended period was commendable. Even if Duo Bao were to lose this contest, Tong Tian would not blame him. After evading Xuandu's powers once more and striking him back, Duo Bao paused. After playing this game for so long, it was time to bring it to an end. Duo Bao had gauged the strengths of Xuandu and Guang Chengzi. The latter was merely a distraction, not to be feared. If Xuandu's displayed strength was all he had, then this contest would conclude here. Duo Bao sensed that Xuandu possessed more hidden strength yet to be revealed, but he was unwilling to prolong the fight any further. If Xuandu was not willing to reveal his trump card, then Duo Bao would force him to do so. With a thought, he summoned the Duo Bao tower back to him and unleashed it once more. This time, Duo Bao employed a unique technique, amplifying its power significantly compared to before. The Duo Bao Tower's target was no longer Guangchengzi, but was now aimed directly at Xuandu. Xuandu's expression tightened as he sensed a dangerous aura emanating from the approaching Duo Bao Tower. It was utterly incomprehensible. Trusting his instincts, he opted not to confront it head-on and instead chose to evade. Yet, was Duo Bao's meticulously prepared attack so easily escapable? The Duo Bao Tower, having missed Xuandu, veered back toward him. Seemingly relentless in its pursuit, Xuandu's face paled, and even he, typically stoic, struggled to suppress the urge to curse. Just as the Duo Bao Tower was about to strike Xuandu, Duo Bao made his move, darting toward Guangchengzi. He aimed to eliminate Guangchengzi first before focusing entirely on Xuandu. When Guangchengzi saw Duo Bao charging at him, he felt no fear. Instead, he wore an eager expression, anticipating a confrontation akin to Xuandu's. However, he had greatly overestimated his own abilities and underestimated both Duo Bao and Xuandu. In a flash, Duo Bao appeared behind Guangchengzi, his ghostly speed catching Guangchengzi completely off guard. Without giving Guangchengzi a chance to react, Duo Bao pressed his hand against Guangchengzi's back, instantly encasing him in ice, with a swift motion. Duo Bao hurled the frozen Guangchengzi off the stage. Guangchengzi was eliminated. While Duo Bao dealt with Guangchengzi, Xuandu successfully countered the attack of the Duo Bao Tower. Observing the tower being recalled by Duo Bao, Xuandu realized that his fellow disciple Guangchengzi was most likely out of the contest. Xuandu directed his gaze toward Duo Bao, who stood opposite him, a flicker of admiration rising within him. Duo Bao was indeed one of the few who could evoke emotions from Xuandu. Looking at Xuandu, Duo Bao spoke, "Brother Xuandu, how about we forego the rest of this contest? You could concede, and I would owe you a favor. How does that sound?" Duo Bao wished for Xuandu to surrender outright, thus sparing them from further conflict. Xuandu slowly shook his head, firmly rejecting the proposal. He may have been straightforward, but he was certainly not foolish. Conceding was not in his nature. Xuandu regarded Duo Bao and replied, "I'm sorry, brother, but I cannot comply with your request. I wish to engage in this battle with all my might. Although I know I may not win, I must give it a try." Xuandu had made his stance clear, and Duo Bao did not press further. Nodding in understanding, since negotiation bore no fruit, they would resort to combat. Duo Bao retracted the Duo Bao Tower, refusing to use a spirit treasure to overpower his opponent. Throughout the contest, Xuandu had not once utilized his own spirit treasure, relying solely on his divine powers and innate strength in battle. While it was possible that his spirit treasure was ill-suited for combat, the fact remained that he had chosen not to use it. Duo Bao scorned the idea of using a spirit treasure to bully others, retracting the Duo Bao Tower into his consciousness. Xuandu, witnessing Duo Bao's actions, understood his intentions without words, and his aura began to surge once more. Xuandu did not perceive Duo Bao's actions as belittling. Rather, he believed Duo Bao was showing respect for their contest. To honor this respect, Xuandu prepared to unleash his utmost power. Yes, Xuandu radiated an even more formidable aura. Duo Bao smiled and began to gather his OWN in a clash between masters. The outcome is often determined in mere exchanges that, of course, neither Duo Bao nor Xuandu were mere masters. They were celestial beings, as their auras reached their zenith. Both combatants launched their attacks in unison. Duo Bao formed intricate seals with his hands, and as he channeled his divine spells, celestial phenomena erupted around him. Snow began to fall upon the arena, the flakes dancing freely. Showcasing an elegant beauty, Xuandu, refusing to be outdone, summoned a contrasting spectacle. The ground beneath him transformed into a raging sea of fire, flames illuminating the arena in a dazzling display. Through their divine powers, the arena was divided into two realms, water and fire existing in stark contrast, a vivid depiction of their elemental forces. The disciples of the three teachings below stood in awe, never having envisioned such might in divine spells. Many beings in the primordial world were infatuated with spirit treasures, believing them to enhance their strength, often overlooking the true potency of divine powers. Among the disciples of the three teachings, numerous individuals pursued powerful spirit treasures and intricate formations. But few truly mastered divine spells. Witnessing the astonishing power of Xuandu and Duo Bao's abilities, a number of disciples would undoubtedly be inspired to learn. The three saints hovering above, apart from Yuan Shi, whose face was darkened with displeasure, wore faint smiles. Tong Tian was exceedingly pleased with his disciple Duo Bao, feeling a swell of pride. Laozi also held great satisfaction with Xuandu, whose performance in this contest was commendable. Had it been merely a duel between Xuandu and Duo Bao, Laozi might not have felt so pleased, but Guangchengzi served as the ideal foil, effectively highlighting Duo Bao's prowess and indirectly showcasing Xuandu's strength. Truly a perfect supporting character. Among the three, only one was injured, and Yuan Shi silently wept within his heart. Now, Yuan Shi experienced a tumultuous blend of love and hate for Guangchengzi, and a profound annoyance towards Duo Bao and Xian, the two combatants on the stage. Having amassed their energies for so long, finally commenced their duel. Duo Bao initiated with an extraordinary display, conjuring a storm of ice and snow that transformed into a rain of swords, which he unleashed towards Xian with a sweeping motion of his hand. Such an assault would likely be insurmountable for an average opponent. However, Xian remained unperturbed, summoning 3 fiery shields. The flames of his shields flickered under the relentless assault of the icy blades. Teetering on the brink of collapse, Xian furrowed his brow, taken aback by the formidable strength of Duo Bao's ice swords, which were significantly more potent than before. He was compelled to channel more of his magical energy to sustain the shields, ensuring they did not dissipate. Observing Xian efforts, a smile crept onto Duo Bao's lips as he brought his fingers together, pointing skyward. The myriad ice swords swiftly converged, coalescing into a colossal sword towering 1,000 zhang in height. The great blade descended slowly as Duo Bao swept his arm towards Xian, wishing to evade the blow. Xian attempted to sidestep, only to find himself ensnared by the intent of Duo Bao's sword. With a resigned sigh, Xian summoned all his magical power to withstand this strike. As the icy sword descended upon him, he clasped his hands together, and 2 pillars of flame erupted behind him. Successfully rotating through the flames, he managed to absorb the impact of Duo Bao's assault. Witnessing Xian endure his strike, Duo Bao's estimation of him rose, just as he prepared to press on with his attack. A massive fire-shaped alchemical furnace enveloped him. The rapidly shifting dynamics of the arena ignited fervor among the spectators below. As the smoke dissipated, the disciples of Jie Jiao beheld Duo Bao trapped within the fiery furnace, causing them to break into a cold sweat on his behalf. Suspended in the air, Tong Tian observed Duo Bao's predicament, his mind swirling with doubts. What has happened to this lad? Was he not in a dominant position just moments ago? Should I intervene to rescue him? But if I do, it would mean Duo Bao's defeat in this contest. Perhaps I should just wait and see. This rascal is certainly not so easily defeated. He must have some hidden tricks up his sleeve. Despite his concerns, Tong Tian refrained from intervening, placing his faith in Duo Bao. At this moment, Yuan Shi's voice cut through the tension with a mocking tone. Elder brother, Xian strength is indeed formidable. It seems he is poised to win. That lad attempting to take on 2 opponents will likely not last much longer. Before Yuan Shi could finish his sentence, dark clouds suddenly gathered overhead, transforming the previously clear sky into an ominous black. This the Shangxing divine thunder. Tong Tian exclaimed excitedly, for it was his signature technique, and had not anticipated that Duo Bao had already mastered it. Amidst the dark clouds, the tribulation of thunder coalesced, and as lightning flickered, the heavenly thunder descended. Sensing an acute danger from the oncoming bolt, Xian swiftly shouted, "I concede." In an instant, a tower-like spiritual treasure materialized before him, shielding him from Duo Bao's Shangxing divine thunder. With a thunderous explosion, the fire-shaped alchemical furnace that had ensnared Duo Bao erupted, revealing his figure. Covered in soot from the flames, Duo Bao's attire remained intact, safeguarded by his magical energy. That was a close call. Thankfully, I still had some tricks up my sleeve. Otherwise, I truly cannot fathom how this contest would have concluded. Duo Bao reflected deeply on his momentary carelessness that had led to a precarious situation. He had underestimated Xiandu. Today's contest had imparted a crucial lesson. Regardless of the adversary, one must never let their guard down. Xiandu clasped his hands respectfully towards Duo Bao, stating, "Junior brother, it is I who has lost. Your Shanxing divine thunder possesses tremendous power, and I could not withstand it. Senior brother Xiandu, I appreciate your graciousness. I merely relied on a fortunate stratagem, hardly deserving of praise." Duo Bao humbly replied, maintaining his courtesy towards all but a select few whom he particularly despised. With Laozi's intervention, the contest concluded with Duo Bao's victory. The three saints descended onto the stage. And Tong Tian regarded Duo Bao with evident satisfaction. Laozi looked upon Duo Bao with a hint of surprise, but no disdain, rather a touch of admiration. Yuan Shi's gaze, however, was one of pure discontent. He was displeased with Duo Bao's effortless elimination of Guang Chengzi. Yuan Shi announced to the assembly of the three teachings, "The ultimate victor of this contest is Duo Bao. From this day forth, he shall serve as a model for your learning." Despite his inner displeasure towards Duo Bao, Yuan Shi, ever mindful of his image, could not bring himself to tarnish his reputation. To him, Duo Bao was merely a junior and not worthy of his deliberate targeting. Should Yuan Shi seek a scapegoat, it would surely be Tong Tian. Over the past few days, the three had engaged in numerous discussions high above the heavens, although they had not uncovered the secrets behind Tong Tian's enhanced fortune. Their relationship had undeniably improved. This three teachings conference yielded some of the desired outcomes. The final victor of the conference was the Chan teaching, whose representatives occupied the stage for the longest duration. Once this matter was declared, a smile began to grace Yuan Shi's previously darkened countenance. While Guang Chengzi had brought him shame, his other disciples had performed admirably, leading to his victory. The faces of the three saints radiated with brilliant smiles. Each had obtained what they sought from this three teachings conference. Laozi felt joy in witnessing the reconciliation between his second and third brothers. Yuan Shi, having secured victory in the conference, was pleased to have regained face. Tong Tian, observing Duo Bao's prowess, felt assured that he had a worthy successor, which filled him with delight. Standing quietly to the side, Duo Bao watched the three saints beam with joy and interjected, "Master Uncle, second Master Uncle, have you two perhaps forgotten something?" Duo Bao suspected that these two saints might be reluctant to relinquish the 5 elements flags to him. Tong Tian approached Duo Bao, playfully tapping his head, and produced 2 5 elements flags, saying, "You rascal, how can you speak to your 2 esteemed uncles like that? They're revered saints. Do you think they would renege on such a trivial matter? Apologize to your 2 uncles at once. They have given you the flags, so take good care of them and stop dwelling on it." Rubbing his head, Duo Bao joyfully accepted the 2 flag from Tong Tian's hands. His meticulous planning had been solely for the purpose of acquiring these coveted innate treasures, and now that he had finally obtained them, he cared little for the playful reprimand. Bowing respectfully to Laozi and Yuan Shi, he said, "Esteemed uncles, it was my ignorance. You both as saints surely would not hold such matters against a junior like me. Master Uncle, your ethereal presence reveals you as a sage of great wisdom, and I doubt you would trouble yourself over a mere child like me. As for second Master Uncle, your innate aura signifies a noble stature, absolutely above petty grievances." Duo Bao's flattery left Tong Tian in a daze, while Laozi and Yuan Shi had never heard such praise before, and found it quite pleasurable. The 2 saints spoke in unison. "Considering this is your first offense, we shall let it slide. Now, go down from the stage and join your peers." With the competition of the 3 teachings conference concluded, the focus shifted to fostering camaraderie. Yuan Shi generously offered once more. Following the saints' instructions, Duo Bao descended from the stage and returned to his place, indulging in food and drink. This gathering rivaled the grandeur of the first, as Yuan Shi unveiled an impressive assortment of fruits and spiritual wines. Having achieved victory for the Chan teaching, Yuan Shi completely set aside the embarrassment brought by Guang Chengzi and focused solely on celebration. The atmosphere among the 3 teachings was joyous and harmonious, entirely devoid of the sharp tensions of competition. Disciples of Jie Jiao and Chan teaching exchanged toasts, embodying a spirit of brotherhood and camaraderie. As Duo Bao savored the spiritual wine, He did not let the current atmosphere distract him. Their relations among the three teachings were amicable for now, but when the calamity of the Fengshan arises, it could very well present a different scenario, that time. The two teachings would be at each other's throats, entirely oblivious to the bonds of friendship established today. Duo Bao understood that he currently lacked the power to effect change. Under the decree of heaven, only with sufficient strength could he alter the course of events. Suddenly, Xiandu approached Duo Bao, raising his cup in a toast. "Junior brother Duo Bao, your strength is impressive. I hope we may have the opportunity to spar again in the future." Duo Bao, without any pretense, lifted his cup and returned the toast with a hearty laugh, saying, "Brother Xuandu, we shall have ample opportunities to spar in the future. Let us, as brothers, continue to progress together." Duo Bao held Xuandu in high regard, perhaps due to their shared heritage as members of the human race in their past lives. The two drained their cups and exchanged a knowing smile. The disciples beneath them reveled in camaraderie, and the three sages were no less joyful than tea that moment. The three sages were indulging in exquisite wine within the Yushu Palace, a rare vintage treasured by Laozi. Such divine liquor was of a quality far superior to what the disciples outside could ever hope to taste. The wealthiest of the three sages, Laozi was known for his generosity. His elixirs commanded high prices wherever they were taken, rendering him quite affluent. This divine wine was crafted from the finest spiritual roots, rich in flavor and aroma. While it may not enhance their sage powers, it certainly satisfied their appetites. Tongtian emptied his cup and exclaimed in admiration, "Elder brother, your wine is truly delightful. You must save some for me when I depart." "Certainly, I shall reserve some for you to take back. When you wish to enjoy more, come to my Shouyang mountain. I assure you, there will be no shortage," Laozi replied. Laozi had always been fond of Tong Tian, and his alliance with Yuan Shi against Tong Tian stemmed from a later apprehension regarding Tong Tian's formidable sword array of the immortal execution. In truth, Laozi's affection for Tong Tian surpassed that for Yuan Shi. After all, brothers tend to favor the younger sibling. Yuan Shi picked up a spiritual fruit from the table and took a hearty bite, remarking, "Tong Tian, that little rascal Duo Bao, under your tutelage, is quite the character. His prowess is commendable. Aside from the three of us and a few old-timers, he ranks among the best in the three teachings." "Elder brother, you exaggerate. That lad is merely a cunning trickster, always scheming to gain an advantage over me. Haven't you both witnessed it? He dares to take advantage of you two as well. What else would he shy away from?" Tong Tian was pleased to hear others praise Duo Bao, but did not wish to elevate him too highly, for it is often lonely at the pinnacle. Laozi nodded in agreement, holding Duo Bao in high esteem, particularly for the evident camaraderie between Duo Bao and Xuandu. Previously, Xuandu had few friends, and Laozi had worried about his temperament. Now that he had formed a bond with Duo Bao, Laozi felt a weight lifted from his heart. The three shared cups and exchanged pleasantries, as if the past misunderstandings had dissipated like mist. Brothers who have weathered the storms together are united in laughter, leaving behind past grievances. It remained uncertain whether their bond would endure without the interference of the Fengshan calamity, as Duo Bao observed the inebriated Xuandu. He helplessly rubbed his forehead, surprised by his senior brother's poor tolerance for alcohol. After only 3 pots of wine, Xuandu had succumbed to drunkenness. Duo Bao assisted Xuandu to a nearby spot, ensuring he was comfortable before returning to his own seat. For his revelry was far from over to a lover of wine in his previous life. Now transformed into an immortal, he could indulge without consequence, determined to drink his fill. Rarely did he visit Kunlun Mountain, and the opportunity to savor his second master's wine was not to be squandered. Eventually, Duo Bao too lost his clarity, forgetting how much he had consumed, and found himself passed out beneath a tree. The following morning, Duo Bao awoke in a daze, suffering from a severe headache. Utilizing his powers, he dispelled the lingering effects of alcohol and gradually regained his composure. The whiff of his own scent revealed he was reeking of wine, prompting him to employ 2 cleansing spells. Once he had tidied himself up, Tongtian's decree arrived. "Duo Bao, come to the Yushu Palace at once." Such a command from Tongtian was not one to be disregarded. After confirming the direction, Duo Bao soared toward the Yushu Palace. Upon reaching within 100 meters of its entrance, he descended from the sky to the sacred domain of the sages. one must approach with a heart full of reverence. Duo Bao dared not offend Yuan Shi. Having learned the hard way about decorum, he saw no reason to resist. As he approached the grand entrance, the door swung open, revealing the three sages seated within. Duo Bao respectfully bowed to them. For etiquette must never be neglected, and own need for formalities. A gentle force lifted him, and Tong Tian, looking at Duo Bao, inquired with a smile, "How much did you drink yesterday, Duo Bao? You appear utterly inebriated." Duo Bao's face flushed with embarrassment. He was unsure how to respond, aware that he had indulged excessively. Driven by a desire to take advantage, he had believed he would remain unaffected, but the exquisite liquor proved too potent, leading to his downfall. "Enough, third brother, do not tease him further. You must return shortly. Travel safely on your way back. Second brother, I shall take Xuandu and depart first. Take care of yourselves, and do visit Shouyang Mountain when you have the time." With that, Laozi vanished with Xuandu in a flash, leaving Duo Bao unaware of any change. Such was the might of the sages. Upon seeing Laozi leave, Yuan Shi remarked to Tong Tian, "Third brother, our three teachings conference has concluded. This place will always be your home. Return whenever you wish." Over the past few days, the tensions between Yuan Shi and Tong Tian had eased, primarily stemming from a desire to save face. Now that Tong Tian had made the first move towards reconciliation, Yuan Shi had forgiven him. After all, what are brothers without a little discord? Their long-standing bond was invaluable. Tong Tian's willingness to relent was largely due to Duo Bao's counsel. Duo Bao had advised Tong Tian, "Master, our visit to Kunlun Mountain is an opportunity to feign weakness, to mislead others. You must temper your temperament. Let second master have his way at times. After all, what enmity could exist between brothers? This is merely a matter of pride. Second master is your elder, and he values his reputation. Yielding occasionally will simplify matters." Initially resistant to the idea, Tong Tian was ultimately swayed by Duo Bao's single statement. "Master, consider what is more important, a matter of pride, or the bond you have built with your brothers over the years." As a person who valued relationships deeply, Tong Tian, unencumbered by emotional ties, would not have faced such a dismal defeat in the War of the Gods. Ultimately, Tong Tian acquiesced to Duo Bao's advice, treating Yuan Shi with utmost respect during their time in Kunlun. Which delighted Yuan Shi. He felt as though Tong Tian had transformed, no longer the stubborn third brother he once knew. Hearing Yuan Shi's words, Tong Tian nodded and replied, "Second brother, why must we even discuss such matters? When you have the time, come visit me on Jie Jiao Island. I shall host you well." With that, Tong Tian bid farewell to Yuan Shi and exited the Yushu Palace with Duo Bao. Outside the Yushu Palace, the disciples of the Jie sect had already gathered, as Tong Tian had informed them the day prior about their return to Jie Jiao Island. Tong Tian arranged the disciples into formation, using sage power to lift them before transforming into a streak of light. Tong Tian and the disciples of the Jie sect swiftly vanished into the horizon. As they soared through the skies at great speed, Duo Bao, positioned beside Tong Tian, inquired, "Master, what do you think of our Jie sect performance at this three teachings conference?" "Quite commendable. Although we superficially lost to the Chan sect, this aligns perfectly with our initial strategy. However, you surprised me. I did not anticipate your hidden depths, your strength exceeding my expectations. Moreover, how did you come to know that the other two sides possess the primordial 5-element flags?" Tong Tian was genuinely curious about this matter, as it was assumed Duo Bao was unaware of such details. Prepared for this question, Duo Bao replied, "Master, you overthink it. I had no idea that the two elders possessed the primordial 5-element flags. I merely approached it with a trial-and-error mindset. To my astonishment, my attempt yielded results. Besides, even without my efforts, I would not have been at a disadvantage. Would the two elders treat me unfairly? You little rascal." "How clever you are," Tong Tian praised Duo Bao, acknowledging that his explanation was quite reasonable, and thus he harbored no doubts. In truth, Tong Tian had no intention of prying into Duo Bao's secrets, as long as Duo Bao remained his disciple and refrained from actions that could jeopardize Jie Jiao. He would not concern himself with whom Duo Bao had entangled himself. The journey back was far more leisurely than the initial trip, naturally extending over a few additional days. After 5 days, the group returned to Jie Jiao Island. Upon disembarking, Tong Tian and Duo Bao immediately sensed several formidable presences. Tong Tian remarked with a smile, "The little ones, Gui Ling and Jin Ling, have also broken through to the great Luo Golden Immortal level. Jie Jiao is indeed flourishing." Standing behind Tong Tian, Duo Bao observed his master's exuberance and silently mused, "My foolish master, I shall take it upon myself to protect you henceforth." However, Duo Bao had not been reveling in his own cleverness for long when Tong Tian suddenly turned to him. "You little rascal, daring to call me foolish in your heart. I must teach you a lesson." As a sage, Tong Tian could effortlessly perceive Duo Bao's thoughts from such proximity. Despite Duo Bao's mental jibe, Tong Tian bore no anger. Rather, he felt a sense of comfort in knowing that Duo Bao wished to safeguard him. Recognizing the jest in Tong Tian's tone, Duo Bao had no intention of fleeing and humbly clarified, "Master, you know I have always held you in the highest regard." This was purely accidental. Duo Bao no longer dared to entertain any unflattering thoughts, fearing that Tong Tian would discover them, and even refrained from voicing any complaints. Tong Tian accepted Duo Bao's explanation without resentment, and, in a flash, vanished from his sight. Once Tong Tian departed, Duo Bao dared to think, "This sage truly has an unfair advantage. He can discern my thoughts even in his presence. I must practice the 9 transformations of mysterious arts." The 9 transformations contain methods to obscure celestial secrets, capable of even deceiving the heavenly Tao. So naturally, a sage would be no challenge. Initially, Duo Bao had dismissed such methods, but now he deemed it essential to learn them. Not lingering at the periphery of Jineo Island, Duo Bao flew back to his own cave dwelling, preparing to reflect on the gains from this journey. Upon arriving outside his cave, he meticulously examined the protective barriers. Reassured by their intact state before nodding and cautiously disabling the wards to enter, he could not afford to be careless, as many traitors lurked within Jie Jiao, and he feared being caught off guard. Before leaving his cave, Duo Bao had established multiple protections to prevent anyone from intruding and plotting against him. Returning to his familiar abode, he surveyed the well-known furnishings and smiled. "A golden nest or a silver nest cannot compare to my own small abode. Though modest, it offers a profound sense of belonging." Sitting cross-legged on his bed, he began to tally the spoils from his recent attendance at the 3 Teachings Conference. The most significant gain was undoubtedly the 2 innate 5 elements flags. As he produced the 5 flags, a radiant glow instantly filled the cave. Had he drawn out a single flag, such an extraordinary phenomenon may not have occurred. However, when the 5 flags combined, an inexplicable connection manifested. Duo Bao could keenly sense that the pressure emanating from the assembled flags had multiplied exponentially. Furthermore, he discerned an innate 5 elements grand formation within the flags, which, when activated, wielded power comparable to that of an innate supreme treasure. "My meticulous planning has not been in vain. Possessing the innate 5 elements flags significantly enhances my foundation. With them, I now possess spiritual treasures equivalent to 2 innate supreme treasures, ensuring that my foundation will not falter even when I ascend to sainthood." Duo Bao reflected, realizing that in battles among sages, sheer techniques had become secondary to one's foundational strength. The 2 primary aspects were cultivation level, higher cultivation naturally equating to greater might, and the quality of treasures, such as the Taiji diagram or the Panga banner, which held significant advantages. The reason the Western 2 saints were perpetually overshadowed by the 3 pure ones was their lack of innate supreme treasures, rendering them somewhat inferior in strength. In terms of cultivation alone, the Western 2 saints, particularly Jin, likely would not fall far behind the 3 pure ones. As for Juni, his strength was less than that of Niwa, rendering him inconsequential. Stowing the innate 5 elements flags back into his sea of consciousness, Duo Bao began to contemplate his other gains. The second boon was the solidification of his strength through his duel with Xuandu and Guangchengzi, resulting in a measure of advancement. The third gain was the budding friendship forged with Xuandu, an invisible yet valuable acquisition. Duo Bao decided against enumerating the minor gains, instead opting to commence his practice of the 9 transformations of mysterious arts. He felt a keen anticipation for this Pangu-cultivated technique and was curious to see how it would unfold. Time flowed swiftly, and before long, A millennium had passed. 10 years later, within his cave, Duo Bao sat cross-legged on his bed, exuding an overwhelming aura. Breakthrough to the 6th layer of the 9 transformations. With a thunderous roar, he finally shattered the bottleneck that had plagued him for years. Following the breakthrough, his aura surged once more, triggering a series of extraordinary phenomena. Hastily, Duo Bao reined in his aura to disperse the anomalies, wishing to keep his advancement discreet. Over the past decade, his cultivation had seen remarkable growth, with his primordial spirit only modestly progressing to the late stage of the great Duo Golden Immortal. However, the enhancement of his physical form, propelled by the 9 transformations, underwent explosive growth, culminating in today's breakthrough to the great Duo Golden Immortal. Throughout this period, Duo Bao had nearly exhausted the resources he had accumulated over the years. The 9 transformations were indeed formidable, yet the resource consumption was overwhelming. Leaving Duo Bao with mixed feelings, he glanced at his sea of consciousness, once brimming with treasures, now reduced to emptiness. It is time to venture forth. If I do not seek out resources for my cultivation, when will I achieve sainthood? After a decade of training on Jie Jiao Island, the moment had come for him to embark on an adventure. The primordial realm still harbored numerous opportunities, and with fortuitous luck, one could stumble upon innate spiritual treasures. Duo Bao believed himself to be the son of destiny and felt compelled to seize resources. For cultivation was an endeavor that defied the heavens, daring to contend against fate. Regarding this, Duo Bao held a deep admiration for the Western 2 saints. Though they were shameless, their willingness to challenge the heavens for the rise of the West was commendable, and their sacrifices were worthy of respect. Duo Bao resolved to emulate these 2 saints, ready to assert, should he encounter valuable resources, "This item is fated for me, bestowed by the heavenly Tao. Who supports it? And who opposes it?" With this thought, a mischievous smile crept across Duo Bao's face, brimming with anticipation. After tidying up, he deactivated the barriers of his cave and stepped outside. The sun shone brightly, and after a lengthy absence from sunlight, Duo Bao found the brightness to be particularly glaring. He squinted to adapt, feeling much more comfortable after a moment. Once he had secured the cave's defenses, Duo Bao soared into the air, heading directly toward Bao Palace. Along the way, he beheld the changing landscape of Jie Jiao Island, noting a significant transformation. The number of caves on Jie Jiao Island had diminished considerably. The once resplendent array of dwellings had vanished. Duo Bao initially presumed the inhabitants had relocated elsewhere for cultivation and paid it little mind. Halting 100 meters from Bao Palace as before, he entered the grand hall of Bao Palace, where Tong Tian had long sensed Duo Bao's arrival and awaited him. Duo Bao approached Tong Tian, seated regally in the hall, and respectfully bowed, saying, "Master, it has been 10 years since we last met. How have you been?" "Very well." Tong Tian had enjoyed a remarkably comfortable decade, with Jie Jiao requiring no further oversight on his part. Thanks to the methods Duo Bao had provided, the sect thrived, allowing Tong Tian to focus solely on guiding its fortunes without needing to intervene in other matters. Each day brought him joy as he witnessed the flourishing of Jie Jiao. And under its auspices, his own strength had experienced growth, which only heightened his happiness. Observing his master's content expression, Duo Bao quickly stated, "Master, I've come today with a request, and I hope you will grant it." "Duo Bao, I am aware of your intentions. I agree to your journey. But remember this, you are my beloved disciple and the elder brother of all Jie Jiao disciples. When you venture out, you must not tarnish my reputation. Should you encounter others of the same caliber, you are to resolve matters independently. Should anyone dare to oppress the weak with their might, let them utter my name, my illustrious title, resounding throughout this vast primordial land, should still hold considerable weight." Tong Tian spoke with an air of authority, and given his status as a sage, such assertions were indeed justified. Duo Bao nodded in agreement. His current strength was commendable, granting him the ability to safeguard himself against ordinary quasi-saints. As long as he did not encounter those ancient beings who had secluded themselves for eons, Duo Bao harbored no fear of others. Should he ever face those formidable entities, he could invoke his connections. For the reputation Tong Tian had carved with his sword was undoubtedly formidable. Having received the answers he sought, Duo Bao prepared to depart. Just as he turned, Tong Tian called out to him, saying, "Wait, Duo Bao, take this." Suddenly, a verdant long sword materialized before Duo Bao. Upon observing its design, he gasped in awe. Qingping's sword. Grasping the magnificent weapon with both hands, he recognized it as one of Tong Tian's most beloved spiritual treasures, a symbol of his essence. "This sword is lent to you, Duo Bao. Should you encounter insurmountable peril, summon it forth," Tong Tian remarked, demonstrating the depth of his affection for his favored disciple. Duo Bao solemnly nodded. Vowing not to squander Tong Tian's generosity or expectations, he stored the Qingping sword within his consciousness and strode confidently out of the Biao Palace. Glancing around to ascertain the direction of Sanxian Island, ascending into the sky, he set out to find his junior brother Zhao Gongming and the three sisters of the Sanxiao, intending to impart some important matters. At this moment, Zhao Gongming had yet to establish his dwelling on Mount Mei and was residing on Sanxian Island with the Sanxiao sisters. During his absence from a Jie sect, it was imperative that nothing went awry. The calamity of the Wu and Yao was imminent, and the Jie sect must not become embroiled in chaos. As Duo Bao descended upon Sanxian Island, he was captivated by the breathtaking scenery before him. The setting sun and solitary wild goose soar together. The autumn waters blend seamlessly with the vast sky. The scene depicted in the poem mirrored the beauty that unfolded before Duo Bao's eyes, leaving him momentarily spellbound. Sensing Duo Bao's presence, Zhao Gongming and the Sanxiao sisters hastened to greet him. Bowing in unison, "Greetings, senior brother." Just as they were about to perform their formalities, Duo Bao waved his hand, interrupting them. There is no need for such formalities among us siblings. He gently declined their gestures of respect, valuing their camaraderie over protocol. Upon hearing this, the four ceased their actions, and Zhao Gongming spoke first. "Senior brother, what brings you here today? Is there something you wish to instruct us on?" Duo Bao nodded with a smile. "What? Do you not invite me in for a seat? Shall I stand here to converse?" Realizing their oversight, the four blushed and hurriedly ushered Duo Bao into their abode. Their dwelling was far grander than Duo Bao's, resembling a palace akin to Biao Palace, albeit on a smaller scale. As he beheld the opulent surroundings, Duo Bao found himself momentarily speechless. Such abundant resources would greatly aid his cultivation. The Sanxiao sisters and Zhao Gongming truly hailed from a distinguished lineage. Their residence was indeed remarkable. As Duo Bao settled into a spot within the palace, a peculiar sensation stirred within him. In the context of Fengshen, the fate of his junior brothers and sisters was rather tragic. Zhao Gongming's physical form had been obliterated, with his primordial spirit ascending to the Fengshen list, transforming him into the renowned god of wealth. For an individual of Zhao Gongming's caliber, this was far from blessing, as it shackled his freedom and curtailed his cultivation. The Sanxiao sisters' fate was even more dismal. After having their three flowers severed, they were suppressed and sealed by Yuan Shi. Reflecting on the disheartening destinies that awaited his companions, Duo Bao's heart tightened, solidifying his resolve to alter the fate of the Jie sect. Zhao Gongming and the Sanxiao sisters, sensing Duo Bao's contemplative gaze, grew anxious, fearing something was amiss. "There is no need for concern, nor should you overthink it. I have come to remind you of certain matters. I have just consulted with our master, and from this day forth, I shall embark on a journey. During my absence, you must diligently oversee the Jie sect. None of our disciples are to engage in reckless behavior. I have a foreboding sense that significant events are on the horizon. You must keep them in check. They are to remain in their abodes and cultivate, ensuring they do not attract calamity." Having conveyed his purpose, Duo Bao noticed the four release a collective sigh of relief. They had feared it was something more dire, only to discover it was a matter of discipline. Zhao Gongming, somewhat astonished, gazed at Duo Bao and inquired, "Senior brother, are you truly setting forth on your journey now?" Duo Bao affirmed with unwavering determination. It was indeed the ideal time for his expedition, as he sought to contend with the myriad beings of the primordial realm. To cultivate is to navigate against the current. Stagnation equates to regression, that if one lacks the courage to resist the tide, then what is the purpose of cultivation? Zhao Gongming recognized the resoluteness in Duo Bao's eyes and ceased his inquiries, instead assuring him, "Rest assured, senior brother, as long as I am here, Our disciples will not create disturbances. Should anyone dare to stir trouble, they shall not escape my enforcement as the hall master. Duo Bao regarded Zhao Gongming with approving eyes, then rose to take his leave. And why visit today was solely for this purpose. I have now informed you, and it is time for me to depart. Take care, and upon my return from my travels, I shall bring you gifts. With that, Duo Bao exited the dwelling without a backward glance, soaring into the sky, transforming into a glimmering light, vanishing from sight. Zhao Gongming and the Sanshao sisters watched as Duo Bao departed, their respect for him profound, especially since he had recently reformed the regulations of the Jie sect. Previously, they had been discontent with the actions of certain disciples but felt powerless to intervene. Now, with Duo Bao empowering them to address such matters, they were elated to uphold justice. After leaving Sanxian Island, Duo Bao found himself uncertain of where to venture first, ultimately choosing a direction at random. For half a month, he traveled tirelessly, appearing somewhat weary from his journey. His pace was not swift, yet he encountered numerous breathtaking sights, subtly transforming his state of mind. At this juncture, Duo Bao arrived at the shores of the Eastern Sea. Determined to seek out opportunities, that he recalled that the Eastern King had yet to discover Ingzhou Island, and perhaps he could find it first. Should he succeed in locating Ingzhou Island, the resources there could significantly enhance his 9-turn mysterious skill. Most importantly, Ingzhou Island was home to a 12th grade pure world white lotus. If Duo Bao could procure it, he would utilize it to stabilize the fortunes of the Jie sect. The fortunes of the Jie sect would not dissipate without cause, greatly benefiting Duo Bao's upcoming plans. And of course, such monumental opportunities as Ingzhou Island were not easily found. Duo Bao could only attempt to seek them. Let it come as it may. If I gain, I shall accept it calmly, and if I lose, I shall remain indifferent. Just as Duo Bao prepared to continue his flight, two figures suddenly appeared before him. He quickly halted, squinting in surprise. Before him stood a dragon and a phoenix, both revealing their true forms, engaged in a fierce struggle. From his perspective, the dragon appeared to be nearing its limit, weakened by its injuries and inherently lower in rank. Duo Bao decided to observe the spectacle, showing no inclination to depart, soon drawing the attention of the combatants. Who dares to spy upon us? Come forth at once. Hiding in the shadows, what sort of hero does that make you? The Black Phoenix, sensing the presence of an observer, sought to lure Duo Bao into revealing himself. However, Duo Bao did not step forward immediately. He made no effort to conceal his aura. However, it should not be something that even a 12 Golden Immortal could discover. Heiyu tentatively remarked, only to find that no one emerged. He began to suspect that perhaps his perception was flawed. After waiting a while longer and confirming that indeed no one appeared, he resumed his assault on the golden dragon before him. The golden dragon was already covered in wounds. Judging by his appearance, it was evident that he was at the end of his tether and could not hold on much longer. Hayun, you have been injured by my clan's elder and can never be my match. Surrender obediently and accompany me back. Perhaps I may spare your life. Heiyu laughed with unrestrained arrogance, clearly believing victory was assured, showing no signs of restraint. The golden dragon, still defiant, retorted, Yujia, had I not been careless and fallen into your trap, how could you possibly stand a chance against me? Humph, words are futile. In this world, it is simply a matter of the victor and the vanquished. Once you are defeated, you will be in no position to utter further words. Heiyu seemed to hit a nerve with those words, and his attacks grew increasingly vicious, causing the golden dragon to spit blood repeatedly. Duo Bao sensed that if he did not intervene soon, the golden dragon might very well be killed by Heiyu. Suddenly, Duo Bao made his move, casually striking and sending the wildly arrogant Heiyu flying. As Heiyu was struck, many feathers fell from him, and his breath weakened considerably. In a state of panic, he exclaimed, "Who is attacking me from the shadows? Cowardly rat, if you have the ability, come forth and face me in a fair fight." Upon hearing Heiyu's challenge, Duo Bao stepped forward and spoke in a calm, unhurried tone, "Cowardly rat, I have been standing here the entire time. It is you who cannot see me. When have I hidden?" He continued, "Since you wish to engage in a fair fight, I shall oblige. Go ahead, I shall allow you to strike first." Realizing that Duo Bao had silently appeared before him, Heiyu understood he had encountered a formidable opponent and, feeling somewhat apprehensive, said, "Senior, it is the younger generation that has been disrespectful, failing to recognize your presence. May I ask who you are?" Heiyu sought to discern Duo Bao's background in hopes of intimidating him with his own lineage. Duo Bao, growing irritated by Heiyu's nonsensical chatter, chose not to respond further and directly attacked. With a casual wave, Heiyu was instantly transformed into an ice sculpture, followed by a flash of sword light that sliced him into several pieces. Noisy, so much drivel. Yet where is that initial arrogance? Duo Bao thought, dismissing such cowardly behavior as a waste of time. After dealing with Heiyu, Duo Bao turned his gaze to the golden dragon, who lay on the ground, barely clinging to life. "Well, fate has brought us together. I shall grant you a reprieve." Duo Bao retrieved a pill from his robe and approached the golden dragon, feeding it to him. After consuming the elixir, the golden dragon's aura began to rise dramatically, and miraculously, he stood up from the ground, transforming into human form. The golden dragon knelt before Duo Bao, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, Senior, for saving my life. I, Yuan, have nothing to repay you with, but I am willing to serve you faithfully." Observing the golden dragon's demeanor, Duo Bao smiled and inquired, "You are quite an interesting little dragon. Pray tell, what is your name, and why were they intent on killing you? If your answers please me, it would not be out of the question for me to take you on as my steed." Aware that accepting Yuan could lead to complications, Duo Bao was not one to shy away from trouble. In fact, he welcomed it, eager to see just how many would come to offer him resources. The resources from Heiyu were not insignificant. Although much of it was beneath Duo Bao's notice, it could still be exchanged for something of value. Yuan, kneeling respectfully before Duo Bao, recounted his tale. "Senior, this matter is rather lengthy, so I shall be brief. I am Yuan, the seventh son of the East Sea Dragon King. I have been traversing the Honghuang continent without incident until recently when I became the target of the Feng clan. Jie Jiao was one of those sent to kill me. Had I not been injured, he would surely not have been my match. Truly, a dragon trapped in shallow waters." Upon hearing Yuan's story, Duo Bao nodded. Being the seventh son of the East Sea Dragon King made him worthy of becoming Duo Bao's steed. He then asked, "Yuan, why do you not return to your East Sea Dragon Palace, instead choosing to follow me? With your father as protection, wouldn't you be safe there? I cannot believe those from the Feng clan would dare to invade the East Sea Dragon Palace. They are not foolish enough to seek their own demise." Hesitating at Duo Bao's words, Yuan remained silent for a while, as if hiding something. Sensing Yuan's reluctance, Duo Bao understood there was a deeper issue at hand. Yet, if Yuan did not clarify his situation, Duo Bao would not entertain the idea of accepting him as a steed. He was no philanthropist. While he did not fear trouble, he preferred not to invite more than necessary. After much deliberation, Yuan finally spoke. "Senior, I shall not conceal the truth from you that I left the Dragon Palace due to some disagreements with my father. If word of my plight reached the East Sea and I returned in disgrace, I would be subject to scorn from everyone. Even if it means death, I cannot return like this. That I would rather confront the Feng clan head-on. Had he not arrived, I might have self-destructed in a desperate attempt to take Jie Jiao with me. You saved my life, and I have no means to repay you, so I can only offer myself as your steed." Seeing Yuan's face flush with embarrassment, Duo Bao understood why he had been hesitant to speak. What a prideful little dragon. He mused, "I admire this trait. If that is the case, I shall accept you as my steed." Duo Bao appreciated Yuan's spirit. His willingness to endure rather than submit was precisely why he had chosen to intervene and save him. "Very well. Since you possess such determination, I shall take you in from this day forth. You shall be my steed, Duo Bao Ren." Duo Bao agreed to Yuan's request, recognizing that he would soon be heading to the East Sea, making a knowledgeable guide invaluable. "Yuan, having grown up in the East Sea, you must be quite familiar with it. If I wish to traverse the East Sea, would you be willing to guide me?" Duo Bao posed a question, and upon hearing it, Yuan's eyes brightened as he promptly replied, "Master, you need not worry. Wherever in the East Sea you wish to go, I can lead you there." "Excellent. Once we resolve the trouble with the Feng clan, we shall embark on our journey to the East Sea." Duo Bao planned to assist Yuan with his troubles first before indulging in the East Sea exploration, as the two objectives were not in conflict. Sharpening the knife does not delay the chopping of firewood. With Yun as a guide well acquainted with the EC, Duo Bao would save considerable time, ensuring that he was not at a loss. However, upon hearing Duo Bao's intentions to help him with the Feng clan issue, Yun grew somewhat anxious and cautiously asked, "Master, may I boldly inquire as to your cultivation level? That Feng clan elder is a mid-stage Duo Golden Immortal. If you are not his match, wouldn't we be walking into a trap?" Seeing Yun question his strength, Duo Bao laughed heartily. "Yun, lead the way. Do not concern yourself, even if it is a Feng clan elder. Even if their ancestor, Yuan Feng, were to resurrect, your master would not flinch." Duo Bao spoke truthfully. Should Yuan Feng indeed return, he would simply summon the Qingping sword, and with Tong Tian's assistance, he would face Yuan Feng without trepidation. Yun, emboldened by his master's confidence, declared, "Then let us seek out that detestable Feng clan elder. He has inflicted severe wounds upon me, and I shall make him pay. Very well, I shall disable him and leave you to deal with him as you see fit." Duo Bao was not particularly concerned about such matters, as long as the troubles were resolved. Yun sniffed the air in a particular direction and confidently stated, "Master, I believe we need not seek them out. They are already heading our way. We shall await their arrival. Oh, in that case, you should take the time to recover your strength while I provide protection." Duo Bao suspended himself in the air, awaiting the arrival of the so-called Feng clan elder in silence. Yun sat cross-legged, channeling his energy to recover from his injuries. The dragon clan possessed remarkable physical attributes, and after consuming the pill Duo Bao had provided, Yun felt considerably better. As he cultivated, the healing became even more pronounced, visibly accelerating before their eyes. Duo Bao observed Yun with intrigue, nodding in acknowledgement, but also shaking his head, pondering. This dragon clan cannot merely be the dominant force of the last century. Their physical condition is simply too superior. A pure-blood dragon, once matured, would hardly be weaker than a Duo Golden Immortal. Every race possesses inherent talents that cannot be envied. As Yun recuperated from his injuries, Duo Bao quietly observed him, finding no trace of boredom. The elder of the Phoenix tribe did not keep Duo Bao waiting for long. Soon, a formidable aura approached them. Upon sensing the elder's presence, Duo Bao felt a sense of assurance. The elder's aura, though not overwhelmingly powerful, was still weaker than that of Xian Du from before. Duo Bao had undergone significant transformation since then. Dealing with such an opponent required little effort on his part. Meanwhile, Yun, still recovering, sensed the elder's approach and began to tremble uncontrollably. Noticing this, Duo Bao gently patted Yun's shoulder and reassured him, "There is no need to be anxious. My lord is here. Just focus on your recovery, and I shall take care of everything." Duo Bao's comforting words proved effective, and Yun's body ceased its trembling, after what felt like the duration of a stick of incense. The figure of the Phoenix elder finally appeared before Duo Bao. The elder did not reveal his true form, but approached in human guise. He appeared to be in his 40s or 50s, with captivating red phoenix eyes that added a hint of otherworldliness to his appearance. While not strikingly handsome, he possessed a certain regal charm befitting a ruler of the skies. Cautiously regarding the unfamiliar Duo Bao, the elder inquired, "Friend, who might you be?" Duo Bao did not respond directly. Instead, he addressed the elder, "Friend, the path of cultivation is fraught with challenges. Perhaps you should return. Yun is now my steed, and any past grievances between him and your Phoenix tribe could be set aside." Arrogant, the elder was incensed by Duo Bao's words. Although he could not gauge Duo Bao's strength, the youth's youthful visage suggested a lack of power. The elder nostalgically recalled the former glory of the Phoenix tribe and could not tolerate any insults directed at it. Duo Bao's dismissive demeanor was a blatant provocation in the elder's eyes. Fuming, the elder warned, "Friends, I advise you to step aside immediately, or do not blame me for my actions. If you comply now, I shall grant you mercy, but if you persist in your folly, do not blame me for being merciless." Duo Bao, observing the elder's confident stance, wore a cold smirk. "You shun the path to heaven, yet venture willingly into hell. You squander your opportunities. Now, do not expect to escape." Irritated, Duo Bao's attitude towards the elder soured considerably. The elder, not one to possess a gentle temperament, could hardly endure such insolence, and struck first. Two orbs of phoenix flame materialized in the elder's hands, coalescing into a massive fireball aimed at Duo Bao. He intended to incinerate Duo Bao in a blaze of fury, preventing any further arrogance. With a mere wave of his hand, Duo Bao froze the fireball in mid-air. What a jest! Even Xiandu's abilities could not best him, and here was a mere phoenix challenging him. Duo Bao had made significant progress in his own abilities. With countless techniques at his disposal, if the elder wished to engage, then Duo Bao was more than willing to oblige. Friend, you initiated this confrontation. Do not blame me. Unless you experience a battle, you will not understand what sincerity truly means. In your next life, as a phoenix, keep your eyes wide open. When you encounter me, bow your head. As the words left his lips, Duo Bao vanished from the elder's sight. The elder, no fool, sensed impending danger and swiftly transformed into his true form, attempting to evade Duo Bao's assault. Yet he was too slow, helplessly watching as he became encased in ice. The chill spread from his legs, rendering him immobile, creeping gradually toward his brain. The elder, filled with resentment, unleashed his most potent aura, activating his innate divine ability, Fiery Phoenix. The flames enveloping him melted the ice, and Duo Bao, witnessing the elder's transformation into pure fire, felt a flicker of surprise. Truly, the former ruler of the skies possessed some depth. However, if this was all he could muster, then death awaited him. Duo Bao formed seals with his hands, and snowflakes began to dance through the air as Ao Yuan, who was in the midst of recovering, was abruptly awakened by the sudden chill. Ao Yuan looked up at the figures clashing in the sky. His mouth agape. Is this truly my lord's real strength? How astonishing! The celestial phenomenon within a radius of several miles had been entirely altered by Duo Bao's divine abilities. With scattered snowflakes drifting through the air. Let your life scatter like these snowflakes. I shall freeze 1,000 miles. With that proclamation, the elder, despite having summoned his innate power, could not escape his fate of being encased in ice. The flames on his body did not extinguish, but were instead sealed within, showcasing Duo Bao's overwhelming prowess. The elder succumbed to despair, ultimately losing his life that I offered you a chance, yet you failed to cherish it. Now look where you've ended up, frozen solid, grasping the elder's icy form. Duo Bao descended from the heavens, thoroughly plundering the resources the elder had amassed. Gazing upon the mountain of treasures, Duo Bao was elated, thinking to himself, to kill and commit arson is rewarded with golden belts. To repair bridges and roads leaves no corpses behind. The ancients do not deceive me. If such generous gifts were to occur more frequently, how could I not become wealthy beyond measure? The elder had amassed resources over thousands of years, now serving as a means for Duo Bao's ascension. From the elder's hoard, Duo Bao retrieved 2 spiritual fruits and tossed them to Ao Yuan, saying, Ao Yuan, these are rewards from my lord for you. Stick with me, and you shall lack for nothing in the future. Overwhelmed with excitement, Ao Yuan accepted the fruits, stammering, My lord is the strongest. I shall follow you for all eternity. Little did Ao Yuan know that the vow he made today would bring him immense benefits in the future. With the elder dealt with, Ao Yuan was free of any burdens and could joyfully return to the East Sea Dragon Palace. Tentatively, Ao Yuan asked Duo Bao, My lord, may I take the elder's corpse back to show my father? Perhaps he will be pleased and grant me some valuable treasures to present to you. Without hesitation, Duo Bao handed over the elder's lifeless body, not out of concern for the resources Ao Yuan mentioned, but understanding the pride that comes with youth. Who among the young does not wish to shine before others? The aspirations Duo Bao once held, he would now allow Ao Yuan to fulfill. With uncontainable excitement, Ao Yuan accepted the elder's corpse and stored it within his sea of consciousness. Now that your troubles are resolved, let us journey to the East Sea. Duo Bao had not forgotten his ultimate goal. The Phoenix Elder was merely a minor episode, not worthy of remembrance. The Elder's weakness had made it all too easy for Duo Bao to subdue him, leaving no significant impression in his mind. Ecstatic, Ao Yuan transformed into his true form, A golden dragon, several zhang long appearing before Duo My lord. Hop on. I shall take you on a grand tour of the East Sea. And we can visit the East Sea Dragon Palace. The allure of homecoming was irresistible for Ao Yuan. Eager to flaunt his accomplishments before his brothers, in his mind, he had already claimed the elder's feats as his own. What my lord has slain is as if I have slain it myself. As the sole steed of my lord, there is no doubt. Duo Bao climbed on Ao Yun's back, and with a triumphant roar, Ao Yun soared into the sky, ascending towards the clouds. Duo Bao noted Ao Yun's impressive speed and the steadiness of his flight, allowing Ao Yun to navigate freely, and no longer needing to travel alone. Duo Bao relished this newfound liberation, sitting atop Ao Yun's back, free to pursue whatever he desired, be it cultivation or indulgence in food and drink. He was genuinely delighted. Acquiring a steed proved to be a remarkably wise decision. Indeed, he was a genius. Duo Bao lavished praise upon himself, applauding the decision he had made. After 2 days of flight, the two successfully arrived above the vast expanse of the East Sea, their hearts filled with joy at the sight of the boundless ocean below. Duo Bao's happiness stemmed from the myriad opportunities he sensed within the depths of the sea, eager to explore and enhance his own power. Ao Yun, on the other hand, felt joy from returning home, no matter the time. Home always exuded warmth and familiarity. Gazing at the ocean before him, Duo Bao suddenly harbored a desire to visit the Dragon Palace of the East Sea. He turned to the seated Ao Yun and inquired, Ao Yun, would it pose any issue if I were to accompany you to the East Sea Dragon Palace now? My lord, if you wish to accompany me to the East Sea Dragon Palace. There is certainly no problem. Who would dare to object? I would tear them apart. Despite Ao Yun's seemingly obedient demeanor before Duo Bao, it was, after all, the prince of the Dragon Palace. How could he truly be so docile? Very well, since you insist, I shall follow you to the East Sea Dragon Palace and see what your former abode is like. With a joyful roar, Ao Yun flipped over and dove into the sea, propelling himself deeper into the depths. Duo Bao, possessing the water avoidance technique, felt no discomfort regardless of how deep they ventured. Once submerged, Ao Yun's speed increased, showcasing his prowess as the ocean sovereign. Along their journey, they encountered numerous shrimp soldiers and crab generals, all of whom saluted Ao Yun with reverence, too fearful to meet his gaze. Ao Yun, I had no idea you held such esteem in the East Sea Dragon Palace. You weren't a little tyrant here in the past, were you? It seems these shrimp soldiers and crab generals are quite afraid of you. Duo Bao jested. Ao Yun, feeling a bit bashful, replied, My lord, in my youth, I was indeed reckless and committed many foolish acts, but I have changed now. Such behavior will not occur again. Rest assured, I will not cause you any trouble. Please do not cast me away. Having accompanied Duo Bao for the past 2 days, Ao Yun had already begun to reap the benefits. Duo Bao was exceedingly generous, never withholding cultivation resources from Ao Yun, making him feel as though he had met his benefactor too late. Ao Yun regretted not having encountered Duo Bao sooner. Had he done so, his strength would undoubtedly have been far greater by now. Duo Bao affectionately patted Ao Yun's head, playfully scolding him. What are you thinking about all day? When have I ever said I wanted to be rid of you? Focus on the path ahead and avoid colliding with anyone. After traveling approximately 300 miles, the outline of the East Sea Dragon Palace finally emerged before Duo Bao. Gazing at the sprawling palatial complex, he inhaled sharply, astonished. Is this truly the foundation of the Dragon Clan? How many resources could I acquire if I were to plunder the Dragon Clan? Duo Bao's eyes sparkled with greed, utterly captivated by the resplendence of the East Sea Dragon Palace. He had never beheld such grand architecture, neither in this life nor the last. Upon hearing Duo Bao's words, Ao Yun quietly responded, My lord, if you wish to raid the Dragon Palace, I will assist you in fending off a few individuals that I will provide you with a map of the palace. And you can directly access the treasury. You are certain to find what you seek. Ao Yun's response pleased Duo Bao immensely. Such loyalty deserved a generous reward. He resolved to bestow 2 spirit fruits upon Ao Yun upon their return from the EC Dragon Palace. After another 300 miles, the Dragon Palace's appearance became increasingly distinct. Yet Duo Bao felt somewhat speechless. Ao Yun, how much longer until we reach the Dragon Palace? It appears so close, yet the actual distance feels so far. Ah, my lord, what you see is merely a projection of the Dragon Palace. We are still about 1,000 miles away. Why don't you take a moment to rest? There is still quite a distance to cover, and I will call for you once we arrive. Ayun's words prompted Duo Bao to close his eyes, taking the opportunity to rest, realizing he had underestimated the distance to the palace. As time ticked by. Under Ayun's swift progress, they finally reached the East Sea Dragon Palace after another hour. My lord, we have arrived. Ayun's voice roused Duo Bao from his slumber. Upon opening his eyes, he was greeted by the sight of the East Sea Dragon Palace. Standing before it, Duo Bao felt minuscule, once again awestruck by the grandeur of the structure. To construct such a building, one can only imagine the resources required. It is truly a marvel of craftsmanship. After a moment of reflection, Duo Bao followed Ayun, who had transformed into his human form, into the East Sea Dragon Palace. Upon entering, Ayun called out, "Minister Turtle, I have returned. Quickly arrange a banquet for my esteemed guest." Ayun's demeanor was quite audacious. Yet the surrounding maidens found nothing unusual. They accepted it as a matter of course. Observing Ayun's behavior, Duo Bao understood his thoughts and did not intervene. Rather, he was pleased by it. Minister Turtle, rushing to the scene, exclaimed joyfully upon seeing Ayun, "My seventh prince, you have finally returned. If you had not come back soon, I would have sent someone to search for you in the primordial continent. Were you not being pursued by the Phoenix clan's elders?" The Dragon King was particularly worried. If it weren't for someone restraining him, he would have personally gone to find you. Minister Turtle's tone was exaggerated, yet his words were heartfelt. Ayun's eyes glistened with moisture, indicating his touch of emotion. However, he quickly composed himself and reiterated to Minister Turtle, "Minister Turtle, have you attended to the matter I mentioned earlier? Did you not hear me request a banquet for my esteemed guest?" Upon hearing this, Minister Turtle's expression shifted dramatically. He had been so caught up in joy that he had forgotten about the banquet. Sensing Minister Turtle's demeanor, Ayun knew he had likely neglected the task. Just as he prepared to reprimand him, Duo Bao interjected, "Ayun, let it go. There is no need for a banquet. Do not make things difficult for him." Duo Bao assumed that organizing such a banquet was no trivial matter and did not wish to burden anyone. However, Minister Turtle quickly replied, "Rest assured, esteemed guest, I will prepare the banquet at once. Please take a moment to rest here. It will be ready shortly." With that, Minister Turtle hurriedly departed, eager to inform the East Sea Dragon King of the seventh prince's return. As for the banquet, such a trivial matter was not for a minister like him to oversee. There were dedicated personnel for that purpose. Minister Turtle hastened to the Dragon King's quarters, where the East Sea Dragon King was resting. Upon seeing Minister Turtle, he inquired with curiosity, "Minister Turtle, what brings you to see me at this hour? Is there something you wish to discuss?" "My lord, the seventh prince has returned, and he has brought back a person who resembles a Taoist." Upon hearing this, the East Sea Dragon King sprang to his feet, rapidly donning his garments as he rushed toward the door. He sought to ascertain whether his beloved son had sustained any injuries. Ayun was one of his most cherished sons, endowed with high expectations. If he had suffered any misfortune at the hands of the Phoenix clan, the East Sea Dragon King would ensure they paid dearly. Previously, when the Phoenix clan had issued a bounty on Ayun, the East Sea Dragon King had contemplated intervening, had it not been for various reasons. In the current state of affairs not being conducive to a conflict with the Phoenix clan, he would have sought out Ayun long ago. Now that Ayun had returned safely, the East Sea Dragon King was overjoyed and eager to see whether his son had been harmed. Meanwhile, Ayun and Duo Bao sat in the great hall, where Ayun prepared spirit tea for Duo Bao, presenting it with utmost respect. Duo Bao accepted the tea, took a sip, and found it delightful, praising Ayun, "Your skills are commendable. Who did you learn this from?" "The tea is remarkably pure. Practice more, as I love it. If my lord enjoys it, I shall certainly practice more diligently to serve you well." Ayun adopted an obsequious demeanor, leaving the maidens around them utterly astonished. They had never witnessed such a side of the seventh prince before. He had once been arrogant and overbearing, relying on the Dragon King's favor and disregarding those around him. Now, the seventh prince was showing such reverence to this Taoist figure, indicating that he was indeed extraordinary and not to be trifled with. The The maidens, all astute, had survived in the East Sea Dragon Palace for so long due to their discernment. Those lacking insight had been dealt with long ago, leaving only the sharp-witted to endure. The East Sea Dragon King entered the great hall with a hearty laugh, calling out, "My precious son, come let your father see if you are injured, if you are hurt. It would break my heart. I apologize for what happened last time. I ask for your forgiveness and hope you will not leave again, that if anything were to happen to you outside, how would your father cope?" The Dragon King of the East Sea spoke with utmost sincerity. When it came to Ao Yuan, he could be said to dote on him to the very marrow of his being, granting him whatever he desired. Upon hearing these words, Ao Yuan rose to his feet, gazing at his father with a hint of emotion in his voice. He said, "Father, I acknowledge that I too bear significant responsibility for the previous incident, but I have long since forgiven you. After all, what enmity can persist between father and son? However, I must inform you that my return will not be prolonged, for I have already pledged myself to the old master and become his steed." "What?" The Dragon King of the East Sea was taken aback, while the minister Turtle gasped in astonishment. This revelation had a profound impact on them. The Dragon King was incensed. How could his son serve as someone else's mount? He cast his gaze beyond his beloved son, landing on Duo Bao, only to discover, to his astonishment, that he could not ascertain Duo Bao's cultivation level. What manner of being is this? Could it be that his prowess surpasses mine? How is that possible? I am a fully realized Duo Golden Immortal. He is so young. How could he possibly be my superior? He must be concealing something with a treasure. The Dragon King of the East Sea forced himself to accept the notion that Duo Bao's cultivation was indeed greater than his own. In truth, the Dragon King possessed remarkable talent, but alas, he bore the burden of his clan's transgressions, and thus, it seemed he would never attain the status of a quasi-saint in this lifetime. Unless he could obtain celestial merits to cleanse his sins, he would remain unable to transcend the realm of the Duo Golden Immortal. The Dragon King of the East Sea addressed Duo Bao, saying, "Esteemed friend, my son has pledged himself to you. I wish to know whether this was coerced or a matter of his own volition." Before Duo Bao could respond, Yuan interjected, "Father, it was entirely my choice. Had it not been for the old master, you might never have seen me again. I was on the brink of death, and if it weren't for the old master's divine intervention, I might have perished on the continent." Upon learning that Duo Bao was his son's savior, the Dragon King's fury abated somewhat, though he still struggled to accept this reality. With a slightly softened tone, he continued, "Friend, you have saved my child's life, and as his father, I am deeply grateful. However, I still cannot allow him to serve as your mount. If there is something you desire, please speak freely, and I shall do my utmost to fulfill your request." Duo Bao observed the East Sea Dragon King and could sense the affection he held for Ao Yuan. Yet, he did not believe that remaining with the Dragon King would benefit Ao Yuan. Despite the East Sea Dragon Palace's wealth, it could never absolve Ao Yuan of his sins. Only by following Duo Bao could he hope to acquire merit. Only through such merit could Ao Yuan cleanse his transgressions and aspire to greater heights, lest he remain forever bound to the level of the Dragon King. Duo Bao, unperturbed, replied in a nonchalant tone, "Dragon King, while I respect your position as Ao Yuan's father, you must not interfere with his choices. He willingly became my steed. I have never coerced him, and he enjoys my company. I desire many fine treasures from your clan, but I will not exchange Ao Yuan for them. I can offer other things instead." The Dragon King was perplexed by Duo Bao's demeanor. It was neither obsequious nor defiant. He began to suspect that Duo Bao's identity was not simple and inquired, "Friend, might you enlighten us as to your identity, so that my son may have some assurance and not follow an unknown individual?" Duo Bao decided to reveal his identity, standing tall as he proclaimed, "I'm the foremost disciple of the Tongtian cult master, the chief disciple of the Jie Jiao, known as Duo Bao Dao Ren." This declaration left everyone present astonished, their mouths agape in disbelief. The Dragon King of the East Sea was the first to regain his composure. Bowing respectfully, "Ah, so you are a disciple of a saint. My son has been disrespectful. Summon the banquet at once." With this revelation, Duo Bao's status rose dramatically in the eyes of the Dragon King. He was now a figure of considerable importance. one that must be courted in the current world of Hong Huang. The most esteemed positions were held by the 6 saints, and a disciple of a saint was already regarded with great reverence by the Dragon King, whose every whim could command the Dragon King's full attention. Duo Bao could not help but admire his master's reputation. Indeed, sometimes one must rely on the prestige of others when one's own is insufficient. He felt no shame in invoking the name of Tong Tian. Instead, he felt a swell of pride, for who among them was not a disciple of Tong Tian? Under the Dragon King's orders, the banquet was soon prepared. Duo Bao gazed hungrily at the array of dishes, swallowing hard. Logically, he should have reached a state of not needing to eat, yet to satisfy his own desires, he often prepared delectable meals to reward his diligent efforts in cultivation. Presently, he had honed his culinary skills to a fine art, capable of discerning the quality of a dish merely by sight. The cuisine of the East Sea Dragon Palace was indeed quite impressive. Surpassing the average standard, with the finest ingredients, the Dragon King gestured for Duo Bao to begin eating, and he eagerly seized a chopstick full of dragon meat, savoring its exquisite flavor. Having never tasted dragon meat before, he found it delicious and promptly took 2 more bites. After sampling the dragon meat, he began to explore the other dishes, continuing until he had tasted nearly half of the banquet offerings before pausing. Ao Yun, however, showed little interest in the dishes. Having consumed them since childhood, he had grown somewhat weary of them. Were Duo Bao to discern Ao Yun's thoughts, he would undoubtedly take it upon himself to teach him the virtue of humility. Some are born into privilege, while others are destined for servitude. There is no absolute fairness in the world. To claim one's share of fairness, one must exert double the effort. Duo Bao merely took a few bites from each dish. He was no stranger to the world and merely sought to satisfy his curiosity. After tasting, he set down his chopsticks and ceased further indulgence. Once he had finished, the Dragon King inquired, Duo Bao Dao Ren, aside from bringing my son back to us, do you carry any edicts from the saints? The Dragon King suspected Duo Bao had ulterior motives, and a sense of wariness crept in, but he was met with a shake of the head from Duo Bao, who replied, Fear not, Dragon King. I am merely traveling and have not brought any edict from my master. I harbor no ambitions toward your clan. In fact, due to my connection with Ao Yun, I may be able to assist your lineage. I am aware that your clan has long suffered under the weight of transgressions, preventing many from advancing once they reach a certain cultivation level. I shall certainly address this issue for Ao Yun. At worst, I can use celestial merit to cleanse his sins as for other matters that will depend on your clan's sincerity. Duo Bao paused, aware that the Dragon King would need to deliberate carefully on this matter, possibly even consulting their ancestral figures, making an immediate decision improbable. Indeed, the Dragon King stood frozen, contemplating the implications of Duo Bao's words. After a prolonged silence, he finally spoke, his voice trembling, Duo Bao Dao Ren. Is what you just said true? If so, I shall report this to the ancestors. They will likely wish to meet with you personally. How would you prefer to discuss the specifics? Duo Bao nodded. For a clan as significant as the dragon lineage, it was impossible they lacked 1 or 2 quasi-saint figures. Otherwise, with their vast resources, they would have been plundered long ago, and they could not remain so comfortably within the Dragon Palace. Duo Bao was aware of one such ancestor, the Candle Dragon, who possessed the ability to discern the yin and yang. He pondered whether the ancestor the Dragon King intended to report was indeed the Candle Dragon. If it were, collaboration was likely. After a moment of contemplation, Duo Bao chose to remain silent and quietly lifted the spiritual wine before him. Taking a sip, the Dragon King departed the Grand Hall to report to the ancestral grounds. Recognizing that this matter was of grave importance to the Dragon Clan and required careful consideration. Upon arriving at the ancestral grounds, the Dragon King used his magic to slice open his hand, allowing his dragon blood to stain the walls of the sacred space. The pure dragon blood triggered the seals upon the walls, which slowly opened, revealing a humanoid figure within. The figure remained with eyes tightly shut, exuding an unfathomable aura. The Dragon King, in their presence, dared not act with impudence, bowing respectfully as he addressed, Ancestor, I have urgent matters to report. I apologize for disturbing your seclusion and hope you will not take offense. Suddenly, the humanoid figure opened its eyes, and a powerful aura pressed down upon the Dragon King, leaving him breathless. Realizing the gravity of the situation, the figure quickly restrained its aura and softly inquired, "Ao Guang, what is the matter? It is indeed worth waking me for this. Do enlighten me, that I may analyze it. Ancestor, a disciple of a sage has arrived in my dragon palace, claiming to possess a means to absolve us of our sins." What? Upon hearing this, Zhulong could hardly contain his formidable aura, which overwhelmed the Eastern Sea Dragon King, causing him to cough up blood. The Eastern Sea Dragon King, reeling from the sudden onslaught, quickly realized Zhulong's mistake and hastily reigned in his overwhelming presence. Saying, "Ao Guang, I sincerely apologize. I have only just awakened, and my aura is somewhat uncontrollable. No, it is of no consequence." What could the Eastern Sea Dragon King say to his own ancestor? He could only silently endure. Zhulong began to ponder the veracity of this matter, and after much contemplation, he could not derive a conclusion. Nevertheless, he finally declared, "Ao Guang, prepare yourself and bring him here to meet me, that I wish to ascertain what manner of being this sage's disciple truly is." Zhulong sought to confirm the authenticity of this claim, that if true, it would indeed be a joyous occasion. If false, he would still wish to investigate. The fate of the Dragon Clan hinged on this pronouncement. Should a resolution to their sins truly exist, the Dragon Clan might yet rise again. Becoming the sovereign of the realms was already a distant dream, yet securing a foothold in this primordial land would be a remarkable achievement. Zhulong could not help but reminisce about the days spent alongside his elder brother, the ancestral dragon, conquering the world. How exhilarating those times had been. After nodding and understanding, the Eastern Sea Dragon King exited the ancestral grounds. Resolved to bring Duo Bao before his ancestor, he dared not defy the will of his ancestor and was deeply concerned for the safety of the sage's disciple. The current state of the Dragon Clan was precarious. Should they inadvertently provoke the sage's disciple and face repercussions, the Dragon Clan would be in dire straits. The Eastern Sea Dragon King was also troubled by another concern. What if a conflict arose between the sage's disciple and ancestor Zhulong? What should he do then? Surely, the sage's disciple possessed hidden cards bestowed by the sage, and if, by chance, ancestor Zhulong proved no match for him, what fate awaited the Dragon Clan? The more he pondered, the more anxious he became, and he resolved in his heart, if such a scenario were to unfold, he would have no choice but to sacrifice his own life. Regardless, he must prevent ancestor Zhulong from allowing any harm to befall the sage's disciple within the Dragon Clan. With a heavy heart, the Eastern Sea Dragon King returned to the Grand Hall, where he found Duo Bao, still enjoying his tea. He addressed Duo Bao, saying, "Taoist Duo Bao, my ancestor summons you to the ancestral grounds for a discussion." Duo Bao smiled and nodded. This was precisely what he desired. To acquire certain treasures from the Dragon Clan, he must first obtain the consent of the Dragon Clan's ancestor. Duo Bao felt no trepidation regarding potential dangers. After all, no matter how formidable ancestor Zhulong might be, he was merely a quasi-saint. With the Qingping sword in hand, Duo Bao was unperturbed even in the face of a sage. He was confident that should he wield the Qingping sword, Tong Tian would undoubtedly arrive on the battlefield within 3 breaths. With a smile, Duo Bao followed closely behind the Eastern Sea Dragon King, ready to accompany him to the ancestral grounds. At that moment, the Eastern Sea Dragon King spoke again. "Yuan, join us as Taoist Duo Bao's steed to escort him." Yuan eagerly nodded. Such matters were his forte. He transformed into his original form, allowing Duo Bao to mount his back as they galloped toward the ancestral grounds. Upon their arrival, the Eastern Sea Dragon King instructed Yuan to wait outside while he and Duo Bao entered the ancestral grounds together. As they crossed the threshold, Duo Bao sensed something amiss. An intense aura bore down upon him. Imposing some pressure, he smiled slightly. Was this a test of his mettle? After all, he was a sage's disciple. Would he be daunted by such trivial trials? Paying no heed to the oppressive aura, Duo Bao thought it absurd. His physical form was even stronger than Zhulong's, rendering such pressure inconsequential. Observing Duo Bao, stride and unfazed, Zhulong felt his estimation of him rise a notch. Truly a sage's disciple, to remain composed in the face of my aura. He possesses some prowess. Upon reaching Zhulong, Duo Bao was momentarily entranced by the latter's eyes, which seemed to contain the celestial bodies themselves, glimpsing into the future. Zhu Long was taken aback that Duo Bao dared to meet his gaze directly and remained unaffected by his penetrating stare. Regaining his composure, Duo Bao averted his gaze and addressed Zhu Long, saying, "If I am not mistaken, you must be Zhu Long, one of the 3 tribes of the Dragon Clan. Young one, you possess keen insight and commendable strength. I now have a degree of faith in the solution you propose." Zhu Long expressed his admiration for Duo Bao, and his praise was genuine, not feigned. The Eastern Sea Dragon King, observing his ancestor commend Duo Bao, was somewhat incredulous. He had never received such praise from Zhu Long himself. "Esteemed ancestor Zhu Long, you flatter me. I am not as formidable as you claim. You are truly the remarkable one since our meeting. You have exerted considerable pressure upon me, something I have not experienced in quite some time." Duo Bao sensed a palpable danger emanating from Zhu Long, clearly indicating that the latter possessed the capacity to threaten his life. "Ao Guang, you may step outside. I have matters to discuss with Duo Bao," Zhu Long stated with an undeniable authority, sending the Eastern Sea Dragon King from the ancestral grounds. When Ao Yuan saw his father emerge, he inquired, "Father, where is the master? Why has he not come out? Is ancestor in need of him?" The Eastern Sea Dragon King nodded, uncertain of what transpired within, hoping that all would be well. Zhu Long gestured toward the mat before him, inviting Duo Bao to sit. Without hesitation, Duo Bao plopped down. In his eyes, Zhu Long was of his generation. Thus, there was no need for excessive reverence. Observing Duo Bao's nonchalant demeanor, Zhu Long felt not affronted, but rather a sense of familiarity. The Dragon Clan had never placed much emphasis on formalities. Excessive decorum might even be met with disfavor. Zhu Long, gazing at Duo Bao, posed his most pressing query. "Duo Bao, speak to me frankly. Is there any possibility regarding the matter you mentioned earlier?" "Indeed, there is," Duo Bao replied with certainty. "While it may not completely absolve your clan of its sins, it can certainly alleviate much of the burden." Zhu Long was filled with exhilaration, his entire being trembling with anticipation. After years of waiting, it seemed he had finally glimpsed the dawn of the Dragon Clan's revival. Should it indeed be possible to resolve their sins, how many new talents might arise from the Dragon Clan? Would their future still remain bleak? Zhu Long struggled to contain his excitement, knowing well that nothing comes without a price. "Duo Bao, do share your conditions. I find it hard to believe that someone would offer assistance without ulterior motives. I have lived many years, and the only one who has ever treated me sincerely is my elder brother. All others have had their agendas. State your intentions, and as long as they are not excessive, I shall comply, for this concerns the future of my Dragon Clan." Zhu Long's tone carried a hint of eagerness, clearly revealing his unsettled emotions. Duo Bao regarded Zhu Long, contemplating what conditions he ought to propose. "Esteemed ancestor Zhu Long, I have heard that your clan possesses 12 Dinghai pearls. Is that correct?" Duo Bao suddenly recalled another treasure comparable to a congenital supreme treasure, the 36 Dinghai pearls. Once gathered, they would constitute yet another invaluable artifact. 24 of those 36 pearls currently resided with Zhao Gongming. Classified as exquisite innate spiritual treasures, it was said that the 12 pearls were scattered among the Dragon Clan. Should Duo Bao manage to retrieve them, it would be a significant boon. However, acquiring the 12 Dinghai pearls from the Dragon Clan and then trading for the 24 pearls in Zhao Gongming's possession would allow Duo Bao to assemble all 36 Dinghai pearls, resulting in another treasure of unparalleled worth. Zhu Long pondered for a moment before replying, "I do recall the existence of the 12 Dinghai pearls. They should be housed within the Dragon Clan's treasury. If you desire them, simply have Ao Guang escort you to the treasury. Provided you can furnish a means to absolve my clan of its sins, you may select any item from our treasury." Zhu Long's generosity was evident. The treasures within the Dragon Clan's vault were but material possessions, while the clan's future held far greater significance. The terms Zhu Long offered stirred something within Duo Bao, yet they were insufficient to extract the complete method. After some deliberation, Duo Bao responded, "Esteemed ancestor Zhu Long, I can initially share a method that will enable your clan to acquire some merit and alleviate their sins. If this approach proves effective, let us continue our discussions regarding further collaboration. What do you think?" "Excellent." With a grand wave of his hand, Zhu Long readily agreed to Duo Bao's proposal. After waiting for so many years, He felt compelled to seize this fleeting opportunity. Your promptness is commendable. My plan is quite simple. A portion of the Dragon Clan will be dispatched to control the weather and manage the river systems. Acting as river deities, as long as they diligently work to benefit the beings of the wilderness, they will also earn merits under the heavenly Tao. Duo Bao articulated his most straightforward plan, which was currently the only viable option, as other methods would have to wait until the rise of humanity. Upon hearing Duo Bao's suggestion, Zhulong's eyes brightened. How had he not thought of such a simple solution despite all these years? It was indeed a sign of his lack of cleverness. With a newfound strategy, Zhulong's smile widened as he addressed Duo Bao, saying, Duo Bao, my dear brother, from this day forth, you shall be considered a friend of the Dragon Clan. Whenever you are in need, we shall certainly offer our assistance. As for the sea-calming pearl you desire, you may join A.O. Guang shortly to explore our treasure vault and select at your leisure. Zhulong was exceedingly magnanimous, having resolved to cultivate a strong bond with Duo Bao. During their conversation, he glimpsed into the future. Though vague, it was unmistakably tied to Duo Bao. Zhulong had come to realize that the future of the Dragon Clan was intricately linked to this young man standing before him. Duo Bao felt a surge of joy. The prospect of freely selecting from the Dragon Clan's treasure vault was nothing short of magnificent. With millennia of accumulated treasures, it was certain that many hidden gems awaited discovery. Just as Duo Bao prepared to leave, Zhulong called out to him, a hint of reluctance in his voice. Duo Bao, my dear brother, please mention to A.O. Guang that he should provide you with my elder brother's blood essence. You surely possess an exceptional body refinement technique, for I see that your physical cultivation is not at all inferior to your spiritual cultivation. Upon hearing this, Duo Bao became instantly vigilant. How had Zhulong discerned this despite his efforts to conceal the truth? He had interacted with Tong Tian without raising any suspicions. Could it be that Zhulong's power surpassed that of Tong Tian? Sensing Duo Bao's unease, Zhulong quickly clarified. Do not overthink, my dear brother. I have not pried into your affairs. It is simply that my eyes can perceive what ordinary people cannot. Zhulong gestured towards his eyes, and Duo Bao understood. So that was the case. With Duo Bao's guard lowered, Zhulong continued. I solely cultivate my spiritual essence, neglecting the physical form. Hence my physical prowess is not formidable. However, my elder brother is a true paragon of the Dragon Clan, having reached the pinnacle of quasi-saint in both physical and spiritual cultivation. His blood essence would undoubtedly be of great benefit to you. I trust you will not take issue with it, for you are a benefactor of our clan. With such a boon offered, Duo Bao certainly would not refuse. Yet he intended to ascertain if there were any complications regarding the blood essence. Although his heart was filled with doubt, he maintained a smiling facade as he replied, Thank you for your generous gift, Lord Zhulong. The blood essence of the ancestor dragon will surely provide me with tremendous assistance. After this exchange, Duo Bao exited the ancestral grounds of the Dragon Clan. Zhulong watched his departing figure, murmuring to himself, What a clever young man! I wonder how he, at such a tender age, possesses such cunning. His demeanor is not that of a youth, but rather that of an astute elder. Let him be. Meanwhile, the East Sea Dragon King, who had been listening intently at the entrance, was filled with trepidation, fearing a potential conflict between Zhulong and Duo Bao. Suddenly, the ancestral gate swung open, and Duo Bao caught sight of the East Sea Dragon King, who was awkwardly attempting to regain his dignity by clearing his throat. Duo Bao, esteemed Taoist, how did your discussion with the ancestor go? Dragon King, I found great accord with Lord Zhulong. We have reached a mutual understanding. You may enter to confirm with him, and if all is well, please lead me to your treasure vault. Duo Bao's words startled the East Sea Dragon King, who hurried inside to verify with Zhulong. Upon confirming that everything was in order, he emerged from the ancestral grounds and closed the great door behind him. With a smile, the East Sea Dragon King said, Duo Bao, the ancestor has instructed me to escort you to the Dragon Clan's treasure vault. Would you prefer to go now or wait until tomorrow? Since we are already here, let us proceed and see if there are any treasures of merit. Duo Bao could hardly contain his excitement. Having been accustomed to poverty, he yearned to discover what marvels lay within the Dragon Clan's vault. The East Sea Dragon King nodded in agreement, as Zhulong had informed him that Duo Bao was the future of their clan and a benefactor deserving of utmost respect. Whatever Duo Bao desired, the East Sea Dragon King was determined to fulfill. With his ancestors' directive in mind, the East Sea Dragon King was resolute in accomplishing this task. Duo Bao mounted Ao Yun's back, and together with the East Sea Dragon King, they ventured towards the Dragon Clan's treasure vault. Nestled deep within the East Sea Dragon Palace, the vault could only be accessed with Zhulong's command token. Over the years, the treasure vault had never been breached, a testament to its formidable defenses. After approximately half an hour, the trio arrived at the entrance to the treasure vault. Duo Bao gazed at the darkened expanse before him, astonished as he inquired, "Dragon King, could this truly be the Dragon Clan's treasure vault? Why does it appear so unremarkable?" The East Sea Dragon King chuckled heartily. "Ah, Duo Bao, you may be unaware that this very design was intended to deter would-be thieves. Had I not brought you here, would you have ever guessed that this was our treasure vault? It is indeed inconceivable." The East Sea Dragon King's words rang true. Duo Bao would never have imagined the Dragon Clan's treasure vault to be housed in such an unassuming location. Standing at the entrance, the East Sea Dragon King produced the command token given by Zhulong and dripped his blood upon it, successfully unlocking the grand doors of the vault. With a creaking sound, the doors slowly swung open, revealing the treasures within. As the three entered, Duo Bao was left speechless by the dazzling array of treasures. His jaw dropped, unable to articulate his astonishment. He had never encountered such an abundance of wealth in his lifetime. The Dragon Clan's hoard, accumulated over countless years, truly surpassed all expectations, as not a single item within was of lesser value than innate spiritual treasures. While the outside world clamored for such artifacts, they lay piled high in the Dragon Clan's vault, a sight that was nothing short of breathtaking. The East Sea Dragon King, with a grand gesture, indicated the myriad treasures, proclaiming, "Duo Bao, the Dragon Clan has decreed that you may freely select from this vault. You may even take as much as you desire." These words astonished not only Duo Bao, but also Ao Yun, who stood nearby. When had their ancestor become so generous as to allow for the vault to be emptied? It was indeed remarkable. However, Duo Bao was not one to be excessively greedy. While others might express such sentiments, the true intentions behind their words remained unknown. Duo Bao resolved to take only what he had earned. Addressing the East Sea Dragon King, "Dragon King, please retrieve the sea calming pearl for me, as this was my agreement with Lord Fin. As for other items, I shall take one or two if they catch my eye. Beyond that, I would not dare to take more. The cycle of cause and effect is unyielding. One must reciprocate in accordance with what they receive." Duo Bao understood this principle well and would not take more than he deserved. His assistance to the Dragon Clan was the cause, and their recompense would be the effect. The cycle of karma is inescapable. Witnessing Duo Bao's restraint in the face of such temptation, the East Sea Dragon King felt a profound admiration for him. The East Sea Dragon King entered the treasure vault, searching diligently until he unearthed the sea-calming pearl from a secluded corner. Duo Bao's eyes lit up upon seeing the 12 sea-calming pearls, recognizing them as the very treasures he sought, and he seamlessly stored them within his consciousness. With his task accomplished, he began to scan the vault for any other intriguing items. Suddenly, his gaze landed upon a particular artifact that was an innate superior spiritual treasure. Taking the form of a steel whip, Duo Bao pointed to this superior innate spiritual treasure and inquired, "Dragon King, may I have this item?" The East Sea Dragon King followed Duo Bao's gesture and, upon recognizing it as merely a superior innate spiritual treasure, responded without hesitation, "Duo Bao, if you wish to take it, feel free to do so. I shall fetch it for you immediately." The Dragon King of the East Sea retrieved this exquisite innate spiritual treasure and placed it before Duo Bao, who then stored it within his consciousness. The task was completed successfully. Not only had he acquired 12 sea-calming pearls, but he had also obtained the spiritual treasures needed to exchange for an additional 24 from Zhao Gongming. Realizing that he had fulfilled his mission, Duo Bao prepared to depart from the Dragon Clan's treasury. Although the treasures within were abundant and magnificent, they did not belong to him. Without any hesitation, Duo Bao turned away, fearing that a moment's pause would render him reluctant to leave. However, the East Sea Dragon King called out to Duo Bao, saying, "Taoist Duo Bao, please wait a moment. There's still one item you have not taken. The ancestor specifically instructed me to present this to you. Please hold on while I retrieve it." With that, the Dragon King delved deeper into the treasury, emerging from a concealed nook with a small box in hand. Gazing at the box, the Dragon King's eyes were filled with reluctance as he murmured, "Oh, ancestor, today your unfilial descendant must deliver your essence to another. Please do not hold it against me. This is all for the future of our dragon clan. You too wish for us to regain our former glory, do you not?" The Dragon King's resolve gradually solidified as he strode confidently to Duo Bao, offering the small box with the words, "Taoist Duo Bao. This is the essence of my esteemed ancestor, and I hope it proves beneficial to you." Duo Bao sensed the Dragon King's reluctance in his tone, and after a moment's contemplation, he accepted the essence from the Dragon King's hands. He had already intertwined his fate with the Dragon Clan. Rather than evade it, he chose to confront the challenge head-on. What was a minor transgression? After all, with sufficient merit from the heavenly Tao, it was possible to alleviate or even entirely negate it. Duo Bao's gaze grew resolute as he assured the East Sea Dragon King, "While I cannot promise too much, I can assure you, Avalion. I guarantee that when he next meets you, a tremendous transformation will have occurred. Do not be too astonished." The Dragon King nodded, understanding Duo Bao's meaning and hoping for his son's continued progress. His own life had reached a plateau, and he wished for his son to surpass him. Haoyun's talent was not inferior to his own, yet if the Dragon King kept him close and allowed him to grow in such a manner, Haoyun's ultimate potential would merely yield the next East Sea Dragon King. Rather than repeat history, why not take a gamble on a better outcome? The East Sea Dragon King spoke to Haoyun in an encouraging tone. "My son, you will surely surpass me. I await the day of your ascendance. When that day comes, I shall pass the throne of the East Sea Dragon King to you. If you do not wish to be the East Sea Dragon King, that is perfectly fine. Pursue your dreams with abandon. The Dragon Clan will grow ever stronger under my reign, for I am the mightiest of the previous generation." Though the Dragon King's words carried a veneer of lightheartedness, only he knew the weight they bore. Once he had been filled with youthful ambition, yet now he found himself ensnared in the realm of the great Tao, unable to progress further. As he gazed at Haoyun, who bore the closest resemblance to his former self, a smile tugged at the corners of his mouth. That it was known that the aspirations of youth soar high, once vowing to be the best in the realm. Having acquired all he desired, Duo Bao deemed it unnecessary to linger any longer. The three exited the Dragon Clan's treasury, where the East Sea Dragon King sealed the treasury and reclaimed the Zhu Long Ling. Without the Zhu Long Ling, none could access the treasury, which required no guards, for none dared to steal from it. Those weaker than the Zhu Long could not obtain the Ling, while those stronger looked down upon the treasures within. The East Sea Dragon King, smiling at Duo Bao, said, "Taoist Duo Bao, I shall now escort you to the quarters we have prepared for you. You must stay a few days at our East Sea Dragon Palace, allowing me to extend my hospitality." The Dragon King's enthusiasm left Duo Bao somewhat taken aback, yet upon seeing Haoyun's eager expression, he nodded in agreement. Haoyun had returned to the East Sea Dragon Palace after a long time. It was only fitting that he should stay a few days longer. Reflecting on the likelihood that Haoyun would not return for quite some time after they left, Duo Bao resolved to extend their stay. Haoyun, thrilled by his elder's consent, felt he could not leave without demonstrating his prowess before his brothers. Under the Dragon King's guidance, Duo Bao arrived at a lavish chamber. Upon observing the opulent furnishings, Duo Bao was momentarily speechless. Compared to his modest cave dwelling, this room was incomparably extravagant. The exquisite 9-dragon crystal lamps and the cloudwood bed served as mere indicators of the wealth contained within. The East Sea Dragon King remarked, "Taoist Duo Bao, my ancestor instructed me that you might require a period of seclusion, so I prepared a serene space for you. Although this room may seem simple, it is the quietest place in my palace. I hope you will not mind." Simple. Just how wealthy is the Dragon Palace, then? It appeared he had underestimated their riches and resolved to ask for more in the future. Duo Bao mused silently, realizing that he had been naive. He must not allow himself to be taken advantage of again. The Dragon King chuckled. "This environment exceeds my cave dwelling by countless measures. To reside in such a place is indeed a great honor. As the esteemed Zhu Long suggested, I should indeed dedicate some time to meditation." During this period, please refrain from disturbing me. I shall seek you out once I emerge from my seclusion. Having acquired the essence of the ancestor dragon, Duo Bao intended to investigate its properties that if all was well, he would certainly make use of it. Just how significant would the ancestor dragon's essence be for his 9-turn profound art? Duo Bao could not say. But he resolved to find out. The East Sea Dragon King nodded in response to Duo Bao's request, assuring him, Taoist Duo Bao, rest assured in your meditation. I will ensure that no one dares to disturb you during your seclusion. I shall have an elder of the dragon clan guard you, and upon your emergence, I will host a grand feast in your honor. With that, the East Sea Dragon King exited with Yuan, leaving Duo Bao alone in the spacious, empty chamber. Shaking his head at the vastness around him, Duo Bao casually approached the bed and sat down. Given the sincerity of the Zhulong, he decided to examine the ancestor dragon's essence thoroughly. He retrieved the small box that the East Sea Dragon King had given him from the treasury, which was crafted from a mid-grade, innate spiritual material. Anything contained within such a vessel was undoubtedly extraordinary. Duo Bao carefully unraveled the restrictions placed upon the box. Once the restrictions were lifted, Duo Bao did not immediately open the box. Instead, he sat on the bed and stepped back a few paces. He summoned several paper figures from his consciousness, employing the art of paper cutting to animate them, instructing them to carefully open the box. Duo Bao dared not approach the box until he had a clear understanding of its contents. The myriad supernatural abilities of the primordial realm were fraught with peril, and countless souls had been usurped. He had no desire to suffer such a fate. As the box was gradually unveiled by the paper figures, its contents slowly came into view to Duo Bao's surprise. The item within was unremarkable, a single mass of essence. This essence emanated a formidable pressure, indicating that its former owner had been a supreme being in life. It appeared that there was no issue after all. Could it be that he had been overthinking? Holding on to a lingering doubt, Duo Bao remained unaware that, in this instance, he had truly overthought the matter. Unbeknownst to Duo Bao, the Zhulong possessed the ability to foresee the future and regarded Duo Bao's current status with great significance. After examining the ancestor dragon's essence for some time, Duo Bao confirmed that it posed no threat. Yet the dilemma remained. Should he use it? If he did, he would owe a significant debt to the esteemed Zhulong, and in the future, he must strive to procure opportunity for the Dragon Clan. Having verified that the essence was indeed safe, Duo Bao found himself increasingly torn. After considerable reflection, he finally resolved, if I fail in the conferred deities, all that I possess will be reduced to ashes. If I cannot attain sanctity before the conferred deities, then my teachings will have no chance of survival. It seems I have two paths before me, yet in truth, I possess none. What is a minor karmic debt to the Dragon Clan? If need be, I shall procure additional merit on their behalf. What do I, Duo Bao, have to fear? With a sudden determination, Duo Bao grasped the mass of essence from the box and swallowed it whole. The surge of warmth radiated from his abdomen, prompting an urgent need to fully activate his 9-turn profound art. Duo Bao underestimated the prowess of the ancestral dragon and also overlooked the immense energy contained within this essence of blood. As the blood surged with power, he found himself on the brink of losing control. Gritting his teeth, Duo Bao steadied his mind, settling into a meditative posture on the ground as he began to fervently circulate the 9 turns profound art. Once the 9 turns profound art was set into motion, the tumultuous energy of the ancestral dragon's blood was swiftly quelled. The once grim expression on Duo Bao's face gradually transformed into tranquility. As the profound art continued its rhythm, the ancestral dragon's blood slowly transmuted into energy that Duo Bao could absorb. His cells commenced an incessant absorption of this potent energy, while the progress of the profound art surged forward. Unbeknownst to Duo Bao, the proficiency of a 9 turns profound art was escalating at an alarming rate on an unseen panel. Should this momentum persist, he might indeed break through to the 7th layer. It is noteworthy that reaching the 7th layer of the 9 turns profound art equates to attaining a quasi-saint level. Duo Bao had only just recently transcended the 6th layer, and now he was poised to march towards the 7th. A testament to his astonishing rate of cultivation. The 8th layer of the 9 turns profound art corresponds to the realm of the primordial great Duo Golden Immortal, akin to that of a saint. Should Duo Bao manage to cultivate to this 8th layer before the prophesied ascension, he would be able to alter his fate. Yet, the path to such a realm is fraught with challenges. Many prodigies have languished at the threshold of this level, never to gain entry. Duo Bao was uncertain whether he could reach that echelon. All he could do was strive relentlessly, contending against heaven, earth, and himself, while Duo Bao was engrossed in refining the ancestral dragon's blood. Yuan was not idle within the East Sea Dragon Palace, embarking on his grand venture of showcasing his dragon lineage, following his departure alongside the East Sea Dragon King from Duo Bao's seclusion. Yuan hastened to his elder brother's side. Yuan shared a close bond with his eldest brother and felt compelled to convey this splendid news first to him. Upon seeing Yuan approach, the Dragon Prince assumed his younger siblings sought assistance and generously proclaimed, "Seventh brother, if there is anything you require, do not hesitate to speak. If I can assist, I shall do so without hesitation." The Dragon Prince, brimming with bravado, believed himself to be particularly imposing in this moment. Yet, Yuan seized this opportunity to inquire, "Elder brother, after all these years, how is it that you have yet to break through to the great 12 Golden Immortal? Behold, this is the very elder from the Phoenix clan who pursued me at mid-stage of the great 12 Golden Immortal, and now he has been reduced to mere fragments." Yuan produced the corpse of the Phoenix elder, inadvertently boasting, which caused the Dragon Prince to feel as though he had swallowed a fly. "You see, elder brother, I am quite occupied with matters. Perhaps you should seek out our other brothers instead. I must attend to our father's affairs." The Dragon Prince hastily excused himself, eager to distance himself from Yuan, feeling utterly vexed. Observing his elder brother's retreat, Yuan refrained from pressing further and turned instead to seek out his second brother. Yuan's second brother was a warrior in the Dragon Palace, his prowess nearly equivalent to that of the eldest, having attained the perfection of the 12 Golden Immortal. When Yuan found the second Dragon Prince, he was engaged in training the shrimp and crab soldiers. Yuan, seeing his brother clad in resplendent silver armor, felt a surge of admiration and inquired, "Second brother, where did you acquire this magnificent silver armor? Might you procure a set for me as well? I too wish to don such impressive attire. This armor was bestowed upon me by our father as a reward for my military achievements. Seventh brother, if you desire it, I shall gladly offer it to you." The second Dragon Prince, deeply fond of Yuan, was prepared to part with his armor. Yuan hastily waved his hands in refusal, unable to articulate the words he had intended. How could he, in the presence of such a loving brother, dare to flaunt his own accomplishments? Thus, Yuan chose to seek out his third brother, with whom he had a notoriously antagonistic relationship. Unlike his previous brothers, the third Dragon Prince had long been Yuan's rival. Due to the disparity in their strengths, the third prince had been unable to best Yuan and resorted to underhanded tactics elsewhere, this moment. The third Dragon Prince was indulging in wine and music within his quarters when he heard that Yuan sought him. Rising from his seat, he mused, "Seventh brother has been absent for quite some time. I shall see what brings him to me now." Dismissing his sleeves, he strode out of his chambers with purpose, spotting Yuan standing at the threshold. "Seventh brother, what brings you here today? Are you seeking another bout with me? I must inform you, during your travels, I have not remained idle, and I am not afraid of you." The third Dragon Prince spoke with a semblance of bravado, yet his confidence was waning, as he had always been inferior to Yuan. Yuan burst into laughter, for having faced numerous life-and-death battles, his strength had evolved immensely. It was not that he looked down upon his third brother. Rather, he could easily defeat him now. "Fear not, third brother, for I have not come to challenge you today. I merely wish to see how you fared. Now that I see you are thriving, I can rest easy. You have no idea how perilous my travels on the mainland have been. The Phoenix clan dispatched an elder to hunt me down, and had I not been more skilled, I might have perished, never to see you again." As Yuan spoke, he brandished the corpse of the Phoenix elder, igniting the fury of the third Dragon Prince. Having stirred the pot sufficiently, Yuan decided against further vexing his brother and made a hasty retreat. The third Dragon Prince, watching Yuan's departing figure, struck the pillar of his chamber in anger, shattering it. How infuriating! Not only does he disregard his elder brother, but he also dares to flaunt his triumphs before me. The third dragon prince seethed with indignation. He had never anticipated that Yun would audaciously mock him. Yet, powerless against his brother, he recognized that in terms of strength, he was no match for Yun, and resorting to trickery was futile with witnesses present. Humph. So he has merely been on a journey. What is there to be so proud of? No, I absolutely cannot allow myself to be overshadowed. I too shall venture out. Unbeknownst to Yun, his provocations had set the third dragon prince on a path of no return. Having flaunted his achievements, Yun returned to his quarters feeling elated that it was only then that he recalled Duo Bao's admonition to remain in his chamber for cultivation and to avoid causing trouble upon his return. Reflecting on Duo Bao's counsel, he reassured himself, surely this does not constitute a transgression. The master would never hold this against me. From this day forth, I shall diligently cultivate in my chamber and refrain from stirring up trouble. The following day, a remarkable phenomenon unfolded within the East Sea Dragon Palace. The boisterous seventh prince was diligently cultivating in his quarters, no longer causing disturbances. 6 months later, an intense pressure emanated from the room where Duo Bao was sequestered, overwhelming the elder dragon stationed at the entrance. That is it possible that Duo Bao Daoist is emerging from seclusion? The aura emanating from within is utterly terrifying. Should we notify the Dragon King? The two elders stationed at the door struggled against the mounting pressure and ultimately decided to report to the Dragon King. Upon receiving their message, the East Sea Dragon King hastened to Duo Bao's quarters. Upon arriving, he too felt the oppressive aura bearing down upon him. The power of Duo Bao Daoist is truly formidable. It evokes a sensation akin to standing before an ancestor. Has he truly reached such heights? The Dragon King was filled with astonishment. Duo Bao's strength had become a profound enigma to him. Thus, the Dragon King remained at the door, refraining from intruding upon Duo Bao's meditation. 3 days later, a sudden creak signaled the opening of the door to Duo Bao's chamber. The Dragon King's expression brightened as he approached the entrance. Addressing Duo Bao Daoist, you have concluded your seclusion. Would you like me to arrange some refreshments? Duo Bao, upon hearing the Dragon King's offer, swiftly waved his hand in refusal. After half a year of seclusion refining the ancestral dragon's blood, he felt no hunger. His eyes sparkled with brilliance, a manifestation of his recent breakthrough. Still grappling with the full extent of his newfound power, he replied to the East Sea Dragon King, Your Majesty, I wish to bathe first. The matter of food can wait until the evening. The Dragon King of the East Sea comprehended the situation and promptly summoned a maidservant to escort Duo Bao for his ablutions. Before Duo Bao could complete his washing and bathing, he heard the voice of Why, Lord, you have finally emerged from your seclusion. I have been diligently residing in the palace, focusing on my cultivation and causing you no trouble. Are you planning to take me on an adventure? If I remain in the East Sea Dragon Palace any longer, I fear I shall go mad. Yun's nature yearns for freedom. Otherwise, he would not have sneaked out alone. Upon hearing Yun's words, Duo Bao replied in a commanding tone, Yun, I shall thoroughly assess your progress in cultivation during my absence. You must be prepared, should I find that your abilities have not improved since 6 months ago. I will undoubtedly impose a punishment upon you. Yun was thoroughly frightened by Duo Bao's words and begged for mercy. My lord, I was wrong. Please do not punish me. In the East Sea Dragon Palace, the wails of the seventh prince echoed through the halls, inciting stifled laughter among the maidservants and the shrimp soldiers and crab generals. However, Duo Bao was merely jesting and did not truly intend to punish Yun. He only made him stand outside the washing area for a while. Once Duo Bao finished his ablutions and stepped out, he immediately spotted Yun standing upright. Yun approached Duo Bao with a playful demeanor, saying, My lord, I have missed you so much during your absence. Did you miss me? Not at all. Duo Bao's crisp response shattered Yun's playful spirit. Witnessing Yun's sorrowful expression, Duo Bao kicked him lightly and declared, Stop pretending. I have heard the Dragon King speak of your conduct while I was in seclusion. You have already exhausted your repertoire of antics. Now, it is time for you to reflect. We shall depart from the East Sea Dragon Palace tomorrow. Really? We are leaving tomorrow? Yun exclaimed with great excitement, for he had truly grown weary of confinement. Over the past 6 months, aside from initially boasting to his siblings, he had spent all his time in the palace cultivating. Duo Bao regarded Yun, who was now dancing with joy, as though he were a fool that is it really that dramatic just for a half-year of seclusion. Normally, cultivation is measured in years. Had it been the Aoyun prior to his adventures in the primordial world, calculating cultivation time in years would have been entirely reasonable. However, having witnessed the wonders of the primordial continent, Aoyun could hardly remain content in the Dragon Palace. The allure of the world outside beckoned him, and he yearned for exploration. Duo Bao and Aoyun arrived at the Grand Hall where they had first entered the East Sea Dragon Palace. Aoyun brewed a pot of spiritual tea, showcasing his skills. Duo Bao, reveling in the fragrant steam wafting from the cup, savored a sip and exhaled a sigh of contentment. The sensation of emerging from seclusion is indeed delightful. Not only is there a dragon attending to my needs, but I also get to experience the privileges of being the Dragon King of the East Sea. Currently, Duo Bao was enjoying the lavish treatment befitting the East Sea Dragon King, with beautiful maidservants providing massages and the seventh prince personally serving him tea. Although such a lifestyle was indulgent, it was not what Duo Bao sought. Experiencing it occasionally was refreshing, but not his aspiration. As evening fell, having indulged in the royal treatment all afternoon, Duo Bao grew weary and resolved to leave the East Sea Dragon Palace the following day. His sojourn had already yielded ample rewards, and he wished to continue his travels. There was still no clue regarding the whereabouts of the abbot of Yingzhou, and if someone else were to beat him to it, Duo Bao would be distraught. Upon learning that Duo Bao and Aoyun intended to leave the following day, the Dragon King of the EC arranged a grand banquet that evening, one of the highest standards. Specifically for Duo Bao, such an extravagant affair was certainly not afforded to others. Duo Bao observed the festivities below, where thousands of people were singing and dancing, and he could only feel a sense of moral decay. Perhaps this lifestyle is what many dream of. Without the burden of responsibilities, I might have entertained such a life. Yet now, with the path laid before me, no one can sway my resolve. I, Duo Bao, am solely devoted to my pursuit of the Tao. A bit more pressure on the left side. As he enjoyed the maidservant's massages, he solidified his determination within, embodying the highest realm of unwavering purpose. That night, Duo Bao luxuriated in the experience, were he to indulge a few more times. He might begin to question whether he wished to remain here. The next morning, Duo Bao awoke and promptly roused Aoyun, preparing to leave discreetly. The grandeur of last night's festivities had been excessive, and Duo Bao felt it had led to unnecessary extravagance. Today, they needed no farewells. Aoyun, his large eyes still heavy with sleep, looked at Duo Bao and asked, "My lord, why are you waking me so early? You lazy dragon, did we not agree yesterday to leave the East Sea Dragon Palace today? We must depart now, without informing the Dragon King and the others. Otherwise, they will insist on sending us off, and it will become quite a hassle. I dread farewells. I am utterly inept at them. Let us sneak away." Upon hearing they could leave, Aoyun instantly became alert, enthusiastically nodding as he invited Duo Bao to climb onto his back so they could depart. Just like before, Duo Bao settled onto Aoyun's back, who then surged forward, propelling them towards the exit of the East Sea Dragon Palace. Upon reaching the Grand Hall's entrance, Aoyun raised his head and bellowed, "Father, I am departing with my lord. When I return, I shall showcase my strength." The Dragon King of the East Sea appeared at the palace gate, watching as the two figures receded into the distance until they vanished from sight. What a pity that in my youth I lacked the courage of my son. Had I ventured forth, might I have encountered someone as remarkable as Duo Bao? Alas, the Dragon King shook his head and turned back into the palace. It was too late for regrets. He had grown old. If the spring breeze had any compassion for the flowers, could it grant him another youthful season? The answer was, of course, no. Once outside the East Sea Dragon Palace, Aoyun galloped freely across the ocean, reveling in the exhilarating sensation of liberation. Duo Bao closed his eyes, surrendering to Aoyun's whims. After all, he had no idea where the abbot of Yingzhou's 2 islands lay. They might as well wander aimlessly. Speaking of which, besides the Dragon Clan, there existed another formidable force upon the Eastern Sea. This power was none other than the Alliance of Immortals, established by the foremost male immortal, Dong Wangong. After the third sermon by the Tao ancestor, in truth, Dong Wanggong was merely a pawn in the grand scheme of others, a pitiful tool, one of the catalysts of the battle between the sorcerers and the demons. Originally, Dong Wanggong was the first manifestation of primordial Yuan Shi, his cultivation level ranking among the second tier of listeners at the Zixiao Palace at D. O Not Scoff. The first tier comprises the 6 saints, and he cannot compare. The reason he is deemed pitiful is that after being chosen by the Tao ancestor as the foremost male immortal, he became embroiled in the cataclysm of the sorcerers and demons. It would not be an exaggeration to say that Dong Wanggong was selected by Hong Jun as an experiential pawn for Emperor Jun and Tai Yi, after the demon clan annihilated the alliance of immortals. Their strength surged, enabling them to contend with the sorcerer clan. Currently, the alliance of immortals is not at its full scale, but still constitutes a significant force. Their territory lies above the Eastern Sea, where Dong Wanggong's charisma has attracted numerous great Luo Golden Immortals and other primordial beings. Though the alliance of immortals possesses limited top-tier combatants, aside from Dong Wanggong, there are 3 to 4 quasi-saints. Such a force is not inferior to the venerable Dragon Clan. However, when compared to the sorcerers and demons, they are still light years away. The effort Dong Wanggong expended to build his power ultimately served only to create a garment for the demon clan. Duo Bao gazed at the members of the alliance of immortals before him, memories flooding his mind, and he felt a deep sympathy for Dong Wanggong. Ayun, noticing the members of the alliance, prepared to circumvent them and continue aiding Duo Bao in the search for the 2 islands of Yingzhou. They had been adrift on the boundless Eastern Sea for half a month, yet had achieved nothing. Duo Bao began to doubt himself. Could he truly find the 2 islands of Yingzhou? Am I not the protagonist? How come the protagonists in other novels seem to possess such extraordinary fortunes? However, such thoughts flitted through his mind only briefly before Duo Bao dismissed them. In his own narrative, he was indeed the protagonist. Not wishing to provoke unnecessary conflict, he agreed to Ao Yun's suggestion to slip past. Just as they were about to take their leave, the leader of the Alliance of Immortals called out to them. "Esteemed friend, may I inquire where you intend to go? Would you care to join our Alliance of Immortals? We boast dozens of great Luo Golden Immortals and several quasi-saints, with Dong Wanggong, the foremost male immortal chosen by the Tao ancestor, as our leader. Dear fellow cultivator, should you choose to join our esteemed Alliance of Immortals, your future would undoubtedly be boundless. Why continue as a solitary practitioner?" Observing Duo Bao with merely 1 dragon, this individual mistakenly assumed Duo Bao to be an unremarkable solitary cultivator lacking any substantial backing, and sought to entice him with an offer. He was drawn to Duo Bao's apparent cultivation at the early stage of the great Luo Golden Immortal realm. Unaware that this was merely a superficial guise, Duo Bao furrowed his brow, for he had no intention of joining any alliance, and firmly declined. "Thank you for your kind offer, but I have no desire to affiliate with any faction. Please seek others. How dare you speak to our brother Wu in such a manner? Our Wu is a top-tier expert at the late stage of the great Luo Golden Immortal realm. His invitation to join the alliance is a gesture of respect. Do not act so shamelessly," exclaimed the gaunt man standing behind brother Wu, further deepening Duo Bao's frown. He could not comprehend why some individuals seemed eager to court their own demise, especially after he had made his stance abundantly clear. Ao Yun could no longer contain himself and admonished the 3 before him. "I do not care which faction you belong to, as long as you are in the Eastern Sea. Do not dare to act recklessly in my presence. In the Eastern Sea, my dragon clan reigns supreme. Step back, Alliance of Immortals, and refrain from insulting my lord, lest you provoke my wrath." Ao Yun regarded the trio with disdain. For as the 7th prince of the Dragon Palace in the Eastern Sea, he would not tolerate being bullied. With a mere call to his kin, he could summon no less than 10 pure blood dragons at the great Luo Golden Immortal level within half a stick of incense. The leader of the alliance, upon hearing Ao Yun mention the Dragon Clan, visibly recoiled, preparing to offer an apology. However, the gaunt man behind him spoke arrogantly. "What Dragon Clan? Merely remnants discarded by the heavenly Tao. The Alliance of Immortals is the true sovereign of the Eastern Sea now, that if you continue to overstep your bounds, do not blame us for taking action." The leader was taken aback by the unexpected arrogance of his companion. Momentarily rendered speechless, After years of cultivation, he understood the intricacies of human relations. He was baffled by his companion's motives, whether intentional provocation or sheer folly. Realizing the precarious situation, he swiftly turned and slapped the gaunt man into the sea. My sincere apologies, esteemed brothers. We have been quite offensive. This individual behind me is a newcomer to the Alliance and is unaware of the Dragon Clan's might. Please do not hold it against us. Seeing the sincerity in the apology, Duo Bao decided against pursuing further conflict and prepared to depart. However, the previously struck gaunt man, emerging from the sea, shouted at the leader of the Alliance, Wu Yun. How dare you strike me? Very well. I shall inform my uncle of this. Just think about how you will explain yourself. Upon hearing this, Wu Yun's expression shifted. Though the gaunt man, Sun Qian, was merely a 12 Golden Immortal, his uncle was a fully realized great Luo Golden Immortal, compelling Wu Yun to tread carefully. Wu Yun glanced at Duo Bao and Ao Yun, ultimately adhering to his initial resolution. Brothers, you may leave that I will bear all responsibility. Sun Qian, do not think your uncle's status grants you the right to behave so brazenly. I will report this incident to the Protector, and you will face consequences at that time. I shall see how you explain yourself. Before Wu Yun could finish, a haughty voice echoed from a distance. Wu Yun, I am curious to hear how you plan to report my nephew's misdeeds to the Protector if I were to deal with you here. Would you have a chance to make that report? Hearing this voice, Wu Yun's face paled as he urged Duo Bao and Ao Yun. Brothers, flee at once. I will hold them off. If we delay any longer, escape may no longer be possible. Duo Bao, however, had no intention of retreating. He was eager to discern who was so audacious as to rush forth to their doom. For the past half-month, he had not encountered any reckless souls, and today seemed to promise such an encounter. Descending from Ao Yun, Duo Bao suspended himself in the air, awaiting the arrival of the voice's owner. Soon, a figure emerged before them. This person possessed an exceedingly flamboyant appearance. A man who dared to adorn his lips with gloss, rendering them a repugnant shade of purple. Luo Tian, do you truly wish to contest with me over this matter? Although your cultivation surpasses mine, victory is not guaranteed. Let us come to an agreement. I shall remain silent regarding Sun Qian, and you shall not trouble us further. What say you? Ultimately, Wu Yun was wary of Luo Tian and proposed a conciliatory solution. The man known as Luo Tian snorted dismissively, regarding Wu Yun with disdain. Wu Yun, you truly overestimate your own significance. The difference between our realms is akin to a chasm. You have harmed my beloved nephew. How could I possibly let this slide? Prepare for your demise. I shall leave you with a complete corpse. Luo Tian's words dripped with arrogance, as if no one in existence was worthy of his regard. Duo Bao perceived him as a fool, perplexed as to how such an imbecile could attain the great Luo Golden Immortal realm. Perhaps foolishness had its own rewards. Whispering to Ao Yun, Duo Bao cautioned, Ao Yun, remember this. Keep your distance from such fools. Should you encounter him, do not engage. Ao Yun nodded vigorously, their exchange rousing Luo Tian's fury. How dare you two treat me with such contempt? A mere early-stage great Luo Golden Immortal dares to disregard me? Believe me, I could easily crush you both as one would squash ants. Luo Tian seethed with rage, his face flushed, while Wu Yun stood by, stifling a laugh. The atmosphere grew increasingly tense as Duo Bao and Ao Yun prepared to respond. Duo Bao did not even spare Luo Tian a glance, continuing to speak to Ao Yun. You see, some fools are prone to losing their composure. Lies do not wound. Only the truth is a sharp blade. Duo Bao's nonchalant tone, proclaiming what seemed to be an undeniable truth, left Luo Tian speechless, merely able to stammer in frustration. In that moment, Sun Qian appeared beside Luo Tian, maliciously suggesting, Uncle, with your strength, why waste words? Simply eliminate them. Only the weak rely on words. True strength is demonstrated through action. Sun Qian's words ignited Luo Tian's fury, prompting him to charge at Duo Bao. Wu Yun, sensing the impending danger, acted decisively, believing he should bear the consequences of the situation. Not Duo Bao. Their attacks collided, but Wu Yun ultimately fell short, being pushed back several paces. Gritting his teeth, Wu Yun reflected on the earlier clash, realizing he had underestimated Luo Tian's resolve, who had unleashed his full might. Wu Yun, I have warned you time and again. There are distinctions even among great Luo Golden Immortals, and the disparity between you and me is vast. If you step aside now, I shall overlook your previous transgressions. My only desire is for their lives. Should you obstruct me, I shall have no choice but to eliminate you as well. Remember, the path of cultivation is fraught with challenges. Think carefully. Having gauged Wu Yun's strength during their earlier confrontation, Luo Tian recognized that while Wu Yun was slightly weaker, he was not to be trifled with. Engaging Wu Yun would only waste precious time, allowing Duo Bao and Ao Yun to escape. Spitting blood, Wu Yun resolutely shook his head. Luo Tian, abandon that line of thought. This incident arose from my actions, and I will not stand idly by that. If you wish to harm my two brothers, you must first step over my corpse. I may not be your equal, but you will not come away unscathed. Wu Yun's tone was unwavering, surprising Duo Bao, who stood behind him. Indeed, many situations could be perceived from multiple angles. Within the alliance of immortals, there were righteous cultivators like Wu Yun. While many may resemble the malevolent Luo Tian, as long as a glimmer of justice remained, there was still hope. After expressing his sentiments, Duo Bao swiftly appeared before Wu Yun and softly remarked, "Brother Wu Yun, it would be wise for you to rest at the back for now. There is no need for you to concern yourself with this foolish individual. I shall ensure he regrets ever entering this world. Laments his decision to venture out today without consulting the calendar, and deeply regrets his baseless provocation of me. Ultimately, he will rue the existence of a particularly treacherous nephew, making him wish never to assume the role of an uncle in his next life." Duo Bao's words were devoid of any emotion, leaving Wu Yun in disbelief, while Luo Tian laughed boisterously. "Youngster, do you even comprehend the gravity of your words? You, a mere early-stage Deluo Jingxian, dare to utter such claims. Who granted you this audacity? I hope you possess the strength to match your bravado." "Liang Jinru." Duo Bao responded to Luo Tian's inquiry before launching his attack. He did not employ overwhelming magical power. Rather, he operated at the level of an early-stage Deluo Jingxian. However, the might of his techniques astonished Wu Yun, who stood beside him. How can this be? What kind of divine ability is this? The power exhibited by an early-stage Deluo Jingxian surpasses even my late-stage strength. Luo Tian, witnessing Duo Bao's assault, was equally taken aback, sensing the threat emanating from it. He could not afford to be careless. His expression turned grave as he summoned all his strength to unleash his most formidable technique. The collision of two formidable forces resulted in a resounding bang, causing the surrounding space to ripple. Duo Bao looked on impassively, addressing the now beleaguered Luo Tian. "Didn't you enjoy boasting? Why the silence now? How does your early-stage Deluo Jingxian strength measure up? Can you contend with me?" Duo Bao's soul-searching inquiry struck the onlookers as cruel. After all, killing was but a trivial matter. Yet why persist in such relentless humiliation? Luo Tian, having been gravely injured by Duo Bao's recent assault, found himself bereft of any capacity to retaliate, had he not previously exerted all his might to unleash his most powerful technique. He might have perished under that blow. Wu Yun was already astounded by Duo Bao's prowess, standing there foolishly at a loss. Ao Yun, on the other hand, was brimming with excitement, cheering for Duo Bao. "Master is the most handsome. Master is invincible. Master reigns supreme." Duo Bao, with a furrowed brow, regarded the sycophantic Ao Yun. Feeling that his mentorship had taken a misguided turn, he shot a glare at Ao Yun, who promptly fell silent, signaling with his hand that he had zipped his lips. Returning his gaze to Luo Yun, Duo Bao looked down upon the figure plummeting towards the sea and asked, "Do you have any final words? If not, I shall kindly escort you to your demise." Luo Tian's eyes reflected no fear, only a glimmer of hope and anticipation as he inquired, "My lord, could you spare my nephew? He is merely a bit foul-mouthed. His intentions are not wicked." Luo Tian was already drained of strength, his speech fragmented. Regrettably, Duo Bao shook his head in refusal. Luo Tian's hands fell weakly, his eyes closed tightly as he awaited his fate in silence. Suspended in the air, Duo Bao stood with one hand behind his back and the other outstretched, summoning a surge of seawater that transformed into the shape of a sword. The sight of Duo Bao manipulating the sea into a weapon left the other onlookers speechless with a casual flick. The sword detached from Duo Bao's grasp, hurtling towards Luo Tian. Suddenly, Sun Qian appeared in front of Luo Tian, allowing Duo Bao's sword to pierce his chest. "Uncle, it was your nephew who brought this upon you. Lacking the ability to avenge you, I can only accompany you in death." Sun Qian, devoid of any resentment, silently collapsed on a Luo Tian, the two perishing together. Such was the rarity of their bond, yet alas. Wrongdoings must be paid for the wheel of karma turns relentlessly. Had they not acted so impulsively today, perhaps they could have continued their carefree existence. However, Duo Bao refrained from voicing his subsequent thoughts. Casually stripping the two of their resources before incinerating them into ashes with a flicker of flame. The ashes of Luo Tian and Sun Qian scattered across the ocean, granting them a final resting place. Having resolved the matter of these two, Duo Bao redirected his attention to Wu Yun, stating, "Brother Wu Yun, I shall remember you. Take care to recuperate, and if possible, consider severing ties with the Alliance of Immortals. Understand the plight of solitary cultivators. You might try your luck with the Jie Jiao. Should you succeed in their external assessments, you may remain there." Duo Bao sought to recruit someone as just and righteous as Wu Yun for Jie Jiao. Yet the decision ultimately lay with Wu Yun himself. The current Jie Jiao was no longer the open sect it once was. It had instituted rigorous evaluations. Only those who passed the assessments could be accepted as disciples, which was not contrary to the doctrine of inclusivity. Inclusiveness first requires the capacity for education. Those unqualified for such education naturally do not deserve inclusion. Wu Yun nodded in response to Duo Bao's words. Recognizing that after this ordeal, he could no longer return to the Alliance of Immortals. Having dealt with this unexpected trouble, Duo Bao and Ao Yun set off once more. A month later, Ao Yun, fatigued and dispirited, flew ahead, weary of such a life. He queried Duo Bao, "Master, how much longer must we search? At this rate, when will this end?" Duo Bao, feeling somewhat vexed, began to doubt his own fortune as the protagonist, having searched for over a month with no results. Yet he resolved to make one last effort, contemplating, "Ao Yun, we have already searched for so long. A few more days will not matter. Let us search for 3 more days, and if we find nothing, we shall abandon this pursuit. Perhaps this treasure simply does not belong to me, and no amount of force will yield what is not fated." Upon hearing that only 3 more days were required, Ao Yun's spirits revived, and he cheerfully declared, "Master, let us agree then. After 3 days, regardless of our findings, we shall depart the Eastern Sea and explore the Honghuang continent." Agreed. 3 days swiftly passed, yet their diligent search yielded nothing. "Very well, this fortune may not be meant for me. Let us prepare to leave the Eastern Sea." Duo Bao also lost interest. The lack of results indicated that this opportunity was indeed not his. Excited, Ao Yun turned to head in the direction of their departure from the Eastern Sea, only to suddenly collide with an unknown object. With a loud bang, Ao Yun's head struck the mysterious entity, leaving him dazed and enraged. "What audacious thing dares to collide with me? Witness my dragon's breath." Ao Yun unleashed a fireball, aiming to obliterate the unidentified object before him. However, upon impact, the fireball not only failed to produce any effect, but was instead repelled back towards him. Startled, Ao Yun hastily dodged aside, his earlier commotion drawing Duo Bao's attention. In an instant, Duo Bao appeared before the enigmatic object. "This is a restriction. How can there be a restriction in such a place?" Duo Bao gazed curiously at the mysterious object. Suddenly struck by a thought, he unleashed a punch as a test. Duo Bao's current strength far surpassed his previous capabilities. His physical body had reached the quasi-saint level, rivaling the 12 ancestors of sorcery. The force of this punch was formidable enough to obliterate an early-stage Deluo Jinxian with ease. When his fist connected with the mysterious object, it sustained no damage whatsoever. Instead, the force he had channeled was entirely rebuffed back at him. Duo Bao felt a jolt reverberate through his fist, leaving it somewhat numb. Yet he was filled with exhilaration. He realized he had discovered the location he had been seeking. Such profound restrictions could only belong to one of the 3 immortal islands. Truly, The phrase unintentionally planting willows leads to the formation of shade rang true, as the saying goes. One may tread with great effort, but find no trace, yet acquire all without exertion. What is meant to be mine will indeed be mine, and no one can take it away. I am indeed the protagonist. Duo Bao lost himself in his fantasies, his smile growing ever more pronounced. Yuan, observing Duo Bao's silly grin, began to worry that his master had succumbed to madness and frantically called out, Master, master, what has happened to you? Awakened by Yuan's voice, Duo Bao, in mild irritation, tapped Yuan on the head. Yuan recoiled, clutching his head in woe. The strength of the dragon lineage was formidable, but it could not withstand Duo Bao's might. Cease your lamentations. I am well aware of how much force I employed. Had I truly exerted myself, you would have already been obliterated. Duo Bao prevented Yuan from continuing his antics, now that they had found their destination. It was only natural to seek a way to unravel the restrictions and explore within. Duo Bao instructed Yuan to guard him as he endeavored to comprehend how to lift the seals. Upon hearing that Duo Bao had located the site, Yuan felt a surge of happiness for him. After such a prolonged search, Duo Bao had finally succeeded, and their efforts during this time had not been in vain. Yuan cautiously scanned the surroundings, confirming that they were in an unclaimed area devoid of prying eyes, before standing beside Duo Bao to protect him. His current strength had reached the pinnacle of 12 Golden Immortal, and he feared no adversary below the great Duo Golden Immortal. With the spiritual treasure bestowed upon him by Duo Bao, he could even delay a confrontation with the great Duo Golden Immortal for a time. Duo Bao settled cross-legged before the mysterious object, beginning to meditate on the restrictions placed upon it. For an ordinary person, such seals might pose insurmountable challenges. But Duo Bao was exceptional. He observed the proficiency level regarding the restrictions steadily rising on the panel and estimated that he would likely decipher them in about 10 days. 10 days was a brief span, particularly for cultivators like them, making it almost fleeting. Thus, Yuan devoted himself wholeheartedly to guarding Duo Bao for the next 10 days, and upon the completion of this duration, Duo Bao opened his eyes. The task was accomplished, and he was poised to lift the restrictions. Yuan, seeing Duo Bao awaken, hurriedly approached him, eager to take credit. My lord, I have been diligent and spared no effort during these days. Very well, I acknowledge your commendable service. You shall be rewarded with something good later. Duo Bao was now eager to enter the mysterious object and ascertain whether it was indeed the place he sought. He said to Yuan, Yuan, you shall guard the entrance while I investigate within. Regardless of what I find, we shall depart once I am done. Yuan nodded, harboring no resentment over being left outside, for he understood that many places were perilous and his current strength was insufficient for self-protection. After issuing his instructions to Yuan, Duo Bao formed intricate hand seals and cast them upon the restrictions of the mysterious object, successfully lifting them. Without hesitation, he stepped directly into the enigmatic realm in an instant. The world transformed. Duo Bao beheld a scene of vibrant springtime beauty before him. Realizing he had indeed arrived at the correct location, this was undoubtedly one of the 3 immortal islands, though he was uncertain which one it was. Preparing to explore thoroughly, Duo Bao sought treasures that might astound him that he extended his consciousness, maximizing its reach to cover hundreds of miles around him. He meticulously surveyed the area, leaving no detail unexamined, determined to collect every resource available. Soon, Duo Bao's efforts bore fruit as he gathered numerous innate spiritual roots. Although their quality was not exceptionally high, their abundance was commendable, even if Duo Bao could no longer utilize them at his level. The lower-tier disciples of Jie Jiao could certainly benefit. Bringing these resources back would allow him to exchange them with Tong Tian for valuable items. In any case, there are no useless resources, only those who do not know how to utilize them. Duo Bao's speed of collection was rapid, for the island was vast. Yet it could not withstand the thoroughness of his search. He first scoured the perimeter of the island, cleansing it of all resources before gradually advancing inward. This method, though time-consuming, proved to yield the greatest bounty. Duo Bao refrained from completely destroying the innate spiritual roots. He merely took a portion. He had already come to regard this immortal island as his own possession, which he would naturally protect rather than destroy. He anticipated returning in a few years to reap another harvest, as sustainable development was the best approach. Having explored the periphery, Duo Bao began to venture toward the center, his smile growing ever brighter. The closer he approached the inner sanctum, the better the resources he discovered. Although their quantity diminished, the quality continued to rise. Step by step, he inched closer to the core, his heart swelling with anticipation for the treasures that awaited him. However, upon reaching the center, he was taken aback by the breathtaking sight before him. At the heart of the island lay a magnificent lake, its waters radiating a tricolored brilliance, appearing otherworldly. Floating atop its surface were dozens of white lotus flowers, the most exquisite being 12 grade white lotuses situated in the center of the lake, exuding an air of purity and grace. Emerging from the mud yet untainted, washed by the clear waters yet not seductive. Opposite the lake stood a towering tree, adorned with only 9 fruits, each emanating a profound aura of Tao. Duo Bao, entranced by the beauty before him, remained captivated for several minutes before finally exclaiming, "This is splendid! I have finally struck it rich. The holy water of the 3 lights filling this lake is simply invaluable." And the Huangzhong Li, one of the top 10 exquisite innate spiritual roots, can create a great Luo Golden Immortal from just a single fruit. Though his path might not lead to further elevation, the capacity to manufacture great Luo Golden Immortals in bulk was still immensely formidable. Duo Bao's gaze turned to one of avarice as he envisioned the wealth before him. Without hesitation, he soared upward, positioning himself above the 12-grade Pure World White Lotus and swiftly plucking it from the water. This was the item he most required for his current expedition. While the other treasures were precious, they paled in comparison. Gently, Duo Bao secured the 12-grade Pure World White Lotus, intending to present it to Tong Tian upon his return to Jie Jiao. He did not neglect the other lotus flowers, although they were not as valuable as the 12-grade lotus. Every little bit counted. He collected the 6-grade and 9-grade white lotuses while allowing the 3-grade lotus to continue growing. Duo Bao could not afford to waste the lake's holy water either, so he utilized a small box that had once contained the blood of the ancestor dragon to fill half the lake. He refrained from depleting all the holy water, uncertain whether it could regenerate, preferring to leave some behind. After completing these tasks, he joyfully approached the Huangzhong Li fruits and carefully stored the 9 fruits in a jade box, sealing it to preserve their potency. Having conducted extensive research to acquire more and better resources, Duo Bao's smile remained ever present as he gazed at the mountain of treasures accumulating in his consciousness. After reaching the center of the island, he learned its name, the illustrious Penglai Island. With the opportunities acquired from this island, Duo Bao began devising a plan to claim it as his own. Since heaven had allowed him to find this immortal island, it was clear that it was a gift meant for him. How could Duo Bao refuse such divine benevolence? After much contemplation, he finally devised a strategy. He would restore the restrictions on Penglai Island and add hidden seals. Once marked, no one but Duo Bao would be able to locate Penglai again. Without hesitation, he set to work, casting numerous seals that would render the restrictions even more intricate and profound. After hours of effort, he was drenched in sweat, yet he nodded in satisfaction at the completion of the seals. Now, aside from myself, no one should be able to find this place again. Even if they pass right by, they should remain oblivious. With everything accomplished, Duo Bao prepared to exit, having spent 3 days exploring Penglai. Yuan outside must be anxiously awaiting his return as he flashed out of Penglai Island. Yuan perked up, calling out, "My lord, you have finally emerged. If you had delayed any longer, I would have been beside myself with worry." This time, Yuan refrained from rambling, for he was genuinely concerned. During the past 3 days, he had received no word from Duo Bao and feared for his safety. Duo Bao affectionately ruffled Yuan's hair and retrieved a medium-grade, innate spiritual root from his consciousness, presenting it to Yuan with the words, "Thank you for your hard work. This is your reward. Continue to perform well in the future." Yuan received the gift with joy, dancing with delight. He was no stranger to the world, merely seeking Duo Bao's affirmation. Once his excitement subsided, Yuan inquired, "My lord, what shall we do next? Should we depart from the Eastern Sea or continue our pursuit? I have already found what I was seeking. Let us take our leave from the Eastern Sea." Perhaps there are still opportunities to be had, but they no longer seem destined for me. One must not be overly greedy. While opportunities may present themselves, forcing them will only bring harm to oneself and others. Duo Bao, rather shamelessly, does not consider himself among such individuals. He believes he is a fated child, destined for fortune. Of course, this is merely jest. Duo Bao is quite aware of his limits and is preparing to leave the Eastern Sea. Yuan, bearing Duo Bao, swiftly navigates beyond the bounds of the Eastern Sea, moving with remarkable speed and an air of audacity. The Dragon Clan holds immense renown within the Eastern Sea, and few dare to provoke them. After a fortnight, Duo Bao gazes upon the remaining distance to fully depart from the Eastern Sea. Letting out a resigned chuckle, in his fervor to seek opportunities, he had forgotten how far they had traveled. Now, the journey back is indeed arduous. Yuan, however, remains undeterred. For him, as long as there is a goal to strive towards, despondency holds no place in his heart. Yuan, let us rest for a moment before continuing our journey. In another fortnight, we shall be free of the Eastern Sea. Duo Bao collects himself, mindful that a stable state of mind is paramount for a practitioner. He wishes to avoid falling prey to inner demons. The two idly drift upon the surface of the sea, observing schools of fish leaping from the water. Suddenly, Duo Bao senses a violent tremor in the surrounding space, as if someone were about to emerge. Without hesitation, Duo Bao pulls Yuan aside, creating distance to prevent being drawn into the spatial rift, which could lead to exile in the chaotic realms beyond. The turbulence of the void beyond is no trifling matter. Unless one attains the pinnacle of Hunyuan Duo Jingxian, death could come at any moment. Duo Bao's brow furrows. The newcomer is formidable, undoubtedly surpassing a quasi-saint, for it would be impossible to traverse space otherwise. Yuan, it seems the visitor does not bear good intentions. You must take to the sea and conceal yourself while I ascertain their identity. A sense of foreboding lingers within Duo Bao. He feels he has stumbled into trouble. For the newcomer exudes the aura of a powerful quasi-saint. The space tears open, and a figure steps forth. Towering at 8 feet, the newcomer is strikingly handsome, exuding a virile charm. Clad in resplendent garments, he radiates an air of nobility, accompanied by an overwhelming pressure. Duo Bao maintains his composure. Although he does not know the newcomer, he possesses means of self-preservation and feels no fear. The newcomer scrutinizes Duo Bao, as if confirming something, and after a moment, speaks. You are the one who killed Luotin. Duo Bao nods. There is no concealing this matter, and he finds no need to do so, having committed the deed. What is there to fear? Are you not afraid? You dare to admit it so directly. Do you possess some hidden trump card? The newcomer appears intrigued, posing a question that reveals his curiosity. Esteemed elder. Duo Bao replies with poise, since you have found me, it is clear you are certain of my guilt. What significance is there in my denial? Furthermore, I do not stoop to deception. Upon hearing this, the newcomer begins to admire Duo Bao, extending an invitation. Young one, I am Dong Wan Gong. Would you care to join my alliance of immortals? Should you accept, I will grant you a position as a protector. Know that prior to you, only quasi-saints could attain such a role. Join us, and you shall be among the protectors. Dong Wan Gong presents what he believes to be a generous offer, yet Duo Bao declines without hesitation. I appreciate your kindness, esteemed elder, but I am accustomed to my freedom and may find it difficult to adapt to the life of a faction. Perhaps you should seek another. If there is nothing further, I shall take my leave. Duo Bao wishes to avoid conflict with Dong Wan Gong, although he has reached the quasi-saint realm. Facing such an established figure still fills him with trepidation. Should matters escalate, his concealed cultivation might be discovered by the likes of Yuan Shi or Laozi. Dong Wan Gong, incredulous at the rejection, gazes at Duo Bao with disbelief, his voice turning icy. Young one, do not delude yourself. My invitation is sincere. Do not make the mistake of rejecting me. Witnessing Dong Wan Gong's rapid change in demeanor, Duo Bao's opinion of him diminishes further. With such a lack of composure, it is no wonder he cannot compare to Dijuan, the foremost among male immortals. It is truly a discredit to Daozu. Duo Bao internally critiques Dong Wan Gong, but remains unwilling to engage him. Should Dong Wan Gong dare to act against him, he would have no choice but to seek his master. Esteemed elder, I reiterate my gratitude for your kindness, but I shall not join the alliance of immortals. Duo Bao firmly states once more. Enraged, Dong Wangong retorts, very well, very well. I have never encountered such an ungrateful youth. It appears I've been too lenient. Young one, allow me to demonstrate the disparity between us and show you the might of a quasi-saint. With that, Dong Wangong launches an attack against Duo Bao, employing simple divine techniques. Such an assault would surely not harm Duo Bao, but he refuses to engage. Esteemed elder, since you choose to bully the weak, do not blame me for my rudeness. Duo Bao summons the Qingping sword, its blade emanating the sword aura of Tong Tian, instantly dispelling Dong Wangong's divine attack. Realizing the presence of the Qingping sword, Dong Wangong's heart sinks. He had not anticipated that this youth was a disciple of Tong Tian. He attempts to retreat, but is ensnared by Tong Tian's furious gaze, locked within this space. Dong Wangong, do you tire of living? Do you truly believe that just because my master has spoken a few words to you, you may act with impunity against my disciple? Bullying the weak is beneath you. All these years, your cultivation has evidently gone to waste. You boast of your prowess, do you? Let us see what you are truly capable of. Tong Tian arrives on the battlefield within 3 breaths, his anger boiling at the sight of Dong Wangong attacking Duo Bao, his most cherished disciple. What manner of fool dares to treat Duo Bao in such a way? After years of restraint, does he think he cannot wield his sword in winter? Dong Wangong attempts to explain himself, but the fury in Tong Tian's eyes renders him speechless. Tong Tian sage, this is all a misunderstanding. I had no knowledge that this individual was your disciple. Had I known, I would never have acted against him. Dong Wangong's defense rings hollow in the face of the truth. Tong Tian trusts only what he has witnessed. With a cold snort, Tong Tian declares, had I not arrived in time, my beloved disciple would have been annihilated by your attack. Given the gravity of the situation, what further excuses can you muster? Rest assured, I shall not kill you. I merely wish to spar. After all these years, we must take this opportunity to rekindle our camaraderie. Upon hearing this, Dong Wangong realizes he cannot escape the punishment that awaits him. Resolved, he retorts, very well, let me challenge the sage and see the extent of the gap between us quasi-saints. Duo Bao cannot help but laugh at this proclamation. He is at a loss for words. Should he commend Dong Wangong for his audacity or mock his folly? The notion of a quasi-saint challenging a sage is a rarity he has never encountered. It is no exaggeration to say that the chasm between a quasi-saint and a sage is vaster than that between an elephant and an ant. Tong Tian chuckles as well, amused by Dong Wangong's overestimation of himself. Very well, you possess courage I shall not take advantage of you. I will only engage you at the peak of the quasi-saint realm. Let us battle in the void. With that, Tong Tian wields the Qingping sword and steps into the void. Battles between quasi-saints are typically of immense scale and are conducted in the void to avoid widespread destruction in the Hongwang, where the stability of space is paramount to prevent the emergence of dangerous rifts. Dong Wangong, unwilling to be outdone, follows Tong Tian into the void. Dong Wangong, you may strike first. I shall grant you 3 moves. Do not claim I am bullying you. Tong Tian declares with magnanimity. Upon hearing these words, Dong Wangong immediately exerted himself to the fullest, wielding his most prized spiritual treasure, the dragon-headed staff. This exquisite innate spiritual artifact was a token bestowed upon him by the Tao ancestor. Serving as the cornerstone of his dominance over the years, the dragon-headed staff emerged. Dong Wangong's aura surged dramatically, channeling his formidable magical power into a single strike aimed at Tong Tian. Faced with such an assault, an ordinary quasi-saint would have surely succumbed to panic. Yet who was Tong Tian? With a mere flick of his sword, he effortlessly shattered Dong Wangong's attack into fragments. Casually remarking, not bad. You've made significant progress since our days in the Zhixiao Palace. Keep up the good work. Tong Tian's nonchalant demeanor drove Dong Wangong to the brink of madness. Surely, even a saint ought not to look down upon others so disdainfully. In a frenzy, Dong Wangong unleashed a relentless barrage of attacks upon Tong Tian, who, however, remained unfazed, choosing merely to defend himself for a time. After approximately the span of a joss stick, Tong Tian grew bored and, with a casual stroke of his sword, sent Dong Wangong hurtling backward. Dong Wangong was flung through the air, coughing up blood, gravely injured and bereft of the strength to continue fighting. Today, consider this a lesson. Tong Tian declared that I shall spare your life, but henceforth, keep your eyes wide open and refrain from making any move against my treasured disciple. Should you dare to do so again, I will personally send you on your way. With that, he turned his back on Dong Wangong, vanishing into the void. Duo Bao, witnessing Tong Tian's reappearance, understood that the conflict between him and Dong Wangong had concluded, and with a beaming smile, inquired, Master, what state have you left him in? You didn't kill him, did you? Why? Do you wish for me to slay him? Tong Tian replied, thinking Duo Bao harbored a deep-seated resentment toward Dong Wangong, ready to return and deliver a fatal blow. Duo Bao hastily interjected, Master, what are you thinking? If I wanted you to kill him, I would have said so long ago. The fact that you spared him is for the best. After all, he is the Dao ancestors' chosen foremost male immortal, and as the Dao ancestors' direct disciple, your slaying him would tarnish his reputation. Tong Tian, satisfied with Duo Bao's consideration for his well-being, nodded approvingly. Well done, my good disciple. It seems this outing has not been in vain. You have shown thoughtfulness for your master. However, fret not over such trivial matters. Dong Wangong is but a jumping clown. As the most favored disciple of Hongjun, even slaying Dong Wangong would not incur punishment. Once Duo Bao sensed that Tong Tian no longer harbored intentions of killing Dong Wangong, he breathed a sigh of relief and summoned Aoyun. Having undergone a series of startling events, Aoyun was nearly petrified with fear. Upon hearing Duo Bao's call and spotting Tong Tian, he quickly bowed, proclaiming, Little Dragon has met his great-grandfather. I pay my respects. Aoyun's reflexes were swift. Having been briefed about Tong Tian by Duo Bao, he instinctively offered a greeting upon their meeting. Master, this is my mount, the seventh son of the Dragon King of the EC, named Aoyun. Duo Bao introduced Aoyun to Tong Tian, who nodded in acknowledgement but frowned as he remarked, Duo Bao, this little dragon carries considerable sin. Without purging his transgressions, his future will be perilous. Rest assured, Master, I have devised a method to aid Aoyun in cleansing his sins. Duo Bao reassured him he was confident that as long as he wished, he could effortlessly accumulate merits to assist Aoyun. Seeing that Duo Bao was composed, Tong Tian opted not to delve further into the matter. Instead, he cautioned Duo Bao, should you encounter danger again, summon the Qingping sword as you did today, that not allow yourself to be harmed. Moreover, focus on your cultivation and refrain from causing trouble outside, you understand? Duo Bao nodded, sensing the concern in Tong Tian's voice. He would not disregard his master's good intentions. Suddenly, Duo Bao recalled something and addressed Tong Tian. Master, could you please shield our conversation from heavenly secrets, concealing our dialogue? Though perplexed, Tong Tian complied, creating a barrier that enveloped them both. Now, aside from himself, no one could discern the contents of their exchange. Very well, speak freely. I shall see if I can assist you, he said. Assuming Duo Bao sought his help with a pressing matter, Duo Bao shook his head, retrieving the 12-petal pure world white lotus from his sea of consciousness, presenting it to Tong Tian. This is the 12-petal pure world white lotus. Tong Tian exclaimed, astonished. Where did you acquire such a treasure? This was indeed a remarkable item, one that Tong Tian desperately needed. Duo Bao, might you part with this 12-petal pure world white lotus? I could exchange it for any spiritual treasure you desire. Tong Tian urged, his eagerness palpable. The Jie sect had long been without a treasure to stabilize its fortunes, leading to a continuous decline. If the 12-petal pure world white lotus could be used to anchor the Jie sect's fortunes, it would certainly prevent further decay. Duo Bao, however, shook his head, responding, Master, I brought this forth specifically for you. I lack any need for spiritual treasures at present. However, I must clarify a few matters with you, and you must remember them well. Never forget. What matters? Tong Tian inquired, fully trusting Duo Bao and unconcerned that he might act against him or the Jie sect. Master, the 12-petal pure world white lotus can be used to stabilize the Jie sect's fortunes. However, remember this. Periodically, you must extract a portion of the Jie sect's fortunes to maintain the illusion of its continued flow. This is of utmost importance. Do not allow other saints to sense that our fortunes have been anchored. Duo Bao's expression was grave as he articulated this strategy, a means to deceive their adversaries. Tong Tian nodded. Executing such a task was not beyond him. Periodically extracting Jie's sect fortunes and applying them to various items would suffice. This is merely the first matter I wish to discuss. Successfully addressing it will greatly benefit our Jie sect. The second matter, while not as critical, concerns a friend of mine named Wu Yun, whom I have sent to undergo the outer sect assessment of our Jie sect. Should he gain entry, I hope you will keep an eye on him to determine if he is worthy of cultivation. Tong Tian nodded, finding this request simple enough. He would keep a watchful eye on Wu Yun's progress. After conveying these two matters, Duo Bao had nothing further to address. He then informed Tong Tian, "Master, my journey is far from over. I must continue forth, so I shall not accompany you back. Please take care of your health, and I will bring you a fine gift upon my return." "Haha, what more could I desire? Your gift is the best of all," Tong Tian replied. "Now that our conversation is concluded, I shall take my leave. Someone must oversee Jie Jiao Island. Should any danger arise, summon the Qingping sword, and I shall arrive promptly." As he spoke, Tong Tian's figure grew ethereal, then vanished from sight. Yun remained lost in the joy of conversing with the saint, standing there in a daze. Duo Bao quietly approached Yun from behind, gently tapping his head and teasing. "Yun, was it not delightful to speak with the saint?" "Indeed, indeed. Would you like to leave your master and accompany Tong Tian instead?" "Yes, yes," Yun exclaimed, but then suddenly realized the awkwardness of his words and quickly clarified. "Master, allow me to explain. This is not my true intention. I certainly wish to remain by your side." Duo Bao chose not to pursue the matter further, recognizing Yun's gesture as a significant concession. What a jest it would be to follow a saint. Who would still desire him with such a figure around? However, Duo Bao harbored no resentment. He believed that one day he too would ascend to the realm of saints, and at that time, he would possess such charisma. Suddenly, Duo Bao recalled something he had overlooked and let out a howl toward the heavens. "No, I just forgot to ask Master to send us to the shores of the East Sea. We still have half a month before we can depart." Yun also came to her senses and joined in the lamentation. Upon returning from the Eastern Sea to Jie Jiao Island, Tong Tian gazed at the 12th rank Pure World White Lotus, his heart swelling with joy. This was a cherished gift from his most favored disciple, Duo Bao, marking the first time he had received a present from a pupil. Such a gift was not merely precious. It bore profound significance. Tong Tian first employed his sacred consciousness to investigate the situation of the disciples on Jie Jiao Island, confirming that no abnormalities were present. Subsequently, he concealed the heavenly secrets, rendering it impossible for anyone to discern what transpired on Jie Jiao Island. Grasping the 12th rank Pure World White Lotus, Tong Tian swore an oath to the heavenly Tao, proclaiming, "By the heavenly Tao above, I, Tong Tian, pledge to suppress my Jie sect's fortune with the 12th rank Pure World White Lotus. May the heavenly Tao witness this." Upon uttering his vow, the heavenly Tao responded immediately with resounding thunder, signifying its approval of the matter. The 12th rank Pure World White Lotus in Tong Tian's grasp began to transform, coalescing the fortune of the Jie sect within it, rendering it increasingly extraordinary. Tong Tian silently sensed the change and discovered that the Jie sect's fortune no longer dissipated continuously. He erupted into hearty laughter. Tong Tian's laughter swiftly reverberated across Jie Jiao Island, astonishing his direct disciples. It was a rare sight to witness Tong Tian so elated. Could there be some joyous occasion? Suddenly, Tong Tian issued a decree. All disciples of the Jie sect, regardless of their rank, shall receive a 30% increase in resources this month. Upon the issuance of this decree, jubilation erupted within the Jie sect. A 30% increase in resources for a month was no trivial matter. Duo Bao, however, was not present at the sect, thus missing out on this opportunity for increased resources. Yet he had grown indifferent to the meager offerings of the Jie sect, for he now possessed considerable wealth and strength. Without speaking, he knew that the resources he held could rival Tong Tian's, at least equating to half of Tong Tian's reserves. Such accumulation, regardless of which quasi-saint possessed it, was exceptionally precious. Once Duo Bao became a saint, These would serve as his foundation to at this moment. Duo Bao was soaring through the skies of the Eastern Sea alongside Aoyun, no longer troubled, for traveling itself had become a form of cultivation on the shores of the Eastern Sea. A man and a dragon descended upon the earth, feeling a profound sense of stability. The ethereal sensation of being in the air had been somewhat overpowering. Duo Bao instructed Aoyun to assume human form. For on the primordial continent, he no longer wished to ride Aoyun. They would journey together instead. Aoyun gazed at Duo Bao and inquired about their next destination. Master, where shall we head next? The primordial realm is vast, and there are many places I have yet to explore. In response to Aoyun's query, Duo Bao fell into contemplation, uncertain of their ultimate destination. Just as Aoyun had remarked, the primordial realm was immense, brimming with potential opportunities. Duo Bao needed to deliberate carefully. After a considerable pause, Duo Bao finally made a decision, stating, Aoyun, I presume you have never ventured to Buzhou Mountain? How about we journey there together? It is said to be the transformed spine of the Pangu great god. And surely, there are abundant opportunities awaiting us. Let us test our luck. Indeed, indeed. Aoyun had never visited Buzhou Mountain, primarily because he yearned to explore uncharted territories. With their agreement reached, they set forth, their destination being Buzhou Mountain. Currently, Buzhou Mountain lay within the domain of the Witch Clan, and Duo Bao intended to meet with them, seeking to devise a plan amidst the conflict between the witches and the undead. Duo Bao recalled that Hutu had transformed into the cycle of reincarnation, within which many merits could be manipulated, and he aimed to strategize a way to procure some. If he could acquire a portion of these merits, it would undoubtedly cleanse Aoyun of his sins. The merits associated with the Tao of Earth and humanity were plentiful, and Duo Bao intended to seize every opportunity. His innate treasure, the Duo Bao Pagoda, had absorbed a significant amount of merit, with further potential for growth. Even if he were to nurture it solely with merit, he was determined to elevate the Duo Bao Pagoda to greater heights. While other treasures boasted immense power and were indeed remarkable, none could compare to the connection he felt with the Duo Bao Pagoda, which he had cultivated himself. Duo Bao had experimented with the Hongmeng Liantian ruler, its power undeniably astonishing. Once he ascended to the status of a mixed Yuan Duo Golden Immortal, its might would rival that of the Pangu banner. Yet, if given a choice, Duo Bao preferred for his Duo Bao Pagoda to become a postnatal treasure of merit. This journey to Buzhou Mountain would not be a long, arduous trek. Rather, Duo Bao planned to meander along the way. Appreciating the diverse landscapes, he had acquired a wealth of experiences from the Eastern Sea that required careful digestion. This journey itself was akin to cultivation. Cultivation without the refinement of one's heart would inevitably lead to madness. Duo Bao's rapid advancement in strength necessitated an equally progressive state of mind, lest he encounter significant issues. Upon hearing Duo Bao's plans, Aoyun voiced no objections. Any thoughts he had were suppressed, for he dared not express them. He was not ignorant of hierarchy. Duo Bao had inquired of him out of respect. However, if he were to voice his opinions, it would be deemed disrespectful to Duo Bao. Thus, they commenced their journey, indulging in food, drink, and merriment along the way. They encountered numerous demon tribes, dealing with those who spoke disrespectfully by swiftly dispatching them for meat. Duo Bao's fortune was indeed remarkable, as he stumbled upon several innate spiritual roots. Perhaps it was due to his original form as a treasure-seeking mouse. What puzzled Duo Bao, however, was the absence of any human tribes along their path, which diverged from his expectations. He had anticipated numerous human settlements in the Eastern Sea, yet it seemed he had overestimated their presence. Before the rise of humankind, their fixed habitats were quite limited, with the witch and undead clans dominating the landscape. The witch clan's living areas were highly concentrated, extending several thousand miles around Buzhou Mountain. In contrast, the demon clan's territories were scattered, being a conglomerate of myriad races. Neither Duo Bao nor Aoyun would indulge in the foul habits of the demon clans. They were unconcerned about potential troubles from them. Regardless, if they encountered any unsightly demons, they would swiftly eliminate them for sustenance, as their travels unfolded, while Duo Bao may not have significantly enhanced other abilities. His culinary skills had remarkably progressed. After such an extensive journey, Duo Bao's state of mind had also solidified. Time indeed serves to refine an individual. Now, Duo Bao's mental state finally matched the strength he possessed, allowing him to stand firm against those seasoned quasi-saints. Yun still had not broken through to the great Luo Golden Immortal stage. Until some of his sins were alleviated, such a breakthrough would prove challenging. Duo Bao had assured Yun that within a millennium, he would surely help reduce the weight of his sins. After their visit to Buzhou Mountain, Duo Bao intended to head towards the human tribes, as he harbored a unique sentiment towards them. Duo Bao sought to employ the knowledge from his previous life to expedite the development of humankind, enhancing their foundations without attracting the attention of the heavenly Tao. The existing golden core Tao was utterly insufficient for humankind to secure a foothold in the primordial world, let alone ensure their survival. Duo Bao was acutely aware of how perfunctory his grandmaster had been when establishing the golden core Tao, merely providing humankind with a rudimentary path for cultivation. Such a method could only lead to the attainment of earth immortal status at best. And in the primordial realm, even a mere breath could extinguish a multitude of earth immortals. What purpose did it serve? Duo Bao was determined to create a cultivation method suitable for humans, not for any other reason, but to provide a sense of closure for his past self. Setting aside the distractions in his mind, Duo Bao and Yun strode forward, gazing at the unfamiliar mountain range before them. Duo Bao inquired, Yun, where are we? I have never seen this mountain range before. Is it a new formation? Yun, recalling the map of the primordial realm, pondered for a moment before responding, Master, if I'm not mistaken, this is Wui Mountain. I have heard that there's a tea tree atop this mountain, known for its delightful flavor. Master, you enjoy tea. Shall we ascend the mountain to gather some leaves? Perhaps we might uncover further treasures. Wui Mountain. As the thoughts traversed through Duo Bao's mind, he strode purposefully toward the mountain. He recalled that in the tale of Feng Shun, Zhao Gongming had been struck down at Wui Mountain by the falling treasures of the 24 sea calming pearls. Perhaps the fabled Luo Bao coin awaited him here. Nestled within the mountain's embrace, the mere thought of such an artifact ignited a fervor within Duo Bao's heart. It was an essential talisman for both domestic tranquility and personal defense. Observing Duo Bao's urgency, Yun mistakenly believed that his master craved tea, and thus followed closely behind, preparing to brew a cup for him later. As the duo ventured into the dense woodlands of Wui Mountain, they found the atmosphere rich but devoid of any demonic presence. Perhaps the spiritual energy here was too sparse, lacking the aura characteristic of a celestial abode. After some reflection, Duo Bao surmised that the emergence of a treasure like the Luo Bao coin might have drained the mountain's spiritual essence, which could only begin to replenish once the coin was claimed by another. Though the tea trees were situated atop the peak, Duo Bao was not in haste to ascend. Instead, he extended his consciousness to seek the trace of the Luo Bao coin. His exhaustive searching yielded little more than some low-grade, innate spiritual roots. Gazing at these insipid yet regrettably wasted resources, he ultimately decided to collect them all. That Yun, perplexed, inquired, My lord, at your level, do you truly find value in such trifles? Would you like me to have someone procure more for you? Duo Bao playfully rapped Yun's head, imparting a lesson. You, my boy, do not bear the burdens of household management, nor do you understand the value of even the simplest necessities. The Dragon Clan may appear to possess great depth, but it is a fade of true capability. With the lesser spiritual roots secured, Duo Bao resumed his climb, resolute in his quest to locate the Luo Bao coin. If he did not succeed today, he would return to search anew tomorrow. Thus, he traversed from the base to the summit, finding nothing but the lowly spiritual roots. This was unexpected. Could it be that the Luo Bao coin had yet to be formed? Had he arrived too early? Feeling slightly discontented, Duo Bao began to employ his analytical skills. After a brief contemplation, he dismissed his earlier conclusions that it is impossible. I am the destined one. The Luo Bao coin must be here. The only location yet unexplored was the mountain's apex, where the coin surely lay concealed. His conjectures, though whimsical, proved fortuitously accurate. The Luo Bao coin indeed resided at the summit. The summit's arrangement was quite simple. Aside from a few innate spiritual-rooted tea trees, there was merely a small cold pond, its waters crystal clear and still. Duo Bao scoured every nook and cranny of the summit without uncovering the Luo Bao coin. leaving him in a state of bewilderment. Meanwhile, Ao Yun paid him no mind, choosing instead to harvest tea and brew it. He had already found the tea produced by the trees of Wui Mountain to be remarkably fine and intended to stockpile some for Duo Bao's future enjoyment. For 3 consecutive days, Duo Bao found nothing, and the only unexamined location was the small cold pond at the peak. Adopting a pose he deemed particularly suave, he proclaimed, "Eliminate all impossibilities, and whatever remains, however improbable, must be the truth." Upon uttering these words, he noticed the absence of an audience to appreciate his flair and, with a sigh, leaped into the icy waters of the pond. The frigid water was piercing. Yet it affected Duo Bao not. He began to search within the depths of the pond. Within moments, he detected an anomaly, a concealed restriction to ha ha ha. Truly, I am the destined one, even in such a place. I can make discoveries. With a flourish of his hand, he dispelled the restriction. Having studied the seals of Penglai Island, Duo Bao found that ordinary barriers posed little challenge to him. As the restriction fell away, the sealed Luo Bao coin revealed itself. Duo Bao gazed at the small, winged coin and chuckled. "You truly hid yourself well, but ultimately my skills have triumphed, and I have located you." Before he could finish his sentence, the Luo Bao coin attempted to flee, yet escape was hardly an option to ensure absolute certainty. Duo Bao had previously sealed the surrounding space. Now well-versed in the principles of spatial manipulation, he could effortlessly tear through dimensions and traverse them at will. Recognizing its inability to evade capture, the Luo Bao coin resigned itself to its fate, lying still within Duo Bao's palm. Duo Bao began to examine the coin's capabilities, and upon completion, a broad grin spread across his face. "Ha ha ha! Truly, fortune smiles upon me. This artifact may seem trivial to others, yet for me, it is a remarkable boon." The Luo Bao coin, however, was not something to be wielded indiscriminately. All things were bound by causality, and the coin was no exception. Its method of use entailed exchanging fortune for the treasures one desired, with higher-tier treasures necessitating greater fortune. What, then, is fortune? In simpler terms, it is luck, the better a person's luck. The fewer obstacles they encounter in their cultivation, and the more opportunities they attract. Most individuals would hesitate to directly invoke their fortune to manipulate the Luo Bao coin, but Duo Bao was bold enough to do so. He had recently arranged for Tong Tian to periodically extract some fortune, which would serve as perfect fuel for activating the coin. The Luo Bao coin in Duo Bao's possession could wield its full potential. In the hands of an ordinary individual, it would merely gather dust. After securing the Luo Bao coin within his consciousness, Duo Bao felt compelled to celebrate such a splendid acquisition that he decided to feast upon the meat of the previously overzealous demon bear. Emerging from the cold pond, he utilized his magic to instantly dry his garments. He had refrained from employing water-repelling spells earlier, as he needed to touch the stone walls in search of treasures. Upon seeing Duo Bao emerge from the pond, Ao Yun's face radiated with delight, realizing that his master had indeed found what he sought. Ao Yun promptly began to flatter, "My lord, with such fortuitous luck, there is nothing you cannot accomplish. Enough, enough. If you continue to praise me, I shall be the one to feel embarrassed. Let us celebrate. I shall prepare a couple of delectable dishes for you." Duo Bao, wary of Ao Yun's exuberance, sought to curb his flattery. Upon hearing that Duo Bao would personally cook, Ao Yun's eyes sparkled with excitement as he exclaimed, "My lord, I desire braised bear paws, soft and tender, with extra spices." Duo Bao nodded in acknowledgement, understanding that the spice he referred to was akin to chili. Summoning a divine fire, he retrieved the meat from the demon bear and began to prepare the 2 bear paws. Half an hour later, an enticing aroma wafted through the summit of Wui Mountain. Duo Bao called out, "Ao Yun, dinner is served." Upon hearing his master's summons, Ao Yun hastily set aside his tasks. In the grand scheme of things, nothing was more significant than a meal. The rich fragrance emanating from the pot had long since whetted his appetite, and he could no longer contain himself. Duo Bao had prepared 2 bear paws, one for Ao Yun and one for himself. Lifting the pot's lid, steam billowed forth, intensifying the already delectable scent. The bear paws glistened with an alluring hue, and Duo Bao prodded one with his jade chopsticks. easily piercing through the tender flesh, confirming its exquisite tenderness. Yuan leaned closer, and Duo Bao offered him a pair of jade chopsticks, cautioning, "I prepared two. We shall each have one, not devour it too hastily. Lest you miss the flavor and attempt to seize mine, that I assure you, should you dare to snatch from me again, I shall not let it slide." Yuan's penchant for pilfering was not a new occurrence, and at times, Duo Bao contemplated sending him to a training ground for some discipline. Alas, in the primordial realm, no such services existed, leaving Duo Bao with no choice but to relent. "Understood, my lord. I is it not your cooking that is simply too delectable for me to resist? Rest assured, I will exercise restraint this time." "Oh," Yuan promised confidently. However, Duo Bao remained somewhat skeptical. He had witnessed this expression countless times before, and with foresight he retrieved a bare paw from the pot and placed it onto his own plate. Then, turning away, he remarked, "The remainder in the pot belongs to you. I shall enjoy my meal elsewhere. Take your time." Upon witnessing the departure of Duo Bao, Yuan felt a tumult of emotions, excitement mingled with a pang of disappointment. The thrill stemmed from the prospect of relishing the delectable remnants in the pot, while the dismay arose from Duo Bao's apparent lack of trust in him. Duo Bao settled at the edge of the cold pool. Adopting a meditative posture, he prepared to indulge in the culinary delights. Suddenly, a voice pierced the air, interrupting his actions and causing him to loosen his grip on the jade chopsticks. "Hold on, boy. Hand over the food you possess and prepare another 100 servings for me, and I shall spare your life." A black panther of the profound celestial realm swooped down from afar, brazenly addressing both Duo Bao and Yuan. Without turning back, Duo Bao commanded Yuan, "This lowly creature, emerging from nowhere, shall serve as our next meal." Yuan comprehended Duo Bao's intent, and, with a swift punch, obliterated the menacing panther's head. The splatter of its brain matter was grotesque, yet Yuan, unfazed, continued to feast upon the bear paw. Duo Bao, having savored his portion, finally turned around to behold the gruesome aftermath. With a sigh of resignation, he employed a cleansing spell to restore the summit of Wui Mountain to its pristine beauty. Yuan refrained from such violence in the future. It not only tarnishes the environment but also wastes resources. The panther's head, if prepared as a spicy stew, would have been quite delectable. Yuan, finishing the last morsel of bear paw, mumbled indistinctly, "Understood, my lord. Next time, I shall employ more civilized methods. Let this one slide." Duo Bao nodded in agreement. Neither felt pity for the panther, which had sought its own demise. With such limited strength, how dare it flaunt itself? If not Yuan, someone else would have dealt with it. They merely hastened the end of its life, ensuring no karmic repercussions. After tidying up, the duo departed from Wui Mountain, with Yuan carrying all the tea he had painstakingly brewed. Their journey toward Buzhou Mountain remained steadfast, unwavering in purpose. While the path to Buzhou Mountain may present many small interludes, they were resolute in reaching their destination point 3 years later, 500 miles from the periphery of Buzhou Mountain. Duo Bao gazed at the towering mountain range in the distance, a feeling of indescribable relief and excitement swelling within him. From Wui Mountain to Buzhou Mountain, he and Yuan had taken their time over the span of 3 years and had finally arrived. The sight of Buzhou Mountain was indeed awe-inspiring, justifying its title as the pillar of the primordial world. It soared into the clouds, and from the base, the peak was entirely obscured. Duo Bao could not fathom its height until he ascended. However, it was said that a formidable pressure resided atop Buzhou Mountain, and one's physical cultivation must be formidable to reach the summit. Duo Bao felt confident in his physical training and was unafraid of common challenges. Yet the ascent of Buzhou Mountain stirred a sense of trepidation within him. Yuan, gazing at the seemingly endless peak, eagerly inquired, "My lord, when shall we commence our climb? I am impatient to behold the view from the summit." Upon hearing this, Duo Bao chuckled, for Yuan's level of cultivation seemed insufficient to reach the top, let alone halfway up. Opting not to dampen Yuan's spirits, he replied gently, "Yuan, the pressure atop Buzhou Mountain is considerable. Even I may not succeed in reaching the summit. You may attempt it, but do not overexert yourself." Yuan dismissed Duo Bao as caution, his face brimming with disdain. Having never climbed Buzhou Mountain, he was unaware of the perils that lay ahead. Duo Bao recognized Yun's mindset and chose not to press further, believing his words would bear little weight. Point one cannot teach another. Experience is the best teacher. Duo Bao awaited Yun's folly, allowing the youth to revel in his arrogance for now. The mountain would undoubtedly temper his hubris. As they approached Buzhou Mountain, they encountered an increasing number of Wu clansmen. Duo Bao and Yun had no intention of entering the Wu tribal territories and sought to avoid them as much as possible. Yet, they ultimately could not circumvent the mountain and were intercepted within 10 miles of its base by the watchful warriors of the Wu tribe. The warriors, equivalent in strength to 12 Golden Immortals, confronted Duo Bao and Yun, demanding, "Who are you? What business do you have at Buzhou Mountain? If there is no purpose, be gone." Duo Bao, observing the formidable Wu warriors before him, replied with a smile, "I am a traveler of the primordial world. Having heard tales of Buzhou Mountain's grandeur, I wish to see if it lives up to its reputation." Duo Bao's demeanor was exceedingly courteous. He wished to avoid any conflict with the Wu tribe and, if possible, even offer assistance. He harbored no animosity toward the Wu tribe, unlike his sentiments toward the demon race. The Wu warrior, after hearing Duo Bao's response, did not reply immediately, but instead rushed back toward the tribe. "Wait here. I shall fetch our tribe's shaman to determine your eligibility to ascend Buzhou Mountain." The decision regarding Duo Bao and Yun's entry lay with the tribe shaman, and so Duo Bao remained in place. Adhering to the customs of this unfamiliar territory, he possessed the power to confront them, yet deemed it unnecessary. Before long, the warrior returned, accompanied by a tall and robust Wu man. Duo Bao discerned that the strength of this imposing figure likely equated to the late stage of the great 12 Golden Immortal. As Duo Bao appraised the Wu man, the latter scrutinized Duo Bao in turn, his voice deep and powerful. "Who are you? What brings you to Buzhou Mountain?" "Greetings, my friend. I wish to climb Buzhou Mountain to witness if its wonders align with the legends. I am particularly intrigued by the pressure that resides atop, eager to ascertain my limits." Duo Bao did not conceal his intentions. While seeking opportunities was secondary, his primary aim was to ascend the mountain. He yearned to reach the summit in one go, both to challenge himself and to cultivate an indomitable spirit. "You!" The Wu man regarded Duo Bao's slender physique with evident disdain. Yun was incensed. While he tolerated insults directed at others, he could not abide any affront to Duo Bao. He retorted sharply to the Wu man, "What do you mean? How dare you look down upon my lord? With a mere flick of his finger, he could crush you." Yun exaggerated intentionally, seeking to elevate Duo Bao's stature. Duo Bao, standing beside Yun, was taken aback. He had yet to speak, so why was Yun in such a hurry? With a resigned sigh, Duo Bao realized he was likely to clash with the Wu man before him. The Wu were naturally combative, and had Duo Bao truly lacked strength, the warrior would likely not have shown interest. Upon hearing Yun's words, the Wu man's interest was piqued. His smile shifted to a more serious demeanor. "Very well. If you are so formidable, let us engage in combat. If you win, you shall be permitted to ascend Buzhou Mountain." Before Duo Bao could even respond, the Wu man lunged at him without any flourish, merely throwing a punch. The speed of the Wu man was astonishing, appearing before Duo Bao in the blink of an eye. Delivering a powerful blow, Duo Bao did not evade. Instead, he countered directly with an open palm. Their strikes met, and both were forced to retreat a couple of steps. Yet the significance of those steps was starkly different. Duo Bao had intentionally stepped back to avoid revealing his strength, while the Wu man had been pushed back by the force of Duo Bao's strike, his eyes wide with astonishment and excitement. "What incredible strength! Truly impressive. You have the qualifications to be my opponent. Come, let us exchange a few more blows." As soon as the words left his mouth, the man from the witch tribe advanced once more towards Duo Bao, delivering a powerful kick that produced a resounding sonic boom. Yun and the two witch warriors had long since retreated to a safe distance, knowing that they could not intervene in such a fierce battle. Remaining there would only expose them to the aftermath of the conflict. Yun, with an expression full of excitement, cheered for Duo Bao, firmly believing in his victory. The two witch warriors, equally spirited, fervently encouraged their fellow tribesmen. Hoping for the triumph of their great witch, the great which was the strongest among the tribe. And if he were to be defeated by Duo Bao, no one else in their clan would stand a chance against him. Facing the rapid kick from the witch warrior, Duo Bao raised his arm to absorb the blow, bracing himself against the tremendous force that reverberated through him, causing his hand to tremble slightly. He feigned being pushed back. While the unexpected hardness of his arm surprised the witch warrior, who felt as though his leg had struck a solid stone pillar, sending pain shooting through him, the witch warrior grew even more exhilarated. It had been a long time since he encountered an opponent of equal strength, and he was determined to relish this battle. With a frenzy of attacks, the witch warrior unleashed a barrage of punches and kicks upon Duo Bao, abandoning all notions of defense and solely focused on defeating him. Duo Bao, witnessing the witch warrior's reckless aggression, had no choice but to engage in combat, yet he could only defend himself to avoid causing any harm. Effortlessly, he absorbed all the witch warrior's attacks, dissipating his force entirely. The battle raged for a full hour, until the witch warrior, realizing he could not best Duo Bao, finally conceded. Upon seeing his opponent relent, Duo Bao brushed off the dust from his clothing and remarked, "My friend, do I now have the privilege to enter Mount Buzhou?" "Of course," the witch warrior responded with enthusiasm, acknowledging Duo Bao's prowess, which he deemed to surpass his own. The witch tribe held great respect for the strong. Anyone who could overcome them was considered a friend. The witch warrior politely bowed to Duo Bao and said, "My friend, I apologize for any previous offenses and hope you will not hold them against me. Many seek to exploit Mount Buzhou, and if we do not find a way to thwart them, our sacred mountain may face devastation. However, you are different. You are a friend recognized by my ally Hui, and thus may come and go freely." From the witch warrior's words, Duo Bao discerned his name and, somewhat astonished, inquired, "My friend, are you Hui?" Hui nodded, confirming he was indeed the legendary Great Witch, a figure no one in the witch tribe dared to imitate. Duo Bao gazed at the man before him, hardly able to believe that he was the one who shot down 9 sons. Truly, one should not judge by appearances. Eagerly, Duo Bao complimented, "Ah, the Great Witch Hui, it is an honor to finally meet you. I have heard tales of your remarkable strength, particularly your prowess with the bow. Thankfully, you did not showcase it today, for then the outcome of our duel would have been uncertain." Upon hearing Duo Bao's words, Hui burst into hearty laughter. Even the simple-hearted witch tribe enjoyed flattery. He approached Duo Bao, enveloping him in a friendly embrace and leading him back to his tribe. Yuan trailed behind, feeling a twinge of jealousy at their camaraderie. Muttering, "Humph, what is so impressive? I'm the favorite mount of the elder. You've only known him for a short while, and soon we shall leave this place." Yuan felt a sense of urgency to prove himself during their ascent. Fearing abandonment by Duo Bao, had Duo Bao been privy to Yuan's inner turmoil, he would have chuckled and scolded him for his unfounded worries. Duo Bao had never been one to forsake the old for the new, especially since Yuan was his soul mount. Upon their return to Hui's tribe, the Great Witch, having made a new friend, was in high spirits and organized a grand feast. A variety of exotic beast meats were served, alongside ample spirit wine. For someone to host such a lavish banquet for a newly acquainted friend, it was evident that Hui was exceedingly generous. Duo Bao, not to be outdone, produced several jars of exquisite wine. Presenting them to Hui, "Hui, my friend, do indulge in this wine I have brought. It is surely not inferior to your tribe's finest." Excitedly, Hui accepted a jar, uncorking it to release a rich aroma that filled the air. What a fine wine! Even before tasting it, Hui could tell that Duo Bao's offering was truly exceptional. The fragrance was utterly enticing. He eagerly took a sip, the robust flavor dancing on his palate, sending waves of delight throughout him. After several hearty gulps, he reluctantly set aside the jar and expressed his gratitude. "Duo Bao, my dear friend, this wine is simply divine, far superior to anything I have previously savored. I cannot thank you enough for allowing me to experience such a treasure. However, I fear I may have troubles ahead. Once you depart, I will no longer have access to such a delightful brew and will surely miss it greatly." Observing how easily he had won over Hui with just a jar of wine, Duo Bao proclaimed, "What is wine after all? I shall share with you the secret of its creation, so that you may brew your own after my departure." Hui was astounded by Duo Bao's generosity, exclaiming, "Oh, my dear father deity, Duo Bao brother, surely this is a gift bestowed upon me by you. I shall never run dry of fine wine henceforth. I am truly grateful." Duo Bao, bemused by Hoi's peculiar reverence, was not surprised, for the witch tribe revered Pangu above all else. Disregarding other deities, the two friends clinked their cups and soon emptied 2 jars of exquisite brew. Yuan had already been won over by the lavish feast of exotic beast meat laid out by the witch tribe. Hoi was indeed generous, serving meat from creatures of the Daluo Jinxian level. Such delicacies were not something Yuan had often enjoyed, even during his time in the East Sea Dragon Palace. The tea that moment. Yuan sat between 2 witch warriors, indulging heartily in the roasted meat before him, completely forgetting his previous feelings of jealousy. These witch brothers were truly kind, treating him with such precious beast meat. Yuan savored a bite, and any lingering prejudices he had against the witch tribe vanished entirely as the entire tribe descended into revelry. More guests arrived. Point 2, witch warriors suddenly rushed into Hoi's dwelling, reporting, the great witch Kwafu from the neighboring tribe has come to see you, specifically requesting your presence. Kwafu, that old rascal has arrived. I shall go fetch him. It's perfect timing since Duo Bao brothers here as well. I'll introduce them. Kwafu was the great witch from the neighboring tribe and a close friend of Hoi. He turned to Duo Bao and said, "Duo Bao brother, I must apologize. There's an old friend seeking me outside. I'll be back shortly, so we can continue our revelries." Duo Bao nodded. He had caught every word of Hoi's previous conversation and was quite intrigued by Kwafu. The legend surrounding Kwafu's pursuit of the sun had only existed in the textbooks of Duo Bao's past life. Now presented with the opportunity to meet the real Kwafu, Duo Bao was eager to witness firsthand the man behind the legend. Outside Hoi's dwelling, he quickly spotted the towering figure of Kwafu, who stood as tall and robust as Hoi, towering at an impressive 2.5 meters. Upon seeing Hoi approach, Kwafu curiously inquired, "Hoi, is there some celebration in your tribe? Why are you holding a bonfire feast in the daytime? Has it been a new birth worthy of such festivities?" "My old friend, it is not that, but rather something even more worthy of celebration. Today, I have made a wonderful new friend. Come, let me introduce you to him, and you must taste what true fine wine is." The drinks we've had in the past were mere swill. With that, Hoi seized Kwafu and led him into the tribe, where Kwafu, dragged along, could only follow in Hoi's wake. Upon entering Hoi's dwelling, Kwafu immediately spotted Duo Bao seated on the ground, drinking. Observing Duo Bao's slender frame, he frowned and remarked, "Hoi, it seems your judgment is lacking. Have you been deceived? How could such a frail lad possibly be our friend?" Seeing Kwafu's initial disdain for Duo Bao, Hoi quickly came to his defense. "Kwafu, do not let his appearance fool you. Duo Bao brother possesses strength far beyond mine, that we are friends forged in battle. I lost to him this morning." Upon uttering those words, Kwafu was taken aback, unable to fathom that his esteemed brother, Hoi, could possibly be bested by such a frail youth. The disdain that had once adorned Kwafu's countenance dissipated entirely. After all, his prowess was merely on par with Hoi's, and if Duo Bao could triumph over Hoi, he would undoubtedly prevail over Kwafu as well. Duo Bao paid little heed to their discourse, fully aware of his own capabilities, and he dismissed the opinions of others as inconsequential. Idle chatter was abundant, and choosing to ignore it was a natural course of action. If Duo Bao were to be swayed by such trivialities, how could he ever aspire to attain the supreme path? Hoi, with Kwafu in tow, settled beside Duo Bao, proffering a jug of wine to Kwafu, exclaiming, "Today, consider yourself fortunate. This exquisite wine is a rarity. Sample it, and you shall realize that all the libations we previously indulged in were mere folly." Kwafu, clearly skeptical, removed the clay seal from the jug and inhaled the rich aroma of the wine, his expression wavering slightly as the velvety liquid graced his palate. Its robust flavor swiftly captivated him, prompting Kwafu to exclaim, "Ha ha ha! This truly is exceptional wine. All the drinks I've had in my earlier years were naught but wasted sips." Seeing his dear brother Kwafu succumb to the allure of the wine, Hoi felt a sense of satisfaction and took a swig from his own jug. Yet, Hoi's mind was preoccupied with other thoughts. Duo Bao had bestowed upon him the knowledge of brewing, and he had already devised a plan to manage Quafu in the future. With such delightful concoctions at his disposal, handling Quafu would be a trivial pursuit. Never would Duo Bao suspect that the seemingly simple-minded Hui harbored such intentions. The gathering had successfully transformed from a duo into a trio. The atmosphere thickening, laughter echoing as they drank heartily. After consuming 2 or 3 jugs, Quafu turned to Duo Bao and inquired, "Duo Bao, my brother, what brings you to Mount Buzhou this time?" Quafu still harbored a flicker of doubt regarding Duo Bao. He pondered more than Hui, wary that Duo Bao might be an infiltrator sent by the demon clan. Duo Bao met Quafu's gaze squarely, offering no evasion as he replied, "Brother Quafu, my visit to Mount Buzhou is purely to ascend its peak. I also seek to uncover some resources, to see if any fortuitous opportunities await me. Beyond that, I have no ulterior motives." Duo Bao's sincerity was palpable, and as Quafu peered into Duo Bao's eyes, he discerned no hidden emotions, thus choosing to trust him. Such was the nature of the Witch clan. Once they wholeheartedly recognized an individual, their trust was unreserved. Upon hearing Duo Bao's intentions, Hui advised, "Duo Bao, if you intend to scale Mount Buzhou, do take care to assess your limits. The higher you climb, the greater the pressure becomes. I have yet to reach the summit myself, having only ascended 3/4 of the way." Quafu nodded in agreement, acknowledging that his own highest ascent was comparable to Hui's. Perhaps only the ancestral witches could reach the pinnacle. The Panga Palace was situated halfway up the mountain, and a significant distance remained to the summit. Duo Bao nodded, aware that he had come to test his own limits. Reaching the peak was not of utmost importance, but rather savoring the journey and accepting the outcome. Suddenly, Quafu halted, his hand poised mid-drink as he slapped his forehead, exclaiming, "Hui, I almost forgot a pressing matter. I came today with something of great importance to share with you. Fortunately, it just came to mind. Otherwise, we would both face repercussions. What could be so grave?" Hui queried, puzzled. If even the 2 great witches were to incur punishment, it must surely pertain to a directive from the ancestral witch. Quafu wasted no time in revealing, "The ancestral witch Hoodoo has decreed that she will inspect our tribes, urging us to prepare accordingly. How is your tribe faring?" "All is well. Aside from the still sparse new witch clan members, everything remains consistent with the norm." Hui recounted the status of their tribe, prompting Quafu to respond with a hint of jealousy. "I had forgotten that most of your tribe excels in hunting, ensuring you lack for nothing. Our tribe, however, often teeters on the brink of sustenance. Were it not for my occasional hunts, our conditions might be even more dire." Hui detected the envy lacing Quafu's tone and generously replied, "All right, I comprehend your intent. You have come seeking to benefit from my generosity. Haven to you? No problem, for you are my dear brother. My tribe possesses ample surplus grain, which you may take back with you. Is this truly the case?" Quafu exclaimed, excitement illuminating his features as he gazed at Hui. The prospect of assistance from his brother would alleviate much of his burden. "When have I ever deceived you? Between us, would I fabricate such matters? When you leave, simply take what you need. Our witch clans ought to support one another." Hui considered it a trifling issue, for their tribe was rich in skilled hunters, and provisions were plentiful. Quafu seized his jug and clinked it against Hui's, declaring, "To brotherhood for life, I raise my glass to you." Duo Bao joined in the revelry, and the trio continued to exchange cups, drinking until the break of dawn. With their formidable constitutions, none succumbed to intoxication, and as Duo Bao surveyed the empty jugs of fine wine, he announced, "Brothers, let us conclude our gathering here. I have emptied all the exquisite wine I brought." Having indulged in such splendid libations, both Hui and Quafu were unwilling to compromise further by consuming inferior wine, and they nodded in agreement. Hui led Duo Bao to a vacant cavern to rest before retrieving supplies for Quafu, bidding him farewell as he departed from the tribe. Seated cross-legged within the cavern, Duo Bao closed his eyes and began to meditate, taking time to adjust his breath. Although the day-long revelry had little effect on him, he still sought to refine the lingering essence of the wine. The ethereal spirits within the wine were crafted from primordial roots, and with ample consumption, a significant amount of spiritual energy was accumulated. Duo Bao refined the potency of the wine, The proficiency gauge on his panel surged, suddenly surpassing a critical threshold. His cultivation broke through, and his primordial spirit ascended to the pinnacle of the great Duo Golden Immortal realm. Ah! Duo Bao exhaled a breath of clouded air, slowly opening his eyes. With a mix of resignation and triumph, he mused, indeed, being too exceptional could be a double-edged sword. Breaking through realms feels as effortless as eating and drinking, which is rather vexing. Duo Bao's observations held truth. For cultivators of his caliber, the pursuit of breakthrough typically demanded centuries of arduous endeavor. Many remained stagnant for lifetimes, trapped within a single minor realm. Yet here was Duo Bao, achieving a breakthrough in such a brief span, truly a child of destiny. An unparalleled prodigy, incremental progress, compounded over time, leads to significant transformation. This is the essence of the panel. Duo Bao had come to understand the purpose of the panel, which was not to hasten his progress unduly, but rather to provide a path of continual refinement, ultimately guiding him to become an extraordinary powerhouse. The road upward is invariably fraught with challenges, yet one must not succumb to despair, confusion, or relinquishment. When you stand at the summit, surveying the breathtaking vistas, you will realize the beauty that lies at the peak. Duo Bao's doubts regarding his potential to attain sanctity had dissipated. He was now focused on accelerating his journey toward enlightenment. In the realm of cultivation, a single misstep can lead to perpetual stagnation. Having solidified his cultivation, 3 days passed without Hui appearance. According to warriors dispatched by the witch clan to deliver meals, Hui had taken the tribe members on a hunting expedition and would not return for several days. That as for Ao Yuan, Hui had arranged a separate cavern for him, treating him as a friend. Although Ao Yuan's prowess may not warrant such privilege, his esteemed lineage afforded him such courtesy. Out of respect for Duo Bao, Hui extended kindness to Ao Yuan, providing him with ample sustenance. Rising to stretch his limbs, Duo Bao was greeted by the resounding voice of Hui. Duo Bao, my brother, how have you fared? Did these little rascals neglect your comfort in my absence? Hui expressed concern, fearing that the warriors of his tribe might alter their demeanor towards Duo Bao. Yet, he had overthought the matter. Had he reflected, he would recognize that Duo Bao was an individual he held in high regard, with formidable strength. Surely, the ordinary warriors of the tribe would not provoke Duo Bao without cause. That would be sheer folly. Duo Bao called out to Hui, whose presence was not yet visible. Hui, my brother, these 3 days have treated me well. Your tribe has shown me great warmth. As soon as Duo Bao finished speaking, Hui's figure materialized before him, bearing a bow and arrows that added an air of menace to his presence. Hui led Duo Bao to his cave dwelling, eager to share the spoils of his recent venture. With a proud flourish, Hui exclaimed, Brother Duo Bao, you cannot imagine the stroke of fortune I encountered during my outing. I hunted a formidable demon of the great Duo Golden Immortal level. This is a fresh catch, and I assure you, it will be exquisite. Let us savor it together. Duo Bao nodded in agreement, and, with a flourish of enthusiasm, offered, Brother Hui, I possess a certain proficiency in the culinary arts. Why not allow me to prepare the feast? Indeed, I had no idea you were so multi-talented, Brother Duo Bao, even excelling in the culinary craft. It is truly an honor for me, Hui, to befriend someone of your caliber. He laughed heartily. For reasons unknown, he felt an unshakable joy each day. Free from worries, Duo Bao, too, found himself uplifted by Hui's exuberance, a smile gracing his face. When the warriors of the witch tribe brought in the bounty from Hui's latest hunt, Duo Bao expertly sliced the tenderest portions with a small knife. He contemplated how best to cook the meat to ensure its divine flavor. Over the years, Duo Bao had developed his own culinary philosophy. He firmly believed that the finest ingredients often required the simplest cooking methods to achieve the most delectable results. After a brief period of reflection, Duo Bao decided to roast the meat, not in the manner of a typical barbecue, but rather on stone or iron plates. He retrieved 2 stone slabs and a set of cooking tools, skillfully igniting a divine flame to begin his preparations. Displaying dazzling knife skills before Hui, he sliced the meat into even pieces. Earning Hui's admiration, he then heated oil in a pan, using the fat rendered from the game, and placed the meat onto the sizzling stone slab. The meat hissed as it cooked, filling Hoi's cave with a rich, tantalizing aroma. As the delightful scent wafted through the air, Hoi swallowed hard and cautiously inquired, "Brother Duo Bao, when can we partake in this feast? The aroma is simply irresistible." Duo Bao calculated with precision and concluded, "In approximately 3,600 breaths, we shall feast. What a delightful fragrance. What is this?" A melodious female voice chimed in, followed by the entrance of an unfamiliar figure into Hoi's cave. Duo Bao, sensing her arrival, did not turn around, recognizing from the demeanor of the witch tribe warriors that she posed no threat. Upon seeing her clearly, Hoi immediately knelt, offering a respectful greeting. Hoi pays his respect to the Grand Witch Hudo. "May you be in good health." "Please rise," Huda replied, her gaze fixed intently on Duo Bao and the roasting meat. Surprised by Hoi's address, Duo Bao turned to see a graceful young woman standing behind him. She was not imposing like the members of the witch tribe, but rather strikingly beautiful that Duo Bao's eyes sparkled with genuine admiration. Devoid of any ulterior motives, Hutu regarded Duo Bao with polite curiosity. "Who might you be?" Before Duo Bao could respond, Hoi interjected to report to Grand Witch Hutu, "This is a new friend of mine, here to climb Mount Buzhou." Hutu nodded slightly, her keen eyes assessing Duo Bao, sensing no threat from him due to his concealed power. She then asked, "May I partake in the meat you have roasted?" Such a straightforward and innocent question from Hutu left Duo Bao momentarily taken aback. He nodded, for the food he had prepared was meant to be shared, and the presence of one more or less mattered little. He picked up a piece of the roasted meat from the stone slab, placed it onto a wooden plate, and offered it to Hutu, saying, "Please try it and see if it suits your palate. This is my first attempt at such a dish. I am unsure if it will meet your expectations." Hoi gazed longingly at the tantalizing meat, swallowing hard, eager to taste it, yet aware that he could not be the first to indulge while Hutu was present. He placed his hopes on Duo Bao, wishing for him to finish cooking swiftly so that he too could partake. Huda delicately lifted a piece of meat, slowly savoring it as the exquisite flavors exploded in her mouth, leaving her utterly enchanted. "This is simply divine. How could he create such a delicious dish? Remarkable." Hutu silently praised Duo Bao, her pace of consumption quickening as she continued to devour the meat. Seeing Hutu relish the meal, Hoi understood instantly that it must be exceptionally good. Heightening his anticipation, Duo Bao, unfazed, continued to roast the meat, unaware of Hoi's mounting impatience. Upon preparing the second platter, Duo Bao was about to hand it to Hoi when he met Hutu's sparkling eyes, which were now filled with longing as her own plate was empty. Reluctantly, Duo Bao offered her the platter, casting an apologetic glance at Hoi. Feeling somewhat disheartened at not having tasted the roasted meat for a second time, Hoi consoled himself with the thought that the one who had taken it was Hutu. In the end, he chose to forego the meat rather than risk offending a Grand Witch. Having defeated a formidable beast, Hoi felt he deserved a taste of the prize, but offending a Grand Witch was not worth it. He had experienced her wrath before, and it was a sensation he wished to avoid. After Hutu had consumed 10 platters, she finally felt satisfied and ceased her feasting. The 11th platter at last reached Hoi, who gratefully devoured it, tears of joy streaming down his face as he relished the flavors. Having consumed only 5 platters, Hoi found the meat of the great Duo Golden Immortal level beast quite filling, leaving him unable to eat more. Observing that both had finished, Duo Bao focused on preparing his own meal, this time incorporating some spices into the roast. After enjoying the meat he had prepared, Duo Bao noticed that Hutu had not yet departed, sitting nearby and gazing at him. Curiosity piqued, Duo Bao wondered if Hutu had some matter to discuss with him. Surely, he had not displayed any formidable power to attract her attention. His mind raced with questions, prompting him to inquire, "Grand Witch Hutu, why do you gaze at me so intently? Are you still hungry and wish for me to prepare more meat?" Hutu shook her head before nodding, her ambiguous gestures leaving Duo Bao perplexed. After a moment of contemplation, she addressed him, "Duo Bao, I wish to invite you to the Panga Hall. Your roasted meat was exceptionally delicious, and I would like you to prepare some for my brothers as well." Feeling a touch of embarrassment, Hutu's cheeks flushed crimson as she made her request. Duo Bao, initially uncertain about engaging with the 12 Grand Witches, saw this as a splendid opportunity. Without hesitation, he nodded in agreement. Confident in his abilities, he felt assured that even in the Panga Hall, he would encounter no peril in a true confrontation. Armed with two treasures comparable to innate divine artifacts, he was certain he could depart unscathed. One could hardly overlook how Dongwang Tai single-handedly battled 6 Grand Witches with just the Dongwang Bell, prevailing in the skirmish. Duo Bao felt secure in his decision to attend, knowing that with 2 innate divine artifact-level treasures, he would face no obstacles. Upon hearing Duo Bao's acceptance, Hutu smiled, causing Duo Bao to momentarily lose his composure. Regaining his senses, he felt a tinge of embarrassment for his earlier lapse, clearing his throat twice. Neither Hui nor Hutu noticed his unusual behavior, allowing Duo Bao to maintain his ruse. Turning to Hui, Hutu adopted a more authoritative tone, stating, "Hui, your tribe performed admirably during this patrol. Keep up the good work that I shall take this prey with me, and Duo Bao will accompany me to the Panga Hall. Please look after his friends." Hui nodded, believing that Duo Bao's visit to the Panga Hall with the Earth Mother ancestor was indeed a fortuitous venture, potentially earning him the favor of several ancestral witches. Duo Bao then sought out Ao Yuan and said, "Oh Yuan, I must accompany the Earth Mother ancestor to the Panga Hall for some important matters. You should remain here quietly and not wander about. Once I return from the Panga Hall, I will take you to climb Mount Buzhou oh, you understand." Ao Yuan nodded, recognizing the gravity of Duo Bao's mission and that there would be no frivolity involved. "Master, I will wait for your return right here. Please do not leave me alone." "What are you worried about? I shall return within 10 days at most," Duo Bao assured him, providing a sense of security. After giving Ao Yuan his instructions, Duo Bao had no further tasks and set off with the Earth Mother towards Mount Buzhou. The Earth Mother walked at a moderate pace, concerned that Duo Bao might struggle to keep up, and thus refrained from quickening her speed. However, she soon noticed that Duo Bao was maintaining a steady distance behind her, appearing quite at ease, making it difficult to gauge his true abilities. This sparked a competitive spirit within the Earth Mother, and she gradually began to accelerate, hoping to create some distance between them. Initially oblivious, Duo Bao kept pace with her increased speed, but after a while, he feigned fatigue, observing that she had only managed to distance herself from Duo Bao after exerting half her speed. The Earth Mother remarked with satisfaction, "Duo Bao's strength is commendable. He must be among the elite within the ranks of the great Duo Golden Immortals. Quite impressive." After waiting for Duo Bao to catch up, she proceeded at half her speed until they arrived at the Panga Hall. Duo Bao pretended to be sweating profusely and panting heavily, wiping non-existent sweat from his brow with his sleeve. "Earth Mother ancestor, your pace is exceedingly swift. It was quite a challenge for me to keep up, nearly exhausting me." The Earth Mother, seeing his demeanor, felt a pang of guilt and quickly apologized Duo Bao. "I sincerely apologize. I neglected to consider your capabilities. That I am truly sorry." "Not at all. It is not your fault," Duo Bao replied, unwilling to dwell on the matter, knowing he had been concealing his true strength and misleading her. The Earth Mother, relieved by Duo Bao's forgiveness, smiled brightly and joyfully skipped into the Panga Hall with him. Inside, the 11 ancestral witches were seated in meditation, delving into their own paths of enlightenment. Rarely did they leave the Panga Hall, and when they did, it was only to patrol the surrounding tribal territories of the Witch Clan. The first battle between the Witch and Demon clans had yet to erupt, and the atmosphere between them remained delicately balanced, devoid of overt hostility. Suddenly, the 11 ancestral witches opened their eyes in unison, exclaiming, "Our little sister has returned, and she has brought an outsider. How intriguing!" The eldest among the 12 ancestral witches, Jie Jiao, looked at the approaching Earth Mother and Duo Bao, releasing his aura to test Duo Bao's strength. Sensing the inexplicable pressure in the air, Duo Bao chose to ignore it, as it posed no threat to him. Jie Jiao, observing Duo Bao's complete lack of reaction to his pressure, recognized that Duo Bao possessed some strength and smiled. "How interesting. This lad's true power is likely not as superficial as it appears. Ordinary great Duo Golden Immortals tremble in my presence. Yet this fellow seems unfazed. Something is amiss." It must be said that Jie Jiao, as the head of the 12 ancestral witches, indeed possessed a keen intellect. Having discerned that something was peculiar about Duo Bao, The Earth Mother, spotting her siblings, cheerfully declared, "Brothers and sisters, this is Duo Bao, who has come to explore Mount Buzhou. His roasted meats are absolutely delicious. I brought him to the Panga Hall today, specifically to treat you all to a feast, so do not thank me excessively." Among the 12 ancestral witches, the most hot-tempered, Zhu Rong scoffed at Duo Bao, saying, "What can a mere ant-sized brat achieve, no matter how skilled he is in the kitchen? With his feeble strength, I could blow him away with a single breath. He should refrain from embarrassing himself." This remark elicited laughter from the other 11 ancestral witches, aside from the Earth Mother. Duo Bao, undeterred by Zhu Rong's disdain, posed a question. "Ancestor Zhu Rong, I have a rather peculiar inquiry. Are there any saints capable of peering into the Panga Hall?" "Ha! What an absurd question! Within the Panga Hall, not even a mere saint, let alone the heavenly Tao, could fathom our affairs," Zhu Rong replied arrogantly, his confidence bolstered by the sanctity of the Panga Hall. Upon hearing this, a peculiar smile spread across Duo Bao's face. Zhu Rong, irked by Duo Bao's expression, snapped, "What are you laughing at, boy? Do you find fault with my words? Do you believe I could not obliterate you with a single punch, leaving you in a state of desperation?" Duo Bao shook his head, slowly uttering 2 words. "Not believing." Zhu Rong, taken aback by Duo Bao's defiance, erupted with rage. "You dare to mock me and disregard my authority. You are courting death." With that, Zhu Rong prepared to strike Duo Bao, but the Earth Mother suddenly stepped in front of him, addressing Zhu Rong sternly. "Brother Zhu Rong, what is the meaning of this? Duo Bao is my friend. If you look down on him, you're also looking down on me." Zhu Rong froze, caught off guard. The Earth Mother was his most cherished sister. He could not allow himself to be at odds with her over someone like Duo Bao. He retracted his fist, glaring at Duo Bao with disdain. "You lucky brat. You have the Earth Mother to protect you. Otherwise, I would have already smashed you to pieces. Once again, I say, not believing." Duo Bao maintained his nonchalant demeanor, having been prepared to engage Zhu Rong, only to be interrupted by the Earth Mother. She gazed at him in disbelief, never imagining that he would exhibit such audacity. Duo Bao, meeting her gaze, smiled gently and remarked, "Earth Mother ancestor, you need not have intervened. I was ready to teach him a lesson, to show him that even the insect he scorns can sometimes defeat him." Duo Bao's tone was neither boastful nor contemptuous. He merely stated a fact. Zhu Rong, unable to contain himself any longer, lost his composure and charged at Duo Bao with wild abandon. Before the Earth Mother could react, Zhu Rong had closed the distance, delivering a powerful punch aimed at Duo Bao's face. All the ancestral witches watched intently, eager to witness the extent of Duo Bao's claimed prowess. Duo Bao smiled subtly and grasped Zhu Rong's fist, saying, "Ancestor Zhu Rong, your punch doesn't seem to possess much strength after all." His voice was drawn out, unmistakably laced with sarcasm. The ease with which Duo Bao caught Zhu Rong's punch left all present in shock, including the Earth Mother. Jie Jiao stood up in astonishment. Despite his attempts to overestimate Duo Bao's strength, it was clear he had underestimated him. Zhu Rong, having just fought Duo Bao, was in the best position to assess the situation. While he had not used all his strength, he had still delivered a punch with 80% of his power. Yet, when it struck Duo Bao's hand, it was as if it had met an unyielding tide, creating not even the slightest ripple. Zhu Rong attempted to retract his fist, but no matter how hard he tried, Duo Bao's grip remained steadfast. Frustrated, Zhu Rong resorted to attacking Duo Bao's head with his other hand, hoping to force Duo Bao to release his fist. Duo Bao smiled, not following the script Zhu Rong had anticipated. Instead, he took a step back, pulling Zhu Rong's fist with him, thereby thwarting his attack. Zhu Rong's body lurched forward, losing the momentum of his assault. Duo Bao refrained from retaliating, allowing Zhu Rong to realize his limitations before finally releasing his grip. Indeed, Ancestor Zhu Rong's strength is extraordinary. "I concede defeat. I have sustained grave injuries," Duo Bao declared, his voice full of vigor, contradicting any notion of injury, as he appeared remarkably vivacious. Zhu Rong blushed and retorted, "I may have lost, but there is no need for your pity. I, Zhu Rong, have never been one to shy away from defeat." After speaking, Zhu Rong returned to his siblings in a fit of anger, feeling quite embarrassed for not having triumphed over Duo Bao. Di Jiang, sensing the benevolence radiating from Duo Bao, understood that he did not wish for enmity between them and smiled as he said, "Duo Bao, my friend, since my little sister has invited you to prepare roasted meat for us, why not begin right away? I'm greatly looking forward to your culinary skills. Even my sister has proclaimed that anything she deems delicious must be exceptional." Ho Tu, discerning in her taste, had been pampered by her brother since childhood. Always given the first choice of the finest delicacies, Duo Bao nodded, retrieved his cooking utensils, ignited the divine flames, and commenced the preparation of the roast. Before long, the enticing aroma of exquisite meat began to permeate the entirety of the Panga Hall. As the rich fragrance wafted through the air, the ancestral shamans could hardly contain their saliva. Zhu Rong, feeling somewhat sheepish, remarked, "I just had a scuffle with Brother Duo Bao. He wouldn't deny me some roasted meat, would he?" Upon hearing this, the other ancestral shamans burst into laughter, but only Ho Tu reassured him, "Rest assured, Brother Zhu Rong, Duo Bao holds no grudges. You two have forged an acquaintance through your little altercation." Ho Tu's words offered comfort to Zhu Rong, who replied with a smile, "Ho Tu, you're the best, unlike the rest of you who only know how to mock me when trouble arises." As the ancestral shamans continued their playful banter, Duo Bao's first platter of roasted meat was ready, served on a wooden tray and presented to the only two female shamans among the 12 ancestors, Xianming. "Ladies first. I trust none of you shall object?" Duo Bao inquired, and the other shamans dared not voice their dissent, watching as Xianming indulged in the feast. "Wow, this roasted meat is absolutely delectable. I have never tasted anything so exquisite in my life. If only I could have it regularly," she exclaimed in bliss. The other ancestral shamans swallowed hard, eager to discover the flavor of the delicacy that Xianming so admired. Duo Bao hastened his grilling, presenting the second platter of roasted meat to Di Jiang, the leader of the 12 ancestors. Soon, all 11 shamans received their own first serving of meat, utterly captivated by Duo Bao's culinary prowess. Having never before experienced such a delightful feast, Duo Bao did not pause. He understood that these voracious eaters could not possibly be satisfied with just one platter and continued to roast more meat. Only when he had nearly finished preparing a large Luo Jinshin-level beast did the satisfied gluttons finally feel content. Without a care for appearances, Duo Bao plopped down onto the ground, finding this far easier than battling Zhu Rong. He vowed never to undertake such arduous labor again. Ho Tu silently approached Duo Bao, offering him a handkerchief. Without hesitation, Duo Bao wiped the sweat from his brow and tucked the handkerchief away. Observing that Duo Bao did not return the handkerchief, Ho Tu's face turned a deep crimson, akin to a ripe apple. Di Jiang and the others had eaten their fill, their gazes toward Duo Bao transforming into expressions of utmost serenity. Providing them with such delectable roasted meat surely marked him as a friend, not someone sent by the foolish demon clan. "Brother Duo Bao, someone of your caliber cannot be an unknown. May I inquire about your origins?" Di Jiang asked, his curiosity piqued, for it related to a significant opportunity. Without hesitation, Duo Bao replied, "Di Jiang, I shall speak candidly. I am indeed a disciple of the Jie Jiao, with my master being the Saint Tong Tian." "What?" The ancestral shaman stared at Duo Bao in astonishment, but soon found the revelation rather plausible. How could one possess such formidable strength at such a young age, if not as a disciple of a saint? After reflecting on Duo Bao's background, Di Jiang mused, "Brother Duo Bao, if I am not mistaken, you must be cultivating the 9 turns mysterious art, correct?" Upon hearing this, Duo Bao became instantly alert, his muscles tensing as he prepared for a potential confrontation. He had already readied the Hongmeng Liang Tian Shi and the Primordial 5 Elements banner, poised to activate the Qing Ping sword at the slightest provocation. Sensing Duo Bao's shift, Di Jiang quickly clarified, "Brother Duo Bao, there is no need for alarm. My words carry no malice. That I merely wish to present you with a certain opportunity. I sensed something unusual about you when I led you to the hall, and through careful observation, I finally detected the aura of the Father God. This led me to suspect that you were indeed practicing the 9 turns mysterious art, and your reaction confirmed my suspicions." Duo Bao remained vigilant, Still eyeing Jie Jiao with caution, Jie Jiao continued, "Rest assured, Brother Duo Bao, this matter holds no danger for you. Rather, it brings immense benefit. Come with me. I wish to show you something." With that, Jie Jiao strode toward the inner chamber of the Panga Hall. After a moment's hesitation, Duo Bao followed suit, entering the inner sanctum alongside Jie Jiao. Upon entering, Duo Bao was enveloped by a profound sense of familiarity, as though something were beckoning him. The chamber was sparsely adorned, featuring only an enormous blood pool, devoid of any other furnishings that Jie Jiao, noticing Duo Bao's reaction, gestured toward the blood pool, saying, "Brother Duo Bao, behold, this is the most sacred site of my Wu clan, the birthplace of our kin. Aside from this place, no other means can yield more than a meager number of Wu clan progeny. Of course, I did not bring you here merely to convey this. I have something to present to you." Jie Jiao leapt into the blood pool, submerging himself for a time before resurfacing with a jade box. Upon seeing the jade box, Duo Bao found himself unable to tear his gaze away. An intense thrill coursing through him. Jie Jiao, without uttering a word, extended the box toward Duo Bao, who hesitated and asked, "Jie Jiao, I can only surmise that the contents of this jade box are exceptionally precious. Might I inquire what I must offer in return?" "There is no such thing as a free lunch. Everything seemingly owed comes with a predetermined price." Jie Jiao, noticing Duo Bao's vigilance, clarified, "This is a guidance from the Father God. I cannot explain why, nor do I know what lies within, but you should take it." The mention of the Father God's guidance left Duo Bao even more perplexed. Could it be that the spirit of the Panga God had not entirely vanished? Contemplating for a moment, Duo Bao ultimately accepted the jade box from Jie Jiao's hands. Trusting his instincts, he felt a profound yearning from his very being for the contents of the box, suggesting its significance to him could be immense, a potential opportunity of great consequence. Seeing Duo Bao accept the jade box, a smile finally graced Jie Jiao's face. He had spoken the truth. This truly was a remnant of the Panga God's spirit guiding them. The Wu clan could be regarded as the most substantial legacy left by the Panga God in the Honghuang realm, who hoped for their flourishing development. Unfortunately, circumstances had turned sour, and the Wu clan found themselves at the center of the great calamity of heaven and earth. With no hope of escaping unscathed, the only recourse was to seek a glimmer of hope and strive to preserve the clan's strength. Duo Bao was the chosen glimmer of hope. What once seemed hopeless for Pangu now bore a hint of possibility with Duo Bao's arrival, representing a slender thread through which fate might be altered. Having accepted the offerings from the Wu clan, Duo Bao had inadvertently accrued a significant karmic debt, one that could not be repaid through idleness. Reflecting on this, he returned with Jie Jiao to the main hall, where the other ancestral shamans greeted their return with hearty laughter. Lacking Jie Jiao's insight, these shamans remained blissfully unconcerned about the future of the Wu clan. Observing the shamans, Duo Bao ultimately deemed Jie Jiao to be the more reliable ally. Addressing him, he stated, "Jie Jiao, I wish to discuss certain matters regarding the development of the Wu clan. Do we have a tranquil place for such a conversation?" Upon hearing this, Jie Jiao's expression turned serious as he called out, "Everyone, please leave. I have important matters to discuss with Brother Duo Bao. Whatever you choose to do, do not linger here in the Panga Hall." The other ancestral shamans nodded in agreement, promptly vacating the hall. Jie Jiao's authority was evidently effective. Once all the ancestral shamans had exited, Duo Bao seated himself cross-legged on the ground, preparing to analyze the current state of the Wu clan. "Duo Bao," he began, "allow me to elucidate the present situation of the Wu clan. Although the Wu and Yao have established themselves, there remains an unspoken tension brewing. As these conflicts escalate, they will likely culminate in a full-blown war between the two clans. I trust you have anticipated this development, correct?" Jie Jiao nodded. He had indeed contemplated the circumstances between the two clans of Lich and Witch long before, yet he remained unperturbed. The strength of the Witch clan undoubtedly surpassed that of the Beast clan at present, and should a conflict arise, victory would surely belong to the Witches. As the Grand Witch, I trust you can discern the current power dynamics between our clans. The Witches hold an undeniable advantage. However, the Witch clan is also burdened by a significant drawback, one you are well aware of. Their reproductive capacity is insufficient. rendering them incapable of competing with the myriad beings of the beast clan. When a portion of the beast clan perishes, new life swiftly emerges, whereas when the witch clan suffers losses, those lives are irrevocably lost, with no means for rapid replenishment. This must be the concern that weighs most heavily on your mind. And I suspect you have been tirelessly seeking solutions, such as the blood pool, though its efficacy is likely limited, is it not? Jie Jiao nodded helplessly. Duo Bao had articulated the truth. His foremost dilemma lay in the inadequate reproductive capabilities of the witch clan. Were the witches endowed with a reproductive capacity as formidable as that of the beasts, he would not hesitate to declare war and annihilate them. This predicament was indeed troublesome, yet not entirely insurmountable. What say you, dear Duo Bao? Do you perhaps possess a remedy for this issue? If you can resolve this dilemma, you shall forever remain a cherished ally of the witch clan, and should you require assistance, the witches will undoubtedly come to your aid. Jie Jiao was filled with excitement. After years of endeavor, he had yet to uncover a solution to this pressing issue. If Duo Bao could enlighten him, it would be nothing short of miraculous. Grand Witch Jie Jiao, I understand your urgency, but please allow me to finish my thoughts. The Beast Clan is also advancing rapidly, under the leadership of Dijun and Tai Yi. Their cohesion has grown significantly, no longer resembling the disarray of old. If we permit the Beast Clan to develop unchecked for millennia, the witches may find themselves at a disadvantage, as I believe you are already aware. Now, you are presented with two paths. The first, to eliminate the Beast Clan before they surpass the witches. The second, to devise a means to facilitate the rapid reproduction of the witch clan. I trust one have not erred in my assessment. Jie Jiao nodded. Duo Bao seemed to read his thoughts as if he were an open book, for this was indeed his line of reasoning. Your perspective is not without merit, yet it is rather simplistic. Have you considered why the two clans are in opposition? Could it be that you and Dijun truly lack the capacity for tolerance? The beasts inhabit the heavens, while the witches dwell upon the earth. What magnitude of influence could this possibly wield? Duo Bao's inquiry plunged Jie Jiao into deep contemplation. He had never pondered this before. But now, with Duo Bao's prompting, he began to reflect. After a moment, Jie Jiao spoke softly. It is due to the heavenly Tao. It deliberately incites discord between the witches and beasts, seeking to render both clans mutually destructive. Duo Bao nodded affirmatively, inwardly acknowledging. Indeed, Grand Witch Jie Jiao, you are truly the wisest among the 12 ancestors, swiftly discerning the essence of the issue. Precisely, it is the heavenly Tao. It aims to annihilate both clans through their conflict. With such intentions from the heavenly Tao, our only course of action is to preserve the vitality of the witch clan as much as possible during this strife. It is unequivocally impossible to entirely avert these events. As you are well aware, that Jie Jiao acknowledged with a nod, they could not evade the machinations of the heavenly Tao, but must confront them head-on. Having analyzed the state of the witch clan, it is now time to discuss potential solutions. Duo Bao cleared his throat, and Jie Jiao, brimming with anticipation, focused intently on his forthcoming words. Grand Witch Jie Jiao, the primary issue we must address, and indeed the most crucial, is the reproduction of the witch clan. Relying solely on the blood pool for reproduction will inevitably fall short of matching the pace of the beast clan, resulting in an ever-widening gap in our developmental speed. As for the reproduction of the pure blood witches, I possess no satisfactory solution. No one in this world, not even a sage, would upon hearing this. Jie Jiao's expression dimmed. Was there truly no remedy? Yet, Duo Bao continued. However, I do have a method to produce a new breed of witches, possessing strength and potential comparable to that of the witches, and capable of rapid, extensive reproduction. Hope ignited anew within Jie Jiao. Pray tell, what is this method? Teach me swiftly. He implored, his excitement palpable, for he could not afford to let this glimmer of hope slip away. Duo Bao, without hesitation, revealed his plan. Grand Witch Jie Jiao. This method requires forming an alliance with a certain race, the human race, created by the sage Nuwa. The humans possess remarkable reproductive capabilities, perfectly complementing those of the witches, and they exhibit a strong capacity for learning. Although they may not boast the robust physiques of the witches, they possess a primordial essence that the witches lack, should the witches intermarry with the humans. They could give birth to a new breed of witches, one that harmoniously fuses physique with primordial essence, thereby facilitating rapid reproduction. Is this truly the case? Jie Jiao queried. Indeed, Grand Witch Jie Jiao. You may initially attempt to assimilate some human tribes into the witch clan and encourage intermarriage. Should they fail to produce offspring, it would indicate my proposal is flawed. Conversely, if they succeed, we are in good stead. Duo Bao was uncertain of the outcome, as he had yet to test this theory. But historical precedent suggested it was a viable course. Jie Jiao took a deep breath, resolutely declaring, regardless of the outcome, I must endeavor to try. This is the witch clan's sole opportunity for rapid reproduction, and I must seize it. Dear Duo Bao, this is but one issue. Do you possess any additional methods for the remaining concerns? If not, that is acceptable. This solution alone is more than sufficient. That Jie Jiao held great respect for Duo Bao. As long as Duo Bao proposed a course of action, he would undoubtedly follow it. After a moment's reflection, Duo Bao replied, Grand Witch Jie Jiao, allow me to ponder the remaining matters further. You should first ascertain if the integration of humans is feasible. If we can resolve this pressing concern, the other issues will pale in comparison. Jie Jiao nodded and called out to the other ancestors outside the Panga Hall. Hasten back to the Panga Hall. I have pressing matters to discuss. This concerns the very survival of our witch clan, and none may be absent. His tone was grave, imbued with an authority that brooked no dissent upon receiving the message. The other ancestors swiftly converged upon the Panga Hall. Having not strayed far, Jie Jiao regarded his brethren and instructed them methodically, I have a task for you, one that is not overly arduous, but it requires a gentle approach. Who among you can undertake it? Aside from Zhu Rong, the other ancestors readily acquiesced. Jie Jiao nodded in satisfaction and assigned, second brother, gather some elite warriors from our clan. I require them to establish an independent tribe. Zhu Jiao nodded. This task posed no difficulty for him, given his esteemed position within the witch clan. Ho Tu, Xian Ming, I need both of you to venture to the human tribes and return with several individuals. You must employ no coercive methods. Can you manage this? The two ancestors, taken aback by the directive, nonetheless nodded in agreement. They trusted their elder brother's judgment, for Jie Jiao was the wisest among them all. Although Zhu Jiao was clever, he lacked Jie Jiao's broader perspective. All significant decisions for the witch clan were rendered by Jie Jiao. With the two commands issued, Jie Jiao turned his gaze to Duo Bao. Duo Bao nodded in affirmation of Jie Jiao's decisions, remaining silent. With a sense of reassurance, Jie Jiao resolutely directed the others to proceed, while the remaining ancestors stayed behind in the Panga Hall to oversee the witch clan. As the initial phase of their plans unfolded, requiring some time, Duo Bao addressed Jie Jiao. Grand Witch Jie Jiao, the first phase of the experiment will take some time. During this period, I will not leave Buzhou Mountain. I shall ascend the mountain with my steed, and should you need me, seek me there. Jie Jiao nodded, harboring deep respect for Duo Bao. Should the results of the experiment prove successful, Duo Bao would become the witch clan's most esteemed guest. Irreplaceable in his significance, such a minor request prompted no hesitation. Jie Jiao granted it without a second thought. Duo Bao strode forth from the Panga Hall, swiftly descending Buzhou Mountain and returning to the tribe of Ho Yi. Upon seeing Duo Bao's return, Ho Yi joyfully embraced him. Noticing Ao Yun's absence, Duo Bao inquired, Where is Ao Yun? Why has he not come out to greet me? Has something occurred? Ho Yi hesitated, feeling somewhat bashful. After a moment, he replied, Ao Yun has gone hunting with the hunters of my tribe. It was his own fervent desire, and it has little to do with me. Duo Bao comprehended the situation, since Ho Yi had expressed such sentiments. It was evident that Ao Yun must have insisted vehemently on venturing out. Duo Bao nodded in silence, a flicker of concern for Ao Yun stirring within him. Suddenly, he inquired, Brother Ho Yi, how long has Ao Yun been gone? Having resided in the Panga Hall for several days, he was oblivious to how many days Ao Yun had been absent and whether he had encountered any peril. It has likely been around 3 days. Ho Yi replied that he is within our tribe, not far from here, so there should be no cause for alarm. Perhaps they shall return today, and we may yet feast upon their spoils. As he spoke, Ho Yi swallowed hard, clearly yearning for Duo Bao's culinary prowess. No sooner had Hou Yi's words left his lips than a distress signal erupted forth, upon seeing the emblem of their tribe upon the signal. Hou Yi exclaimed, "This is bad. The people of the tribe are in trouble. They're in danger." Hearing this, Duo Bao's expression shifted dramatically. Casting a glance in the direction of the signal, he soared into the air, racing towards the source. Although Duo Bao could have torn through the fabric of space, he was not within the Panga Hall and could not reveal his true capabilities. Thus, he could only fly at his utmost speed. Hoping to arrive in time, after approximately half an hour, Duo Bao successfully reached the location from whence the signal had emanated, but all that met his gaze was devastation. There were no signs of life. No corpses nor any beings engaged in combat. Sweeping his surroundings, he released his spiritual consciousness to probe the area. In a fleeting moment, he discerned Ao Yun's whereabouts, observing that Ao Yun was still valiantly holding on. Gasping for breath as long as Ao Yun lived, Duo Bao would find a way to rescue him, and he immediately set his course towards Ao Yun's location, arriving above the site of Ao Yun's struggle. Duo Bao's heart swelled with anger at the sight of Ao Yun. Now transformed into a dragon form and battered with wounds, Ao Yun was contending with a mid-stage tiger demon of the great Duo Golden Immortal realm, who reveled in mocking him mercilessly. Ao Yun, relying on the spiritual treasure bestowed upon him by Duo Bao, was barely managing to keep himself afloat, and for the moment was not in immediate danger. Observing this scene, Duo Bao extinguished his initial impulse to intervene. Ao Yun required sufficient pressure to potentially break through his own limitations. Perhaps it was best to let him try for himself. Duo Bao kept a vigilant watch over Ao Yun's predicament, ready to spring into action should any peril arise. Enduring with great difficulty, Ao Yun gazed at the arrogant tiger demon before him, contemplating, if a mere tiger demon can cultivate to the great Duo Golden Immortal realm, how could I, as the steed of my master, not achieve such a feat? The so-called sins are merely excuses created by others. Ao Yun, shall not be swayed by such superstitions. If I cannot defeat him with the full strength of a perfected Tai Golden Immortal, then I shall break through. If I succeed, I shall slay him. If I fail, it shall be merely a stroke of ill fortune, leading to nothing more than death. Yet, I am somewhat reluctant to part with my master. I hope to see him one last time before my demise. Ao Yun cast aside all thoughts swirling in his mind, taking 2 deep breaths, and commenced unleashing all his magical energy to break through his realm. His aura surged, the quintessences within him propelling with all their might. Just a breath away from transcending to the great Duo Golden Immortal, the tiger demon, who had been toying with Ao Yun, suddenly halted, stepping back a few paces as he observed Ao Yun's fervent attempt to break through. The tiger demon intended to wait until Ao Yun succeeded before delivering the final blow, envisioning the acquisition of a corpse of great Duo Golden Immortal caliber. Unbeknownst to the tiger demon, once Ao Yun achieved the great Duo Golden Immortal realm, he would no longer be his match. Such a notion was utterly absent from the tiger demon's lexicon. Duo Bao observed every move Ao Yun made, and as Ao Yun began to break through, he felt a surge of anxiety for him. Ao Yun, morphing into his dragon form, unleashed a fervent roar to the heavens, exerting every ounce of strength to surpass his limits. At last, the heavens did not forsake the diligent. Ao Yun successfully transcended to the great Duo Golden Immortal realm, and ominous tribulation clouds began to gather in the sky. Duo Bao, who had transcended to the great Duo Golden Immortal without facing a heavenly tribulation due to utilizing a version of the 9 transformations Golden Immortal breakthrough devoid of adverse effects, found himself unacquainted with the might of such tribulations. Gazing at the thickening tribulation clouds, he pondered whether Ao Yun would withstand the impending storm at this juncture. There was naught he could do but leave Ao Yun's fate in his own hands. As the heavenly tribulation commenced, thick bolts of lightning cascaded down from the heavens. Ao Yun summoned all his magical energy to wield his spiritual treasure, bracing against the onslaught of tribulations. After weathering the 7th bolt, he believed the tribulation had concluded and was about to exhale in relief. Yet the ominous clouds showed no signs of dissipating. Instead, they coalesced even further. Yuan sensed something amiss. This tribulation was a 6-9 lightning tribulation, necessitating the endurance of 9 bolts of heavenly lightning to successfully navigate it. With gritted teeth, Yuan withstood 2 more bolts, each inflicting further wounds upon him, leaving him with but 1 final bolt to confront. Fixing his dragon eyes upon the last bolt, determination radiated from him. At this juncture, retreat was not an option. Suddenly, the heavenly tribulation clouds gathered once more, now swelling with even greater ferocity, the heavenly Tao. Perceiving the sins upon Yuan, sought to obliterate him with the lightning. Duo Bao, recognizing the shift in the tribulation, felt an urgent anxiety swell within him. Yet he found himself at a loss for how to assist Yuan, desperately racking his brain for a solution. After much contemplation, he finally conceived a plan, retrieving the merits he had acquired upon directing all of them towards Yuan. The merits began to cleanse Yuan of his sins, alleviating some of the burdens upon him. The heavenly Tao, sensing the merits' influence, began to weaken the intensity of the tribulation, rendering it manageable for Yuan. Following the 9th bolt of heavenly lightning, Yuan lay gasping on the ground, having successfully traversed the tribulation and ascended to the status of a great Duo Golden Immortal, yet the cost of nearly losing his life. Duo Bao's sudden appearance alerted the tiger demon to the shift in circumstances, prompting it to flee, only to be decapitated by an enraged Duo Bao's sword. The tiger demon's lifeless form lay starkly upon the ground, unheeded by Duo Bao, who promptly retrieved the 3 light divine water from his sea of consciousness and administered it to Yuan. Upon consuming the 3 light divine water, Yuan's injuries began to mend at a remarkable pace, the speed of recovery leaving Duo Bao astounded. He marveled inwardly, recognizing the 3 light divine water as a true elixir for healing. In no time, Yuan regained his vitality, his wounds fully healed, and he exclaimed exuberantly, "Master, I knew you would come to my rescue. I haven tea brought you shame, have I? How can you say such a thing? Wasn't I clear that you were to remain within the tribe? Why did you take it upon yourself to venture out? Do you have any idea how worried I was had I not arrived in time? Would you still be alive?" This time, Duo Bao's expression bore no hint of kindness. He was furious that Yuan had disobeyed his orders, and he resolved to impose punishment upon him. Yuan, because you chose to disregard my command, I must mete out punishment. Tonight, I prepared a feast of all your favorite dishes, yet you shall have none. You may only watch as I partake. Should you disobey me again, you may as well return to your East Sea Dragon Palace and never show your face before me again. Duo Bao's tone was grave, instilling a sense of trepidation within Yuan. In a meek voice, he replied, "Master, I truly understand my mistake and shall never err again. This time, I am willing to accept my punishment." Yuan recognized that he had provoked Duo Bao's ire, and evading the consequences would only exacerbate matters. He resigned himself to accept the punishment, though it felt like a near-death experience. Deny a seasoned gourmand, even a single bite of delectable food. How cruel could that be? Duo Bao collected the lifeless body of the blind tiger demon. Intending to return and prepare a feast with its remains, he felt an overwhelming need to vent his frustrations, as his temper was currently quite volatile. He sought out several other hunters from the Hui tribe shaman clan, who had emerged unscathed thanks to Yuan's selfless diversion of the tiger demon. Upon realizing that Yuan had suffered this fate for the sake of his comrades, Duo Bao's expression softened considerably, though he did not retract the punishment he had imposed upon Yuan. Certain matters were of a principled nature and could not be overlooked. Duo Bao cared deeply for Yuan. Otherwise, he would not have sought various means to save him. Should Yuan continue to recklessly endanger his life, Duo Bao would have no choice but to send him back to the Dragon Palace in the Eastern Sea, for he did not wish to witness his demise. Accompanied by Yuan and several shaman warriors, Duo Bao made his way back towards the Hui tribe. They had not traveled far when they encountered the hastily approaching Hui. Upon seeing his intact kin, Hui expressed his gratitude to Duo Bao, saying, "Brother Duo Bao, I owe you a great debt this time. Had it not been for you, I surely would not have made it in time." "Brother Hui, These are but trifles. We have just acquired a tiger demon of the great Duo Golden Immortal level. Let us return and celebrate. Duo Bao, having rescued Aoyun, felt a surge of happiness, eager to commemorate the occasion with a feast centered around the tiger demon's corpse. Hearing that Duo Bao was preparing to showcase his culinary skills, Hoi's enthusiasm soared, and he eagerly returned to the tribe with the others. Upon their return, Hoi promptly informed the tribe of the celebratory banquet. After announcing this news, he led Duo Bao back to his cave dwelling, choosing not to concern himself further with the tribe's affairs. Once inside the cave, Hoi gazed expectantly at Duo Bao and asked, "Brother Duo Bao, what shall we feast upon today?" Duo Bao extracted the tiger demon's body and examined its flesh meticulously. After a moment, he spoke thoughtfully, "Brother Hoi, the texture of this tiger demon's meat is rather coarse. It would be best to prepare it through roasting." Hoi nodded in agreement, refraining from offering any opinion, as he was not well versed in the culinary arts and entrusted all decisions to Duo Bao. Having confirmed the method of preparation, Duo Bao retrieved his cooking tools and began skinning and deboning the tiger demon, removing all the edible meat. This time, Duo Bao opted for skewering the meat onto bamboo sticks, creating delicious kebabs instead of using a stone slab for grilling. The tiger meat was not tender, and grilling on a stone slab would have wasted the material. Skewering was indeed the superior method. Once the meat was prepared, Duo Bao enlisted Hoi's assistance in skewering the kebabs, and together they quickly transformed the entire tiger demon into a delightful array of skewers. Duo Bao ignited the fire, took 2 skewers of tiger meat, and placed them on his homemade grill, beginning the meticulous cooking process. As the meat reached a medium state, releasing an enticing aroma, Duo Bao began to add a series of spices. After a short while, the fragrant kebabs were ready, and Duo Bao handed one of the skewers to Hoi, who was already shedding tears of joy. Duo Bao feared that if he delayed the serving any longer, Hoi might resort to consuming him instead. Hoi accepted the skewer and took a bite, emitting a satisfied hum that conveyed his delight. Observing Hoi's enjoyment, Duo Bao recognized that his culinary endeavor had been a resounding success. He continued grilling several more skewers, ensuring that Hoi was well fed while indulging his own appetite. Once they had finished eating, Duo Bao stored away the remaining tiger meat skewers, planning to save them for future occasions when he could treat Tong Tian or the disciples of Jie Jiao. After satisfying their hunger, Duo Bao exited Hoi's cave and sought out Aoyun, who was mingling among the shaman warriors. Today, Aoyun was hailed as a great hero among the shaman warriors, having bravely stepped forward in a moment of crisis, earning their adoration. Aoyun, with a radiant expression, feasted on food and drink. Though he could not partake in the delicacies personally crafted by Duo Bao, he reveled in the camaraderie of the moment. Given the chance to choose again, he would undoubtedly make the same bold decision to divert the tiger demon. At the time of his choice, Aoyun had acted impulsively, without a second thought. Watching Aoyun, who was surrounded by adoring shaman warriors, Duo Bao nodded and approached him, saying, "Take it easy today, for tomorrow we shall ascend Buzhou Mountain together." Upon hearing Duo Bao's words, Aoyun realized that Duo Bao had forgiven him and replied joyfully, "Rest assured, my lord, I will be ready to accompany you to Buzhou Mountain bright and early tomorrow." Duo Bao smiled as he left to return to the cave that Hoi had arranged for him, preparing to commence his training for the day that a day of practice brings a day of progress. A day without practice is 100 days wasted. Training was a gradual process, and through perseverance, one day a qualitative transformation would occur. Duo Bao would not squander a moment that could enhance his abilities, and he diligently began his practice. The Hoi tribe celebrated late into the night, with Aoyun consuming copious amounts of alcohol. However, having recently attained the great Duo Golden Immortal status, he felt no inebriation. After the banquet concluded, Aoyun remained outside Duo Bao's cave, waiting for him, seated with his eyes closed in meditation. As dawn broke, the first rays of sunlight warmed Aoyun's face, prompting him to prepare to open his eyes when he suddenly heard Duo Bao's astonished voice. "Aoyun, why are you sitting at the entrance? Why not go rest?" Upon stepping outside, Duo Bao was surprised to find Aoyun meditating at the door and inquired with genuine astonishment, "My lord, I did not wish to delay matters. By staying at the entrance, you can see me immediately, thus alleviating your concerns." Aoyun replied earnestly, Duo Bao said nothing further, allowing Aoyun to follow him as they made their way to Buzhou Mountain. Together they arrived at the mountain's base. Gazing up at the unseen summit, Aoyun declared with determination, "My lord, I will definitely reach the peak. If I cannot, I shall not descend." Duo Bao regarded Aoyun's serious and resolute expression, choosing not to undermine his confidence, and said, "Aoyun, since you are so ambitious, allow me to bestow upon you a verse. No one supports my aspirations to soar. I shall tread through the snow to the mountain's summit." Upon hearing this bold verse, Aoyun's face lit up with excitement as he gazed at Duo Bao with admiration. Duo Bao successfully impressed Aoyun and began leading him up the mountain. When he had previously visited with Hutu, he had not closely observed Buzhou Mountain's conditions. This time, he intended to seek out opportunities and see if there was anything worthwhile to discover. As Duo Bao and Aoyun commenced their ascent of Buzhou Mountain, their pace was slow, for Duo Bao wished to search for opportunities. However, after 2 days of searching, realizing that the opportunities at the mountain's base were nearly depleted, he abandoned his quest for further exploration. "Aoyun, it seems the treasures of the mountain's foot have likely been exhausted. Let us not linger here any longer and ascend with haste." Aoyun nodded in agreement, following closely behind Duo Bao as they climbed upward. Buzhou Mountain was governed by certain laws and restrictions, possessing both oppressive forces and a prohibition on flight, requiring them to ascend step by step. After a day of climbing, they successfully reached the halfway point, with Duo Bao accommodating Aoyun's pace and not exerting himself fully. Upon reaching the halfway mark, Aoyun began to feel fatigued and, spotting the Panga Hall, exclaimed excitedly, "I have also seen the dragon of the Panga Hall. Once I reach the summit of Buzhou Mountain, I will surpass 99% of the dragon race." Duo Bao shook his head at Aoyun's naive aspirations, gazing at the still distant and indistinct peak with a hint of anticipation. The oppressive force they encountered at the halfway point had no effect on Duo Bao. He felt nothing at all. With his perfected great Twelve Golden Immortals spiritual essence, he was more than capable of ascending to even greater heights. Not to mention, Duo Bao's concealed true strength suggested that he had a fair chance of reaching the summit. The ancestral shamans of the Panga Hall sensed Duo Bao's presence and, reassured, permitted him to continue his ascent of Buzhou Mountain. Had it been anyone else's aura, the 12 ancestral shamans would have intervened long ago, unwilling to allow anyone to progress further. Only beings like Duo Bao, who could earn the friendship of the shaman clan, were granted such privileges. 2 more days passed, and during this time, the pace of Duo Bao and Aoyun's ascent slowed even further. Aoyun began to feel that he could no longer continue upwards, as the overwhelming pressure weighed heavily upon him. Duo Bao's calm demeanor led Aoyun to question whether he was simply too weak. Gazing upon the seemingly unattainable summit, Aoyun addressed Duo Bao, saying, "My lord, I have already sensed the immense pressure here, and my pace has slowed to a crawl. I do not wish to hinder your progress. You must continue upward, and I can take care of myself, that I will not surrender, though my speed may have diminished. You should ascend first. I will not force myself to climb. I understand that my current strength is insufficient, and I would never jeopardize my life for the sake of pride." Aoyun's words plunged Duo Bao into contemplation, for he realized that Aoyun would no longer be able to accompany him on the path ahead. Nodding thoughtfully, Duo Bao looked at Aoyun and said, "Aoyun, take care of yourself. I shall return to find you once I have reached the limits of my ascent. Do not do anything foolish. If you find it impossible to continue, do not push yourself." With that, Duo Bao began his rapid ascent, and in a mere moment, Aoyun could no longer see his figure. Aoyun managed a bitter smile, for it was only now that he recognized the vast chasm between himself and his lord. He had once believed that after breaking through to the Deluo Jingxian level, the gap between them would narrow. But now it appeared to be even wider. Previously, he had not entered the Deluo Jingxian realm, and he had regarded Duo Bao as a frog in a well gazing at the moon. Now, having entered the Deluo Jingxian realm, he felt as if he were a mere mayfly looking up at the vast sky when he beheld Duo Bao, freed from Aoyun's encumbrance. Duo Bao's speed surged significantly, allowing him to cover what would have taken 2 days in just half a day. Upon reaching this point, Duo Bao finally caught sight of the mountain's peak. He was now enveloped in clouds, and the oppressive aura of the Unzao mountain had begun to weigh upon him. Taking a deep breath, he paused for a moment, summoning his spirit to its zenith. He aimed to make a determined push to the summit, for climbing a mountain is akin to waging war. One must build momentum or risk fatigue. If Duo Bao could not muster the energy to reach the peak in one go, he would have to rest at the nearest point before attempting again. The sight of his goal ignited a greater motivation than the endless pursuit of it. Channeling his magical power, he felt his body relax, and the oppressive force diminished considerably. Seizing the opportunity, he began his full-throttle ascent. Though the journey was long, one shall arrive if one perseveres. Though the task is arduous, it can be accomplished in one vigorous effort. Duo Bao found himself within approximately 100 steps of the summit point. 100 steps remained. No matter what, he was determined to reach the top. The oppressive force of the Unzao mountain was now nearing the limits of what Duo Bao could endure. He relied solely on his spiritual cultivation, not wishing to reveal his physical prowess, for fear of exposure and the loss of challenge. If Duo Bao were to utilize his physical strength, reaching the summit would be effortless. Yet what satisfaction would that bring? Gritting his teeth, he began his climb step by step. With each step, he bore the weight of tremendous pressure, which only intensified the higher he ascended, after traversing another 50 steps. With only 50 remaining to the pinnacle, he felt he had reached his limit. His consciousness began to blur, and he could only repeat in his mind, "I must not give up. If I cannot accomplish even this small task, how can I hope to change myself and the secrets of the disciples of to protect all that I cherish? I must possess the strongest power. I cannot afford to lose." Continuing his ascent, beads of cold sweat poured from him, soaking his garments and rendering him decidedly disheveled. Drawing upon his inner resolve, Duo Bao successfully endured the pressure and reached a mere 10 steps from the summit. At this juncture, sheer will alone could not prevail in his nearly unconscious mind. His proficiency surged exponentially, and his cultivation began to elevate once more. The oppressive aura of the Unzao mountain acted as a catalyst for Duo Bao's progression, allowing him to further ascend. Soon, he felt a significant increase in the magical power coursing through him, granting him the ability to climb higher once again. That he took another step, only to be met with an even greater burden, forcing him to pause once more. His proficiency continued to soar, and, after a time, he regained the capacity to ascend. This cycle repeated 9 times, and at last, he stood just 1 step away from the pinnacle. Feeling the surging magical energy within him, he yearned to let out a triumphant roar, expressing the exhilaration within his heart. Yet he knew he must first conquer the final step before indulging in such a display. As the growth in his proficiency ceased, Duo Bao fully acclimated to the oppressive force of the Unzao mountain and took that final step up to the summit. There was no snow, nor did he require assistance. Upon reaching the peak, he beheld only an expansive stone platform, devoid of any other features, and he erupted into joyous laughter. Duo Bao roared to the heavens, releasing all the frustrations of his climb, his laughter echoing across the mountaintop. This ascent had bestowed upon him significant benefits, and his cultivation had once again received a remarkable boost, bringing him just a step away from the level of a quasi-saint. The quasi-saint, or Yuan Shi, was a path he had not prepared to tread through the merits of the heavenly Tao. That avenue had been severed, fraught with peril, and if Duo Bao sought freedom, he could only pursue the path of the laws. To achieve the Yuan Shi, he needed to contemplate what laws he ought to comprehend. In this moment, Duo Bao felt no urgency. In such a brief span, he had made tremendous progress, and the future appeared bright. After admiring the sea of clouds from the summit and finding the scenery lacking in remarkable beauty, he began his descent. The view from the peak was breathtaking, yet it would not deter him from moving forward. As he descended, Duo Bao distinctly sensed that the oppressive force of the Unzao mountain no longer affected him in the slightest. Without hesitation, he successfully reunited with Ao Yuan after half a day's journey. Observing Ao Yuan, who was still struggling to climb, he offered words of encouragement. "Ao Yuan, keep pushing, reach the limits of your ascent, and you shall reap great rewards. While the summit may seem beyond your grasp now, The future holds promise. Upon hearing Duo Bao's encouragement, Ao Yun felt invigorated, nodding resolutely. My lord, just you wait. I will definitely reach the top and will not bring you shame. Though I may need some time, you have matters to attend to, yes? By the time you finish your affairs, I should be just about ready, and I promise to impress you. Excellent. Duo Bao praised, making his way toward the Panga Hall, where he intended to enter seclusion and see if he could break through to the Hunyuan Jingxian level. Each of the 12 ancestors of the witches possessed their own unique laws, and Duo Bao sought to consult them, eager to discover which laws suited him best. Upon his return to the Panga Hall, he was warmly received by the ancestors, who were all in high spirits. Far removed from the initial cold reception he had encountered, Zhu Rong, in particular, embraced Duo Bao warmly, exclaiming, "Brother Duo Bao, you have finally returned. I have longed to taste your culinary creations. I hope I am fortunate enough to enjoy them once more." With this declaration, the other ancestors turned their eager gazes toward Duo Bao, all wishing for him to acquiesce. Under such scrutiny, Duo Bao felt somewhat uncomfortable but ultimately consented to their requests. Initially, he had intended to prepare tiger meat for skewers, but after some contemplation, he decided to present the game he had previously preserved. The tiger meat, being the flesh of a Deluo Jinshin-level beast, would provide greater benefits when shared with the disciples of the later on. For these ancestors, the primary concern was the taste. The abundance of energy was of secondary importance. Compared to the delectable meats Duo Bao had previously gathered, the flavor of the tiger demon's flesh was somewhat lacking. Nevertheless, he set to work with his culinary tools, meticulously crafting a feast that delighted the ancestors. Once they had satisfied their appetites, Duo Bao began to seek their guidance. Looking at the ancestors, he posed his question. "Esteemed ancestors, you are all profound masters of the law. I wish to inquire which law you deem the strongest." Duo Bao had never subscribed to the notion that there existed a hierarchy of laws, only a distinction between the strength of individuals. Such a sentiment was merely a ruse for the gullible. If laws were devoid of strength, how could the elemental laws of water and fire be reconciled? Duo Bao sought to cultivate formidable laws, as doing so would grant him greater power. His question momentarily stunned the ancestors, but once they regained their composure, they all clamored in unison. "Of course, the law I practice is the mightiest." The ancestral shaman believed that the principles they practiced were the most powerful, and thus began to extol their respective doctrines before Duo Bao. Duo Bao, however, promptly dismissed the lower-tier principles, such as those of water and fire, asserting that if he were to delve into comprehension, it should at the very least commence with second-tier principles like the 5 elements. He had categorized the principles by rank, with the lowest being the first-tier principles like water and fire, incrementally rising to second and third tiers. The third-tier principles encompassed those imbued with the forces of space, time, fate, and causality. Observing the deeply insightful Emperor Jiang, who was adept in the principle of space, Duo Bao inquired, "Ancestor Jiang, you excel in the principle of space. Could you enlighten me on the true difficulty of comprehending this principle?" Taken aback by the question, Emperor Jiang took a moment before replying, "Brother Duo Bao, it is not that I am unwilling to share. Rather, this principle is innate to my being, I know not how to cultivate it. Only that, through bloodline, your memories can manifest it." Duo Bao, upon hearing such a boastful assertion, could not help but shake his head in exasperation. It was clear to him that these ancestral shamans could offer him no substantial answers. Not wishing to press them further, he said, "In that case, I would appreciate it if you could assist me in finding a quiet place. I intend to enter a period of seclusion for rigorous cultivation. Once I emerge from this retreat, our experiments should yield results, and we can then discuss other matters." Emperor Jiang readily acquiesced to Duo Bao's request, guiding him directly into the blood pool chamber. This chamber was the most tranquil and secure location within the entire Panga Hall, ensuring that Duo Bao would not be disturbed. Sitting cross-legged by the blood pool, Duo Bao began to sort through his cultivation, starting from the Golden Immortal stage. He had attained the Golden Immortal status since his transformation, and he was at a loss as to how to organize the realms below. By revisiting the cultivation methods gleaned from his memories, he endeavored to thoroughly grasp these insights. His aura, once somewhat erratic, transformed into a state of profound stability. Duo Bao meticulously addressed the deficiencies within each realm of his cultivation, perfecting his foundation. At this juncture, he had not yet formulated a clear plan regarding the principles. Thus, he resolved to commence with the basics to facilitate greater progress. After a fortnight of seclusion, Duo Bao successfully organized his life as cultivation, enhancing his strength further. Finally, he pondered which principle to comprehend next. With a grasp of the principles, he felt he could swiftly transcend to the mixed-origin golden immortal stage without the issue of a shaky foundation. Duo Bao felt a moment of pride before calming himself to seriously contemplate the path ahead. To contend with the four sages of the Fengshan era, he must possess sage-level strength. The Hongming purple qi would not suffice. He could only rely on the path of proving his worth through strength or achieving sagehood through principles. Two paths lay before him. The first was to elevate the nine-transformation profound art to the 8th level, directly pursuing the path of proving through strength. This route was arduous but not impossible. The second path, in contrast, was considerably simpler, achieving sagehood through principles. After much contemplation, Duo Bao found himself indecisive between the two paths. Suddenly, an epiphany struck him, and he thought to himself, "Children make choices. Why must I choose between these two paths? Can I not pursue both simultaneously?" He resolved to walk the path of the principles with his primordial spirit, while proving his worth through strength with his physical body, akin to his current dual cultivation of both. Though the time investment might multiply, he had the advantage of a panel. Considering his circumstances, he prepared to embark on an unprecedented journey, one fraught with thorns, yet he felt no fear, while it appeared he had numerous options. The reality was that his choices were limited. Without diligent effort, he faced a dead end. Firming his resolve to pursue both paths, he decided to allow his physical body to cultivate gradually while selecting a superior principle for his primordial spirit. Duo Bao found himself wavering among several principles and deemed it essential to practice only the finest. He bypassed the first and second tier principles, focusing instead on the third tier: space, fate, time, and causality. These principles possessed extraordinary capabilities, and once mastered, he would undoubtedly not be weak among the ranks of the mixed-origin great Duo Golden Immortals. Space revered, time imperial, fate elusive, causality reigning. These four sayings encapsulated the might of the four principles. As Duo Bao deliberated among them, after considerable thought, he ultimately resolved to delve into the principle of time. Fate and causality seemed too ethereal for him to grasp. Conversely, due to his knowledge from a later era, he believed he might find understanding in space and time more accessible than the other two. For the comprehension of the principle of time, Duo Bao needed to consult Jie Jiao, the progenitor of time. Gradually pushing open the door to the chamber, he was met by the ancestral shamans who, upon seeing him emerge, assumed he had successfully completed his seclusion and were about to offer their congratulations. However, Duo Bao disregarded them and directed his attention to Jie Jiao, asking, "Ancestor Jie Jiao, I have a few inquiries I wish to pose. Might you grant me this opportunity?" Jie Jiao, being the most astute among the 12 ancestral shamans aside from Emperor Jiang, recognized the significance of Duo Bao to the witch clan. Elated by Duo Bao's request, he responded warmly, "Brother Duo Bao, please share your concerns. I shall not refuse any request I can assist with. That it was not a matter of great consequence." He simply wished to contemplate the principle of time and hoped Jie Jiao could elucidate it for him. Upon hearing this, Jie Jiao pondered momentarily before saying, "Ah, I see. Let us retire to the chamber where I shall impart all my insights to you." Jie Jiao possessed considerable understanding of the principle of time. As the progenitor of time, his mastery over it had reached profound depths. One might not possess the ability to reverse time entirely. He could indeed forecast brief moments into the future, but he had long since tested the correlation between the future of the witch clan and Duo Bao, which was why he was inclined to assist him. Returning to the chamber, Duo Bao resumed his seated position while Jie Jiao settled beside him. Duo Bao then posed his first question. "Ancestor Jie Jiao, I wish to know to what extent you have cultivated the principle of time. Can you reverse the flow of time?" Startled by the inquiry, Jie Jiao nearly gasped in disbelief at the notion of possessing such an ability. "Brother Duo Bao, you overestimate me. The ability to reverse time likely requires a complete comprehension of the principle of time. As it stands, I have only grasped about half of its essence, allowing me to trace back time by mere seconds or predict a brief span of the future. The application of the principle of time is vast, and it largely depends on how one chooses to develop it. My focus has been on these two aspects. Zhu Jiaoyin's explanation prompted a nod of acknowledgement from Duo Bao, yet he found Zhu Jiaoyin's capabilities in the principle of time lacking. How could such a powerful principle be confined to the limited abilities Zhu Jiaoyin described? Either Zhu Jiaoyin had not fully comprehended the principle of time, or his developmental focus was misguided. In Duo Bao's estimation, the principle of time should undoubtedly allow for control over a millennia span. Whether it be forecasting the future or revisiting the past, a range of approximately 1,000 years should be within reach. Of course, Duo Bao did not refer to controlling the entirety of the Honghuang era, but rather a localized domain. The vastness of Honghuang would likely render even a mixed-origin great Luo Golden Immortal incapable of encompassing all of time within their grasp. Duo Bao refrained from sharing his speculations regarding the principle of time. Uncertain of their accuracy, he would address that upon his own comprehension. After contemplating Zhu Jiaoyin for a moment, he finally asked, "Ancestor Zhu Jiaoyin, would you be able to condense a fragment of the principle of time for me to study and use as a reference?" Zhu Jiaoyin nodded slightly. If it were anyone else, he would undoubtedly refuse, but for Duo Bao, he could acquiesce. With a wave of his hand, Zhu Jiaoyin emanated various profound Tao rhythms, as a shard imbued with mysterious energies gradually coalesced in his palm. Duo Bao gazed at the fragment of the law of time, his eyes brimming with anticipation. Once he possessed this item, he could begin to comprehend the law of time, and the proficiency panel would become invaluable. The most challenging aspect of the panel was the initial inclusion of skills. Once incorporated, diligent practice would yield progress. Zhu Jiaoyin presented the polished fragment of the law of time to Duo Bao, saying, "Brother Duo Bao, take your time to contemplate this, that I shall not linger here to disturb you, for I have matters concerning the Wu clan to attend to." Zhu Jiaoyin had been preoccupied with affairs between the Wu clan and the human tribes. Exerting considerable effort for the emergence of new Wu people, he had selected a group of elite warriors from various Wu tribes, hoping to foster a new generation of robust Wu individuals. Ho Tu and Xianming had already brought some members of the human tribes back, and the experiment proposed by Duo Bao had commenced. Duo Bao nodded, eager to delve into the fragment of the law of time, hoping to have it recorded on his proficiency panel. After Zhu Jiaoyin departed the chamber, Duo Bao picked up the time fragment, confirming its integrity repeatedly before beginning his contemplation. 3 years swiftly passed. After half a year of diligent study in the chamber, Duo Bao finally opened his eyes, expelling a breath of stale air. Phew, that was not easy. After so long, I have barely managed to grasp the basics. Observing the successful emergence of the law of time on his panel, a profound sense of achievement welled up within him. This was the fruit of his labor. The progress indicator for the law of time showed a mere 1%. Alas, his study time had been too short. However, as long as the law of time was recorded on the panel, Duo Bao could gradually cultivate it to its utmost potential. Each practice session would be accompanied by a growth in proficiency, ensuring that his efforts would not go unrewarded. The adage, "heaven rewards diligence," was vividly exemplified in Duo Bao's case. Rising to stretch his limbs, Duo Bao felt it was time to venture out. He wished to see the results of the first experiment. Pushing open the grand door before him, Duo Bao immediately spotted the assembled 12 ancestors of Wu. Upon seeing Duo Bao, Ho Tu's beautiful eyes sparkled with surprise. She wished to speak but hesitated shyly. Duo Bao took the initiative to greet Ho Tu, then acknowledged each of the other ancestors in turn, stating, "Ancestor Di Jiang, I believe the results of our experiment should be in by now." How did it fare? Did it meet our expectations? Duo Bao's proactive inquiry stirred excitement in Di Jiang, who exclaimed, "Brother Duo Bao, our endeavor has been a resounding success. As you predicted, we have indeed birthed a new lineage of Wu people. This new generation, a blend of Wu and human, not only possesses strong physiques, but also boasts spiritual essences and formidable cultivation talents. Coupled with the rapid reproductive capabilities of humans, the potential of our Wu clan will experience tremendous growth. Brother Duo Bao, I am immensely grateful to you. From this day forth, regardless of the time or circumstance. As long as our Wu clan endures, you shall forever be a cherished benefactor. Should you require anything, just call upon us, and we shall respond without fail." Duo Bao, observing Jie Jiao's fervent demeanor, chose not to dampen his enthusiasm. Instead, he shifted the conversation, saying, "Ancestor Jie Jiao, your clan must possess a remarkably powerful formation. Correct? When unleashed, it must be truly formidable. However, I must address a concern first that I understand that this formation is to be executed by your 12 ancestors. But have you considered the contingency plan should one of you face a crisis?" Duo Bao's words left Jie Jiao both astonished and somewhat apprehensive. Noticing Duo Bao's expression, Jie Jiao inquired, "Brother Duo Bao, while I am uncertain how you came to know of our clan's formation, I trust you possess a solution. Could you share with me?" The solution was rather straightforward. It merely required cultivating a backup that, if I am not mistaken, your clan should have a Grand Wu who is closest to the ancestors. Correct? Select the most outstanding among them, and use the blood essence of your 12 ancestors to nurture them. They will undoubtedly transcend to the level of an ancestor that I in such a case. Even if one of your ancestors encounters an issue, they could step in to fill the void and serve as a contingency. Duo Bao raised this concern because he knew that Ho-Tu would eventually transcend into reincarnation. Once Ho-Tu transformed into reincarnation, the 12 heavenly array of the Wu clan would be rendered ineffective, and facing the demon clan unprepared would inevitably place them at a disadvantage. After hearing Duo Bao's suggestion, Jie Jiao nodded thoughtfully, replying, "If we combine the blood essence of our 12 ancestors with a blood pool, we could indeed recreate an ancestor." Brother Duo Bao's insight is sound. Our Wu clan must retain some depth. Zhurong, go summon the Grand Wu. Xing Tian and the others that Jie Jiao prepared to select the most exceptional Grand Wu to become the 13th ancestor, thereby preserving the clan's heritage. Upon receiving Jie Jiao's command, Zhurong, with a broad grin, dashed out of the Panga Hall to fetch the individuals. Observing Zhurong's exuberance, Duo Bao anticipated that the Grand Wu summoned would likely return bruised, for Zhurong was known for his readiness to act rather than speak. Perhaps due to his cultivation of the law of fire, Zhurong's temperament was notably fiery and his emotions quite volatile. Before long, Zhurong returned to the Panga Hall, laughter echoing as he approached Jie Jiao, saying, "Elder brother, the task is accomplished. I have summoned our clan's most esteemed Grand Wu." Jie Jiao, witnessing Zhurong's demeanor, understood he had undoubtedly caused some trouble, shaking his head in resignation and inviting him to sit down. Regarding Zhurong's character, Jie Jiao had no effective means to amend it. He had previously voiced his concerns, yet the situation remained unchanged. Let him be, as long as he did not commit any grave mistakes. Other matters were of little concern. After the passage of short incense sticks time, several top Grand Wu of the Wu clan arrived at the Panga Hall. Among them stood Ho-Yi, his appearance notably battered, a clear sign that Zhurong had not been gentle. All the Grand Wu bore bruised faces, presenting a comical sight. Duo Bao maintained a serious expression, suppressing his laughter. As Ho-Yi spotted Duo Bao, he intended to greet him, but restrained himself due to the presence of the 12 ancestors. Jie Jiao addressed the assembled esteemed Grand Wu, articulating the purpose of their gathering. "You are the most outstanding Grand Wu of our clan, and I have called you here today for a momentous occasion. We shall select the strongest among you to become the 13th ancestor. You must give your all in the forthcoming contest." Upon hearing Jie Jiao's words, the Grand Wu present in the Panga Hall erupted with palpable excitement. Each of them unabashedly displayed their ambitions, declaring to the others, "The champion will undoubtedly be me. You might as well concede and return home." Ho-Yi, however, harbored no significant aspirations regarding the 13th ancestor. In terms of sheer physical prowess, he was not a match for the other Grand Wu. If he were to employ his bow and arrows, it would likely result in casualties, and he had no desire to harm his kin. After a moment's contemplation, Ho-Yi approached Jie Jiao, saying, "Ancestor Jie Jiao, I wish to forfeit my candidacy for this competition, and if I were to engage, it would inevitably lead to injury, which is unnecessary." Jie Jiao, taken aback by Ho-Yi's statement, regarded him with surprise. Resisting the allure of becoming an ancestor was no easy feat. Nonetheless, respecting Ho-Yi's decision, Jie Jiao replied, "Very well. Ho-E, you may stand aside and observe the ultimate victor. Ho-E moved to stand beside Duo Bao and quietly asked, Brother Duo Bao, what brings you here? Were you not climbing the Buzhou mountain? I completed my ascent long ago. After reaching the summit, I returned and have been in the Panga Hall for a few years now. Upon hearing that Duo Bao had conquered Buzhou mountain, admiration filled Ho-Yi's gaze, and he fell silent. The battles among the Grand Wu commenced under Jie Jiao's watchful eye, with no room for deceit. Aside from Ho-Yi, 4 other Grand Wu were summoned, forming 2 pairs for combat. Regarding this level of conflict, Duo Bao felt no inclination to study. Instead, he approached Ho-Tu for conversation. Duo Bao inquired, Ho-Tu, during your visit to the human tribes, what are your impressions of them? Feeling a slight blush as Duo Bao leaned in closer, Ho-Tu responded in a voice barely above a whisper, I find these humans quite commendable. Though their physiques are frail, they do not submit to fate. Numerous demon clans prey upon the human race, yet the humans still dare to resist their oppressors, exhibiting remarkable vitality. Ho-Tu expressed her views on humanity, which were predominantly positive, clearly indicating her fondness for them. Turning to Duo Bao, she inquired with curiosity, Duo Bao, what prompts your interest in the affairs of the human race? Is there a connection between you and them? Duo Bao smiled but refrained from answering, as the question was rather complex, and he was uncertain how to articulate his thoughts. Instead, he deftly shifted the conversation, employing the skills he had acquired in his previous life, engaging Ho-Tu in a delightful exchange. Their banter brought a radiant smile to Ho-Tu's face. And as their conversation unfolded, time swiftly passed, coinciding with the conclusion of the battle involving the great witches. Jie Jiao, observing the last victor standing in the arena, announced with an appreciative tone, the ultimate victor is Xingtian. Thus, this opportunity shall be granted to him that I trust none of you harbor any objections. The other great witches, having been defeated by Xingtian, felt a sense of respect, for unlike other races, the witch clan revered strength above all. After his defeat, their feelings towards Xingtian transformed into admiration rather than resentment. Xingtian laughed heartily, exclaiming, I am the foremost great witch beneath the ancestor witches, and I am on the verge of becoming the 13th ancestor witch. Truly, I am exceptional. From Xingtian's words, Duo Bao discerned that he was not particularly astute, silently reflecting. As expected, most of the witch clan possess simple minds but robust physiques. Were it not for Jie Jiao and Zijian, they would hardly have achieved their current stature. Xingtian was retained by Jie Jiao, while the other great witches returned to their respective tribes. Duo Bao chose to remain, as he intended to serve as a guardian for the 12 ancestor witches. Having spent considerable time in the Panga Hall, he felt indebted to the 12 ancestor witches, and it was only fitting for him to fulfill this minor duty. Thus, he sat cross-legged on the ground, observing as the 12 ancestor witches began to extract their essence blood. For beings of their caliber, their essence blood was of utmost importance, and the act of expelling it would greatly deplete their vitality. Otherwise, the 12 ancestor witches could have long ago commenced the creation of additional ancestor witches without fear of others. The process of extracting essence blood took a full 3 days, and by the end, a drop of essence blood appeared before the fatigued 12 ancestor witches. Jie Jiao collected this blood in a jade vial, opened the door to the blood pool chamber, and poured the essence blood into the pool. Xingtian was already submerged within the blood pool, and upon the addition of the ancestor witch's essence blood, his bloodline began to gradually enhance. After 10 days, a powerful aura emanated from the blood pool chamber, prompting both the 12 ancestor witches and Duo Bao to rise in response. Jie Jiao cheerfully remarked, Xingtian has successfully transcended to become an ancestor witch. I was right about this lad. He possesses considerable potential. The other ancestor witches echoed their agreement, celebrating the emergence of another ancestor witch, further solidifying their clan as strength. Observing the jubilant 12 ancestor witches, Duo Bao said, Since today is such a joyous occasion, allow me to showcase my skills and treat you all to a splendid feast. After this meal, I shall take my leave from Buzhou Mountain. Upon hearing this, the 12 ancestor witches grew somewhat anxious, with Jie Jiao urgently asking, Duo Bao, have we failed to host you properly? If there is any issue, please speak freely, and we shall certainly make amends. Not at all, Ancestor Jie Jiao. Please do not misconstrue my intentions that I have my own matters to attend to. Besides, The witch clan is flourishing daily. My presence here serves little purpose. As long as you maintain your current momentum and develop for centuries, you shall undoubtedly rival the demon clans. We are now good friends. Rest assured, if you encounter any difficulties, I shall not stand idly by. Having received great benefits from the witch clan and forged significant ties, Duo Bao realized he could not simply distance himself from their troubles. After Duo Bao's explanation, despite the 12 ancestor witches feeling reluctant to part, they offered their blessings, saying, "Brother Duo Bao, our witch clan shall forever be your staunchest ally. Should you face any adversity in the outside world, do not hesitate to seek our assistance." Zhurong gazed at Duo Bao, feeling a deep sense of fondness for this brother he had come to know through trials. Duo Bao nodded, acknowledging their sentiments, even though he was confident he would encounter no such troubles. Duo Bao then busied himself, utilizing his culinary skills to prepare an array of delectable dishes, ensuring the 12 ancestor witches were thoroughly satisfied. Hutu indulged the most, eventually feeling a bit shy to meet Duo Bao's gaze. Once the 12 ancestor witches finished their meal, Duo Bao tidied up and addressed his dear friends. "There are no everlasting banquets in this world. Having stayed here for so long, it is time for me to depart. A journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. There is no need for a grand send-off." With those words, Duo Bao turned and strode out of the Panga Hall, intent on finding Aoyun before leaving Buzhou Mountain. Upon exiting the hall, Duo Bao swiftly ascended the mountain, ultimately locating Aoyun merely a few thousand steps from the peak. Aoyun, still at the initial stage of the great Luo Golden Immortal realm, had evidently solidified his cultivation and reaped considerable benefits while on Buzhou Mountain. Spotting Duo Bao, he called out with effort, "My lord, what brings you here?" Observing Aoyun's struggle, Duo Bao recognized he had reached his limit and said, "Aoyun, this is as far as you can ascend. There is no need to press on. Once your cultivation reaches the pinnacle of the great Luo Golden Immortal realm, you may attempt to reach the summit again then, for that will be when you are truly qualified to do so." Aoyun nodded, understanding that Duo Bao spoke the truth. He had already expended 3 years to reach this point, with no progress in the last 2 months. Aoyun had been tempered by this experience, no longer fervently declaring his desire to reach the summit. Some matters must be weighed against one's own circumstances. Unattainable goals are devoid of significance. Aoyun followed Duo Bao down the mountain, the descent proving to be smooth and comfortable. Upon reaching the foot of the mountain, Duo Bao had one more vital task to undertake, to meet his first friend from the witch clan. Returning to the Hui tribe, Duo Bao found Hui diligently brewing wine as per his teachings. Upon hearing of Duo Bao's arrival, Hui hurriedly emerged from his dwelling to greet him. Duo Bao addressed Hui, "Brother Hui, I have come to bid you farewell. Aoyun and I are set to leave the witch clan." Hui's smile froze in disbelief as he gazed at Duo Bao. Sensing Hui's reluctance to part, Duo Bao reassured him, "Brother Hui, I am merely embarking on a journey, not departing for the afterlife. There is no need for such sorrowful expressions. Here, I present you with 3 talismans. Whenever you encounter a decision that eludes you, simply open them for guidance." As Hui's first friend upon his arrival in the Wu tribe, Duo Bao naturally harbored hopes that nothing would befall him. For the calamity that Hui was destined to face, Duo Bao provided a solution from within his pouch. Hui accepted the pouch graciously, tucking it carefully into his bosom. It was one of the few gifts he had received and deserved to be treasured. He did not perceive any danger lurking in his daily life within the tribe, attributing Duo Bao's concern to mere friendship. With the giving of the pouch, Duo Bao had completed his final task in the Wu tribe. He declined Hui's kind gesture of seeing him off and departed with Aoyun. Upon exiting Hui's tribe, Duo Bao and Aoyun ascended into the sky, soaring into the clouds and vanishing from sight. Hui watched his friend disappear, equally anticipating their next encounter. Perched upon Aoyun's back, Duo Bao noted that after Aoyun's breakthrough to the great Luo Golden Immortal realm, his speed of flight had increased remarkably. Despite the rapid pace, Duo Bao remained undisturbed, seated in tranquil stability. Their destination this time was the human tribes. Duo Bao was no longer focused on wanderings. He was eager to reach the human race swiftly. The current plight of the humans was dire, their frail strength rendering them mere prey for the demon tribes. The flesh and blood of humans served as a vital nourishment for the demons, who relentlessly hunted them. Some even resorted to capturing humans, keeping them for a continuous supply of flesh for cultivation. These revelations were not mere hearsay. Duo Bao had learned of them through interactions with the humans brought back by Ho Tu and Xianming. Having once belonged to the human race himself, Duo Bao felt a profound connection to them. Upon learning of their current circumstances, he was filled with an urgent desire to assist in altering their fate. Were it not for the need to complete the Wu tribe's experiments and the time consumed by his seclusion for cultivation, he would have already ventured to the human tribes, from the accounts of those humans. Duo Bao discovered that there were several large human tribes in the gathering place of the Eastern Sea. This time, his intent was to journey there. The larger tribes, teeming with inhabitants, would provide him greater opportunity to effect change. Yuan had already marked the location on the map, and at their current speed, they would reach their destination in approximately half a month. During this time, Duo Bao would not remain idle. He intended to continue his cultivation. His strength was on the cusp of breaking through to the quasi-saint level, and he sought to expedite this process as much as possible, should he neglect his training now. It could prolong his progress by another half-month, a waste he could ill afford at "My Lord, we have arrived." Yuan called, rousing Duo Bao from his meditation. Duo Bao opened his eyes, radiating a piercing intensity. No longer engaged in his practice, he noted with satisfaction the evident progress he had made. He had advanced the laws of time by 1,000th of a second. One must not underestimate this seemingly minute fraction. Countless scholars toil for centuries without making a single step forward. For these mighty beings, time is often deemed inconsequential, as millennia can pass in the blink of an eye. Duo Bao, however, was a peculiar case. Having lived a brief life in his previous existence, he cherished every moment. Coupled with the enhancement from his panel, his progress was swift, devoid of the languorous sensation of time slipping away, surveying the mountains and continents from his lofty vantage. Duo Bao beheld the throngs of people below, akin to a colony of ants, and recognized that he had reached his destination. He instructed Yuan to assume human form, opting to avoid flight in dragon guise, which could incite unnecessary alarm. Duo Bao did not wish to reveal his identity just yet. He aimed to ascertain whether this tribe was worthy of his assistance. Not every soul is deserving of aid. Some are unworthy of it. Duo Bao and Yuan deliberately descended outside the large human tribe, disguising themselves as ordinary folk as they approached. The closer they drew to the tribe, the more individuals they encountered, all of whom were stark naked, lacking any form of covering. They resembled the primitive humans Duo Bao had studied in books during his previous life, aside from their ability to speak and communicate. They bore no distinction. The garments worn by Duo Bao and Yuan caught the attention of these tribesmen, yet none inquired further. The people regarded Duo Bao and Yuan with wary eyes, scrutinizing whether they were demons or harbored ulterior motives. Witnessing the plight of the humans in such a primitive state stirred a deep compassion within Duo Bao, touching a tender part of his heart. He pressed onward into the human tribe, soon encountering warriors of celestial caliber who barred their passage. "Who are you? From whence do you come? What brings you to our Sui-Shur tribe?" The leader of the warriors, brandishing a spear, leveled his gaze at Duo Bao and Yuan, prepared to strike should they falter in their responses. The humans had been deceived by demons before, some masquerading as humans to infiltrate and devour their kin. Duo Bao offered a respectful bow to the warrior before responding, "We come in peace, having traveled from a human tribe approximately 3,000 miles away, seeking refuge in your esteemed tribe." Yuan remained silent, deferring entirely to Duo Bao, unsure of what to articulate. The last thing he desired was to invoke suspicion among the humans, which could lead to conflict. Upon hearing Duo Bao's words, the warrior's vigilance diminished significantly. Yet skepticism lingered as he probed for further details. Fortunately, Duo Bao had prepared in advance, having confirmed various particulars with those humans who had previously ventured to the Wu tribe. The warrior, witnessing Duo Bao's articulate responses, finally accepted their identities, retracting his spear. "Since you seek to reside in our tribe, follow me to meet our leader." The The warrior guided Duo Bao and Ao Yuan to the very heart of the sure human tribe. The dwelling place of the tribe's leader was not a lavish palace, merely a cave. Upon reaching the cave's entrance, the warrior instructed, "You two wait here. I shall inform the leader of your arrival. If he is amenable, I will escort you inside." Duo Bao nodded, awaiting with Ao Yuan, eager to discern the nature of this tribal leader. If he proved to be worthy of trust, Duo Bao would not hesitate to offer his assistance, potentially elevating him to heights beyond his reach. Conversely, if he turned out to be a selfish individual, incapable of embracing others, Duo Bao would seek alternative for his aid. Within the cave, the tribal leader was engrossed in meditation when he was taken aback by the arrival of the warrior. "Lu Yang, what brings you here? Is there a matter of concern?" The leader's surprise stemmed from Lu Yang's usual duties of patrolling the outskirts or hunting, rarely visiting him directly. "Leader, today I encountered two rather peculiar individuals who claim to have come from a small tribe 3,000 miles away. Seeking to reside among us, I am uncertain whether we should accept them, and thus I brought them to consult with you. Would you like to meet them?" Upon hearing this, the tribal leader furrowed his brow and chided. "Lu Yang, have I not taught you that all humans are united as one? As long as they are of our kind, they should be welcomed unconditionally into our tribe. Now, swiftly invite them in. I am curious about their uniqueness." Lu Yang hurriedly exited and led Duo Bao and Ao Yuan into the cave. As they entered, Duo Bao was immediately struck by the presence of the leader. Observing the leader's remarkable countenance, his eyes sparkling with vitality and possessing an air of nobility, Duo Bao sensed he was an extraordinary figure. The leader stood tall and imposing, exuding an aura akin to that of a golden immortal. Upon seeing Duo Bao and Ao Yuan, the leader, unaware of their true power, greeted them warmly. "Welcome, young brothers. You have arrived in our tribe. Consider it your home. Do not stand on ceremony. The human race stands united. In our current weakened state, we must band together to resist other races." The words of the tribal leader were imbued with fervor, and Duo Bao discerned from his speech a heart that was both broad and generous. His initial impression of the tribal leader was quite favorable, yet he felt the need to observe for a while longer. The strength of a horse is known over long distances, and the true nature of a person is revealed over time. The complexities of human nature cannot be fully grasped at first glance, and Duo Bao considered himself lacking in such discernment. Nodding slightly, he inquired of the tribal leader, "Chief, during our time here in the tribe, what is it that we ought to do?" "What to do? It is merely what you are capable of, be it hunting or gathering, as long as you can sustain yourselves. That is sufficient, of course. If you find yourselves with surplus ability, you may choose to assist others, for we, as humans, thrive in harmony and kindness." The tribal leader made no demands, embodying this principle himself by engaging in hands-on efforts without any privileges. His ascendance to leadership stemmed from being the strongest among the tribe, tasked with the protection of his fellow kin. Understanding the implication, Duo Bao grew increasingly intrigued by the human tribe, determined to ascertain whether it aligned with his expectations. After conversing for a while, Duo Bao and Ao Yuan took their leave, casually seeking out a cliff where they could establish a cave. Observing the rugged simplicity of their new abode, Ao Yuan turned to Duo Bao and asked, "My lord, must we truly reside here? If so, shouldn't we improve this place a bit? For those who cultivate, there is little need for such concerns. If you cannot endure hardship, feel free to amuse yourself elsewhere. I can manage alone." Duo Bao saw nothing amiss in Ao Yuan's critical attitude. Each person possesses their own outlook on life. Having grown up in the opulence of the East Sea Dragon Palace, Ao Yuan refrained from harsh words, which was in itself a significant concession to Duo. "My lord, how can you say such a thing? Wherever you are, I must be as well." Ao Yuan's tone was resolute, for ever since Duo Bao had saved him through benevolent deeds, Ao Yuan felt his life belonged to Duo Bao. Nodding, Duo Bao replied, "Since we had decided to stay, let us create a few more things." He casually fashioned 2 beds and a set of tables and chairs. Although the cave remained simplistic, it now bore a touch more vitality, rendering it more agreeable to it was not an uninhabitable place. After all, he had his cultivation to attend to in time. The hours would pass in the blink of an eye. Having completed these tasks, Duo Bao prepared to venture out and assess the current living conditions of the humans. They subsisted on grains from the era of the Flame Emperor, but presently, their lives revolved around foraging fruits and hunting magical beasts. Livestock farming had yet to emerge, and Duo Bao had no immediate plans to pursue it. He needed to observe how humans survived in these times. Stepping out of the cave alone, Duo Bao found that Aoyun preferred to remain behind. Disinterested in human life and keen to focus on his training, Duo Bao did not press him. There were matters he needed to handle personally. As he wandered the human tribe, he often witnessed individuals gnawing on raw flesh, while those better off consumed primordial spiritual roots. Why is there still no fire among the humans? Have the three ancestors of humanity yet to appear? Duo Bao pondered, perplexed. He had assumed the three ancestors had already manifested. But it seemed that this was still a matter of debate. As he meandered, he arrived at the edge of a vast lake, its waters a deep azure, crystal clear, with gentle breezes stirring the surface into rippling waves. Soon he spotted a group of individuals standing in the shallows, attempting to catch fish. Observing them wielding fish spears, he noted their lack of success. They poked at the water without spearing a single fish for quite some time. Do they think this is a television drama? Do they really believe they can easily impale a fish? Duo Bao inwardly scoffed, yet his heart softened at the sight of their earnest efforts. These individuals toiled diligently merely to fill their bellies. And often, some would go an entire day without capturing a single fish, leaving them to endure hunger. Casually, he chopped a piece of wood from the shore, sharpened it, and prepared to wade into the water to see if he could succeed where they had failed. He intended to rely solely on the strength of a mortal, harnessing none of his magical prowess. To test whether he could spear a fish, upon entering the water, he was struck by its remarkable clarity, enabling him to easily spot the fish gliding beneath the surface. However, their agility made it challenging to catch them. They darted away the moment he made a move. After 2 unsuccessful attempts, he finally grasped the technique and managed to spear one on his third try. Holding the thrashing fish aloft, a sense of gloom washed over him. How could he possibly compare to these mortals? His vision far exceeded theirs. Even if he could effortlessly spear a fish, could they do the same? He approached a woman from the tribe, standing nearby, offering her the fish, saying, "This is for you. Take it home and enjoy." The woman was taken aback, astonished that someone would freely gift her such a large fish. It was enough to sustain her for 2 days, and she hurriedly expressed her gratitude. "Thank you. Kind sir, is there anything you wish for me to do in return? There is no free lunch in this world." And the woman assumed Duo Bao had some request. He shook his head, for he had no demands of her. Her appearance did not pique his interest in the slightest, even if she were unclothed. Such thoughts never crossed his mind. "I require nothing from you. This fish is a gift. Please take it home." The woman, bewildered, ultimately accepted his kindness, as she had not eaten for an entire day. Her inability to spear fish often left her hungry, sometimes going 2 to 3 days without catching one. As she departed, Duo Bao returned to the shore, contemplating the inadequacy of such a method. He resolved to devise a better way for these people to obtain fish. After some thought, he ventured into the nearby forest, gathering numerous vines and resilient tree bark. With patience, he wove these materials into ropes and began crafting a fishing net. Indeed, he intended to prepare a fishing net in advance. Better to teach a man to fish than to simply give him a fish. Duo Bao surmised that no matter how skilled he became at catching fish, he could not ensure that the entire human tribe was fed. Instead, he should impart the skill of net making to enable them to procure food with ease, thus alleviating their hunger. His craftsmanship evolved from initial awkwardness to growing proficiency, and before long, he had woven a substantial net. Gazing at his completed creation, a smile crept across Duo Bao's face as he gathered his materials and made his way to the tribal leader's dwelling. He knew that to implement this initiative within the tribe, he needed the leader's endorsement. Arriving at the entrance of the tribal leader's cave, Duo Bao called out, "Chief, Duo Bao has an urgent matter to discuss. I hope you will grant me an audience." The tribal leader, who had been meditating within, paused at the sound of Duo Bao's voice and replied, "Come in." Upon entering the cave and approaching the seated tribal leader, Duo Bao stated, "Chief, I have come today to share a matter of utmost importance, one that bears significance for all of humanity." Upon hearing this, the tribal leader sprang to his feet, Urgency etched across his face as he inquired. "What is it? Speak quickly." Duo Bao revealed the fishing net he had been carrying on his back. Presenting it to the tribal leader, the leader observed the net with curiosity, though its purpose eluded him, and he asked, "What is this? Is this what concerns humanity?" Duo Bao nodded affirmatively and began to explain. "Chief, please do not underestimate what I hold in my hands. I have named it a fishing net. This invention will simplify our fishing endeavors and allow us to catch far more fish." Earlier today, I witnessed many of our people struggling at the lake's edge, attempting to spear fish. Their efforts were not only inefficient, but left them with no assurance of sustenance. Inspired, I crafted this net. I invite you to join me at the lake to witness its effectiveness. The tribal chief was intrigued by Duo Bao's words and immediately accompanied him to the lakeside. Upon their arrival, the chief stood aside, ready to appreciate Duo Bao's performance. Duo Bao unfurled his fishing net and waded into the shallow waters, strolling along the riverbank for a while before lifting the net. As expected, he found several plump fish within, their appearance particularly luscious. Shaking his catch triumphantly, Duo Bao remarked to the chief, "What do you think, chief? Is my fishing net not as splendid as I described?" At that moment, the chief was utterly astonished, his mouth agape as if it were the size of an egg. Speechless for a considerable time. Once he regained his composure, he grasped Duo Bao's hand with fervor, exclaiming, "Duo Bao, you have truly accomplished a great feat. You are a significant benefactor to our human tribe. With this fishing net, we shall secure a stable source of food and gain an abundance of new life." Just as Duo Bao was about to utter another word, the heavens bestowed merit upon him, golden lotuses shimmering in the sky, and the fishing net in his hands transformed into a treasure of merit. Its power was akin to a mid-grade innate spiritual treasure, an impressive accolade indeed. Duo Bao collected all the merit he had received, opting not to use it to enhance his cultivation. Witnessing Duo Bao's acquisition of merit, the chief felt no jealousy. Instead, he praised, "Duo Bao, my boy, the fishing net you invented has garnered celestial merit, which speaks volumes of its significance. Tomorrow, I shall implement it throughout the tribe and send envoys to the surrounding major tribes to maximize the reach for our humankind." The chief held a high position among the humans, overseeing numerous smaller tribes in the vicinity. Duo Bao nodded, for his initial intention in creating the fishing net was solely to assist more members of the human tribe in obtaining sustenance, devoid of ulterior motives. The unexpected gain of merit was a delightful surprise, and this treasure of merit would be aptly bestowed upon Yuan for self-defense. The chief then turned to Duo Bao and said, "By the way, Duo Bao, since you're the only one skilled in weaving this fishing net, find a few individuals to teach. Once you have imparted your knowledge, you need not toil personally any longer." The chief greatly admired talents like Duo Bao and wished not to burden him with excessive tasks that might hinder the expression of his abilities. If Duo Bao could create a fishing net, he could surely produce even more beneficial inventions for humanity, leading to the tribe's continual prosperity. Duo Bao nodded, refraining from using his powers to probe the chief's thoughts. Were he to do so, he would undoubtedly scold. "This old fellow is truly intent on squeezing every ounce of labor from me. Here I am, considering the welfare of humanity, and he wishes for me to become a mere beast of burden." Upon returning to the tribe, Duo Bao entered the cave he had established, where Yuan was meditating in a cross-legged position. Observing Yuan's diligent practice, Duo Bao intended to reward him, but just as he was about to speak, Yuan opened his eyes and inquired, "Oh, master, when did you return? Why did you not wake me?" Seeing Yuan's demeanor, Duo Bao could easily discern that the earnestness of his meditation had been feigned. Well, employing the very tactics I used as a child to deal with my parents against me. I must have been too lenient with you." Duo Bao chuckled, addressing Yuan. "Yuan, I just accomplished something monumental, and was planning to give you something worthwhile, but your attitude complicates matters." Upon hearing this, Yuan's expression shifted dramatically. He quickly adopted a sycophantic demeanor and pleaded, "Master, please don't say that. I truly did not mean it. I was merely testing the environment here, that I accidentally dozed off. Please forgive me." Observing Yuan's exaggerated expressions, Duo Bao playfully tapped his head. Yuan clutched his head, feigning pain. "Enough of the act. Am I not aware of my own strength?" Duo Bao then produced the fishing net, presenting it to Yuan, saying, "Here, take this. You must treasure it." Aoyun gazed at the seemingly unimpressive fishing net with disdain, reluctantly accepting it. Amused by Aoyun's reluctance, Duo Bao quipped, "Do you truly wish to reject it? If so, I shall reclaim it." Realizing Duo Bao's seriousness, Aoyun quickly took hold of the net, stating, "Master, you have already bestowed it upon me. Do not consider taking it back." Upon inspecting the net, Aoyun discovered it was, in fact, a treasure of postnatal merit, and he swiftly tucked it into his embrace. He had never received such a fine gift before, and his joy was boundless. In the East Sea Dragon Palace, treasures were abundant, yet items of merit were entirely absent. Watching Aoyun dance with glee, Duo Bao likened him to a child weighing 300 pounds. After gifting the fishing net to Aoyun, Duo Bao resumed his cultivation, a part of his daily routine. The following day, Duo Bao opened his eyes for meditation. Today, he was to teach others the art of weaving fishing nets, having already arranged a time with the tribal chief. Thus, he could not afford to be late. Rising, he glanced at Aoyun, who was truly immersed in cultivation, and exited the cave. Duo Bao required no sustenance and needed no grooming. His status as a Twelve Golden Immortal had long liberated him from such trivialities. He made his way to the chief's cave, only to find a considerable gathering already assembled. The chief stood at the forefront, passionately discussing the remarkable uses of the fishing net. He vividly recounted the previous day's fishing escapade with Duo Bao, igniting excitement among the gathered crowd. "Duo Bao, you have finally arrived? Come here." The chief beckoned, and upon hearing this, everyone turned their gaze toward Duo Bao. The crowd instinctively parted to grant him passage, their eyes filled with respect. Duo Bao did not hesitate. He strode confidently through the throng, approaching the chief. The chief addressed the assembly. "Esteemed individuals, this is our human tribe's great hero, the genius who devised such an extraordinary fishing tool. Anyone wishing to learn how to weave fishing nets may come forth to study under him. However, only the first 10 individuals will have the privilege of direct instruction from Duo Bao. The initial batch must consist of the most outstanding among you. If anyone is eager, step forward. I need precisely 10 individuals, as opportunities will be scarce thereafter." This was precisely the condition Duo Bao had proposed the day before, and he had already conferred with the chief about teaching only 10 people. The remainder would learn from these 10 once they had mastered the skill. Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted with excitement, hands raised in eager anticipation. The chief casually selected 10 individuals, instructing, "You 10 shall follow Duo Bao closely. Do not slacken your efforts. Should you incur his displeasure, I will replace you." The chief regarded this matter with utmost seriousness, believing it to be of great significance for the entire human tribe. It must be executed flawlessly. Duo Bao had no objections to the chosen individuals and led them into the forest, directing them to gather numerous vines and tree bark. Once they had collected the materials, Duo Bao began to instruct them in weaving fishing nets, guiding them step by step. Weaving a fishing net was not a difficult task. For these humans, a single demonstration was sufficient for them to grasp the technique. Duo Bao showcased the finished net before them, inquiring, "So, have you all learned?" The 10 individuals nodded in unison, and then Duo Bao encouraged them to begin weaving using their own methods. Practice is indeed the sole criterion for truth. Some individuals grasped the technique visually, but faltered when attempting it manually. Duo Bao needed to see their finished products to prevent anyone from pretending to be skilled. After half an hour, the 10 individuals had successfully woven their own nets. Just as Duo Bao was about to evaluate their work, the heavens bestowed merit again, and these 10 people instantly ascended to the realm of Earth Immortals due to the merit. Observing their transformation, Duo Bao waited until they had all mastered the art of net weaving before nodding in satisfaction and declaring, "Well done. You have all acquired the skills I taught you. Now you merely need to pass this knowledge on to others. I have nothing more to impart. Let us return to the chief and inform him of our progress." After teaching for a morning, the individuals had learned rapidly, and with the weaving practice taking half an hour, it was still only just past noon. When the chief saw Duo Bao returning with the group, he was somewhat surprised and inquired, "What, Duo Bao, did they struggle to learn? Did they anger you, prompting your desire for me to replace them?" Upon posing this inquiry, the tribal chief swiftly sensed something amiss. How did these individuals all become Earth Immortals? Duo Bao immediately clarified. Chief, I have imparted all the methods to them. The heavenly Tao has bestowed merits upon them, enabling their ascension to earth immortals. The remaining task is for you to send them forth to teach others. You should be capable of this, so I shall not intrude further. The tribal chief, albeit momentarily taken aback, nodded thoughtfully. Once Duo Bao departed, he addressed the 10 individuals before him. Since you have learned so swiftly, go forth and teach others, expeditiously nurturing a new group. Once our tribe masters this method, we shall send individuals to educate neighboring tribes, ensuring that all of humanity is aware of this splendid technique. The tribal chief's vision was grand. He had always considered the advancement of humanity, never limiting his thoughts to the progress of his own tribe. The 10 individuals nodded in agreement. Although they had ascended to earth immortals, their status within humanity remained largely unchanged in the current era. All humans were equal, and the tribal chief enjoyed no special privileges, as he was personally involved in every matter. Duo Bao returned to the cave, where he found Yuan meditating, and he too seated himself to continue his practice. He felt that within half a month, he would be able to break through to the quasi-saint level, making optimal use of this time for training. Duo Bao intended to observe the tribal chief's actions during this fortnight. Should the chief genuinely care for all humanity, Duo Bao would elevate his status significantly within the human realm. He was now certain that the 3 ancestral figures of humanity had yet to appear. With a mere flick of his hand, he could alter their fates. If the tribal chief possessed a heart that embraced humanity, Duo Bao was prepared to make him one of the 3 ancestral figures. After a span of 10 days, an unusual phenomenon manifested within the cave where Duo Bao resided. Abruptly, he opened his tightly shut eyes, emanating a formidable aura that roused Yuan from his meditative state. Yuan, focus on your cultivation within the cave. I have matters to attend to and shall return shortly. With that, Duo Bao vanished, reappearing in a deserted forest in the blink of an eye. The opportunity for quasi-sainthood had finally arrived. Once he weathered the heavenly tribulation, he would ascend to that level. Unfurling his concealed might, Duo Bao's terrifying energy surged, imposing immense pressure on the myriad creatures within the forest. Above, dark clouds of calamity gathered ominously. Duo Bao sensed the terrifying essence of the calamity clouds but remained undeterred. With his current strength, such tribulations posed little threat. Before long, heavenly lightning descended. Duo Bao, disinterested in evasion, braced himself to endure it directly as 9 bolts of heavenly lightning struck. He emerged unscathed. Apart from his garments reduced to ashes, Duo Bao exhibited no other changes, his aura now contained and appearing as one with the cosmos. The distinction between a quasi-saint and a great Duo Golden Immortal was indeed vast. The chasm was greater than that separating man from dog. The current Duo Bao was utterly transformed compared to his previous self, capable of effortlessly vanquishing 100 foes. The disparity between saints and quasi-saints was even greater than that between quasi-saints and great Duo Golden Immortals. The more Duo Bao cultivated, the more he felt the terrifying nature of saints. The mere thought of the immense mountain of a saint looming above him spurred Duo Bao to push himself harder in his training. After donning his attire and ensuring no one was watching, he vanished once more. Upon returning to humanity, Duo Bao noticed a peculiar change. The tribal chief was standing with an array of cooked food. The chief gazed apprehensively at the darkened prey before him, hesitant to partake, fearful of its toxicity. From the dawn of humanity, raw flesh had been the norm, with no means to cook. Thus, the chief's hesitation was understandable. However, the abundance of game made him reluctant to abandon it. Just as he pondered, Duo Bao appeared. "Chief, whence came these provisions? These creatures were all struck down by heavenly lightning. I observed their vast numbers and sent men to gather them. Yet, given their current state, I am uncertain if they are safe to consume." Duo Bao recognized the origin of the prey. The might of his tribulation had traveled far, making it entirely plausible for these beings to be struck by lightning. Sensing the chief's uncertainty, Duo Bao unsheathed a small knife and deftly removed the charred outer layer of the prey. Observing the thoroughly cooked flesh beneath, he carefully sliced a piece and savored it. Truth be told, the taste was quite bland, lacking any distinct flavor. Yet, To convince the chief of its delectable nature, Duo Bao endeavored to display an expression of delight. The tribal chief, taken aback by Duo Bao's reaction, hastily cut a piece for himself. The flavor that burst forth caused his pupils to dilate in astonishment. Only when one reaches a certain level of shock does such an expression manifest. This was simply too delicious. The chief was certain he had never tasted anything so exquisite. Even the finest meat he had previously consumed paled in comparison to this single morsel. Watching the chief revel in the flavor, Duo Bao couldn't help but internally scoff. Truly, a mountain pig cannot appreciate fine grain. You find this delectable. What on earth did you previously consume? Though the meat was cooked, the high temperature from the heavenly lightning had charred much of it, leaving a bitter aftertaste. After one bite, Duo Bao ceased eating. His objective had been achieved, and there was no need to further subject himself to such mediocrity. The tribal chief, eyeing the remaining prey with curiosity, pondered what had transformed these creatures into such a delightful feast. He was well aware of their original flavor and suspected that something had altered them, enhancing their taste. The chief's current intention was to uncover this method and subsequently share it with all of humanity, thereby improving their livelihoods. He scrutinized the prey, searching for any differences from before, yet found none. Observing the chief's actions, Duo Bao understood he was engaged in research and chose to remain silent, curious to see if the chief might discover fire on his own. Should he succeed, Duo Bao would not need to guide him explicitly. After an extensive period of contemplation, the tribal chief, without any clues, could only sigh in resignation. Very well, I do not know what caused this change. Perhaps it is best to distribute these provisions for now. Duo Bao, noting the chief's failure to discover fire through his own investigation, felt no disappointment. Under normal circumstances, it was improbable to deduce the nature of cooking merely from some game. The chief's displayed wisdom was quite reasonable. Exceptional intellects were not within Duo Bao's calculations. Some geniuses surpassed ordinary comprehension. After observing the chief for a while, Duo Bao ultimately decided to abandon the notion and promptly led the chief in search of fire. Progress in any endeavor must be gradual. If one shines too brightly too soon, it may yield counterproductive results. After exchanging a few words with the chief, Duo Bao turned to leave, needing to return and reassure Aoyun of his safety. Upon entering the cave, Duo Bao was astonished to find Aoyun waiting for him. Aoyun's eyes sparkled with surprise upon seeing Duo Bao return unscathed. "Master, you have returned. Why are you back so soon? Normally, transcending tribulations should take several days." "No, your master is a genius. How can I be measured by the standards of ordinary folk?" Duo Bao boasted shamelessly, only to find Aoyun earnestly nodding in agreement. "Indeed, it was my error to judge you by the talents of the common man. In my eyes, you are the most formidable." Aoyun's humble flattery reflected his genuine thoughts. Throughout his life in the Dragon Palace, he had been hailed as a prodigy. Yet upon encountering Duo Bao, he realized what true genius truly entailed. Dominating his peers was one thing, but Duo Bao could also battle beyond his rank. The title of genius felt undeserved. It was not that Duo Bao was unworthy of the title. Rather, Aoyun believed the term genius was an insult to Duo Bao. Individuals as powerful and gifted as Duo Bao should rightfully be regarded as anomalies. Duo Bao gently patted Aoyun's head, stating, "You speak well, young one. Today marks a momentous occasion, as I have broken through to the quasi-saint level. I shall prepare a grand feast for us to celebrate. Is that true?" Aoyun had not savored the culinary delights prepared by Duo Bao for quite some time, and naturally, he found himself longing for those exquisite flavors. Duo Bao invited Aoyun to accompany him outside, as the aroma of his cooking was far too potent to be contained within the cave. Together, they cautiously ventured beyond the human tribe, seeking a secluded area within the forest. There, Duo Bao showcased his culinary prowess, swiftly conjuring up 2 delectable dishes. This time, he prepared an ample quantity, ensuring that both he and Aoyun dined to their heart's content. With a comfortably rounded belly, Aoyun affectionately patted his stomach and remarked, "My lord, your dishes are simply divine. If only I could indulge in such meals weekly, I would certainly devote myself even more diligently to my training. Is it the case that you only train earnestly when there is food to enjoy?" "What you imply is that you are relying on my cooking for your cultivation." Duo Bao raised his voice slightly, attempting to intimidate Ayun, as expected. Ayun could not withstand Duo Bao's mock threat, and promptly admitted his fault, exclaiming, "My lord, I was wrong. I shall not do so again. I promise that even without your culinary creations, I will still devote myself to my training." Duo Bao found himself at a loss with this dragon. With such a mindset, what more could he say? He decided to let it be, for after all, Ayun possessed immense wealth to inherit, and there was no need for him to fret. Duo Bao returned to the human tribe with Ayun, where a banquet was in full swing, the main attraction being the game that had been struck down by heavenly lightning. Upon seeing Duo Bao's return, the tribe leader immediately summoned him to the center of the feast, inviting him to partake in the delicious offerings. Duo Bao graciously declined, informing the tribe leader, "Chief, I typically subsist on fruits and seldom indulge in such fare. I appreciate your kindness, but I believe it is best for you and the others to enjoy it. I have already savored fruits with Ayun outside, and I would not wish to waste food." The tribe leader, recognizing Duo Bao's firm refusal, chuckled and said, "You truly lack an appreciation for good food, my lad. Such delightful dishes, and you do not know when you might encounter them again. Since you refuse, go amuse yourself. I shall venture into the mountains tomorrow to see if I can procure more game." Duo Bao returned with Ayun, finding little enjoyment in such festivities. To speak frankly, life among the humans was far less favorable than that of the witch tribe. Most of the humans were naked, lacking even decent clothing, subsisting solely on raw food without fire. Observing the dismal existence of the human tribe, Duo Bao felt a deep-seated sorrow, yearning to alter their plight sooner rather than later. The actions of the tribe leader had revealed much in this time. He indeed possessed a vision for the human race. Duo Bao recognized that the dissemination of fishing nets among the surrounding tribes was a testament to the tribe leader's qualifications to become one of the three ancestors of humanity. Duo Bao resolved to assist the tribe leader in swiftly attaining this status, for it was only through such advancement that the human race could flourish. Their current situation was exceedingly dire, consumed by daily anxieties over food. With lamentably low productivity, upon returning to the cave, Duo Bao began to meticulously devise his future plans. The first step was to facilitate the tribe leader's discovery of fire, guiding him incrementally towards the mastery of friction fire. Once the tribe leader became one of the three ancestors of humanity, he would proceed to cultivate the remaining ancestors. Only after addressing their most fundamental survival needs would Duo Bao consider other matters. Techniques, such as animal husbandry, would also be gradually imparted to the humans. Given the historical trajectory of human development, it would likely take centuries for them to independently discover such innovations. Thus, Duo Bao aimed to expedite this process. Once he accomplished these objectives, his fortunes would be firmly intertwined with those of the human race, granting him a measure of control. The calamity of the witch and demon tribes would not conclude swiftly. With Duo Bao's assistance, the might of the witch tribe would be significantly augmented compared to historical precedents. The outcome of the first witch-demon war would undoubtedly astonish all. With these plans etched in his mind, Duo Bao settled into a meditative posture, resuming his cultivation. Practicing had become an essential part of his daily routine. Regardless of his busyness, he made it a priority to allocate time for it. This did not always entail the cultivation of techniques. It could involve learning divine abilities, comprehending principles, or acquiring skills. As long as it contributed to his strength, Duo Bao dedicated time to learning. With the assistance of his interface, he made progress with each session, and the sensation of continuous improvement captivated him, making it difficult for him to extricate himself from this cycle. As another half-month passed, unexpectedly, the tribe leader sought out Duo Bao. Observing the leader's anxious demeanor, Duo Bao inquired with curiosity, "Chief, what has transpired? Why the urgency?" "Duo Bao, there is trouble. Come quickly. We have discovered something that seems rather extraordinary." The tribe leader tugged at Duo Bao. Leading him out of the cave, he sought Duo Bao's counsel. Believing him to be an exceptionally wise individual capable of unraveling problems that even he could not solve, upon reaching a clearing, Duo Bao immediately spotted a flickering flame, teetering on the brink of extinguishment. "Chief, where did you find this? How does such a thing exist?" Feigning ignorance, Duo Bao questioned that "I am uncertain of its nature, but I stumbled upon it during my hunting expedition in the forest today, when I found it." The entire tree had transformed in this manner, so I simply cut it down and brought it back. I had not anticipated that only this little bit would remain. I thought to bring it to you for identification." Upon hearing this, Duo Bao promptly instructed someone to fetch more wood. Before long, human warriors returned, carrying 2 sizable logs. Without uttering a word, Duo Bao chopped the logs into smaller segments and placed one atop the flickering flame. Before long, the wood ignited, and the flame began to grow larger. Watching the blaze dance before him, its light reflecting off his face, a smile was unmistakably evident. The tribe leader, unable to see Duo Bao's expression, but noticing the increasing intensity of the fire, asked Duo Bao, "What is this phenomenon? Why does the addition of wood cause it to grow? Although I cannot ascertain its exact nature, I can feel a searing heat emanating from it. We could utilize this for warmth." Duo Bao replied, deliberately withholding the full potential of fire, wishing for humanity to gradually uncover its mysteries. The emergence of fire would propel human society forward by leaps and bounds. Duo Bao was reluctant to rush the process, hoping for the humans to independently grasp the wonders of fire. After hearing Duo Bao's analysis, the tribe leader deemed it sensible and stated, "If it can provide warmth, let us keep it ablaze that I will summon others to ensure it does not extinguish." Though the tribe leader's method of managing the fire was somewhat inefficient, Duo Bao chose not to voice his objections. One must endure a few trial-and-error attempts to discover the correct path. A smooth journey from the outset could lead to catastrophic setbacks when faced with adversity. The seed of fire had been sown. When it would grow into a towering tree depended on its development. The tribe leader assigned individuals to vigilantly guard the fire, ensuring it burned continuously for the full 12 hours. Preventing it from dying out, he did not permit Duo Bao to depart immediately, but instead led him aside, saying, "Duo Bao, the fishing nets you devised have been implemented throughout much of humanity, and they are grateful for your contributions. Your reputation now surpasses even my own. You are truly in the prime of your life. Do not let your newfound fame lead you astray, or I shall not spare you." The tribe leader's concerned admonition did not irk Duo Bao. Rather, it instilled in him a greater sense of reliance on the chief. Duo Bao nodded earnestly. This fleeting notoriety meant little to him. His goal was to bind his fate with that of the entire human race. Thus, even if he failed to achieve sainthood in due time, he would still possess a final avenue of escape. 1 should not underestimate this escape route. Once humanity ascended to prominence, Duo Bao would effectively hold a life-preserving talisman. Saints were indeed formidable, but they could not easily contend with Duo Bao. Of course, this was merely a worst-case scenario. Duo Bao would strive to safeguard his own sect and preserve his path to enlightenment. After delivering his warning, the tribe leader allowed Duo Bao to leave, as he needed to resume his hunting to procure sustenance for the tribe. Being a tribe leader was certainly no easy task. Not only must one tend to the ordinary mortals under their charge, but one must also devise means to fortify the human race. Duo Bao felt that failing to assign a member of the 3 ancestral clans of humanity to the tribe leader would be an affront to the leader's sacrifices. Watching the tribe leader's hurried departure, Duo Bao shook his head, believing that fate would not mock those who labored diligently. Upon returning to the cave, Yuan was still diligently honing his skills. Ever since Duo Bao had admonished him, he had undergone a profound transformation, now embodying a renewed vigor. Duo Bao chose not to disturb Yuan, instead settling into a meditative posture, resuming his own training. Recently, his mastery of the laws of time had progressed remarkably, yielding a 2,000th improvement in such a brief span, which greatly astonished him. Perhaps due to a surge of fortune, the luck of the human race had seen a recent increase, and Duo Bao found himself steeped in this newfound fortune, significantly accelerating his cultivation speed. The fortune that now enveloped Duo Bao was indeed formidable, comprising not only the luck of the Jie Jiao, but also that of both the Wu and human races. Under this immense auspice, his training ascended at a meteoric pace, suggesting that the path to greatness lay ahead. Before long, 3 months had slipped by. The sun and moon continued their eternal dance, and the stars shone resplendently. "Duo Bao, come forth quickly. I have splendid news to share." The eager voice of the tribe leader echoed from outside the cave, the joy within it utterly unmistakable. Awakened by the voice, Duo Bao slowly opened his eyes, this time devoid of any glimmer. This was not due to a lack of progress in his cultivation or a regression in his abilities. Rather, he had successfully attained a state of returning to simplicity. His current level had stabilized entirely, and he was relentlessly striving towards the next realm, his strength rising swiftly and steadily. Duo Bao could no longer discern the precise level of his power, but he was certain that few could surpass him. He reigned in his aura, presenting himself as though his cultivation resided at the celestial immortal realm, and strode confidently out of the cave. The tribe leader stood outside, clutching a charred, dark prey that appeared to have been scorched. Upon emerging, Duo Bao was met with the curious posture of the tribe leader, stifling a laugh as he inquired, "Leader, what brings you here? Has something joyous occurred?" "Ah, Duo Bao, you are quite astute. I have stumbled upon an extraordinary revelation. I have discovered the secret behind why this prey is so delectable. Its essence lies in fire." The tribe leader exuberantly recounted his discovery, which had not been the result of his research, but rather a serendipitous find. Upon returning from a hunt the day prior, he had checked the fire pit as usual to ensure it was still ablaze. Just as he was about to depart, he momentarily lost grip of the prey, allowing it to tumble into the flames. Initially intending to retrieve it, he was astonished to see the exterior of the prey swiftly carbonize and turn black upon contact with the fire. This inky hue resembled that of the prey which had been struck by heavenly lightning. The tribe leader's interest piqued, he refrained from extracting the prey, allowing it to roast in the fire. Before long, it emitted an irresistible aroma, reminiscent of its lightning-struck form. With excitement, the tribe leader pulled the prey from the flames, slicing through its hide and taking a piece to savor. The exquisite flavor flooded his palate, strikingly similar to that of the fateful day long past. His eyes sparkled with delight. This discovery heralded good tidings for both him and the entire human race. The tribe leader rejoiced not only in the prospect of enjoying more delicious food, but also in his ability to share such delights with all of humanity. Until now, he had refrained from spreading fire throughout the human race, believing it to hold little significance. However, with this newfound insight, he felt compelled to disseminate fire, allowing the entire human race to experience this delectable boon. Early that morning, the tribe leader had brought the roasted prey to share with Duo Bao, eager to showcase his discovery. Sensing the leader's intentions, Duo Bao generously offered his praise, stating, "Leader, your discovery is indeed a milestone for all humanity. Truly magnificent. If only there were more individuals like you. How could humanity not flourish?" Duo Bao's commendation filled the tribe leader with pride, and he nodded in satisfaction, saying, "You have an eye for greatness, my friend. Although you may not match my brilliance, you are certainly commendable. Here, sample this roasted prey. You missed out last time, and you shan't let this opportunity slip away." The tribe leader presented the charred prey to Duo Bao, who pondered for a moment before accepting it. After all, it was a gesture of goodwill from the tribe leader, and to refuse would be a sign of disrespect. Returning to his cave with the darkened prey, Duo Bao stored it away, for he had no intention of consuming it. Nor would he planned to modify the prey when time permitted. Though it might not become exceptionally delicious, it would at least be edible. Seated by his bedside, Duo Bao began to contemplate the future development of the human race. With fire now available for warmth, illumination, and cooking, the emergence of the fire-making clan seemed imminent. Calculating the recent weather patterns, he discerned that a torrential downpour was expected in 3 days, a prime opportunity. Duo Bao intended to seize this moment to elevate the tribe leader to the status of firemaker, as he had worked tirelessly for the advancement of humanity. 3 days later, the sky darkened with thick clouds, unleashing a deluge of rain. Torrential raindrops cascaded from the heavens, quickly forming a curtain of relentless rain, turning the earth into a quagmire. Even with the human watchmen tending to the fire pit day and night, it succumbed to the merciless downpour. The flames extinguished. In the aftermath of the storm, the human tribe lay in disarray, as many belongings were ravaged by the tempest. Emerging from the cave, the tribe leader beheld the devastated landscape, his heart heavy with sorrow. The human race is feeble. A mere natural disaster can obliterate the hard-earned accumulation of years, he murmured. The fire we fought so hard to preserve has been snuffed out, and the once thriving development has come to a standstill. Is it the will of heaven that forbids our prosperity? The tribe leader found himself enshrouded in self-doubt, his gaze vacant as he stared at the scene before him. Frozen in place, Duo Bao approached from a distance, immediately noticing the tribe leader's dejected demeanor. As he drew near, he asked, "Leader, what troubles you? Why do you appear so forlorn?" "Duo Bao, what is the purpose of our existence as a human race? A trivial disaster can reduce us to this state. I have exerted myself tirelessly in hopes of fostering prosperity, yet it seems all in vain." The tribe leader's confidence waned, leaving him uncertain about the merit of his endeavors. Recognizing the tribe leader's despondency, Duo Bao knew it was time to intervene. With an invigorating tone, he addressed the leader. "Leader, some things are not worth pursuing merely because we see hope. Rather, hope emerges from our perseverance. Victory is not as easily grasped as a dandelion atop a mountain. Yet, there exists beauty in the world that is worthy of our utmost efforts. If you were to abandon your quest now, what would become of the significance of your past perseverance? It is precisely because the human race is frail that we must contend with heaven and earth. Should heaven seek to extinguish us, we shall rise against it. Should the earth seek to devour us, we shall split it asunder." Duo Bao's words reignited the flicker of hope within the tribe leader, who rose to his feet with renewed vigor. "Duo Bao, you speak true. I was indeed short-sighted. If we can be easily toppled by a minor setback, what right do we have to aspire for strength? Is it not merely the destruction of some possessions? We shall rebuild. We were born with nothing. Why should we fear loss?" The tribe leader's voice regained its resolute confidence. As if no obstacle could deter him, he summoned the surviving members of the human race. Gazing upon their battle-worn faces, his eyes glistening with emotion. After a moment of silence, he addressed them. "My friends, our home has been ravaged by this storm. What we must do now is to reconstruct our dwelling. Do not despair, do not lose heart. If we can build once, we can build again." The surviving members of the human tribe, witnessing that their chieftain had not lost faith in the face of calamity, found their spirits lifted. The human race, by nature resilient, had managed to carve out a place for themselves in such a merciless wilderness, as long as they had a leader to guide them and instill confidence. They would relentlessly forge ahead. United efforts yield great results. With the collective endeavor of all, within merely half a month, they restored much of their structures, and life in the tribe returned to its routine. Yet, the chieftain gazed upon a pile of ashes before him, his expression devoid of joy. How could one rekindle a flame once extinguished? Without the heavenly lightning's fire, must the human race resign themselves to a fate devoid of delectable sustenance? No, that was impossible. He must devise a way to create fire, regardless of the effort required. Determined to rekindle the flames, the chieftain scoured the forest daily, hoping to discover a natural source of fire. However, after the torrential rains, even if a source had existed, it would have long since been extinguished. It would not simply wait for the chieftain's discovery. Another half-month passed, and still, the chieftain found no success. Overwhelmed with frustration, he sought out Duo Bao in his cave. Duo Bao had been anticipating the chieftain's visit for some time, eager to propose that he be appointed as the fire master, yet the chieftain had yet to come seeking assistance. And Duo Bao could not approach him directly. To appear too eager might yield adverse effects. Upon arriving at Duo Bao's cave, the chieftain called out, "Duo Bao, are you there?" Hearing the summons, Duo Bao promptly responded, "Chieftain, I am here. What brings you to me? I shall come out immediately." Duo Bao emerged from the cave, and upon seeing the haggard appearance of the chieftain, he was taken aback. "Chieftain, what has happened to you? You look utterly worn out. Did you not rest well yesterday?" The chieftain waved his hand dismissively. If it were merely a matter of poor rest, that would be a trivial concern, but alas, it was far from that. He began to vent his frustrations to Duo Bao, saying, "Duo Bao, you cannot fathom the difficulties I have faced these past few days. I have exhausted countless methods, yet none have succeeded in rekindling the fire. Am I simply too foolish, or is fire inherently not meant for us?" Duo Bao let out a scoff, speaking with a hint of disdain. "Chieftain, fire is an intrinsic element of the human race. Why should you doubt yourself over it? If one method fails, we shall try 100. If 100 fail, we shall attempt 1,000. Nothing in this world is insurmountable if one is willing to strive. Duo Bao's confidence served as a great encouragement to the chieftain, who fervently nodded in agreement, declaring, "Well said. Tomorrow, you shall accompany me into the forest. Together, we may yet discover a way to create fire." Duo Bao nodded, sensing that tomorrow would herald the emergence of the Fire Master. He was resolute in finding a means for the chieftain to ignite the flames. As day turned to night and the cycle of time continued, the following morning, the chieftain arrived at Duo Bao's dwelling bright and early, and together they ventured into the forest. The two scoured the dense woods for signs of fire. But after an entire morning of searching, they found nothing but a few small game. Duo Bao sensed it was time for a breakthrough when suddenly he pointed to a nearby woodpecker and shouted, "Chieftain, look over there!" The chieftain followed Duo Bao's finger and beheld the woodpecker relentlessly pecking at the wood, sending forth sparks of fire. Upon seeing the sparks, an epiphany struck the chieftain, and he exclaimed, "Aha! I understand now." Observing the chieftain's ecstatic demeanor filled Duo Bao with satisfaction. It seemed the chieftain had finally found his path. After a spirited outburst, the chieftain produced a small knife, fashioned two pieces of wood, sharpened one end, and began fervently drilling into the other piece. Soon, tiny sparks emerged, drawing in oxygen and transforming into a flickering flame, which eventually ignited into a blaze. Duo Bao witnessed the entire process of the chieftain's firemaking, marking a significant advancement for human civilization. As the flames blazed, the heavens trembled, showering down golden lotuses. The grandeur of the event far surpassed that of Duo Bao's earlier creation of the fishing net. The golden lotuses descended upon the chieftain, whose cultivation surged, breaking through multiple realms that he ascended from his original state of Golden Immortal to that of Great Luo Golden Immortal, receiving merit without the need to face heavenly tribulations. The wooden stick used for drilling fire, infused with merit, transformed into a postnatal treasure of virtue. While Duo Bao was unaware of its exact grade, he was certain it surpassed the fishing net he had gifted to Aoyan by a considerable margin. Duo Bao himself reaped benefits from the merit that cascaded from the heavens, claiming a portion for himself, which he infused into the Duo Bao pagoda. When the chieftain finally opened his eyes to the sky, he proclaimed to the heavens, "O heavenly Tao, today I have kindled fire through the art of drilling wood, igniting a roaring flame for the human race, henceforth known as the Fire Master. Countless humans shall recognize me as their ancestor." Upon hearing these words, the heavenly Tao responded, showering down additional merit, further elevating the fortune of humanity. At the T present, the fortune of the human race was still far from rivaling that of the witch and demon tribes. They remained the protagonists of the world, while the humans were merely a small faction among small factions. Duo Bao recognized that the potential of humanity was limitless, and once the witch and demon eras concluded, humanity would rise with fervor. His current strategy was to ensure that the human race ascended swiftly during that time and to avert many tragedies in their development. Once the chieftain received the final portion of merit, he gently descended from the sky to Duo Bao's side, saying, "Duo Bao, I owe you a great debt of gratitude. Without you, I would never have encountered this opportunity." The chieftain, however, expressed, "Chieftain, you flatter me. As a member of the human race, contributing to our kind is but my duty. Now that we have accomplished our task, let us return. As for the dissemination of fire, that responsibility falls upon you. I can offer no further assistance." Duo Bao, unperturbed by the chieftain's gratitude, sincerely wished for the betterment of humanity. The chieftain nodded, and together they returned to the tribe, reigniting the flames before the eager eyes of the multitude. The radiant fire dispelled the darkness, providing warmth and security, bringing immense comfort to the people. Duo Bao returned to his cave, having completed the initial phase of his plan. Next, he would focus on the matter of clothing. Duo Bao had already identified a suitable candidate, the human woman he had once gifted fish to. Though she was not adept at physically demanding tasks like fishing, she excelled in weaving. Among those who could craft fishing nets in the human race, she held a prominent position. The primary merit of the matter of clothing was to provide the human race with garments to withstand the bitter cold, thereby reducing the losses incurred from frigid temperatures. Upon returning to his cave, Duo Bao calculated the timing and confirmed that a cold wave would arrive in a month. This impending cold wave promised to be fierce. Mere flames would surely be inadequate for full protection, necessitating warm clothing. After confirming the timeline, Duo Bao closed his eyes to commence his cultivation. Time is precious, and even a moment wasted is a loss. After the chieftain became one of the three ancestors of humanity, he gathered numerous human tribes under the name of the Fire Master. These tribes successfully partook in the benefits of fire and the cooked food it provided. As days turned into weeks, the prestige of the Fire Master grew increasingly prominent throughout humanity, and their fortunes steadily increased. The weather grew colder with the passing of time, without the flames to sustain them. The losses would have been considerable. Sensing the ominous change in the climate, the Fire Master felt a foreboding sense of impending disaster and began to make preparations. The first measure was relocating the bonfire into a cave, ensuring it would not extinguish even in the rain. The second measure involved storing large quantities of dry wood within the cave for emergencies. The third measure entailed stockpiling provisions, amassing significant supplies across several caves. After executing these three preparations, the Fire Master felt a semblance of security, yet still sensed lingering uncertainty on the eve of the cold wave's arrival. The Fire Master once again made his way to Duo Bao's dwelling. Duo Bao, what are you doing? Hurry out to meet me. I have matters to discuss. After the Sui Fushi became one of the three clans of humanity, he still failed to temper his hurried disposition, remaining as he always was. Duo Bao, upon hearing his call, emerged from his meditation and slowly exhaled a cloud of stale air. The month had slipped by so swiftly. Time truly flies when one is immersed in cultivation, with a sigh of contemplation. Duo Bao stepped out of his cave and immediately spotted Sui Fushi outside. Leader, you seek me today. What conundrum has befallen you? Speak, and I shall listen. Duo Bao, the weather grows increasingly frigid, were it not for the bonfires. Our kin would undoubtedly suffer catastrophic losses. While I have made some preparations, an unsettling feeling lingers within me. This merely my imagination. Sui Fushi expressed his genuine concerns, leaving Duo Bao in thoughtful silence. How was he to respond to this? He was aware of the impending cold wave, but could not divulge this information to Sui Fushi, especially considering the birth of Zhengxi. After a moment's reflection, Duo Bao finally replied, Leader, I advise you to intensify your preparations. I too feel a sense of unease, yet there is no need for excessive worry. When the moment is critical, I shall intervene. Although Duo Bao's words offered no substantial advice, they inexplicably soothed Sui Fushi, who nodded in acknowledgement. There existed an unexplainable trust in Duo Bao from Sui Fushi, as if he believed that Duo Bao could excel at anything he undertook. Having obtained the reassurance he sought, Sui Fushi departed to make arrangements and await the arrival of the cold front. Duo Bao, however, did not return immediately to his cave, but instead ventured to visit the dwelling of a certain human woman. She resided in a modest cave, which was small and rudimentary, upon learning of Duo Bao's visit. The woman felt a mix of surprise and honor that Duo Bao's reputation among the human race was considerable, second only to Sui Fushi. Many took pride in merely meeting him. Inviting Duo Bao into her cave, she glanced at its simplicity and felt somewhat awkward. Lacking anything to offer him in terms of hospitality, Duo Bao waved his hand dismissively, indicating that he was unconcerned with such trivialities and engaged in light conversation with her. As they chatted, Duo Bao inquired, Do you enjoy weaving things? Like crafting fishing nets or other items? Indeed, the woman replied without hesitation. This response did not surprise Duo Bao. He nodded in satisfaction and said, Rest well over the next couple of days that I in 2 days. I shall present you with an important task, at which point you will understand what it entails. With that, Duo Bao turned and departed. Upon returning to his cave, Duo Bao equated the human woman with Zhengxi. Concluding that she would be the chosen one the following day, the cold wave struck, bringing heavy snowfall. Many humans huddled in caves, relying on the flickering flames to survive. Thanks to Sui Fushi's arrangements, there were no immediate casualties. However, this situation was untenable. Trapped in caves for an indeterminate number of days, they faced a dire fate. Fear gripped many, and had it not been for Sui Fushi's leadership, the human race might have crumbled under the weight of the cold wave. Seeing the cold wave's arrival, Duo Bao recognized that the time for the human woman had come. On the first day, he refrained from seeking her out, opting to wait until the appointed time on the second day. He gathered some materials and made his way to her cave with practiced ease. The cave was exceedingly cold. Without the bonfire, the woman might have succumbed to the freezing temperatures upon Duo Bao's arrival. She struggled to rise and greet him, but he gently halted her. With a flick of his wrist, the cave's temperature rose to a comfortable level. How does it feel to experience the chill of the cold wave? Merely relying on the bonfire is insufficient for our people to endure the harshness. Indeed, Master Duo Bao, she replied. While the bonfire offers fleeting warmth, stepping away from it plunges us back into the cold. Duo Bao smiled and responded, I have come to address this matter. You mentioned your fondness for weaving, did you not? I offer you an opportunity, one that could alter the course of your destiny. You must seize it. For sometimes, a chance to turn one's fortunes arises only once. Will you accept? Absolutely. The woman's response was succinct and resolute, as if any hesitation would be a disservice to herself. Duo Bao produced the materials he had brought, animal hides, some grass ropes, and a few bone needles. He gestured to the items lay before them, saying, Do you see the garments I wear? I require you to weave these materials into a garment akin to what I have on. Can you accomplish this? The woman scrutinized Duo Bao's attire, contemplated for a moment, and nodded vigorously. Duo Bao settled beside her, allowing her creative freedom without interference. Eager to see the extent of her capabilities, the woman examined the materials carefully before beginning her work. After half an hour of diligent study, she commenced weaving. Her deft hands proved skillful, and after another half hour, she fashioned a garment that bore a striking resemblance to Duo Bao's own attire. Duo Bao's smile grew ever brighter as he beheld the creation. The heavens took note and bestowed merit upon him. The merit associated with Zheshengshi was nearly on par with that of Sui Fushi, yet Duo Bao garnered a significant portion of it this time. Perhaps this success was a testament to Duo Bao's strategic planning that he continued to store the merit within the Duo Bao Tower, allowing it to absorb and enhance its power, as a result of the merit infusion. Zheshengshi transcended her mortal status and ascended to the realm of the Duo Golden Immortal, surpassing countless levels. The garment she wove transformed into a postnatal merit spiritual treasure, resplendent in appearance. By the will of the heavens, I, Zheshengshi, create garments for humanity, becoming one of the three ancestors of our race. May the heavens bear witness. With this declaration, her destiny was fulfilled. The resounding impact of Zheshengshi's emergence alongside Duo Bao sent waves of excitement through the human race. As two remarkable figures arose within a short span, it seemed humanity was poised for a resurgence. Though the opportune moment had yet to arrive, Sui Fushi arrived at Zheshengshi's cave and was greeted by the sight of Duo Bao and her. Upon seeing Duo Bao, Sui Fushi's eyes widened in astonishment as he asked, Duo Bao, is this the surprise you spoke of? It fills me with joy. Humanity truly needs talents like you. Duo Bao remained silent, while he played a crucial role in this success. The ultimate achievement belonged to the human woman, whose capabilities had brought her to this moment. Many failed to seize the opportunities that could change their fates. The human woman, however, grasped hers. This was her true talent. Opportunities are always reserved for the prepared, never for those unready, who can only watch as chances slip away. Sui Fushi and Zheshengshi exchanged respectful bows, both standing as equals among the three ancestors of humanity. Sui Fushi bore no jealousy towards any of his kin. His sole focus was the advancement of humanity. The emergence of someone stronger than himself only brought him joy. After Zheshengshi's birth, Duo Bao no longer concerned himself with the cold wave. Returning to his cultivation, Sui Fushi dedicated his efforts to assist Zheshengshi, enabling her to teach many within the human race the art of weaving garments, successfully weathering this cold wave. The dangers posed by the cold wave turned out to be negligible, marking humanity's first triumph over a calamity of such magnitude. As the cold wave receded and warmth returned, Sui Fushi gathered many individuals to announce exhilarating news. Companions, this marks our first victory against a natural disaster. I believe this is merely the beginning. With countless successes to follow, I am certain that humanity will thrive and prosper, continuously producing more talents, heralding the resurgence of our race. Amidst the throngs of countless human beings present, exuberant cheers resonated, marking their inaugural experience of the sensation of humanity triumphing over destiny. Duo Bao did not partake in this event. Instead, he discreetly observed with his divine consciousness, ensuring there was no imminent danger before relinquishing his concerns. Duo Bao's plan had successfully reached the second phase of its initial step, with the final stage being the emergence of the three ancestors of humanity. Point 2 of the three ancestors had already manifested, leaving only the last, the nest ancestor, which Duo Bao felt was not his responsibility to oversee. The capabilities of humanity were formidable, and Duo Bao merely expedited their development, acting solely as a catalyst rather than a caretaker. He was confident that within a maximum of 3 months, the nest ancestor would emerge on its own, requiring no effort on his part. Duo Bao was not incapable of devising strategies concerning the nest ancestor. He simply deemed it unnecessary, for excess can be detrimental. He had already accrued substantial merit from the first two, so it was best to leave the last one be. Duo Bao was certain that if he continued to involve himself in the birth of the three ancestors, he would inevitably attract the attention of the sages, who would then scrutinize him closely. In order to conceal his identity and strength, Duo Bao had to make choices. The 9 turns of mysterious arts he practiced, though possessing methods to veil his presence, were limited to preventing recognition of him. Given the rapid advancement of humanity, should the sages discern that there were unseen hands guiding them, they would undoubtedly investigate with fervor. At that point, hiding would be impossible. Duo Bao had never forgotten the looming presence of the sages above him. Everything he did was aimed at attaining their status. After mentally reviewing his actions with clarity, Duo Bao slowly closed his eyes, entering a state of cultivation. Outside the cave, humanity resumed its routine existence, albeit this time adorned in clothing rather than being unclad. The faces of these ancestral beings radiated with joyful smiles. The ability to be well-fed and warmly clothed was a dream they had never dared to envision before. However, their good fortune was short-lived, as a cold wave and torrential rains, coupled with the damp chill of the cave, led to numerous cases of rheumatism among humanity. This affliction began to spread, and both the fire ancestor and the knowledge ancestor quickly became aware of the situation. After assessing the circumstances, the fire ancestor's countenance darkened. The disease had arrived suddenly and with great ferocity. Without prompt intervention, humanity would suffer significant casualties. The onset of this illness was so abrupt that they were at a loss regarding its cause or origin, and they were uncertain of how to treat it. The fire ancestor turned to the knowledge ancestor, posing the question, while the knowledge ancestor furrowed his brow in silence, unable to offer a response. After a prolonged moment of contemplation, the knowledge ancestor suddenly suggested, "Fire ancestor, why don't we consult Mr. Duo Bao? He is well-versed and should possess insight into this matter." "A splendid idea. That clever lad Duo Bao is bound to have a solution." The fire ancestor concurred, and the two swiftly made their way to Duo Bao's abode in search of him. Upon arriving at Duo Bao's dwelling, the fire ancestor called out, as was customary, "Duo Bao, are you inside? I require your assistance. Please come forth." Duo Bao, who had been in the midst of his cultivation, reluctantly awoke to the summons, having been interrupted before. Were it an ordinary cultivator, such disturbances could lead to madness or even death. Had it not been for Duo Bao's unique abilities, he might have suffered the same fate as those others. Gathering his composure and donning a smile, Duo Bao emerged from the cave. The fire ancestor and knowledge ancestor breathed sighs of relief upon seeing him. Duo Bao's presence reassured them. "What brings you both here? Speak plainly. Your expressions suggest urgency." Duo Bao jested, attempting to alleviate their tension. The fire ancestor began to explain, "Duo Bao, our visit today is indeed driven by necessity. Were there a solution at hand, we would not seek your counsel. A peculiar ailment has arisen among humanity, causing widespread numbness and pain, rendering existence unbearable. We are unfamiliar with these symptoms, their cause, or how to resolve them, which is why we have come to you, hoping for a remedy." Hearing this, Duo Bao refrained from immediately responding. Instead, he requested they show him the afflicted individuals before making a judgment. The symptoms sounded like rheumatism, yet he dared not confirm without seeing the patients first. The fire ancestor and knowledge ancestor led Duo Bao to a cave where many suffering individuals writhed in anguish. After a mere glance, Duo Bao swiftly diagnosed their condition, declaring, quickly, remove them from this cave. Remaining here will only exacerbate their suffering. The fire ancestor and knowledge ancestor, trusting Duo Bao's words, immediately instructed others to relocate the patients outside the cave. Duo Bao, have you identified the illness? Is there a remedy? The fire ancestor inquired, his eyes filled with anticipation for Duo Bao's solution. Duo Bao shook his head before nodding, a gesture that left the fire ancestor perplexed. What are you implying? Do you know or not? If you do, please treat these people at once, and if not, I shall seek assistance elsewhere. The fire ancestor urged, his tone growing more frantic. Duo Bao raised a hand to calm him, then replied, Leader, if I am not mistaken, this ailment is known as rheumatism. It cannot be cured merely on a whim. The symptoms arise from prolonged residence in the damp, dark cave, allowing cold energies to invade their bodies. As cultivators, we are immune to such afflictions, yet ordinary humans are susceptible. If we can keep them from residing in such a place, they will gradually recover. After Duo Bao's explanation, the fire ancestor's furrowed brow began to ease, though soon it knitted once more. If they cannot stay in the cave, where then shall they reside? We cannot expect them to sleep under the open sky. If that is the case, their plight may worsen. Duo Bao, do you possess any other solutions? Duo Bao shook his head, indicating that this matter should be addressed by the nest ancestor. His involvement would be futile. The fire ancestor, upon seeing Duo Bao's dismissal, sighed deeply. Duo Bao, speak candidly. Can this situation truly be resolved satisfactorily? It can. With this affirmation, the fire ancestor's previously furrowed brow instantly relaxed. Since Duo Bao had stated so, he felt reassured and chose not to dwell on his worries any further. Observing that the individuals outside had begun to improve after basking in the sun, Duo Bao scanned the area for any notable individuals. After some time, he found none and ultimately returned to his cave. 2 weeks later, the individual who would resolve this matter finally emerged. An ordinary-looking person who, unlike others, was not only adept at physical labor, but also possessed a remarkable capacity for thought. His mind was constantly engaged in pondering various questions, seeking solutions to problems daily. Naturally, he was aware of the recent crisis affecting humanity and began contemplating potential remedies. Upon learning that the affliction stemmed from living in caves, he sought to identify a more suitable dwelling. This new residence needed to be warmer and drier than the cave to prevent further instances of rheumatism. Moreover, it had to provide shelter from the elements and protection against wild beasts. Such requirements were exceedingly stringent, leading him to ponder for half a month without yielding an answer. Why chance? After 2 weeks, while out hunting, he stumbled upon the solution he sought. He observed birds constructing their nests and noted how sturdy and resilient their wooden structures were. If birds could build nests with wood and mud, why couldn't humanity do the same? Upon conceiving this idea, he immediately sprang into action, harvesting copious amounts of timber and vines from the forest. Intent on constructing a nest that would belong to humanity, in his inaugural attempt at building. Lacking experience, half of the nest collapsed, yet he felt no discouragement. Many endeavors do not yield success on the first attempt. Were they so simple, everyone would undertake them, and he would not have a chance, in his second attempt. He possessed some experience, yet, once more, the structure fell apart after he had completed more than half. The third attempt also ended in collapse. Finally, on his 10th endeavor, he succeeded. Gazing upon the sturdy edifice before him, he beamed with radiant joy. After the storm comes the rainbow, and he had achieved it. The heavens took notice, and a cascade of merit descended upon him. The magnificent phenomenon of golden lotuses manifested, so grand that it seemed to overshadow the Sohua and Jisheng clans. Infused with this merit, the nest builder successfully ascended to the status of a Duo Golden Immortal, and his dwelling transformed into a treasured spiritual abode of postnatal merit. With the heavens above, I, the nest builder, have constructed homes for humanity. Standing as one of the 3 ancestral figures of humankind, may the heavens bear witness. The grandeur of the nest builder's accomplishment attracted the Sohua and Jisheng clans, who approached with respect. The nest builder bowed and said, I pay my respects to the esteemed elders. I am the nest builder, and it is an honor to meet you both. The Sohua and Jisheng clans also returned the gesture, for their statuses were equal. devoid of hierarchy that if one were to assert a ranking, it might be that the Suehua clan held the highest lineage and position. Duo Bao, indeed, had not erred. Someone would emerge to resolve this issue. The Suehua clan silently admired Duo Bao and resolved to consult him in matters of life and death in the future. Thus, the three ancestral figures of humanity emerged, greatly enhancing the fortunes of the human race. Beyond the 9 heavens, in the palace of Nuwa, the goddess suddenly opened her tightly shut eyes and murmured softly, "What is happening? Why do I sense a sudden surge in the fortunes of humanity, along with a slight enhancement in my own cultivation?" Nuwa felt perplexed and sought to investigate, discovering the birth of the 3 clans of humanity, which brought her some solace. Humanity was a race she had created, and she harbored a degree of affection for them. Witnessing their robust growth naturally brought her joy, confirming that no one had orchestrated these events maliciously. Nuwa closed her eyes once more and resumed her cultivation. The other 5 saints also sensed the soaring fortunes of humanity, with the 3 saints of the east reaping benefits, while the 2 saints of the west could only watch in envy. In the west, on Mount Shumi, Yuan Shi opened his eyes and addressed his elder brother Jie, saying, "Brother, the west is barren. We cannot partake in any of the benefits. The rise in humanity's fortunes in the east is advantageous for the Sanqing and Nuwa. Yet we gain nothing. It is truly lamentable." Jie, who sat beside Yuan Shi with a sorrowful expression, also opened his eyes and spoke calmly, "Fear not. In no more than 2 calamities, it will be the time of great prosperity for the West. Let us wait and see. It may not be a bad thing after all. Younger brother, you are too hasty. Observe as they build grand structures, host feasts, and witness their collapse. Remain patient until the dust settles, and then we shall discern the outcome." With that, Jie closed his eyes once again, returning to his meditation. Yuan Shi, having been enlightened by Jie's words, realized that his mindset had been flawed, adjusted his breathing, and continued his focused practice. The Sanqing felt the elevation of humanity's fortunes and also benefited significantly, contentedly resuming their seclusion. The movements of the 6 saints did not cause tremors across the vast expanse of the wilderness. Duo Bao, within his cave abode, felt the explosive surge of humanity's fortunes, experiencing an invigorating sensation throughout his being. His fate was intricately tied to that of humanity. As their fortunes soared, so too did his own rewards. It is no exaggeration to state that Duo Bao's status in the hearts of humanity was scarcely inferior to that of Nuwa, their creator. Nuwa had merely given them life, but did not nurture them, allowing them to survive on their own. Had it not been for humanity's resilience in weathering numerous calamities, they would have long been extinguished in the river of time. That it was only with Duo Bao's emergence that humanity began to thrive. And his influence on them was profound, significant enough to sway their destiny. Should Duo Bao encounter misfortune, the fortunes of humanity would be greatly affected. This was his protective charm in the realm of the demon race. Within the Heavenly Emperor's palace, Dijun and Tai were in seclusion, their cultivation interrupted by the remarkable rise in humanity's fortunes. Which race is experiencing such rapid elevation in fortune? They possess potential. We must incorporate them into our demon race, Dijun proclaimed, his words carrying the weight of a sovereign, desiring to enlist humanity into the demon ranks to serve him. Tai nodded in agreement. For to him, his elder brother's words were as edicts of the highest authority. Whatever his brother decided, he would follow. Tai had never engaged in schemes. All his intelligence had been devoted to martial prowess. It is no exaggeration to assert that Tai, amidst the chaos, was the strongest being beneath the saints. Observing his brother's concurrence, Dijun's thoughts were confirmed, and with an authoritative tone, he commanded, "Summoned by Zhe and Jimeng to see me. I have tasks for them." The order resonated throughout the Heavenly Emperor's palace, and the demon guard stationed outside the hall did not dare delay, promptly setting off to notify Bai Zhe and Jimeng. Upon receiving the guard summons, Bai Zhe and Jimeng hastened to the Heavenly Emperor's palace with utmost speed. Meeting outside the palace, they exchanged glances, each recognizing surprise in the other's eyes, without a word. They entered the hall in unison. Dijun and Tai sat atop their thrones, looking down upon the newly arrived Bai Zhe and Jimeng. Bai Zhe and Jimeng hastily bowed, respectfully stating, "We, Bai Zhe and Jimeng, Pay our respects to the heavenly emperor. There is no need for formalities. Rise. Dijun observed his most trusted subordinates. Pausing thoughtfully before speaking, I summoned you both today to discuss a matter. Bai Zhe, I wish for you to advise me on whether this endeavor is feasible. Bai Zhe, the wisest of the demon gods, was someone Dijun relied upon heavily. Upon hearing this, Bai Zhe nodded immediately. While he might display arrogance in front of others, he would never dare to do so before the emperor. I sense that a race in the East is rapidly rising in fortune. Should I consider incorporating them into our demon race? Dijun posed the question, seated in his chair, eager to hear Bai Zhe's response. Bai Zhe did not respond immediately. Instead, he began to utilize his innate divine abilities to assess the situation. His ability to navigate fortune and misfortune was reliant on the mysterious nature of his gifts. However, this time, to his disappointment, his divination yielded nothing. He found only a chaotic veil of fate. Bai Zhe's countenance shifted, taking on a troubled expression. Matters that evaded his innate abilities were often those that could significantly impact the cosmos. Finally, he spoke, Your Majesty, my divine abilities cannot discern the outcome of this matter. Whether it is fortune or calamity, I cannot say. Bai Zhe candidly shared the results of his divination. Dijun's expression remained unchanged as he nodded lightly. Shifting his gaze to Ji Ming, Dijun inquired, Ji Ming, you heard Bai Zhe's words. If I entrust this task to you, can you accomplish it? In response to Your Majesty, there is absolutely no problem. Ji Ming did not regard the small race as a significant threat. Aside from the Wu clan, the demon race had yet to fear anyone. Very well, this task is yours. You may draw upon any troops you require. I only desire results. Dijun decisively assigned the task to Ji Ming, believing that a small race could pose no real danger to the demon race. Although this small race's fortunes were rising rapidly, they paled in comparison to the demon race. After issuing the command, Dijun allowed Bai Zhe and Ji Ming to depart, returning to his and Tai Yi's meditative practices. Once outside the Heavenly Emperor's palace, Bai Zhe cautioned his friend Ji Ming, exercise utmost caution on this journey. Do not be overly indulgent, and should you encounter danger, retreat at once. The first time Ji Ming beheld Bai Zhe's pallid countenance, he nodded earnestly, aware that Bai Zhe would not wish him harm. After uttering these words, Bai Zhe departed without a backward glance, for he was exceedingly busy, burdened with numerous matters to attend to. Following the seclusion of Emperor Juntai for cultivation, a considerable backlog of administrative duties had accumulated upon him and the demon master Kunpin. As the sole individual whom Emperor Jun held in utmost trust to manage state affairs, Ji Ming found himself with a greater share of responsibilities than even the demon master Kunpin. Observing Bai Zhe's retreating figure, Ji Ming's heart began to stir with vigilance. However, the tasks assigned by Emperor Jun were obligations he could not shirk. Without hesitation, Ji Ming set about mobilizing the troops. On the shores of the East Sea, within the human tribes, a multitude of dwellings had risen from the earth. The human race had now acquired the ability to cook food over fire and wear garments that provided warmth. The introduction of these three essentials had significantly enhanced their quality of life, accelerating their reproductive rate. Unbeknownst to them, a crisis targeting the human race was looming on the horizon at that moment. The three ancestral figures of humanity were convened within the residence constructed by Yu Chao, deliberating on the future of their people. Sui Hua expressed his belief that the human race remained far too weak, and the immediate priority was to devise a method to elevate their strength through a suitable cultivation technique. His proposal garnered the support of Ji Sheng and Yu Chao, as they all shared the consensus that the frailty of humanity was undeniable. Absent the merits of the heavenly Tao, ascending to the status of great Duo Golden Immortal would have been beyond their reach. The golden elixir Tao passed down by Laozi was merely a set of techniques lacking substantial utility. It required practitioners to possess innate talent, and the utmost limit was confined to the golden immortal tier. Such techniques were far too inadequate for the human race, necessitating the creation of new methodologies. However, the creation of a new cultivation technique was not a task that could be accomplished in a day or two. It demanded extensive accumulation and a wealth of knowledge. The cultivation levels of the three were purely the result of merit infusion. They had little expertise in creating techniques. Among them, Sui Hua possessed the strongest combat prowess, being a rare genius capable of cultivating to the golden immortal stage through the golden elixir Dao. We must develop a set of techniques adaptable to all human practitioners, with a limit raised to at least the great Luo golden immortal level. Our ranks of powerful individuals are far too few. Aside from the three of us great Luo golden immortals, there are scarcely any golden immortals, rendering us exceedingly disadvantaged against other races. Sui Hua spoke with unwavering determination, evidently resolved to forge a cultivation method unique to the human race. Yu Chao furrowed his brow and, with a hint of exasperation, remarked, "I too wish to create a technique for humanity, but we lack both a template and accumulated knowledge. How can we possibly innovate?" His words momentarily stunned the other two, dousing their hopes like a bucket of cold water. Contemplating this, Sui Hua placed his hopes on Duo Bao and suggested to the two others, since we cannot create it ourselves, why not consult Duo Bao? He should possess some means. This time, Sui Hua's tone lacked its usual confidence. The challenge of creating a technique was daunting, and he could not be certain if Duo Bao would have the answer. Ji Sheng promptly agreed, while Yu Chao hesitated. Yet, recognizing the expressions of the others, he realized that his dissent would be futile. After reaching a consensus, the three of them made their way to Duo Bao's dwelling. Today, Duo Bao was not engaged in cultivation. His rapid advancement had caused him some concern regarding the stability of his realm, prompting him to take a pause. Over the years, Ao Yun's cultivation had remained unchanged, progressing at a normal pace typical of the primordial realm, where advancement took thousands or tens of thousands of years. Duo Bao's speed was nothing short of extraordinary. Even saints at his level could not match his rapid progress. He worried whether he might be on the verge of losing his sanity, but reassured himself with the thought of his panel, calming his anxious heart. After all, he was the protagonist, and a swift cultivation rate was to be expected. If he did not accelerate now, he risked stagnating when it came time to break through to the saint level, which would be disastrous. Duo Bao reclined against his bed, leisurely sipping tea, when his divine sense quickly detected the presence of the three ancestral figures of humanity approaching. Curious as to why they had come to visit him, he sat up straight, and before the trio could speak, he stepped out of the cave. Upon seeing Duo Bao emerge, Sui Hua was the first to address him. "Duo Bao, why are you not cultivating today? Have you encountered a bottleneck? Would you like me to offer some insights? No need that I specifically set aside today as a rest day. What brings you three to seek my counsel?" Duo Bao replied, bemused. Given his current prowess, he could easily overpower the three before him. The notion of needing assistance was absurd. "Well then, since you're resting today, how about we discuss matters together? I'll treat you to some roasted meat. I must say my grilling skills have improved tremendously lately, and I can now achieve the perfect balance of crispy on the outside and tender on the inside," Sui Hua exclaimed, throwing an arm around Duo Bao and leading him to their shared residence. Yu Chao's spiritual treasure had become the dwelling place for the three ancestral figures, offering ample space for their needs. Moreover, discussions held within would remain undetected, even by saints. Thus, Duo Bao was somewhat reluctantly ushered away by Sui Hua, and the four of them settled around a campfire. After listening to Sui Hua's exposition, Duo Bao finally understood the purpose of their visit. "I thought it was something significant. You could have mentioned earlier that creating a cultivation technique is beyond my current capabilities," he replied, causing the three before him to look taken aback. "Why add that caveat if you have nothing to offer? You had me anticipating something grand," Sui Hua grumbled, glaring at Duo Bao as if he would seek retribution for not providing a satisfactory explanation. Duo Bao shook his head, waving his hand and speaking slowly. "What I meant to convey is that I currently lack the means. I will need time to conduct research before I can arrive at any conclusions." This clarification ignited a spark of hope within the hearts of the three ancestral figures. Sui Hua's expression shifted instantly to one of joy, his demeanor brightening as he said, "Duo Bao, you know me well. I was merely jesting. I would never hold anything against you." Observing Sui Hua's face, which was now beaming with delight, Duo Bao refrained from commenting, realizing that one should not dwell on the past. He sliced a piece of meat from a nearby catch and began grilling it, the savory aroma quickly wafting through the air, prompting Sui Hua to swallow hard in anticipation. Before Sui Hua could voice his request for some of the roasted meat, A voice resonated throughout the human tribe, interrupting their conversation. Who is the spokesperson for this race? Step forward at once. I, the Demon Emperor, have come to issue a decree. Do not delay in your greetings. Jiming's voice echoed across the expanse of the human tribe, causing countless individuals to look up in curiosity to discern the identity of the speaker, the three ancestral figures of humanity. Hearing this proclamation, dare not tarry, and promptly stepped outside alongside Duo Bao. Duo Bao sensed the formidable presence of the demon race in the sky, identifying it as a late-stage Great Luo Golden Immortal. A formidable force indeed. Assessing the strength of the three ancestral figures before him, he gauged that the humans stood a chance of prevailing, which eased his concerns. The three ancestral figures of humanity soared into the air, with Suiho responding as he flew. Esteemed friend, what brings you to our human race? We three are the ancestral figures of humanity. Please, state your business. Suiho felt the pressure emanating from Jiming and tensed, ready to react at a moment's notice. Zhisheng and Yu Chao positioned themselves behind Suiho, silent yet resolute in their stance. Jiming, upon seeing individuals emerge, narrowed his eyes slightly. Only when the three ancestral figures hovered before him did he ascertain their cultivation levels and proclaim, "Are you the spokespersons of this race? I bring tidings of fortune. I, the Demon Emperor, invite you to join our ranks. Should you accept, you will become part of the demon race and be free to roam the primordial realm without restraint." Jiming spoke with great conviction, as if the very fabric of the universe bowed to the might of the demon race. However, Suiho was not so easily swayed. Maintaining his composure, he replied with measured respect. "We appreciate the Demon Emperor's kind intentions, but the human race has no intention of joining another race, that we hope you will convey this message to the Emperor." Bold, with a thunderous rebuke, Jiming expressed his ire. Clearly taken aback that the three seemingly insignificant Deluo Jinxian before him dared to decline the invitation from the demon clan. "Let me make it abundantly clear," he declared, "the offer for you to join our ranks is a gesture of goodwill. Should you refuse, you will be deemed enemies of the demon clan. Those who choose to stand against us seldom meet with favorable outcomes. Do not be foolish." Jiming refrained from resorting to violence. Merely issuing a warning to the three ancestral figures of the human race, he recalled White Zay's counsel. If possible, one should avoid confrontation. Observing Jiming's demeanor, Suiho felt a surge of anger and spoke with barely concealed fury. "My friend, I believe my intentions have been made quite clear that if you truly cannot comprehend, I suggest you seek a translator. Allow me to reiterate. Our human race will never join any other race. Not under any circumstances." Suiho stood resolute, convinced that the human race, having endured countless calamities, was indomitable. Should they align with the demon clan, they would become mere vassals, losing their capacity to flourish. "Ha ha ha!" Jiming, in a fit of rage, let out a mocking laugh, his fierce gaze fixed upon the three human ancestors. Think you would refuse such an offer? Since you choose to disregard my generosity, I shall treat you to a punishment instead. I had thought the human race to be formidable, but it seems I have overestimated you. You are but 3 to Luo Jin Xian, and I shall send you on your way." As his words faded, Jiming's form vanished in an instant, reappearing before Suiho. He did not employ any supernatural abilities, but instead aimed a powerful punch directly at Suiho, seeking to best him through sheer physical might. His timing for the ambush was indeed astute. Had he targeted Zhisheng or Yu Chao, he might have succeeded. Alas, he had chosen to strike at the most combat-ready of the three. Suiho, unfazed by Jiming's approach, Suiho calmly summoned his acquired postnatal merit treasure, raising a wooden staff to block Jiming's fist, successfully deflecting the blow. With a smile, Suiho remarked, "My friend, I acknowledge your considerable strength. Yet I too possess formidable power. If you withdraw now, we shall not pursue the matter further." Arrogance. Jiming nearly laughed in disbelief at Suiho's words. Shedding any pretense of restraint as he transformed into his true demonic form, he coldly addressed the three human ancestors. "Since you refuse to join my demon clan, I must regrettably invite you to your demise." Without further ado, Jiming unleashed his full strength. employing a myriad of supernatural abilities as if they were mere trifles against the three human ancestors. Sui Huashi appeared to handle the onslaught with ease, while Zhisheng Shi and Yu Chao Shi found themselves in dire straits, lacking the combat experience to effectively utilize their Deluo Jinxian status. With a hint of exasperation, Sui Huashi shouted, "What are you two doing? Are you going to wait until you die before using your treasures?" Realizing the intent behind Sui Huashi's admonition, Zhisheng Shi and Yu Chao Shi quickly summoned their own treasures. With these artifacts, they stabilized the situation, allowing Sui Huashi to press the attack against Jimeng. Though Jimeng was a late-stage Deluo Jinxian, the treasures at his disposal paled in comparison to Sui Huashi's, and he gradually found himself at a disadvantage. Sui Huashi, aware of the demon clan's true strength, refrained from delivering a lethal blow. With a resounding crash, Jimeng was sent hurtling away, and Sui Huashi paused. Addressing him slowly, "Friend, you have lost. You know as well as I that you alone cannot contend with the three of us. There is no need to sacrifice your life. Return and inform your demon emperor that our human race will not join any other races. I shall grant you a chance to escape. How does that sound?" Jimeng seethed at Sui Huashi's words, his blood boiling with a desire to annihilate the three human ancestors before him. Yet he knew he was outmatched. He swallowed his fury, vowing silently, "Very well, today this grudge shall be noted. When I return with a few demon gods, you shall pay dearly." After cursing the three human ancestors in his heart, Jimeng reverted to his human form, forcing a strained smile as he said, "You speak the truth. I am not your equal, that I concede this time, and I shall report to the emperor. Prepare yourselves. For the wrath of my demon emperor is not to be trifled with." With that, Jimeng departed, teeth clenched in frustration. As he distanced himself from the heart of the human tribe, his anger simmered, and he impulsively captured a handful of humans from a remote settlement. Upon consuming them, he was astounded by the potency of their spiritual energy, akin to that of miraculous elixirs, even enhancing his own cultivation. Struggling to believe his discovery, Jimeng commanded his demon soldiers, "Go and capture more humans. I wish to conduct an experiment." The demon soldiers quickly complied, soon returning with several humans, whom Jimeng devoured without hesitation. Moments later, he exclaimed with exhilaration, "Ah, you humans are finished. Once I relay this information to the Heavenly Emperor, I shall relish how you navigate your existence if you refuse to join my demon clan. You shall become our sustenance. I sense that by consuming merely a few billion of you, I shall finally attain that coveted quasi-saint status." Elated by his revelation, Jimeng led his demon soldiers back to the heavenly court. Upon his hurried arrival at the Heavenly Emperor's palace, he hesitated at the entrance, unsure of whether to enter. "Jimeng, what are you doing lingering outside? Hurry and come in." The authoritative voice of Di Jun resonated, prompting Jimeng to push open the door and kneel before the Heavenly Emperor. "Your Majesty, I, the sinner Jimeng, have failed to fulfill the task entrusted to me. I humbly await your punishment." Jimeng withheld his discovery initially, eager to observe how Di Jun would respond to his failure. Di Jun regarded Jimeng with a stoic expression for what felt like eternity, and only when Jimeng was drenched in sweat did the emperor speak. "Explain the situation. I am curious to know how you faltered against such a trivial race. How could a mere species best you? A demon god?" Jimeng recounted his battle with the three human ancestors in detail, and upon concluding, he observed Di Jun's rare display of anger. "How audacious! Such a lowly race dares to offend the might of my demon clan. It appears they shall not comprehend our authority without a lesson." Di Jun resolved to punish the human race, intending to set an example for other lesser races that dared to harbor disloyalty. Just as he was about to declare his decision, Tai Yi, seated beside him, interjected, "Elder brother, the human race is a creation of Nu Wa. If we wish to annihilate them, we must first consult her." Tai Yi's words sparked a realization in Di Jun, who weighed the pros and cons before declaring, "Let us spare Nu Wa's creation this time. Instead, we shall send them a warning that if they do not wish to join us, we shall not force them. My demon clan is not a mere collection of any lesser beings." Ultimately, Di Jun acquiesced. While Nu Wa was a saint of the demon clan, The human race was indeed her creation, and he felt compelled to honor that connection, of course. This was also influenced by Di Jun's ignorance of the advantages the human race possessed. Looking down at Ji Ming, who knelt with utmost respect, Di Jun chose not to punish him, stating, "This situation is somewhat excusable. I shall refrain from reprimanding you. You are to redeem yourself. I permit you to consult with the other 4 demon gods. The 5 of you must ensure the human race receives a proper lesson this time. Should you fail again, you shall face double the consequences, and the outcome will not be pleasant." Di Jun's command brooked no dissent, and Ji Ming, filled with surprise, nodded eagerly, astonished that he had escaped punishment despite his earlier shortcomings. The rewards of the demon clan were substantial, and the penalties were equally severe. Ji Ming had steeled himself for a harsh reprimand. Yet he was met with unexpected leniency, and he promptly exited the Heavenly Emperor's palace. Once outside, Ji Ming's face was alight with the thrill of impending vengeance, his mind already plotting which demon gods to summon. Bai Zhe was out of the question. He had pressing matters to attend to and would not be persuaded to intervene in such trivialities. Aside from Bai Zhe, however, Ji Ming had amicable relations with the other 8 demon gods. After some contemplation, he settled on Ying Zhao, Fei Lian, Jiao Ying, and Gue Che as his chosen allies. Impatiently, Ji Ming hastened to the abodes of the 4 demon deities, seeking their assistance, which he soon obtained. "What? Ji Ming, you claim to have been bullied by a small race and wish for us to accompany you in seeking retribution. Not a problem, for you are my dear brother. I shall come forth to aid you immediately." The 4 spoke in unison, unwavering in their agreement, as their camaraderie with Ji Ming was well established. Such trifles posed no obstacle. Swiftly, Ji Ming regrouped, accompanied by the 4 demon deities, and set forth once more toward the realm of humanity. At that moment, the 3 ancestors of the human race wore troubled expressions as they deliberated with Duo Bao on how to navigate the impending crisis, despite the bravado displayed by the Suehua clan during battles. He was acutely aware of the formidable nature of the demon race. "Esteemed colleagues, we have reached a dire juncture for the survival of our people. How shall we endure this catastrophe? The strength of the demon clan is far beyond our own. Even a single demon deity can match the 3 of us. Should they arrive not with 1, but several demon deities, we would stand no chance." Suehua lamented this harsh truth, acknowledging the startling prowess exhibited by Ji Ming. Ji Sheng and Yu Chao fell into a contemplative silence, as neither were adept in combat, leaving them uncertain as to how to resolve this calamity, observing the 3 in a state of agitation akin to ants on a hot pan. Duo Bao realized that he must intervene in the human race's plight. To abstain from action would render his previous efforts futile. "Rest assured, this matter shall not greatly impact the human race. When the time is critical, I shall act." Duo Bao reiterated his previous assurances, which provided a measure of comfort to Suehua and Ji Sheng. Yet Suehua quickly regained his composure and expressed his discontent. At such a time, "Duo Bao, do refrain from complicating matters further. What use is your limited strength? In other circumstances, I could place my trust in you, but this concerns the very survival of our race. You are the hope for our future. Should the 3 of us fall, it is you who must lead our people to resurgence." Suehua spoke earnestly, and the others nodded in agreement, recognizing the need for contingency plans, even if they were to perish. The roots of humanity must endure. Duo Bao, uninterested in their discourse, departed from their midst. Upon returning to his lair, he began to ponder the implications of his forthcoming intervention, regardless of how many demon deities arrived. He felt no fear. Even if the likes of Di Juantai were to confront him, he remained unfazed. Should the battle prove too daunting, summoning the Qingping sword would guarantee the protection of humanity, though his identity would inevitably be revealed. After considerable reflection, Duo Bao resolved to intervene, accepting that his identity would be exposed, for the bond he shared with the human race was genuine. He had been acknowledged by the fate of humanity, rendering his identity less significant. Closing his eyes, he awaited the opportune moment to act, extending his consciousness throughout the human tribes to closely monitor the unfolding events that Ji Ming, accompanied by the 4 demon deities, boldly led a vast contingent of demon soldiers above the human settlement. Once again, Ji Ming, have returned. Those three from yesterday. Do not delay any longer. This time, I shall teach you the meaning of despair." With four demon deities standing behind him, Ji Ming projected an air of arrogance, having shifted the balance of power since the previous day when he had been outnumbered. The three ancestors of humanity, upon hearing Ji Ming's voice, soared into the sky. Witnessing the four demon deities at his side, their expressions darkened. Though they had anticipated such an outcome, the reality of the situation instilled a measure of trepidation within them. Suihua composed himself, adopting a neutral demeanor as he addressed Ji Ming. "Friend, have you not communicated our response to the emperor? What brings you here again today?" Ji Ming laughed heartily. "Esteemed three, I have relayed your message in its entirety to the emperor. Today, we come at his behest. The emperor believes you have slapped the demon race in the face and wishes us to reclaim our honor. Do not accuse me of overwhelming you with numbers. You were the first to employ such tactics." The color drained from the faces of the three ancestors, for they realized they were now cornered. With no means of evasion, they could only prepare for battle. Each drew forth their spiritual treasures, and Suihua addressed the assembled demon deities. "I humbly request guidance from any esteemed friend. I, Suihua of the human race, would like to learn from your esteemed skills." Ji Ming, fixated on Suihua, transformed into his true demon form, declaring, "This one is mine. None shall intervene. I shall tear him apart piece by piece." The other demon deities nodded in agreement, acknowledging that Ji Ming was the protagonist of this encounter, while they were merely there to assist. Gui Che turned his malevolent gaze upon Ji Sheng, grinning as he proclaimed, "Brothers, I shall take care of this lovely beauty. I promise to leave her in ecstasy." With that, Gui Che launched an assault on Ji Sheng, while the remaining three demon deities showed little interest in Yu Chao. Ultimately, it was Jiao who engaged Yu Chao in battle. Suihua and Ji Ming clashed fiercely. Their combat evenly matched. Suihua had previously held back, but now regretted not having restrained Ji Ming further. Ji Ming, too, was astonished by Suihua's prowess, yet remained confident in his own victory, dismissing the possibility of external assistance. Ji Sheng found himself at a disadvantage against Gui Che, relying solely on his spiritual treasure for defense. Meanwhile, Yu Chao engaged in a seemingly even contest with a nonchalant Jiao, though it was evident from Jiao Ying's demeanor that he was not employing his full strength. Duo Bao observed the unfolding conflict from his cave, awaiting the right moment to intervene. A measured degree of combat served as an excellent means of growth. Without experiencing adversity, Ji Sheng and Yu Chao would never advance. After half an hour, Ji Sheng and Yu Chao began to exhibit signs of decline, nearing the limits of their endurance. As the moment approached, Duo Bao seized the opportunity and intervened just as Gui Che was about to deliver the final blow. Without resorting to flamboyant techniques, Duo Bao appeared before Ji Sheng in an instant, effortlessly pointing and sending Gui Che flying. Gui Che was hurled away, spitting blood, clearly injured. The other two demon deities, witnessing this turn of events, became alert and eyed Duo Bao warily. "Who are you? Why do you meddle in the affairs of the demon race?" they inquired. "Withdraw now, and I shall overlook your earlier transgressions, should you choose to remain." "None shall depart," Duo Bao declared. Uninterested in explaining his identity, he delivered a message that the demon deities found difficult to accept. Arrogant, Ying Zhao shouted in anger as he formed seals with his hands, unleashing a powerful spell against Duo Bao. This was a full-force attack aimed at inflicting damage upon Duo Bao. With a mere wave, Duo Bao extinguished Ying Zhao's spell, regarding him with disdain. "You squandered your opportunity. Now you shall learn a lesson that will remain etched in your memory for a lifetime." With a flick of his hand, he sent Ying Zhao reeling, just as he had done to Gui Che, causing him to spew blood. The other demon deities halted their assaults, gathering together and casting wary glances at Duo Bao. "I shall reiterate, leave now, and I shall not seek to trouble you. Should you persist in remaining, none shall escape. Inform Dijuan that I shall protect the human race, that if he doubts this, let him come personally." The demon deities, upon hearing Duo Bao invoke Dijuan's name, recognized him as a formidable presence, extinguishing their desires to continue the confrontation. Ji Ming, begrudgingly, inquired, "Might I request your name, that we may know who has bested us?" My name is Duo Bao. The rest is beyond your worth to know. Let Jiao come in person, Duo Bao stated, revealing his name without hesitation. Having already intervened, he felt no need for secrecy, even if Jiao were to confront him. He held no fear. Should it come to that, he could summon the Qingping sword to demonstrate the might of a sage. Duo Bao harbored further intentions, seeking to discern whether the Saint Enhua would choose the human race or the demon race. Should Enhua opt for the demons, the connection between her and humanity's fate would undoubtedly weaken, allowing Duo Bao to achieve his objectives. Conversely, if she sided with humanity, the demons' fortunes would be significantly diminished, rendering the conflict between witches and demons all but certain. Regardless of Enhua's choice, Duo Bao possessed strategies to capitalize on the outcome. He remained in a position of calm assurance, unperturbed by the unfolding events. The three clans of the human race stood behind Duo Bao, their hearts filled with astonishment as they beheld his formidable prowess. They could scarcely fathom that Duo Bao, who had coexisted with them for such an extended period, was in fact a mighty being from the primordial chaos. However, they harbored no ill thoughts towards him due to his identity. Were it not for Duo Bao, how could the human race have developed so swiftly? Regardless of who Duo Bao truly was, the human race would always regard him as a friend and benefactor, never forgetting his kindness. The five demon gods were utterly subdued by Duo Bao's actions, daring not to utter any threats as they departed in disgrace. Jaimin had not anticipated his misfortune, having failed twice against the same minor race. Nevertheless, he felt that this failure was somewhat justifiable, believing that the emperor would not hold it against him. Duo Bao coldly observed the retreating forms of the five demon gods before turning back with a smile. He addressed the astonished three ancestors of the human race, saying, "Leaders, why not descend? I shall explain everything to you later. It's rather inconvenient to do so while hovering in the sky." Upon hearing this, the three ancestors regained their composure and gradually descended to the human ancestral tribe. Below, the members of the human tribe continued with their affairs, entirely unaffected by the battle in the sky. Many were oblivious to the conflict occurring above and were unaware that their three clans were fighting against the demon race on their behalf. Duo Bao followed the three ancestors back to their dwelling. After sitting cross-legged, he began to elucidate. "Esteemed elders, I am not of the human race, as you have likely discerned. However, I harbor no malice towards you. In many respects, I am akin to the human race. Every action I have taken has been with the intent of fostering the betterment of the human race, that I acknowledge that there may have been some ulterior motives, yet none of them pose any danger to you. Allow me to clarify my identity. I am a disciple of the Tongtian sect master, thus a disciple of the Jie sect." At this juncture, Duo Bao paused, observing the three individuals eager to inquire further. Granting them the opportunity, "Duo Bao, may I continue to address you as such? That should pose no issue, correct?" Suo looked at Duo Bao, posing his question. Duo Bao smiled and nodded in affirmation. "Very well. There is no need for you to explain anything further. We have all witnessed your contributions to the human race. After deliberation, the three of us have decided to honor you as the Saint Master of the human race, incorporating you into the ancestral temple, where you shall enjoy the incense of our people for generations. Regardless of your identity, we shall always regard you as Duo Bao of the human race, as long as you do not betray us. You shall forever remain our Saint Master." Suo's words deeply moved Duo Bao, making him realize that his efforts had not been in vain. A radiant smile graced his face, affirming his belief that he had not misjudged the human race. "Very well. With the leader's words, I shall ensure the safety of the human race. The demon race holds no power over us, that I suspect that soon Emperor Jun and Tai will take action personally. However, I shall not allow them to harm the human race in the slightest. Once this matter is resolved, I shall take my leave." "What? You intend to leave?" The three ancestors of the human race were taken aback, unable to comprehend that Duo Bao would depart after resolving the situation. "Why must you leave? Is it because we have not done enough?" Jie Jiao gazed anxiously at Duo Bao, genuinely wishing for him to remain with them. Duo Bao shook his head, explaining, "It has been quite some time since I embarked on my journey. After resolving this matter, I must return to my sect. Akati has been far too long since my last visit. I imagine my master must have missed me. Fear not, for I shall not be gone forever. We shall have the opportunity to meet again. Duo Bao's resolve was unwavering, leading the three ancestors to nod in understanding. While they wished for him to stay, they did not wish to impose upon him. Following this conversation, Suihua ignited a bonfire and remarked to Duo Bao, "You prepare the most delectable roasted meat. I have yet to taste it. While we still have the chance, please roast some for me." Duo Bao chuckled and willingly took on the task, showcasing his culinary skills before the three ancestors that in stark contrast to their laughter and merriment. The five demon gods returning to the heavenly court bore grim expressions, with two of them exuding an air of dejection, defeated and humiliated. Guiche and Yingzhao harbored deep resentment towards Duo Bao, addressing their fellow brethren. "Brothers, we have failed to accomplish our mission, but the fault lies not with us, but with that accursed Duo Bao Daoist. We must report his actions to the emperor and ensure he receives due punishment." All five demon gods nodded in agreement, determined to seek retribution for the humiliation they had suffered. Upon their return to the heavenly court, the five demon gods hurried to the heavenly emperor's hall. Unafraid this time, together, they pushed open the grand doors of the hall and approached Emperor Jun and Tai, kneeling before them. The sight of the five demon gods in such a state astonished both Emperor Jun and Tai. "What has transpired? Were you not tasked with confronting a minor race? How have you returned in this manner?" Emperor Jun's tone was filled with confusion. He could hardly believe that his five demon gods had faltered against a mere minor race. Jiamin looked at Emperor Jun, passionately recounting their harrowing ordeal. "My lord, you must take a stand for us. We encountered a mighty being named Duo Bao, whose strength is unfathomable. We were no match for him. Were it merely a matter of strength, we would have accepted our defeat. However, he also insulted the two heavenly emperors. We could not bear it. And he even injured us." Jiamin exaggerated their plight, painting Duo Bao as a villain of the highest order. Emperor Jun abruptly rose, his expression darkening with fury as he exclaimed, "Are you certain he spoke thus? This is preposterous. He dares to disregard my authority. Such a rogue must be eliminated if our demon race is to prosper. The minor race is of no consequence now. It is Duo Bao who must be dealt with. He shall be torn to shreds." Tai, sitting nearby, eagerly volunteered, "Brother, allow me to handle this matter. Aside from myself, perhaps only Kunpeng and Shi Huang possess the strength to confront him. No, I shall personally intervene that I must ascertain the true strength of this audacious Duo Bao who dares to insult me. Tai, gather the troops. We shall depart shortly. You five shall accompany me, and I shall demonstrate how I will dismantle that insolent rogue." Tai stood, heading out to organize the troops, while Emperor Jun sat in silence, his face clouded with darkness as he awaited Tai's return. The five demon gods knelt in the great hall, frozen in place. Fearful of incurring Emperor Jun's wrath, Tai worked swiftly, returning in no time to inform Emperor Jun, "Brother, the troops are assembled and ready to depart at a moment's notice. Shall we proceed?" "Let us go," Emperor Jun declared, rising and sweeping his robe aside. The five demon gods immediately followed in his wake as they exited the heavenly emperor's hall in a grand procession. Thus, Emperor Jun and Tai, along with the five demon gods and the demon race troops, set forth towards the human race that a short while later, the group arrived in grand fashion over the skies of the human tribal lands. "Where is Duo Bao? Come forth. Did you not wish to meet the heavenly emperor? I have arrived. Step forward and face your demise." The authoritative voice of Emperor Jun resonated through the heavens, laced with indignation. Having awaited this moment, Duo Bao did not falter. He leaped into the air, swiftly positioning himself a short distance from Emperor Jun. While he refrained from displaying his power, Tai manifested the Eastern Emperor's bell. Sensing the pressure emanating from Duo Bao, Emperor Jun, observing his brother's caution, recognized Duo Bao's strength and suppressed his fury, inquiring, "You insolent wretch, are you the one who has insulted me? Did you not wish to see me? Now that I am here, what do you have to say? I wish to convey this. I shall protect the human race that do not harbor any further designs against them, or you shall face the consequences." Duo Bao delivered his message in a nonchalant tone, provoking Emperor Jun to clench his fists in anger. "Are you seeking death? Do you believe you possess the strength to withstand my demon race?" Emperor Jun remained oblivious to what Duo Bao relied upon. Yet he remained confident, firmly believing he would not be defeated. And no matter how formidable Duo Bao's strength might be, it could never match the combined might of himself and Tai. Together, they feared no one but the saints. Duo Bao, in his current state, could hardly be considered a saint. Having no desire to engage in further pointless discourse, he fixed his gaze upon Dijuan and declared, "Words are futile. I propose we engage in combat." When the conversation fails to resonate, prolonging it only wastes breath. With that, Duo Bao stood his ground, awaiting an attack from Dijuan and Tai. He had already set the stage for them, poised to unleash the Qingping sword and teach them a lesson. Dijuan, unable to contain his irritation at Duo Bao's arrogance, summoned the Hichu and Luo Shu, launching an assault against him. Observing his elder brother's actions, Tai promptly followed suit, striking with the Eastern Sovereign Bell. Duo Bao, unperturbed, waited until the two attacks approached before summoning the Qingping sword. The sword erupted in a brilliant light, its aura instantly extinguishing the two assaults before him. The figure of Tong Tian manifested above the Qingping sword, leaving Dijuan and Tai stunned. What was happening? How could the Saint Tong Tian appear here? Caught off guard, Dijuan and Tai momentarily halted their actions, perplexed. Tong Tian furrowed his brow as he regarded them, aware of the significant karmic ties that bound them, and therefore hesitant to act rashly. He addressed Dijuan. Dijuan, as the esteemed Emperor of Heaven, why do you seek to harm my disciple? What grievance do you hold against him that warrants such treatment? Tong Tian's words left Dijuan in a state of shock, his gaze toward Duo Bao shifting dramatically. Curse it! Why did he not reveal sooner that he was a disciple of a saint? Had he done so, I would never have sought trouble with him. Dijuan was well aware of the saint's prowess. He had once listened to the teachings alongside them. Hastily, he explained to Tong Tian, Saint Tong Tian, today's events are a misunderstanding. I was unaware that Duo Bao is your disciple. Had I known, I would certainly not have pursued him. Upon hearing Dijuan's explanation, Tong Tian nodded and turned his attention to Duo Bao, inquiring, Duo Bao, should I let them go? Would you find this unsatisfactory? Duo Bao nodded. He could not allow Dijuan and Tai to depart so easily, as it would serve no purpose. He needed to force Nua's hand. Tong Tian, realizing Duo Bao's dissatisfaction with this outcome, redirected his gaze toward Dijuan and Tai, his eyes beginning to glimmer with murderous intent. Dijuan, perceiving the dangerous glint in Tong Tian's eyes, immediately exclaimed, Saint Tong Tian, my demon clan also has the Saint Nua amongst us. For her sake, please allow us to depart unscathed this time. Before Tong Tian, Dijuan dared not utter threats, cautiously invoking Nua's name in hopes of securing a sliver of mercy to others. He was the omnipotent demon emperor. Before a saint, he was but a mere mortal. Tong Tian, faced with Dijuan's mention of Nua, found himself in a quandary. He wished to avoid offending her, while also ensuring his beloved disciple Duo Bao was satisfied. Observing Tong Tian's dilemma, Duo Bao spoke up, Dijuan, do you not rely on the fact that Saint Nua hails from the demon clan? Yet, I must remind you, it was Saint Nua who created the human race. I find it hard to believe that you sought to attack us without first informing her. If you possess the courage, summon her forth, and let us see what choice she will make. Duo Bao laid bare his intentions, aiming to compel Nua to reveal herself and make a choice between the human and demon races. The three ancestral figures of the human race stood behind Duo Bao, their expressions filled with anticipation as they hoped to witness the mother of humanity stand in their defense. However, Dijuan's predicament only deepened as Duo Bao's words left him feeling cornered. He had certainly not informed Nua before his arrival. Faced with Tong Tian's unwavering gaze, Dijuan was left with no choice but to seek Nua's assistance in the nine heavens, within the palace of Nua. Hearing Dijuan's call, Nua awakened from her meditation and casually deduced the unfolding events, quickly grasping the situation. How audacious of Dijuan to confront the human race without my consent. Had it not been for the sake of my brother, I would never aid him. I now regret joining the demon clan alongside him, as I find myself entangled in such significant karmic repercussions. Brother, how can I extricate you from his calamity? Nua furrowed her brow. contemplating for a moment before ultimately deciding to intervene and assist Dijuan in this trying circumstance. In an instant, she appeared before Dijuan and Tong Tian. Upon seeing Yuhua, Tong Tian clasped his hands together in greeting. "Sister, it has been a long time." Yuhua promptly returned the gesture, softly replying, "Brother, I trust you have been well." After their exchange, Tong Tian addressed Yuhua directly. "Sister, how do you propose we resolve this matter? My disciple is quite dissatisfied with Dijuan and Tai. As his mentor, I cannot allow his feelings to be disregarded." Upon hearing this, Yuhua realized Tong Tian was resolutely intent on ensuring Duo Bao's satisfaction. This indicated that Duo Bao would be the primary negotiator in this matter. Yuhua turned her gaze toward Dijuan and, in a neutral tone, inquired, "Dijuan, Tai, why did you two seek trouble with the human race without my permission? Indeed, we have erred, and there is little to be said in our defense. However, we implore you to consider the favor of the Shi Huang and lend us your support." Dijuan did not attempt to justify their actions. He understood that in the presence of a saint, all explanations would be in vain. In the primordial world, strength reigned supreme. Should Yuhua choose not to assist them, their prospects would be grim. Seeing Dijuan's acknowledgement of their mistake, Yuhua recognized the situation was delicate. She glanced at Duo Bao, her beautiful eyes narrowing slightly as she asked, "Duo Bao, what must be done for you to overlook this incident?" Duo Bao met Yuhua's gaze unflinchingly, displaying neither fear nor subservience, and responded, "Saint Yuhua, as a revered figure, I would not dare impose any unreasonable demands. That I merely wish to know if you, as the mother of humanity, will take action against the unwarranted bullying of the human race by the demon clan." The three ancestral figures of the human race stood behind Duo Bao, their hopeful gazes fixed upon Yuhua, yearning for her to speak words of justice. Yet, what followed left them profoundly disappointed, their expressions dimming. "Indeed, this matter rests upon the shoulders of Dijuan and his kin, and I shall reprimand them. However, I ask you, what must be done for you to spare them?" Yuhua's indifference toward the human race was palpable. Although she had created them, her inclinations clearly favored the demon clan. Duo Bao felt a surge of elation at Yuhua's response. Her words were incredibly satisfying, though they alone would not suffice. But let us not forget who stood behind Duo Bao. With a smile, Duo Bao declared, "Given your inquiry, what more can I say? I have but one request. I hope the demon clan will refrain from further troubling the human race. If they can adhere to this, they may depart." Otherwise, he left the final words unspoken. Yet Tong Tian grasped his intent, his grip tightening around the Qingping sword. Tong Tian held no fear of engaging in a battle of wits, even against fellow saints of his caliber. Yuhua regarded Duo Bao with a peculiar expression, and after a pause, she turned to Dijuan, asking, "Dijuan, can you accept Duo Bao's condition? If so, I shall lead you away." Dijuan nodded fervently. Eager to escape this dire predicament, today had proven to be most unfortunate. Who could have anticipated that seeking trouble with a minor race would lead to encountering Tong Tian's disciple and invoking the presence of Tong Tian himself? Seeing Dijuan's acquiescence, Yuhua addressed Tong Tian, "Brother, let us conclude this matter today. Grant me this favor, and I shall settle accounts with them later." If you will agreed, Tong Tian had never held a strong opinion of Dijuan and Tai. His previous threats had been mere posturing. It was inconceivable that he would truly engage in combat against them. After all, Dijuan and Tai bore the weight of considerable fortune. Even the revered sage Tong Tian finds himself unable to withstand the backlash of such fortune. Naturally, Tong Tian possesses countless methods to make them suffer immensely. As long as they remain alive, he will not be affected in the slightest. Observing that the matter has been resolved, Yuhua waved her hand and vanished into the skies above the human tribes along with the emperor and a host of demonic beings. The three ancestral figures of the human race gazed at Yuhua's departing form, their hearts feeling hollow, as though something precious had been forsaken. Duo Bao looked at Tong Tian with sincerity and said, "Master, I am truly grateful for your timely intervention this time. Without you, I would have suffered greatly. You rascal, why speak of thanks between us? I shall take my leave now. Do return swiftly." As soon as the words left his mouth, Tong Tian's figure vanished without a trace. Duo Bao felt no lingering presence and could only sigh. The power of a sage is unfathomable. Turning his gaze towards the despondent ancestral figures, Duo Bao spoke in an encouraging tone. Esteemed ancestors, one must always look forward in life. If we dwell on the past, we shall remain ensnared in our memories. If others look down upon us, we must hold ourselves in higher esteem. Only by proving our worth can we make them regret their disdain. Duo Bao did not directly mention Yuan's abandonment of the human race, but alluded to it in a different manner. Once the three ancestors regained their composure, they nodded vigorously, committing today's events to memory, vowing to reclaim their dignity in the future. Though the human race may appear weak now, this is merely a transient state. One day, they shall undoubtedly rise to become the protagonists of the heavens and earth. The Suehua clan remained silent for a long while, and upon returning to the human tribe, finally spoke with a heavy heart. Since the Holy Mother of humanity has forsaken us, we no longer have the need to revere her as such. She created us, a fact none can deny. Yet she has also abandoned us. We cannot allow her to continue monopolizing so much of our fortune. Therefore, I have decided to allocate a portion of her fortune to Duo Bao. The other two ancestral figures voiced no objections, having witnessed Duo Bao's genuine dedication to the human race today. Presently, Duo Bao is their esteemed holy master, deserving of this additional share of fortune. Upon returning to his cave, where Ao Yuan was busy packing their belongings, Duo Bao remained unaware of the monumental decision the three ancestors had reached. Even if he had known, he would not have opposed it. He would only hope for more such fortunes to come. Niwa had claimed a full 30% of the human race's fortune, that if a portion could be extracted and granted to Duo Bao, his fortunes would undoubtedly soar. An increase in fortune would mean that Duo Bao would face no bottlenecks in his cultivation until he reaches sagehood. 3 days later, the three clans of the human race arrived at the sacred temple, swearing an oath to the heavenly path. By the heavenly path above, we, the three clans of humanity, hereby pledge to honor Duo Bao as our holy master, sharing in the fortunes of our race. As long as the human race endures, our fortune shall not dissipate, and the sacred temple shall forever enshrine the idol of our holy master. May the heavenly path witness this. The heavenly path responded, and the fortunes of the human race underwent a tremendous transformation. While Duo Bao was tidying up in his cave, he suddenly felt his fortune skyrocket inexplicably. What is happening? Why has my fortune suddenly increased so dramatically? Duo Bao pondered. Equally perplexed was Niwa, who remained in the palace of Niwa. What is this? Why has so much of my fortune suddenly dissipated? Niwa calculated with her fingers and quickly deduced the actions of the three ancestral figures. Her eyes ablaze with fury. Yet, recalling recent events, her anger dissipated in an instant, and she murmured, "So be it. This was my own choice. A mere fraction of the human race's fortune pales in comparison to that of the demon race." Niwa remained unaware of the foolishness of her decision and the profound impact it would have on her future. Currently, the demon race indeed possesses immense power and abundant fortune, far exceeding that which Niwa could garner from the human race. However, once the human race ascends to become the sovereign of the heavens and earth, the fraction of fortune lost today will magnify 1,000-fold, leaving her to deeply regret her actions as Duo Bao's fortune increased. So too did that of the Jie Jiao. Shortly after Tantian returned to Jinao Island and sensed a significant rise in Jie Jiao's fortune, he promptly extracted a portion of fortune from the 12-petal white lotus. This fortune was sealed within a bottle-shaped innate spiritual treasure, awaiting Duo Bao's return for its presentation. Tantian had kept a close eye on Duo Bao's words. Beyond fortune, there was also Wu Yuan. Wu Yuan had now become an inner disciple due to Duo Bao's introduction and his considerable strength, allowing Tantian to elevate him directly past the outer disciple stage. Upon calculating that the rise in Jie Jiao's fortune was instigated by Duo Bao, Tantian smiled slightly, shook his head, and closed his eyes to contemplate the heavenly path. In the human tribe, within Duo Bao's cave, Ao Yuan had finished packing all their belongings, casting a wistful glance at the place they had inhabited for several years. Shifting his gaze to Duo Bao, his reluctance vanished in an instant. For wherever his master was, that would be Ao Yuan's home. Noticing Ao Yuan had completed his preparations, Duo Bao said, "O Yuan, let us go. I shall treat you to a delightful meal. After this feast, we must return to Jie Jiao Island." Duo Bao strode out of the cave, with Ao Yuan following closely behind, both heading towards the dwelling of the three ancestral figures. Today, they would bid farewell to these three old friends, and Duo Bao planned to showcase his culinary skills as a form of celebration. Arriving at the door of the three figures, Duo Bao gently knocked and called out, "Leaders, are you three in there?" With a creak, the door swung open, revealing Jisheng. Duo Bao and Ao Yin entered the room together, and Suehua glanced at Duo Bao, knowing he was about to depart, and asked with a hint of reluctance, "Duo Bao, are you truly leaving? When do you plan to go?" "Today itself, after I prepare a meal for you. Ao Yin and I will take our leave." Duo Bao did not conceal his departure time, believing this was not their final meeting and that they would certainly have another chance to reunite. Hearing that Duo Bao would leave so soon, Jisheng's eyes brimmed with tears, wanting to speak but unable to find the words. Duo Bao understood her unspoken sentiments, yet he could not remain if he were alone. Perhaps he would have chosen to stay among the human race. After all, with the immense fortune bestowed upon him by the human race, he could thrive effortlessly. But Duo Bao was not alone. He had the Jie Jiao, his beloved junior disciples, and his cherished master. For their sake, Duo Bao could not halt his progress. He must push forward, growing ever stronger until he could protect them all. That a smile crept on Duo Bao's face as he spoke in a light-hearted tone. "Fear not, I shall return. By then, I will see how well you have developed the human race. If you have not improved it, I will surely hold you accountable." Dismissing further talk, Duo Bao retrieved the carefully prepared ingredients from his sea of consciousness. "Leader, please kindle a fire for me. I have become accustomed to utilizing your flame for roasting meat lately, and my own fire feels somewhat unfamiliar." "Very well," Suo replied, igniting a bonfire before them, watching as Duo Bao skillfully went about his preparations. The group fell silent, cherishing this rare moment, wishing for time to slow its relentless passage. Ao Yun sat quietly to one side, observing the reluctant farewells among the three and inwardly scoffing. Is it just a temporary departure? Why act as though it's a life and death separation? A few Duo Golden Immortals, with lifespans that seem infinite. What's there to be so reluctant about? Although Ao Yun remained oblivious to the emotional dynamics among them. When the time came for him to part from Duo Bao, he would undoubtedly fare far worse than these three. Duo Bao's culinary skills were undeniable. Soon, the room was filled with an enticing aroma. He generously sprinkled seasoning over the meat and handed a piece to Jisheng, saying, "Enjoy. Once you finish that, I will prepare a fish for you, as a tribute to our initial acquaintance." His encounter with the Jisheng clan indeed began with a humble fish, and has since blossomed into a cherished friendship. Duo Bao, with a heart full of generosity, soon treated others to delectable roasted meat. Ao Yun, with a skewer in each hand, savored the meal with great enthusiasm, his mouth glistening with grease. The Suehua clan, not one to be outdone, devoured the roasted meat with remarkable speed, eager to indulge as much as possible. After Duo Bao's departure, such a culinary delight would be a rare treat for them, as it would be exceedingly difficult to find such exquisite roasted meat again. As the saying goes, all gatherings must come to an end. Once the roasted meat was consumed, it was time to part ways. Accompanied by the three ancestors of the human race, Duo Bao and Ao Yin exited the dwelling. Duo Bao cast a glance back at the three ancestors, smiling as he proclaimed, "Our story is far from over. This brief separation is merely a prelude to a more splendid reunion that I shall return. I hope that when I next visit the human race, it will have ascended to become one of the greatest clans in the world, free from any form of oppression. Rest assured, our bond will surely yield great results." The Suehua clan guaranteed Duo Bao that he would ensure the human race shines brightly across the vast expanse of the Honghuang continent. Duo Bao and Ao Yun soared into the sky, gazing down at the densely packed human populace, which appeared so insignificant from their lofty vantage point. Ao Yun turned to Duo Bao and inquired, "My lord, considering the human race's frailty, do you truly believe they can rise to become one of the foremost clans in the world? My dragonkin have yet to achieve such a status, and we are far superior to them. Absolutely, I have faith in them. They will undoubtedly emerge as the most radiant race across the entire Honghuang continent. Duo Bao's voice resonated with unwavering confidence, the reasons for which remained unspoken, evident for all to see. Sitting atop Ao Yun's back, Duo Bao urged him to hasten towards Jinao Island. Given their current speed, it would not be long before they reached their destination. This journey was not one of leisure, but a swift return, significantly faster than before. A month later, Duo Bao opened his eyes to behold the familiar silhouette of Jinao Island in the distance. A smile gracing his lips. After a month of travel, he had finally returned to the place where his dreams first took flight, a sanctuary he was determined to protect with all his might. Alighting from Ao Yun, Duo Bao was mindful of the sacred rules of the Saint's dojo, knowing that flying directly would be seen as an affront, punishable by severe consequences. Aware of the protocols, he chose to approach Jinao Island with due respect, even though he was confident that Tong Tian would not act against him. Once again stepping onto the soil of Jinao Island, Duo Bao felt a profound sense of grounding, while Ao Yun eagerly explored the surroundings. Observing Ao Yun's exuberance, Duo Bao playfully tapped his head and admonished, "Do you think this is a place for frolicking? This is the Saint's dojo. Should you offend our master, you might find yourself in grave peril." At this, Ao Yun instantly straightened, lowering his head like a chastened quail, refraining from further wandering. Duo Bao led Ao Yun to the Bio Palace to meet Tong Tin, upon gently pushing open the grand doors. They discovered the hall to be emptied at "My lord, is our master not here? Perhaps he has stepped out?" Ao Yun inquired, gazing around the vacant hall. Before Duo Bao could respond, Tong Tian's voice resonated with authority. "Duo Bao, I am in the secret chamber. Bring Ao Yun to see me at once." Without hesitation, Duo Bao guided Ao Yun to the secret chamber. Upon reaching the door, it swung open on its own. Tong Tian, observing the matured Duo Bao, expressed his satisfaction. "It seems your travels have indeed contributed to your growth, Duo Bao. You have amassed considerable gains on this journey. Not only has your cultivation reached the late stage of the Luo Jingxian, but you have also acquired a steed and numerous opportunities. Well done." Tong Tian's approval was evident, though he remained unaware of Duo Bao's true cultivation level. Had he known that Duo Bao was now a quasi-saint, his joy would have known no bounds. Duo Bao refrained from boasting. He intended to keep his true power hidden from Tong Tian until he became a saint. Such knowledge posed risks of exposure, and while he trusted Tong Tian, it was prudent to maintain some secrets. With a respectful bow, Duo Bao addressed Tong Tian, "Master, I truly have gleaned valuable insights from my journey. For the time being, I shall focus on secluding myself on the island to deepen my cultivation. Should I encounter any uncertainties, I will seek your guidance, and I trust you will be patient with me." "Excellent," Tong Tian responded, his fondness for his diligent disciple growing. Duo Bao was a student of Tong Tian's dreams, embodying ambition and potential to benefit their sect. Such disciples were rare gems, and Tong Tian felt fortunate to have Duo Bao among his ranks. Observing Duo Bao's earnestness, Ao Yun, after bowing to Tong Tian, inquired, "Master, is it truly difficult to become a saint? If my lord wishes to achieve such a status, how long might it take?" After a moment of contemplation, Tong Tian replied, "Indeed, becoming a saint is no easy feat, yet opportunities do exist if Duo Bao continues to cultivate diligently. There is hope." While he spoke encouragingly, Tong Tian's thoughts were consumed with finding a way to pave a path for Duo Bao. With the primordial purple energy now depleted, Duo Bao's journey to sainthood would be fraught with challenges. The path towards the Hunyuan de Luo Jingxian was arduous and uncharted for Tong Tian, leaving him anxious for his cherished disciple. Unbeknownst to Tong Tian, Duo Bao had already mapped out his own path, fraught with thorns and formidable obstacles. However, should he successfully navigate the most challenging segments, the remainder would unfold smoothly. Noticing Tong Tian deep in thought, Duo Bao interjected, "Master, it is premature to dwell on such matters. I have my own plans, and there is no need for your concern. Perhaps you should focus more on my fellow disciples." He was determined not to let Tong Tian's attention weigh too heavily upon him, preferring to follow his own course of growth if Tong Tian were to fixate too much on him. It could risk revealing his secrets and overshadow the potential of other disciples within the sect. The disciples of Jie Jiao, particularly the close apprentices and the Sanshao sisters, were all imbued with great potential. And with diligent cultivation, they too could ascend the path of enlightenment. The abrupt onset of the Fengshen calamity had caught the Jie Jiao disciples off guard, resulting in their downfall, had they taken the situation more seriously and supported one another. The chaos of the Fengshen War would not have allowed Chan Jiao to flourish. Tong Tian, perceiving Duo Bao's confidence and strong will, nodded in agreement, choosing not to pursue the topic further. Now that you have returned, Duo Bao, it is best for you to remain on Jiao Island and refrain from venturing out. That I sense that something significant is brewing across the Honghuang continent. The ominous energies have begun to coalesce, foretelling potential upheaval. After sharing his recent insights about the Celestial Order, Duo Bao expressed his concurrence. This aligned perfectly with his own intentions to dedicate time to enhancing his cultivation, making seclusion on Jiao Island an excellent choice. However, Duo Bao was certain that no immediate turmoil awaited them. The conflict between the witch and demon tribes would not erupt just yet. With the witch clan's accelerated reproduction, they no longer feared the growth of the demon race. Under Duo Bao's guidance, Di Jiang would certainly refrain from making reckless decisions, and the war between the two factions would likely be postponed. Nevertheless, Duo Bao recalled that the initial spark of the witch-demon war was ignited by the actions of the quasi-saint, and the timing of their intervention remained uncertain. After a conversation between Duo Bao and Tong Tian, he led Ao Yun out of the Bayou Palace. The bond between Duo Bao and Tong Tian was profound. With little need for words, they preferred to express their sincerity through actions. Tong Tian was not a man of eloquence and had little to say to Duo Bao, as their mutual understanding had already been manifested in their daily conduct. The mere fact that such a venerable sage was able to appear at Duo Bao's summons spoke volumes. Upon exiting the Bayou Palace, Duo Bao felt a profound sense of relief. It was too strenuous to lie in the presence of Tong Tian. After confirming the direction of Sanxian Island, Duo Bao soared into the sky with Ao Yun, intent on attending to an important matter there. Upon landing at Sanxian Island, the three Xian and Zhao Gongming had already detected Duo Bao's presence. The three Xian hurried forth to greet their senior brother, bowing as they exclaimed, "We greet you. Senior brother, your safe return brings us immense joy." Duo Bao did not permit the four to bow. Instead, he utilized his magical power to levitate them, preventing any submission. Enough of these formalities. What purpose brings me here today is of greater significance. He then conveyed his intentions, to which Zhao Gongming, with a serious demeanor, inquired, "Senior brother, what task do you wish for me to undertake?" "Rest assured, I shall see to it with utmost diligence." Since assuming the position of the Hall Master of the Law Enforcement Hall, Zhao Gongming had relished the feeling of holding great power, a title bestowed upon him by his senior brother Duo Bao, for which he was deeply grateful and willing to comply with any request. Yin Xiao, disregarding Zhao Gongming's remarks, turned to Duo Bao and suggested, "Senior brother, let us discuss matters inside. It is not fitting to converse out here." Following the three Xian into the palace on Sanxian Island, Duo Bao felt no shock upon his return. Having traveled and experienced much, the modest palace no longer evoked Ao Yun glanced at the diminutive palace, far less grand than his family's Eastern Sea Dragon Palace, and merely shrugged in silence. The four standing before him were, after all, the disciples of his master, making them his elders, unworthy of his judgment. Ao Yun's obedient demeanor garnered praise from Bai Xiao and Xiong Xiao, who remarked, "Senior brother Duo Bao, your steed is indeed well behaved. Might we inquire if you could procure one for us to play with?" Amused, Duo Bao replied, "Dear sisters, Ao Yun is not merely my steed but a true friend and brother. If you desire a mount, you may discuss it with him. There are plenty of pure-blood dragons in our kin. Perhaps you might ask him if he can acquire one for you." Duo Bao's words touched Ao Yun, filling him with pride as he thought, "See, even Master acknowledges me as his brother." After hearing Duo Bao's words, Bai Xiao and Xiong Xiao began to question Ao Yun enthusiastically, while Duo Bao engaged in conversation with Zhao Gongming and Yun Xiao. Observing the two, Duo Bao inquired about the recent developments within the Jie Jiao during his absence. "Rest assured, senior brother, I have diligently fulfilled your commands. All disciples of Jie Jiao have remained steadfast in their cultivation around Jie Jiao Island. Occasionally, those who ventured out returned swiftly, and apart from you, there are no disciples of Jie Jiao on the Honghuang continent. Zhao Gongming reported the situation, which pleased Duo Bao immensely. He promptly retrieved a substantial quantity of cultivation resources from his consciousness. Presenting a portion of the high-grade cultivation resources to Zhao Gongming, he stated, "Gongming, you and the 3CN have performed admirably these days. This is a personal reward for your efforts. Cultivate diligently. The remainder is for the disciples under your command. Their cultivation resources for this month will be doubled." Zhao Gongming and Yuan Shi stared in astonishment at the vast array of resources before them, their eyes filled with admiration for their senior brother. They had never witnessed such an abundance of cultivation resources. If they were to distribute them, it would be overwhelming. Senior brother is truly magnificent, distributing his own cultivation resources to the disciples of Jie Jiao. Zhao Gongming accepted the resources, knowing well that once Duo Bao offered them, he would not retract his generosity. Once the resources were distributed, Duo Bao turned to Zhao Gongming and asked, "Gongming, if memory serves, did not our master bestow upon you a set of 24 Ding Hai Shunju? Indeed, he did grant me a set of Ding Hai Shunzi etude. You require them, senior brother? I shall present them to you at once." Zhao Gongming unhesitatingly produced the 24 Ding Hai Shunju and offered them to Duo Bao. Surprised by the ease with which he obtained them, Duo Bao hesitated, recognizing that these were Zhao Gongming's treasured artifacts. However, after a moment's contemplation, he accepted the 24 Ding Hai Shunju, saying, "Gongming, some matters are beyond your current understanding, and I cannot disclose them. Just know that my taking of these artifacts is for your benefit. Of course, I would not claim your treasures without recompense. I have prepared a suitable artifact for you, one that will surely meet your satisfaction." Duo Bao then produced a high-grade innate spiritual treasure, a steel whip from the treasury of the Eastern Sea Dragon Palace, and handed it to Zhao Gongming. The sight of the steel whip made Zhao Gongming's eyes light up, as it was his favored weapon. Yet he had never possessed a corresponding innate spiritual treasure. Eagerly accepting the whip, he examined it in astonishment, exclaiming, "Senior brother, this is indeed a high-grade innate spiritual treasure. Such a precious item. You should keep it for yourself." "What are you saying? Are you not insulting me? You have already given me the 24 Ding Hai Shunju, which are of the highest quality. I am merely offering you a single high-grade innate spiritual treasure. It seems I have gained the better end of the bargain. I'll not dwell on it. I shall compensate you later," Duo Bao insisted, compelling Zhao Gongming to accept the steel whip, for it was a matter of saving his life. During the Battle of Fengshan, Zhao Gongming had been deceived by Ran Ding and lost the 24 Ding Hai Shunju. Now, with the loss of the artifacts, he had gained a steel whip, and Duo Bao was curious to see how Ran Ding would fare. After exchanging the spiritual treasures, Duo Bao showcased his culinary skills before his 4 junior siblings, preparing a delightful feast. Even Yuan Shi, the most reserved among the 3CN, relished the food and exclaimed, "Senior brother, your cooking is exquisite. Will we have the pleasure of tasting it again? When time permits, I shall cook for you again. However, I may soon enter seclusion, so do not expect it for a while. Today, I promise to prepare as much as you desire, but once it's finished, you must wait for the next occasion." Duo Bao affectionately ruffled Yuan Zhao's hair, for he held great fondness for his junior sister, given that the 3CN had faced the 12 Golden Immortals of the Chan School and had severed the top 3 flowers from them for Zhao Gongming. Duo Bao thought highly of Yuan Shi. The meal lasted quite a while, as all were Deluo Golden Immortals with substantial appetites. Duo Bao used the remains of a Deluo Golden Immortal level beast to satiate them all. Once he confirmed that the 4 had eaten their fill, Duo Bao departed from Sanxian Island with a nearly exhausted Yuan. Having completed all his tasks, Duo Bao now sought to return to his cave abode and prepare for seclusion. At this moment, his strength was ripe for a significant breakthrough, and seizing this opportunity would surely lead to extraordinary progress. Upon reaching his cave abode, Duo Bao verified that the barriers outside were intact. Just as they had been when he left, he dispelled the wards and entered with Yuan. Observing the simplicity of Duo Bao's cave, Yuan remarked, "Master, you are truly frugal, no matter where you go. The cave is always so austere." Duo Bao discerned no negativity in Ao Yun's tone and merely took it as a jest, for he did not mind Ao Yun. A cultivator's focus should be on the path of cultivation. An extravagant cave would only distract from that pursuit. "This is my cave. You may construct your own nearby as you see fit. I shall not interfere. However, I must inform you that my seclusion will last at least 1,000 years. If I emerge and find your strength unchanged, you can imagine my response." Duo Bao's tone was laden with warnings. He was acutely aware of Ao Yun's laziness. Hence he felt it necessary to preemptively convey his concerns. Upon hearing Duo Bao's serious demeanor, Ao Yun immediately nodded and replied, "My lord, rest assured, I will not be a hindrance to you that I guarantee that by the time you emerge, my cultivation will have at least advanced by a minor realm." Recently, Ao Yun had reached the pinnacle of the early stage of the Luo Jin Xian, and he was not far from breaking into the mid-stage of the Luo Jin Xian, which was the foundation of his confidence in making such a promise. Duo Bao nodded, retrieving an abundance of cultivation resources from his sea of consciousness and handing them to Ao Yun. "As long as you are aware of your own capabilities, that is sufficient. You have already undergone the baptism of merit. Ordinarily, there should be no bottleneck before reaching the pinnacle of the Luo Jin Xian. All I can do is provide you with as many resources as possible. The rest depends on your own efforts. I cannot protect you for a lifetime. The path ahead must be navigated by you alone. I shall say no more. Take these resources and go establish your own cave for cultivation. I, too, must enter seclusion." Upon receiving the resources from Duo Bao, Ao Yun was astonished by the abundance bestowed upon him, that if he could fully absorb them, he should be able to break through to the pinnacle of the Luo Jin Xian. Touched by Duo Bao's generosity, Ao Yun resolved to prove himself through action. This time, he was determined to demonstrate his progress to his lord. He must not be negligent during his cultivation and must keep pace with Duo Bao. If the gap between them grew too vast, even if Duo Bao did not abandon him, Ao Yun would be unable to follow him any longer. Ao Yun gathered all the resources given by Duo Bao, exited the cave, and casually excavated a cave of his own beside Duo Bao's dwelling. The abundant spiritual energy on Jinao Island meant that as long as Ao Yun diligently refined the resources, he was bound to make significant progress. After Ao Yun departed, Duo Bao sealed his cave with restrictions. Once everything was arranged, he retrieved 36 Dinghai divine pearls from his sea of consciousness. The 36 pearls, when combined, were vastly different from their incomplete state. While 24 Dinghai divine pearls possessed the power of a supreme innate spiritual treasure, the combination of 36 Dinghai divine pearls rivaled the might of an innate supreme treasure, excelling in both offense and defense. Duo Bao stored the 36 Dinghai divine pearls, which constituted part of his foundation. Such formidable artifacts would give him an advantage in any confrontation. Presently, Duo Bao possessed 3 treasures of comparable power to an innate supreme treasure: the Hongmeng Liangtian ruler, a postnatal treasure of merit, and the innate 5 elements flag, alongside the 36 Dinghai divine pearls, all forming a formidable set. It was indeed a rare blessing for an ordinary individual to possess even a single such item, and Duo Bao's ability to gather these treasures demonstrated the profundity of his fortune. After inventorying his treasures, Duo Bao began to assess his other gains: the fruits of Huang Zhong Li, the divine water of the 3 lights, and the pure world white lotus. These were all exceptionally rare treasures, and Duo Bao now possessed a considerable quantity. Truly a wealthy household. After counting these items, Duo Bao produced a particularly significant object that he had not examined previously. He was eager to discover its nature and the reason behind its compelling allure. Indeed, this was the item contained within the small box given to him by Emperor Jiang. Duo Bao carefully took out the ancient jade box, and the contents within continued to evoke his profound desire. With Tongtian present on Jinao Island, other saints were unable to pry into his affairs. Duo Bao concealed his aura and set up restrictions to mask the presence of his cave. Having completed these precautions, Duo Bao cautiously opened the ancient jade box. Upon its opening, the contents emitted a radiant glow. Staring at the marrow-like substance within the box, Duo Bao exclaimed, "Heavens, this is truly a windfall. It is indeed the Pangu Jade Marrow. No wonder it draws me so strongly. With this, my path to sainthood is within reach. As long as I can elevate my physical cultivation to the pinnacle of Hunyuan Jin Xian, it will aid me significantly. Stunned by such a fortuitous acquisition, Duo Bao remained a daze for some time before finally snapping back to reality and closing the ancient jade box. He returned it to his sea of consciousness, his heart still racing with excitement, a sensation that would not subside swiftly. After several hours, he gradually regained his composure, having processed the immense joy of his discovery. Duo Bao was still some distance away from reaching the peak of quasi-sainthood. And to ascend in a single step, he knew he must diligently cultivate. Presently, he had two paths to pursue concurrently, which naturally meant that his progress would be slower than that of cultivators who focus solely on one path. However, thanks to his panel, his overall cultivation speed surpassed that of ordinary cultivators. Curious about his current status, Duo Bao examined the data displayed on his panel, which read, Host, Duo Bao Footing, Innate Divine Demon. The world's first treasure-seeking rat realm, early stage Hunyuan Jin Xian, 786510000, treasures, Hongmeng Liantan Ruler, Dinghai Divine Pearls, innate 5 elements flag, Duo Bao Pagoda, various innate and postnatal treasures cultivation techniques. 9th turn Xian Gong level 7, 246510000. Upper clear immortal method level 8, 186410000. Advanced refining technique, 95410000. Mastery of Tiangang spells, 5646100000. The numbers on Duo Bao's panel had increased exponentially since he first opened it, filling him with a sense of accomplishment. After retracting the panel, he sat cross-legged on his bed, preparing to enter seclusion for cultivation. He would first focus on strengthening his physical body before comprehending the laws. Cultivating the physical body required ample resources, and the resources Duo Bao had obtained from Hong Huang were sufficient to elevate his cultivation to the pinnacle of Hunyuan Jin Xian. The process of refining resources was exceptionally lengthy, particularly at higher realms, where the time required for refinement was proportionately longer. Duo Bao estimated that to fully refine the resources he had acquired, he would need at least a millennium. Without further delay, Duo Bao consumed several innate spiritual roots and began to operate the 9th turn Xiangong. Time in cultivation is timeless. Before he knew it, 3,000 years had passed. Duo Bao opened his tightly shut eyes, his aura resonating with the essence of Hunyuan, and exhaled a breath of turbid air. How long had it been? At last, the refinement of my resources has succeeded. Indeed, I underestimated the resources required to reach the pinnacle of Hunyuan Jin Xian, coming perilously close to failure. Duo Bao had previously believed he had overestimated the 9th turn Xiangong. However, it appeared he had underestimated it. This endeavor had depleted all of his resources. Fortunately, Duo Bao had succeeded in his cultivation this time. Had he failed due to insufficient resources, he would have been quite disheartened. After such an extensive period of cultivation, Duo Bao had only succeeded in elevating his physical body to the pinnacle of Hunyuan Jin Xian, with no progress made in understanding the laws. Duo Bao decided not to continue seclusion any longer. He wished to venture out, ascertain how much time had elapsed during his retreat, and inquire about the current state of the Wu and Lich clans. Rising to his feet, he stretched his body, retracting his aura and suppressing his cultivation to the perfected stage of Deluo Jin Xian. Upon exiting the cave, Duo Bao probed Aoyun's aura and discovered that Aoyun was still engaged in cultivation, having successfully reached the pinnacle of the mid-stage of Deluo Jin Xian. Excellent. It seems that during my seclusion, Aoyun did not grow complacent. I shall refrain from disturbing him for now, and instead pay a visit to my master. Duo Bao soared into the air, making his way toward Bio Palace, and soon arrived. He strode confidently into the palace, where Tong Tian was still absent from the main hall, yet his voice echoed through. Duo Bao, I am in seclusion. Come directly to the secret chamber. Following Tong Tian's instructions, Duo Bao entered the seclusion chamber and respectfully bowed to Tong Tian, who sat upright nearby. Tong Tian gestured for Duo Bao to rise, and upon observing Duo Bao's perfected stage of Deluo Jin Xian, he smiled and said, Duo Bao, It appears that your 3,000 years of seclusion have yielded substantial rewards. You are now only a step away from quasi-sainthood. Truly, you are my disciple. Tong Tian was confident that Duo Bao's current cultivation was the highest among the three teachings. In just a few thousand years, he had advanced to the perfected stage of De Luo Jin Xian. Duo Bao's rate of cultivation was comparable to that of the three pure ones in their time. And Tong Tian was thoroughly satisfied. Tong Tian had never feared his disciples surpassing him. On the contrary, he consistently encouraged them. His educational philosophy was simple. Disciples need not be inferior to their masters, nor must masters be superior to their disciples. This encapsulated Tong Tian's teaching approach. 3,000 years have passed, and Duo Bao keenly sensed this duration during his closed-door meditation. He never anticipated that merely shutting himself away would result in such a lengthy passage of time. With a hint of urgency, Duo Bao inquired, "Master, have any extraordinary event transpired on the Hongwang continent during these 3 millennia? Do share with me. Extraordinary events? It seems not much has occurred. Oh, wait, the demon clan has seemingly progressed at an astonishing rate during these 3,000 years. With Emperor Jun and Tai basking in their triumph. Does that count as something remarkable?" Tong Tian was uncertain of what Duo Bao sought to know, yet he affirmed that nothing particularly significant had unfolded on the Hongwang continent during this span. His words brought Duo Bao some relief. It appeared that the long-anticipated battle between the Wu and Yao clans had yet to commence. Duo Bao chose not to press Tong Tian further regarding the matters of the demon and which clans, as he could investigate those matters independently without burdening his master. After engaging in conversation for a while and nurturing their master-disciple bond, Duo Bao departed from the Bo Palace. Upon exiting, Duo Bao pondered for a moment and decided to head to Sanxian Island, believing that Zhao Gongming would surely be aware of the recent happenings in Hongwang. Taking flight, he soon arrived at Sanxian Island. Upon his arrival, the 3 Xiaos and Zhao Gongming immediately detected Duo Bao's presence. Having not seen each other for 3,000 years, they hurriedly emerged to greet him. This time, the 3 Xiaos and Zhao Gongming did not perform the customary bow. Duo Bao had previously informed them that such formalities were no longer necessary between friends. He regarded them sincerely as companions, rather than as superiors or juniors, making the formalities unwarranted. Seeing his familiar junior siblings, Duo Bao strode confidently towards the palace within Sanxian Island. Having grown comfortable, he was now unreserved. Whereas he had once exhibited a modicum of politeness, he now considered himself the host. The 3 Xiaos and Zhao Gongming smiled warmly at Duo Bao's familiar demeanor, finding it endearing. Once inside the grand hall, Duo Bao cut straight to the chase, addressing Zhao Gongming directly. "Gongming, during my 3,000 years of seclusion, have any significant events unfolded on the Hongwang continent? Please provide me with a detailed account of the Wu and Yao clan situations, if you would." Zhao Gongming found no difficulty in responding to Duo Bao's inquiry. He had not been in seclusion for these 3 millennia and had been closely monitoring the developments on the Hongwang continent. "Master brother, if you had inquired about other matters, I might have been a loss. However, regarding the state of the Wu and Yao clans, I am quite informed. The Wu clan has remained exceedingly low-key over the past 3,000 years, diligently developing without making any significant moves, as if they have fallen into a deep slumber. In contrast, the Yao clan has been remarkably ostentatious during this time, having experienced a momentous event 1,500 years ago. The demon master Kunpeng established a written language for the Yao clan, solidifying his position and greatly enhancing the clan's prestige. Moreover, the Yao clan's fortune has rapidly ascended, and their influence is burgeoning. Should this momentum continue, it may not be long before they ascend to become the foremost clan in the world. The tensions between the Wu and Yao clans are not excessively sharp. Rather, it is the alliance of the myriad immortals in the Eastern Sea that poses a conflict with the Yao clan. Zhao Gongming relayed all that he had learned over the past 3 millennia, and upon finishing, Duo Bao nodded in silence. The Wu clan's development aligned closely with his expectations. They had adhered to a humble and subdued approach, avoiding any unnecessary attention. However, the progress of the Yao clan had taken Duo Bao by surprise. He had initially presumed that Emperor Jun would adopt a more low-profile strategy, following his setback at Duo Bao's hands. It now appeared that Duo Bao had overestimated Emperor Jun's inclination for discretion. The Yao clan's momentum was indeed substantial, yet Duo Bao could not ascertain how much of it was substantive. With a clearer understanding of the Wu and Yao clan circumstances, Duo Bao began preparing a sumptuous feast. After 3,000 years, it was high time he treated these old friends to something delightful. Meanwhile, within the Yao clan's celestial court, Emperor Jun suddenly opened his eyes, exuding a formidable aura. Thanks to the reciprocal benefits of the demon clan's contracts, he had finally broken through to the pinnacle of quasi-saint. Seeing his elder brother's breakthrough, Tai promptly offered his congratulations. Elder brother, congratulations on your advancement. It is likely that it will not be long before you challenge the status of a saint. Tai, there is no need for your mockery. While I might believe others when they say such things, I know you have already reached this realm that, if I am not mistaken, you are likely quite close to achieving sainthood yourself. Are you not? Emperor Jun gazed at Tai with hopeful anticipation, yearning for affirmation. Yet Tai shook his head and replied, Elder brother, I fear I must disappoint you. Although I attained this realm before you, I'm still uncertain how far I am from sainthood. The more I cultivate, the more I realize that the path to sainthood is elusive. Without the primordial purple energy, I find it impossible to ascend. Both Tai and Emperor Jun followed the path of severing their 3 corpses, and without the primordial purple energy, their paths were effectively cut off. Tai's response left Emperor Jun feeling somewhat disheartened. He had hoped that Tai would soon achieve sainthood and assist him in solidifying the Yao clan's dominance over Honghuang. Although the Yao clan boasted a saint in Yuhua, Emperor Jun was acutely aware of the reality. Had it not been for Fushi's presence within the Yao clan, Yuhua would not have spared them a second glance. Emperor Jun had never placed his hopes on Yuhua. He yearned for his own brother Tai to reach sainthood swiftly. Enough of such worries. Today marks a significant day for my cultivation that I shall not dwell on my concerns. Now that I have broken through to the pinnacle of quasi-saint, it is time to lead the Yao clan in asserting our dominance over Honghuang. Dispatch a decree immediately. Summon Beis and the demon master to see me. I have matters to discuss with them. Emperor Jun's authoritative voice resonated from the celestial court, prompting the guards standing outside to spring into action. In a short while, Beis arrived at the celestial court and entered, bowing as he spoke. Emperor, how may I serve you this morning? Command me, and I shall fulfill your wishes without hesitation. Seeing Beis's earnest demeanor, Emperor Jun smiled and gestured for him to rise. That he held great satisfaction in having such a loyal subordinate. Trusting Beis immensely, he instructed him to wait in the hall while they awaited the demon master's arrival. They waited for a full half an hour. After this interval, the demon master Kunpeng finally arrived late. Emperor Jun was quite displeased but maintained a facade of pleasantness upon entering the celestial court. Kunpeng performed a slight bow to Emperor Jun and Tai, merely clasping his hands in greeting, without even kneeling. Tai perceived his elder brother's rising anger and was prepared to intervene at any moment. Should he strike, Kunpeng would certainly find no escape. However, after waiting for a considerable time, Tai received no command from Emperor Jun to act. Staring at Kunpeng, Emperor Jun spoke in a tone devoid of enthusiasm. It seems our esteemed demon master has been rather busy, making us wait for so long that I wonder what has kept you occupied. Upon hearing this, Kunpeng immediately recognized Emperor Jun's displeasure. Yet he genuinely had not intended to be tardy and hastily explained. Emperor, I assure you, my delay was unintentional. I was attending to a matter just now, which is why I arrived late. What matter? Emperor Jun suspected Kunpeng was fabricating excuses and was prepared to press for details. Actually, this matter concerns you, my emperor. Our people from the Yao clan were attacked by members of the Alliance of Immortals in the Eastern Sea. The leader of this alliance is none other than the Eastern King. Appointed by the Dao ancestor as the chief male immortal, Kunpeng recounted this incident. Emperor Jun's gaze shifted abruptly from Kunpeng. Demon Master, are you implying that the Eastern King's followers dare to provoke my Yao clan and have even taken action against us? Emperor Jun's tone carried a hint of fury, and Kunpeng nodded earnestly, having no reason to lie. Excellent. It seems that the prestige of my Yao clan has not yet been firmly established in Honghuang. Though we have made significant progress in recent years, we have refrained from engaging in conflict, leaving others unaware of our strength. Now, with my recent breakthrough to the pinnacle of quasi-saint, I shall lead the Yao clan in conquering all corners of the world, establishing ourselves as the foremost clan. Since we are to take action, let us begin by making an example of someone. The Eastern King, who dares to raise his hand against my clan, shall be our target. Both Kunpeng and Beis were taken aback upon hearing Emperor Jun proclaim his recent breakthrough to the pinnacle of quasi-saint. Beis, feeling joyous for Emperor Jun, exclaimed, "Emperor, your mastery has reached fruition, having successfully broken through to the pinnacle of quasi-saint. It is time for us to lead our clan to become the greatest in the realm, achieving resounding glory." The thoughts of Kunpeng and Beis diverged significantly. Kunpeng's loyalty to Dijun and Tai could hardly be deemed unwavering. He had been coerced into the demon clan, having previously lived a comfortable life in the Northern Sea, only to be forcibly compelled by Dijun and Tai to join their ranks. To assert that Kunpeng bore no resentment towards them would be utterly implausible. However, given the overwhelming might of Dijun and Tai, Kunpeng refrained from openly opposing them. After pondering for a moment, he spoke. "Your Majesty, I find your proposal most commendable. We indeed ought to identify a target to establish our dominance. The alliance of the Eastern Huanggang, while formidable, pales in comparison to our demon clan, yet constitutes a significant power in the Eastern Sea. If we can vanquish them, it would undoubtedly bolster the prestige of our demon kin and greatly benefit your control over the wilderness." Kunpeng had resolved to seize an opportunity for gain in this impending conflict, hence his support for Dijun's war initiative. Since the inception of the demon script, his standing within the demon clan had risen dramatically, now ranking just below Dijun and Tai. Even Fushi, who is often mentioned in the same breath as them, did not shine as brightly in the eyes of the myriad demons. Kunpeng remained wary of Dijun and Tai's strength, yet he did not fully yield to them. Given the chance, he would not hesitate to rebel. Dijun paid little heed to Kunpeng's underlying thoughts. As a king, he was imbued with confidence, secure in the knowledge that as long as he lived, Kunpeng would not dare betray him. Kings seldom concern themselves with trivialities. Their focus lies solely on victory. After a moment of contemplation, Dijun did not opt for immediate action, but addressed Kunpeng. "Kunpeng, compose a missive in my name and send it to the Eastern Huanggang, demanding reparations for the affronts against our demon clan. Should he prove reasonable, we shall let this matter rest. If he chooses to disregard our entreaties, we shall use him to establish our authority. After all, he is the foremost male immortal chosen by the Dao ancestor, and we must afford the Dao ancestor some respect." Dijun remained somewhat apprehensive regarding the identity of the Eastern Huanggang, given that he was a favored figure of the Dao ancestor. Upon hearing Dijun's command, Kunpeng felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. The events were not unfolding as he had envisioned, denying him the opportunity for personal gain. Nevertheless, he nodded obediently, replying, "I shall comply with your command, Your Majesty, and will draft the letter for the Eastern Huanggang shortly." Kunpeng was no fool. He recognized his position in relation to Dijun and Tai. They had not ascended to the throne of the Heavenly Emperor through mere flattery. Their current standing was a testament to their own strength. Kunpeng was no match for Tai alone, and he would not publicly oppose either of them. Observing Kunpeng's demeanor, Dijun's anger began to dissipate, and he remarked, "Demon Master, I shall overlook your tardiness today, but in the future, you must ensure that you inform me of such occurrences in advance." Acknowledging that today's situation was somewhat justifiable, Dijun chose not to pursue the issue with Kunpeng further. He was acutely aware that Kunpeng's status within the demon clan had risen significantly in recent years, rivaling even their own, without just cause. Punishing Kunpeng directly would only deepen his resentment and potentially sow discord among the demon Tai noted Dijun's decision to let Kunpeng off the hook. He too began to relax. With Kunpeng's matter settled, Dijun turned his attention to Beis, who nodded slightly in acknowledgement. "Beis, from this day forth, you may relinquish the tasks assigned to you. I shall personally oversee them. My seclusion has officially concluded, and I will resume my management of the affairs of the demon clan." Beis, upon hearing this announcement, could scarcely believe his ears, convinced he had misheard. Staring incredulously at Dijun, he had long grown weary of such responsibilities. And surely Dijuan would not deceive him again. Is it truly so? Baze, in his astonishment, impulsively inquired of him. It was a rather impolite question, yet Dijuan did not reprimand him. Instead, he nodded affirmatively in response. I shall obey your command. The excitement in Baze's tone was unmistakable as he readily acquiesced. He feared Dijuan might reconsider. Eager to cast aside the burdensome tasks he had been shouldering, Dijuan had not anticipated Baze's profound aversion to these duties. Observing the slight tremor in Baze's form, a physiological reaction stemming from overwhelming emotion, was the burden of such responsibilities truly so dreadful? Dijuan was undeterred by Baze's display. He was adept at managing such matters. After addressing these two issues, he instructed Baze and Kunpeng to take their leave. Baze went to transfer his responsibilities, while Kunpeng prepared to draft the letter for the Eastern Huanggang. Upon exiting the Heavenly Emperor's Hall, Kunpeng's expression darkened, the sensation of being subservient deeply unsettling to him. That it was crucial to remember that before joining the demon clan, he had been the king of the demons in the Northern Sea, unaccustomed to such indignities. Now, as a member of the demon clan, he had gained little more than the title of demon master without any tangible benefits. Kunpeng remained destitute, lacking even a decent spiritual treasure. The mere thought of Dijuan and Tai wielding exquisite innate spiritual treasures, showcasing their formidable power, filled Kunpeng with discontent. Casting one last glance at the Heavenly Emperor's Hall, he mused, Dijuan, you profess a desire to avoid conflict with the Eastern Huanggang. Yet I shall contrive to instigate a rift between you. That he was determined to observe how Dijuan would navigate such a predicament. Kunpeng harbored no intention of restraining himself, planning to create trouble for Dijuan. As Baze exited, he happened upon Kunpeng turning back, their eyes locking. The crimson hue of Kunpeng's gaze startled Baze. Within those eyes, he discerned a myriad of emotions. Hatred, brutality, such a gaze defied description, instilling a sense of terror in Baze. Kunpeng dismissed Baze entirely, for in his eyes, Baze was of little consequence. Among the demons, save for Dijuan and Tai, Kunpeng regarded only Fushi with any measure of respect. All others were beneath his notice. This arrogance was not unfounded, for Kunpeng had been a quasi-saint capable of comprehending the Tao within the Zixiao Palace. In terms of strength and experience, Kunpeng far surpassed Baze. With a disdainful snort, Kunpeng turned and vanished from sight. Once Kunpeng departed, Baze regained his composure, only to find himself drenched in cold sweat. The demon master may indeed harbor treacherous intentions. Should I inform his majesty of this? Baze pondered this dilemma for a moment before ultimately dismissing the thought that he trusted that Dijuan was surely aware of Kunpeng's rebellious inclinations. His silence indicated a confidence in managing Kunpeng. Baze also contemplated his own safety, fearing that Kunpeng might target him if he were to divulge any information. Kunpeng was not one to be trifled with. Should he discover Baze's betrayal, he would undoubtedly seek retribution, as a mere great Duo Golden Immortal. Baze found it entirely reasonable to feel apprehensive in the presence of a quasi-saint like Kunpeng. Having made his decision, Baze departed to hand over his responsibilities. He had long grown weary of such matters, and had it not been for Dijuan's insistence, he would never have acquiesced. Over the past 3 millennia, his progress had been the slowest among all the demon deities. The time consumed in managing these affairs had deprived him of valuable opportunities for cultivation. Had he devoted that time to training, his innate talent would have yielded considerable advancement. Baze's potential was among the finest in the entire demon clan. Otherwise, he would not be the youngest among all the demon deities. After completing the transfer of his responsibilities, Baze returned to his dwelling to commence a period of seclusion and cultivation. In the wilderness, strength is always the foundation of justice. Were he a quasi-saint today, he would not fear Kunpeng in the least. Upon returning to his lair, Kunpeng began to contemplate how best to compose a letter that would incite the Eastern Huanggong's wrath, compelling him to disregard all caution and wage war against the demon clan. Conventional methods would certainly not suffice. Kunpeng resolved to pen a letter of utmost humiliation. This missive must be crafted to the extent that a mere glance would ignite a furious rage within the Eastern Huanggang. Kunpeng reflected that often the most hurtful words are not those filled with vulgarity, but rather those that express unfulfilled desires. He commenced writing the letter, inscribing the words. To the Eastern Huanggong, may this letter serve as a personal confrontation. I write to hold you accountable for the actions of your subordinates, who have wantonly harmed our demon kin. Such transgressions warrant punishment. Considering your position as the foremost male immortal appointed by the Tao ancestor, I shall grant you a reprieve this time. Yet while the death penalty may be evaded, the living transgressions are inescapable, as long as you swear before the heavenly laws to never again oppose my demon clan. I shall grant you clemency. Dijun. Kuanping concluded this missive with satisfaction, reading it over once more. I am confident that upon receiving this letter, Dong Huanggong will be utterly incensed, if he can endure this. Then, Kuanping relished the art of deciphering the thoughts of others, possessing a clear understanding of the minds of ordinary beings. After sealing the letter, Kuanping dispatched a messenger to deliver it to Dong Huanggong in the Eastern Sea. In the Eastern Sea, the Alliance of Immortals had seen significant expansion under Dong Huanggong's stewardship over the years. Although the alliance held no notable rank in the vast expanse of Honghuang, it had become a formidable force above the Eastern Sea. Dong Huanggong was engrossed in deep contemplation of the Tao when his cultivation was abruptly interrupted. Why, Lord, you have received a letter. Sent by the demon clan, a quasi-saint of the alliance called out from outside Dong Huanggong's cave dwelling, holding the letter aloft. Dong Huanggong, compelled to cease his meditation, opened his eyes. Come in. He beckoned the quasi-saint to enter, bringing with him the missive from the demon clan. Upon receiving the letter, Dong Huanggong wasted no time in tearing it open. Eager to ascertain its contents, he felt no trepidation, firmly believing that Dijun would not resort to deceit in his correspondence. As a rival acknowledged by Dong Huanggong, he did not consider Dijun capable of such underhanded tactics. However, as he glanced at the letter, fury ignited within him, prompting him to crumple it into dust with a resounding crack. Curse Dijun! How dare you humiliate me in such a manner? Do you truly see yourself as the sovereign of the realm? I shall witness how you intend to bring about my demise. Dong Huanggong's voice brimmed with ire. Having read the letter, he was engulfed in a tempest of rage. This was no mere affront. It had escalated to a personal attack. The position bestowed upon him as the foremost male immortal by the Tao ancestor weighed heavily upon him. Yet few beings acknowledged his authority. The letter's blatant exposure of this flaw was akin to a slap in the face. How could Dong Huanggong possibly tolerate such indignity? After all, he was the leader of a significant power, a quasi-saint of renown. That he summoned the quasi-saint who had delivered the letter, inquiring, "Who sent this missive? Can you confirm it was from the demon clan?" Dong Huanggong harbored doubts about whether this was truly Dijun's handiwork. Deeming such behavior unbecoming of a monarch, it is indeed from the demon clan. Their aura cannot deceive, the quasi-saint assured him, confident in his ability to discern such energies. Upon confirming this information, a tempestuous malice radiated from Dong Huanggong's gaze. Dijun, I never anticipated this was indeed your doing. Have an adversary like you is truly fortuitous. I wonder what expression will grace your face upon receiving my reply. Inspired, Dong Huanggong picked up his brush and began composing a response to Dijun. Dijun, know that your words reach me. I have received your letter, and I thank you for it. Your ignorance brings me great delight. Having an opponent like you fills me with joy. Why do you not desire my life? Here it lies. Come and claim it if you dare. So long as you possess the ability, my life is yours for the taking. Dong Huanggong. Having completed the letter, he folded it and handed it to the quasi-saint, instructing, deliver this to the demon clan with utmost care. I trust that upon reading it, Dijun will be quite pleased. The quasi-saint, having heard Dong Huanggong's orders, accepted the letter, preparing to arrange for its delivery. He had no intention of personally undertaking such a perilous task. It was better suited for another. Unbeknownst to him, the contents of the letter were likely far from amiable. He understood Dong Huanggong's temperament well. Provoked by the demon clan, he would certainly not choose silence. The letter would undoubtedly contain words capable of inciting the wrath of the demon clan, and the quasi-saint was not foolish enough to risk his safety in their midst. After departing Dong Huanggong's cave, he sought out a great 12 Golden Immortal from the Alliance to ensure the letter reached the demon clan. Xiao Wang, Ensure that this letter is delivered directly into the hands of the demon clan. Upon receiving the letter, Xiao Wang replied with uncontainable excitement. Rest assured, Imu Daxian, I will deliver it intact to the demon clan. I shall not disgrace you. Xiao Wang believed that Imu Daxian had taken a particular interest in him, prompting his body to tremble with anticipation. Imu Daxian, observing Xiao Wang's demeanor, remained composed, secretly lamenting, "Poor child, how you have managed to reach such a level in Honghuang is beyond me, yet you remain oblivious to the impending doom." Sighing, he resolved to impart a few words of caution. "Xiao Wang, once you deliver the letter to the demon clan, leave at once. Do not linger there." Imu Daxian provided Xiao Wang with the sole advice that could save his life. However, Xiao Wang appeared not to grasp its significance, merely nodding in confusion. Recognizing the futility of his efforts, Imu Daxian sighed once more, choosing to remain silent. Xiao Wang departed the Alliance of Immortals, making his way to the demon clan. Viewing this endeavor as a stepping stone for his advancement, the great Duo Golden Immortal traveled swiftly, and within 10 days, Xiao Wang arrived at the heavenly court. After announcing his identity to the guards of the demon clan, he successfully gained entry to demonstrate respect towards Dong Wanggong's envoy. Dijun personally welcomed Xiao Wang. Under the impression that Dong Wanggong had sent an emissary to negotiate terms of surrender, Dijun greeted him with great warmth. Xiao Wang, however, did not anticipate an audience with the demon emperor, leaving him in a state of astonished bewilderment. Guided by the attendants, Xiao Wang approached the grandiose hall of the demon emperor, his heart racing with excitement. As a mere great Duo Golden Immortal, he had never encountered such a spectacle before. Today, he had the rare opportunity to witness it. The thought of soon meeting the demon emperor filled him with anticipation. Suppressing his exhilaration, Xiao Wang pushed open the grand doors of the hall that Dijun and Tai Yi were seated in the main chamber. Upon seeing a great Duo Golden Immortal approach, Dijun's expression soured slightly. For such an important matter, Dong Wanggong had sent only a great Duo Golden Immortal. Did he regard my demon clan with such contempt? Should his forthcoming demands prove unsatisfactory, I shall ensure he faces dire consequences. Dijun silently cursed, though his visage remained cordial as he addressed Xiao Wang. Esteemed envoy, has Dong Wanggong sent you to negotiate terms of surrender? Ah, Xiao Wang, taken aback by Dijun's words, felt a surge of astonishment, rendering him momentarily speechless. After gathering his thoughts, he stammered, "Your Majesty, I am here to deliver a letter. I am unaware of Dong Wanggong's intentions." Upon realizing that the visitor was not there to discuss surrender, but rather to deliver a letter, Dijun's expression darkened. "Present the letter. I wish to discern the true intentions of Dong Wanggong." Dijun commanded with authority, his imposing presence instilling in Xiao Wang an instinctual reluctance to defy. Xiao Wang produced the letter entrusted to him by Imu Daxian, and Dijun took it, swiftly tearing it open. After reading its contents, the letter disintegrated into fragments in his grasp, and he sneered. Well, what a fine display. This Dong Wanggong dares to disregard me. It appears I have indeed secluded myself for too long. The reputation of my demon clan has waned considerably, if I do not assert myself and establish dominance. He may believe I am incapable of wielding my blade. Tai Yi, observing his brother's furious reaction, instantly understood that the letter contained no favorable remarks. He seized Xiao Wang, asserting in an unwavering tone, "Since you have come to provoke my demon clan, you shall not return. When we march forth, your life shall serve as our battle standard." Dijun did not cast a glance back at Xiao Wang. Directing Tai Yi, "Gather our forces immediately. This time, we shall personally lead an assault on the Alliance of Immortals. I am eager to witness the audacity of Dong Wanggong, who dares to speak to me. Dijun, in such a manner. This time, I shall ensure his demise." Xiao Wang, in his bewilderment, never anticipated that delivering a message to the demon clan would cost him his life. Before long, he was seized by the demon guards and thrown into the dungeon, where he began to endure inhumane torment. Ultimately, he failed to comprehend the words of Imu Daxian and did not leave immediately after delivering the letter. Dijun's command set the entire demon clan into motion, functioning seamlessly like a well-oiled machine. Tai Yi, as the executor of this mission, gathered a formidable army of 1,000,000 demons and informed Fu Shi and Kuan Peng. This time, the demon clan was prepared for a grand offensive, ensuring that their high-level combat strength was not lacking, with sufficient quasi-saint level power. The quasi-saints from Dongwang Gong and the Alliance of Immortals were not particularly strong. Tai believed he could dispatch them all single-handedly. However, certain matters could not be approached so recklessly. The demon clan belonged to all. If Tai Yi alone were to shine, others might outwardly appear agreeable but would harbor discontent in secret. Although Tai Yi's emotional intelligence was not particularly high, he possessed enough social acumen to navigate such situations. Within a mere 2 weeks, Tai Yi arranged all the details for the expedition. Elder brother, our demon army is ready, and the demon masters and Shi Huang are in place. Poised for action, Tai Yi reported to Di Jun upon hearing this. Di Jun, brimming with confidence, declared, if all is prepared, then let us march. This time, we shall surely achieve victory and demonstrate the might of our demon clan to the world. The messenger who delivered the letter will serve as our sacrificial flag. Since he chose to come bearing tidings, he must have been prepared for death. The two rose together and exited the Heavenly Emperor's Hall, where Di Jun immediately beheld the sight of 1,000,000 valiant soldiers. Gazing upon this formidable display, Di Jun felt a surge of confidence for the impending campaign. Xiao Wang was soon brought forth by the demon guards, who ordered him to kneel before the battle flag. Di Jun, looking down at Xiao Wang, bellowed, "Boy, do you have any final words?" "I am unwilling." Xiao Wang spat, his visage contorted in rage, and with that, his head exploded before the battle flag. It is natural to feel unwillingness. Yet if you chose to come and deliver a message, you must be prepared for death. Consider yourself fortunate to serve as a flag for our expedition, a privilege not granted to every de Luo Jin Xian. After declaring this, Di Jun surveyed the army and indicated the direction of their advance. Under his guidance, the army began to march steadily towards the Alliance of Immortals. After 2 months of travel, the demon army successfully reached the East Sea, the location of the Alliance of Immortals. Observing the picturesque islands before him, Di Jun scoffed, "Such a meager force dares to provoke my demon clan? Today, I shall seal Dong Wang Gong's fate. Even Dao Zhu cannot save him." Tai Yi stood beside Di Jun, his expression impassive, while chaos swirled behind him. The aura emanating from Tai Yi was as profound as the abyss, stronger than that of Di Jun, unmistakably marking him as a formidable being. Behind Tai Yi stood Fu Shi and Kuan Peng, both quasi-saint level powers and among the pinnacle of the demon clan strength. Among the 10 demon gods, 2 had successfully attained quasi-saint status. Shang Yang and Fei Dan, however, they did not separate themselves but remained alongside the other 8 demon gods. Following them was the meticulously arranged demon army, exuding an overwhelming sense of pressure. After observing the situation of the Alliance of Immortals for a while, Di Jun shouted towards Dongwang Gong. "Dongwang Gong, did you not wish to see me? Here I am, come to claim your life. Do not delay. I wish to see just how capable you are to speak to me, Di Jun, in such a manner. It is nothing short of seeking death." Di Jun's voice reverberated throughout the Alliance of Immortals. Naturally, Dongwang Gong could not have failed to hear Di Jun's proclamation. Upon sensing his presence, he emerged from his seclusion. The palace of Dongwang Gong gathered all the cultivators from the Alliance of Immortals, displaying an imposing presence as they soared into the sky. Di Jun, you truly are obedient. I call you, and you come, a good dog indeed. Dongwang Gong openly insulted Di Jun, believing that since their facade had been shattered, there was no need for further pretense. The appointed male immortal by Dao Zhu. His status was exalted, and Di Jun was but a counterfeit heavenly emperor. What right had he to act arrogantly before him? In the face of Dongwang Gong's provocation, Di Jun remained unfazed, responding with a cold smile. Di Jun, Dongwang Gong was already as good as dead. What was there to be angry about with the corpse? With a smile, Di Jun remarked, "Dongwang Gong, did you not summon me to kill you? Well, here I am. Are you afraid? When you were chosen by Dao Zhu as the male immortal, no one paid you any heed. Now you emerge to seek attention, thinking yourself formidable. Is it merely insults?" Di Jun was a master of this art, capable of dismantling others' defenses with just a few words. upon hearing Dijun's words. Dong Wang Gong retorted with fury, Dijun, how dare you insult me so? I am the male immortal appointed by Dao Zu, recognized by the heavenly Dao. You are merely a demon emperor. What qualifications do you have to speak to me in this manner? Dijun observed Dong Wang Gong's face redden with rage and seized the opportunity, saying, stop flattering yourself. You know very well how you came to be the male immortal. How many truly recognize you? You understand this better than anyone. Some things do not belong to you, so do not force them. But as for my purpose today, it is to claim your life, if you choose to take your own life. I may grant you a complete corpse. Dijun had no intention of wasting further breath with Dong Wang Gong. Rather than engage in a war of words, it would be more prudent to annihilate both Dong Wang Gong and the alliance of immortals directly. Arrogant, Dong Wang Gong roared, his gaze filled with murderous intent directed at Dijun. If Dijun sought to take his life, he too desired to end Dijun's existence, the cultivators of the alliance of immortals. Witnessing Dong Wang Gong's aggression towards Dijun, began to seek their own adversaries. Numerous quasi-saints were present in the alliance of immortals. Aside from Tai Yi, who could contend with two, the rest were sufficient to hold off the quasi-saints of the demon clan. Although the Deluo Jin Xian of the alliance of immortals were fewer in number than those of the demon clan, they were not immediately vulnerable to annihilation. Dong Wang Gong engaged Dijun in combat. Wielding his dragon-headed staff to strike repeatedly at Dijun, the power level of Dong Wang Gong was slightly inferior to that of Dijun. However, his dragon-headed staff was a supreme, innate spiritual treasure. Compensating for this disparity, Dijun refrained from employing his He-Tu and Luo Shu, instead opting to toy with Dong Wang Gong before watching him descend into despair. Dijun casually deflected Dong Wang Gong's onslaught while taunting. Dong Wang Gong, with such meager strength, how did you earn the title of male immortal? Did you perhaps flatter Dao Zu with some trinket? Were I in your position, I would have long since sought a place to end my life. Rather than aspire to be the male immortal, Dong Wang Gong, consumed by rage, remained silent, relentlessly attacking Dijun. The battle between Dijun and Dong Wang Gong raged fiercely, while elsewhere, the conflict was equally intense. Tai Yi held his own against two opponents, maintaining the upper hand effortlessly with the aid of the Chaos Bell, easily suppressing two quasi-saints from the alliance of immortals. As Tai Yi fought, he shook his head, believing the quality of the quasi-saints from the alliance of immortals was lacking as the foremost individual below the saints. Tai Yi's combat prowess was formidable, and he maneuvered seamlessly against the two quasi-saints. The other quasi-saints struggled against the demons, and if the alliance of immortals did not enact changes swiftly, they would soon find themselves unable to withstand the onslaught. With a sudden strike, Dong Wang Gong forced Dijun back, alarmed to see his subordinates faltering. What is happening? How could we have fallen into such a disadvantage so quickly? What a useless bunch! Dong Wang Gong cursed internally, yet he understood that without the assistance of the alliance of immortals, he had no foundation to rely upon. If Dong Wang Gong wished to establish himself in the Hong Huang, he must depend on these individuals from the alliance of immortals. All of you, gather around me. We shall utilize the great array of 10,000 immortals to show the demon clan our true strength. The Eastern King issued a command, prompting the cultivators of the Celestial Alliance to repel their adversaries and converge towards his position. Soon, the members of the Celestial Alliance had assembled, forming the grand formation of the 10,000 immortals with the Eastern King as its focal point. Observing the formation's completion, the Eastern King laughed maniacally and proclaimed, Dijun, do you truly believe you can take my life? Dream on. I am eager to see how you intend to breach my 10,000 immortals formation. Dijun, gazing at the formidable formation created by the Eastern King and the Celestial Alliance, felt a grave sense of foreboding. Anything associated with formations was inherently complex. Turning to Tai Yi beside him, he instructed, Tai Yi, go test the might of their formation, while I scrutinize its vulnerabilities. Summoning the He-Tu and Luo Shu, Dijun prepared to analyze the weaknesses of the Eastern King as a 10,000 immortals formation. Tai Yi, acknowledging Dijun's command with a nod, soared towards the formation. The previous two quasi-saints had merely served to warm Tai Yi up. Now, this formation appeared exceedingly intriguing. Upon reaching within 100 meters of the 10,000 Immortals formation, he manifested the chaotic bell, striking it twice as he launched an assault on the formation. Tai Yi exerted 80% of his strength in this attack. Had it struck the earlier quasi-saints, it would have inflicted severe injuries or even led to their demise. Yet, when Tai Yi's assault collided with the 10,000 Immortal formation, it merely stirred ripples upon its surface, yielding no effect whatsoever. The Eastern King, witnessing Tai Yi's futile attack, continued to gloat. Ha ha ha. Dijun, do you see? What does it matter if you possess innate supreme treasures? You cannot breach my 10,000 Immortals formation. Tai Yi, infuriated by the Eastern King's arrogance, began to employ the laws, relentlessly bombarding the formation. The frequency of his assaults was nothing short of terrifying, launching hundreds of strikes within mere breaths. Although the formation remained undisturbed, the mana of the Celestial Alliance's cultivators began to deplete significantly. After several hundred more attacks, Tai Yi gradually retreated. Recognizing the ineffectiveness of his efforts, he deemed it unwise to squander more mana. Dijun, having deduced the formation's weakness through the He Tu and Luo Shu, sneered, Eastern King, did you not wish for me to dismantle your formation? Very well, I shall oblige. All members of the demon clan, unleash your might alongside me. Understanding that the formation's sole vulnerability lay in its inability to withstand attacks that exceeded their legal limits, Dijun resolved that Tai Yi alone was insufficient. The combined strength of the demon clan would undoubtedly force the Eastern King to face dire consequences. Under Dijun's command, the demon clan unleashed their most potent strikes, prompting panic within the Eastern King that he realized he could no longer evade this onslaught and steeled himself to endure it. With a resounding crash, countless attacks collided with the 10,000 Immortals formation, resulting in a massive cloud of dust. As the smoke dissipated, the Eastern King remained unscathed, standing firm. Once again he erupted in laughter. Ha! Dijun, did I not tell you? You are incapable. Go home and wash up for a good night's sleep. Dijun's expression remained unchanged. He observed with utmost seriousness, noting that the previous assault had significantly drained the mana of the Celestial Alliance's cultivators. You may withstand one attack, but can you endure a second? And rest assured, I will not limit myself to just 2 strikes. All Demon Clan members, unleash your full might upon this turtle shell. Let us see how long he can endure. No sooner had he finished speaking than Dijun launched his most potent attack at the 10,000 Immortals formation. The Demon Clan, invigorated as if by a surge of adrenaline, fervently assaulted the formation, causing the mana depletion of the Celestial Alliance's cultivators to escalate dramatically. The Eastern King's expression shifted. He had not anticipated Dijun would discern the formation's weakness so swiftly. If this continued, it would not be long before his formation crumbled. Rather than succumb to such a humiliating fate, he resolved to make a final stand. The Eastern King shouted to the members of the Celestial Alliance, Everyone, we have reached this juncture. We have no path of retreat. Rather than be drained of our mana within the 10,000 Immortals formation, let us fight with all our might. With that, the Eastern King dispelled the 10,000 Immortals formation and charged valiantly towards Dijun. The Eastern King harbored a foreboding sense of doom. He felt that he might not escape death today. However, he was determined to take some of his adversaries down with him. Seeing the Eastern King abandon the formation and rush towards him, Dijun scoffed. Did the Eastern King truly believe his strength could rival his own? Dijun remained suspended in the air, awaiting the Eastern King's approach. Upon the Eastern King reaching him, Dijun unleashed a full-force strike. The two clashed once more, but this time Dijun no longer concealed his strength, overpowering the Eastern King with all his might. The Eastern King, taken aback, had previously dominated their exchanges. Now, the tide had inexplicably turned. The other members of the Celestial Alliance found themselves similarly confronted by their respective opponents, reverting to the original state of conflict. Observing his subordinates struggling to persevere, the Eastern King sought to secure their escape, urging, "Fight while retreating. Do not remain here in a futile struggle. I may not escape, but you must flee." With that, the Eastern King summoned all his remaining vigor, preparing for a final, desperate struggle. His strength was formidable. Yet he faced a top-tier quasi-saint like Dijun. The Eastern King was indeed a genius. But he had chosen to challenge the favored one of heaven and earth, the unequivocal protagonist of this calamity. Jie, witnessing the Eastern King's determination to fight to the death, became more serious. A genuinely desperate quasi-saint was an exceedingly fearsome opponent. Their battle intensified, and the majority of the Celestial Alliance's cultivators, inspired by the Eastern King's resolve, began to unleash their full potential. Only a minority chose to flee, indicating that the Celestial Alliance had indeed thrived under the Eastern King's leadership. The Eastern King was not a mere failure. Even in his final moments, he had garnered the loyalty of so many cultivators. Looking at his followers, the Eastern King smiled once more, this time with genuine joy. He felt acknowledged as the foremost among the male immortals. With his dragon-headed staff poised before him, he gazed at the fiery figure of Jie and declared, Jie, this time I concede defeat, but you will not fare much better. One day, you too will encounter someone stronger than yourself, and your life will be forfeit. I, the Eastern King, await your arrival. Rest assured, even in death, I shall not allow you to find peace. With that proclamation, the Eastern King ignited the flames of his life force. His aura surging to its zenith as he wielded his dragon-headed staff, each strike imbued with tremendous power. Jie, witnessing the Eastern King's fearless resolve, felt a flicker of emotion, but it quickly gave way to calmness. Every individual harbors dreams, yet his aspirations must take precedence over others. If he were to fulfill another's dreams, what would become of his own?